Chapter 4:21. He was so timid that he practically didn't dare to look at the expressions of the surrounding holy water sect disciples. These holy water sect women all had extremely unsightly expressions, as if they would immediately pounce on him and tear him apart. He just knew that this was an arduous task. Senior brother Peng Zhang had sent him here purely to find trouble. Go back and tell him that if he wants to know about our senior sister Chen's situation, then tell him to come over himself. But let's see if he dares or not. HM? That senior sister raised her eyebrows and looked at the ghost faction disciple provocatively. Another holy water sect disciple beside her started laughing. This kind of cowardly tortoise only knows how to use some despicable methods on the stage. He doesn't even dare to run over to our territory to behave atrociously, so don't even think about it. The ghost faction disciple cast a pleading look at Peng Zhang, but the latter glared at him in dissatisfaction with a taut face. The ghost faction disciple dejectedly returned to his seat and secretly said to Peng Zhang, "Senior brother, the holy water sect wants you to personally go over and ask. Are they worthy?" Peng Zhang sneered and rubbed his thumbs. In order to hide our abilities before the competition, we instead caused junior sister to suffer grievances. Now, we don't need it anymore. These holy water sect girls will soon know that our ghost faction isn't so easy to provoke. Peng Zhang gazed darkly at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu keenly sensed his gaze and turned her head to look at him. Her pair of eyes that were as tranquil as an ancient well contained a 10,000-year-old chill, causing Peng Zhang to inexplicably shudder. Shen Hanzi's injury was simply a fuse. Following that, whenever the holy water sect disciples encountered members of the ghost faction, they would be extremely ruthless in their attacks. Both sides had injuries of varying severity. Overall, it was still the holy water sect that had the upper hand. As long as the holy water sect disciples were wary of the ghost faction's poisoning methods and seized the initiative, they would absolutely suppress the ghost faction with their orthodox cultivation techniques. After several rounds, the ghost faction disciples were all suppressed by the holy water sect girls and carried off the stage with heavy injuries. Consort's expression was very unsightly. At this time, Ningbi Huan defeated a ghost faction disciple with her silver spear and even heavily injured him. The ghost faction's elder Guibu finally couldn't help but curse. "Eldest Miss Ning, you're too heavy-handed." It was fine if the holy water sect's people had accumulated grievances with the ghost faction, but even the Omni faction's Ningbi Huan, one of the 5 factions, treated the ghost faction's people like this. Elder Ghost didn't know what to say. His old face was solemn and taut. When he looked at Ningbi Huan, there seemed to be a raging fire burning in his eyes. However, Ningbi Huan didn't care. She raised her hand to stop Elder Ghost's words. "Since we agreed on a competition, then everyone should bring out their true abilities to fight. Everyone should rely on their own abilities. If you're afraid, you could just go on stage and admit defeat. I don't care." Once he finished speaking, he shrugged in an infuriating manner, as if he looked down on Elder Ghost. Ghost Surf was angered half to death by this clumsy Ningbi Huan. He glared angrily at Peng Zhang and the others. "Why haven't you carried your junior brother down yet? How shameful. He didn't pick a good day." After these few matches, more than half of their Hellgate disciples were seriously injured. How unlucky was this? Right now, he was a bit vexed about Peng Zhang's previous willfulness. If it weren't for him starting this conflict, how could things have developed to such an unmanageable state? Chapter 422. In the afternoon, the scorching sun had already risen to its highest point, and the entire area around the stage was filled with a fiery atmosphere. This match was between a Coitus faction female disciple and a Daybreak sect male disciple. The Coitus faction female disciple threw herself into the male disciple's arms as soon as she came up, startling him into retreating repeatedly. That female disciple was still muttering, "Little big brother, don't hurt me," when the Daybreak sect disciple suddenly rushed in front of her and smashed her to the ground with a slap. The entire area was silent for a moment before bursting into cheers. Arbor speechlessly looked above the stage. The Daybreak sect disciple seemed to have been provoked, and his entire body was like a little calf as he exerted a burst of brute force. He grabbed the coitus faction female disciple's hair with one hand and even slapped her with his other hand. In the beginning, the coitus sect disciple was still crying out softly, "I-oh-oh." Then, he was beaten until his true colors were revealed. Flustered and exasperated, he roared, "You little bastard, stop. This old lady's hair. This old lady's face. You freaking stop right there. Everyone, come out." The coitus faction female disciple summoned her mystic beast. She was about to go mad from anger. Her makeup, her image, her beautiful clothes, and her headdress, they were all completely ruined by this barbarian in front of her. So angry, so angry, so angry. The coitus faction female disciple's first sentence after summoning her mystic beast was to directly order her mystic beast to eat the bull-like youth in front of her. The Daybreak sect disciple also summoned his mystic beast. Everyone couldn't help but be amused when they saw this. It really was a bull-like creature. This bull-like creature was very large, and when it stood on the stage, the two people were directly squeezed to the edge of the stage. The fat rabbit, summoned by the coitus faction disciple, was simply comical and laughable in front of the bull-like creature. Therefore, everyone soon saw that the coitus faction female disciple and her fat rabbit were completely crushed by the Daybreak sect disciple and the mystic beast bull-like creature. The fat rabbit was being trampled under the bull-like creature's hooves, and it truly looked somewhat pitiful. The coitus faction female disciple was no longer as coquettish and flirtatious as when she first went up on stage. At this time, she was beaten into a sorry state. Her face was ashen, and her eyes were spitting fire as she angrily said, "Wait, I admit defeat." The one-sided beating finally came to an end. The female disciple of coitus sect cried miserably and was fiercely glared at by Granny Witch. "Useless thing, you still have a face to cry?" "Master." Tears streamed down the woman's face. She felt wronged. How could she have known that the barbarian bull would completely ignore her charm technique? Did he think that she liked to throw herself at him? That was one of the basic cultivation techniques of the coitus faction. Unfortunately, before she could fully display her charm technique, she was viciously beaten by that little brat barbarian bull. It was too infuriating. "Go back and train hard." Granny Witch's cold words caused this coitus sect disciple to involuntarily tremble all over. Xisha Valley's Valley Master couldn't help but sigh in relief when he saw that this beating had finally ended. He continued to call out numbers with a smile on his face. Number 82. Holy Water Sect Disciple Arbor accepts the challenge. Xisha Valley's Valley Master was abruptly startled. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he continued to recite, "Ghost Faction Disciple Cho," and the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was too familiar with number 82. Wasn't this the number that the Holy Water Sect's young lady changed to? Shouldn't her opponent be that Daybreak Sect Disciple Mu Liangda? Why did she change again? Chapter 423. Xisha Valley's Valley Master was stupefied halfway through his recitation. That day, he had personally witnessed the little girl brazenly switching numbers with someone else in order to directly challenge a Daybreak Sect disciple named Mu Liangda on the stage. But what was happening now? Duan Yu coldly glared at Mu Liangda. However, Mu Liangda merely pretended not to know why everyone was making a racket and maintained a chuckle. "Mu Liangda, you weren't number 82 from the start, right?" Duan Yu coldly questioned. Everyone from Daybreak Sect looked at Mu Liangda himself in bewilderment. The sect master's daughter, Liang Qingqing, also frowned. "Mu Liangda, is what senior brother Duan Yu said true? The number you reported at the start was that of Cho and from the Ghost Faction?" Junior sister Qingqing, "I'm also not sure about this matter." Mu Liangda continued to smile and feign ignorance. He wouldn't honestly admit that Choan had already come to him to talk about this before the small banquet. The two of them discussed, and both felt that since the little girl mentioned it before, she would definitely tamper with the number drawing and change it to Mu Liangda's opponent no matter what. Choan wanted to give that little bitch a surprise, so she secretly instructed Mu Liangda that she would give him a number hint during the drawing. If the little girl really came to ask him, He would report Cho An's number to the little girl. Mu Yangda naturally approved with both hands raised. Since he was bound to have a battle with that little girl, he was quite happy for someone to challenge the little girl before him so that he could figure out her ins and outs. After all, he was still a bit flustered by the meaningful gazes that several people around him were giving him. If the little girl didn't have something outstanding about her, why were they all staring at him with those strange gazes? Choan truly hit it off with Mu Yangda when she came to find him and conspired against the little girl. Both of them obtained their own desires and achieved their goals. Xiao Mu was originally exceptionally intelligent, so she naturally understood what Duan Yu could figure out after thinking about it for a bit. Pretty good. Jackals of the same lair even learned to scheme against the little girl. She would let them know that in the face of strength, all schemes and tricks were nothing. Arbor stood up from his seat, and Mo Yin coldly looked at the Daybreak sect disciple, Mu Yangda, who was secretly pleased with himself. There was still a refined and courteous smile on Mu Yangda's lips, but when his gaze met the Crown Prince's extremely cold and oppressive gaze, he couldn't help but quickly avert his gaze as his body inexplicably trembled slightly. Mu Yangda. When the little girl walked to the front of the stage, she suddenly turned around, and her eyes shot toward Daybreak Sect's seating area like lightning. She coldly said, "Since you want to see my strength first, then I'll let you see it. I hope you have the courage to accept my challenge in the next match. Don't be a coward." Ugly. Everyone was speechless. Mu Yangda's expression immediately turned extremely ugly, as though it had been painted green. Why was he a coward? Even his own sect's disciples were looking at him with disdain. What was going on? Duan Yu sneered. "Mu Yangda, you're a Daybreak sect disciple. You should be very clear about the situation of the 3 sects and 5 factions. It won't do you any good to be too close to people from the Ghost faction. You understand." When Mu Yangda saw the gazes his senior and junior brothers and sisters cast over, he felt so stifled that he almost couldn't take it anymore. He and Cho were merely taking what they each needed. So why did it sound like he had betrayed the sect and colluded with the Ghost faction in Duan Yu's mouth? Chapter 424. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. Mu Yangda hastily said, "Senior brother Duan Yu, I really didn't get close to the Ghost faction. Duan Yu waved his hand, not wanting to speak with him anymore. Liang Qingqing also glanced at him disappointedly. "Senior brother Mu, it's wrong of you to associate yourself with the Ghost faction." Mu Yangda opened his mouth, but he was suppressing a surge of anger in his heart. He sat there sullenly as his gaze drifted towards the stage. He saw the little girl steadily walking up the stairs onto the stage. A snow leopard with white fur landed at her feet with a whoosh. Choan leaped onto the stage with a very live posture. It was impossible to tell that she had her hand chopped off a few days ago and was on the brink of death. Choan's gaze landed smugly on Arbor's face. "What? Very surprised, right?" Her voice was very hoarse, as if it had been whipped by countless vines. It was terrifyingly coarse. "I'm not surprised. I just didn't expect that someone would be so stupid as to rush to court death," Arbor said dryly as he shook his head. "Bitch!" Choan shouted roughly, her eyes glaring with a venomous glint. "Have you heard of a saying? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes." Choan's right hand poked out from her sleeve, and everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath when they saw it. This person's right arm didn't look like a human hand at all. It was more like a piece of withered wood, and her 5 fingers and fingernails were twisted like long withered vines. "Demonic cultivator!" Someone suddenly shouted. "Little junior sister, be careful. This person fused with the power of a demonic plant." "Ha ha ha ha!" Choan looked up to the sky and laughed smugly. She flipped open her gray headscarf, revealing a face so fair that it was somewhat strange. "Is my face beautiful?" She used that hand that was twisted like a withered vine to gently caress her fair and smooth face. "Is it beautiful?" How should he put it? That face was quite beautiful when taken apart, but when put together, it made people feel very awkward. It was like a fake face with a stroke here and a piece there. When put together, there was no sense of harmony at all. Arbor shook his head. Ugly. Cho An's face stiffened, and she said angrily, "What do you know? My previous face was 10,000 times more beautiful than this. It's all because of you, because of you." She approached Arbor step by step, pointed at one of her eyes, and asked with a coarse smile, "Can you tell that this is a fake eye?" Arbor nodded. "Don't be so angry. Your eyeballs might fall out." Everyone was speechless. Why was the style so strange? "Ah!" Choan shouted. She was simply about to go mad with anger. She originally wanted to scare the little slut, but who knew that the stoic face was expressionless from beginning to end? Shouldn't a normal girl at least be a little shocked when they saw her fake eyes? "Do you know who I am?" Arbor shook his head. "I don't know you. You don't know me, huh? You don't know me. Ha 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 ha." Choan felt that her words were extremely sarcastic. Her enemy didn't know her at all, but she was in so much pain because of this enemy in front of her day and night. How laughable was this? Choan's one, I was tearing up from laughing. "Do you still remember Nyan Kuei who went to Shijio City to kill you? I am his master. The master of that pitiful worm who self-destructed after you crushed his soul." Chapter 425. She didn't reveal a shocked expression like the others, nor did she point at Choan and shout, "So, it's you." The little fellow only tilted her head and thought for a moment before nodding and uttering an "no." Everyone, why did they feel like they would be angered to death if they conversed with the little girl? You finally revealed your background with surging passion and deep hatred, right? It was supposed to be very exciting and should have been a gasp of surprise. However, the other party merely threw an "oh" at you indifferently, like a basin of cold water, drenching you from head to toe. All of your excited emotions abruptly disappeared. Choan trembled in anger. "You don't remember Nyan Kuei? I feel that whether I remember one of your subordinates or not doesn't have much to do with our current battle." Arbor patted the snow leopard's head indifferently. "After saying so much, can we get to the point?" She felt that these people were very boring. Everyone liked to talk a lot of nonsense when they came up. With so much time to talk, the battle could have already ended. Choan looked at Arbor gloomily. "You're not a level 10 mystic cultivator yet. Don't you think it's too fake to borrow someone else's mystic beast to fight? Can it be as fake as your face? You, bitch." These words simply pierced her girlish heart full of holes, making her feel like she was in hell, unable to see the light again. Arbor knitted his brows and pointed at Cho and goatee her mouth. "It's so dirty." The snow leopard abruptly charged forward. Choan stretched out her 5 claws, and her withered vine-like arm swept toward the snow leopard's head with a whoosh. She shouted sternly, "You're breaking the rules too much. This snow leopard isn't yours at all. You can't let it participate in the battle. If it's not mine, then is it yours? Why don't you make it listen to you?" Arbor coldly followed up. "Ah, come out." Choan's eyes shot out a cold and vicious glint. With a furious shout, a very long centipede suddenly burrowed out from her side. The most disgusting thing was that there was actually an ugly human face on the centipede's head. As it crawled, the face kept faintly facing you, and several hundred pairs of slender legs densely stretched out. Xiaomu jumped back a step. Although her small face was expressionless, her entire body was bristling. Fortunately, the snow leopard took a step forward and stood in front of her, slapping the human-faced centipede. The little fellow stomped on the ground and charged towards Choan. With the ferrule in his hand, the profound energy in his entire body surged. He was already in a state of violent rage. So, a line of fire shot out from the ferrule, directly breaking through the solid stone tiles of the arena, scraping out a shallow gully, and surging towards Choan's feet. Choan did not panic. She swung out her vine-like arm and smashed it into the incoming line of fire. A slender figure had already arrived in front of Choan. Without saying a word, a ferrule struck towards Choan's abdomen. Choan's pupils constricted. She hurriedly released her vines and wrapped them around her abdomen. Bang! Unexpectedly, the little guy changed his move very quickly and punched Choan's forehead. This punch carried a strong gust of wind as it smashed in her forehead, causing Choan to retreat several steps. Mu Yongda was watching from below, and his eyes had already revealed a grave expression. As expected, This little girl was very formidable. Her combat strength seemed to be incomparable to a level 8 mystic cultivator's cultivation. Compared to level 8 mystic cultivators of the same level, she was much stronger in terms of speed and explosive power. 10 o'clock ends. See you tomorrow. Chapter 426. Crack. The sound of her forehead cracking entered Cho Ann's ears, causing her hair to stand on end. Bitch, bitch. Ah. Cho Ann trembled as she reached out to touch her forehead. She felt as if something had ruptured under her skin. Back then, she was implicated by Nien Kuei's self-detonation. Although she used a level 4 defensive mystic weapon at the critical moment and barely managed to save her life, she lost one eye. All the skin on her body shattered and even festered due to the explosion. Her father rushed her to the ghost sect and begged ghost physician Liu Yizhi to treat her. She was mended piece by Liu Yizhi. Her face was unnatural and uncoordinated compared to other people's normal faces. She knew better than anyone else. More than anyone else. She wanted to regain her face that originally belonged to her. But was it possible? Impossible. Because of this woman in front of her, she had already lost her face forever. But now, this woman was so cruel that she even wanted to destroy her fake face. Cho Ann was that commandery Princess Hui, who was doted on by everyone back then. At this moment, she was staring at the little girl standing in front of her with a sinister eye. If she hadn't coincidentally bumped into her in Xixia Valley this time, she still wouldn't have known who the commoner village girl from Shizhou City that the crown prince had been protecting so well was. After her accident back then, her father felt that something was amiss. Nien Kuei couldn't have self-detonated for no reason, so perhaps someone was scheming against her behind scenes. Her father quickly sent people out of the capital to Shizhou City to investigate the whole story. However, not long after, her father secretly came to tell her that the people he sent out were all intercepted and killed by His Highness the Crown Prince. In the future, they probably couldn't send people to Shizhou City to investigate anything. Otherwise, they would definitely infuriate the Crown Prince and cause unnecessary trouble. His Highness the Crown Prince was warning them not to touch that person in Shizhou City again. Ha ha ha! Commandery Princess Hui, and was laughing so hard that she nearly choked. Suddenly, a piece of deadwood shot out from under her perfectly fine chest lapel and struck Arbor's head. Arbor had been paying attention to this mentally unstable woman. When she was laughing and crying, Arbor was already on guard against her. As a result, this piece of deadwood that suddenly drilled out from under her chest didn't hurt Arbor at all. Instead, it was broken by her with a backhand slap of her ferrule. I didn't expect that my commandery Princess Hui and of the vassal king of Anan's estate would have such a day. Hui and turned her head and looked deeply at Mo Lien. Your Highness, do you regret it? Mo Lien's slender brows were completely furrowed. However, Duan Yu suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted, See, I told you that it was your love debt that had implicated our Jojo. Mo Lien turned to glare fiercely at Duan Yu, feeling extremely impatient with this commandery Princess Huiyan. Back then, if the vassal king of Anan hadn't sensed his intentions and immediately sent Huiyan out of the capital to become a disciple of the ghost sect, how could he have let this babbling woman off? What an inexplicable woman. She should have known when she started talking to herself and making a move on his Qiao Qiao. Karma was a circle. What was wrong with his darling taking revenge on her? Could it be that she was the only one allowed to kill people as she pleased, and others weren't allowed to retaliate? Who was she pretending to be the victim for? Chapter 427. Arbor furrowed his brows. For some reason, he felt uncomfortable in his heart when he saw that masquerade woman looking at Mo Lien with a mournful expression. You're not allowed to look at me and act pitiful. You're not allowed to act. Arbor tilted his head and suddenly shot up, sending waves of mystic energy toward Commandery Princess Hui and below him. The current Commandery Princess Hui and already struck fear into everyone's hearts. Strips of dead would actually burrowed out of her body and wriggled as if they were alive. That scene was truly too beautiful, and people could not bear to look at it directly. "Master, what's going on? Are demonic cultivators such terrifying existences?" Doya covered her mouth with both hands, a trace of horror on her face. Luyan shook her head and said, "No, she shouldn't be a pure demonic cultivator. This ghost faction disciple was originally a mystic cultivator. Some people in this world can't open their mystic meridians and become a mystic cultivator, so they don't hesitate to use crooked methods to merge their bodies with evil beasts and plants to pursue the realm of a demonic cultivator. This ghost faction disciple is already a level 10 mystic cultivator, so she shouldn't be pursuing a demonic cultivator, right?" Lu Yin was perplexed after much thought. Yang Shirong also nodded repeatedly on the side. Murong Sun looked at Commandery Princess Huiyin on the stage. At this moment, the area below her neck was completely enveloped by intertwined deadwood. It was as if she was wrapped in a cocoon made of deadwood. Other than her head being intact, every other part of her body could no longer be called a human's. Xiaomu looked down at the puppet inside the withered wooden cocoon from above. Suddenly, she recalled the ferrule in her hand into her conscious and replaced it with a normal bow and arrow. Ha 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 ha! The deadwood cocoon crazily wriggled its body, and its head strangely tilted toward the sky. When it looked at Arbor, a vicious glint flowed through its single eye. Several hundred deadwood shaved out of the cocoon and simultaneously whipped toward Arbor in midair. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Arbor pulled back his bowstring, constantly changing his position in the air, and with astonishing speed, he kept shooting arrows at the cocoon. The deadwood cocoon went berserk, and the thousands upon thousands of deadwood roots twisted and lashed at Xiaomu. Floating flash. Arbor's figure instantly disappeared from the spot where he was wrapped in the deadwood. When he reappeared, he was already standing behind the deadwood cocoon. He was still continuously shooting arrows at the deadwood cocoon. He was continuously drawing out a large number of arrows from the purple storage talisman. Everyone had already lost count of how many arrows this little girl had shot. Only Amol Yin, Duan Yu, Bailey Shi, the three peak masters, and the sect masters saw it very clearly and calculated it very accurately. 286, 287, 288 arrows. The little girl stopped and held the bow and arrow in midair. She looked coldly at the inhuman thing that kept going crazy and whipping the arena with a withered branch. Commandery Princess Hui, and had completely sunk into insanity. At this time, the little girl suddenly spoke. The human body has 409 acupuncture points. Among them, the 108 acupoints were more important. Now that you're in this ghastly state, I can't even see the acupuncture points below your neck clearly. So just in case, I shot 288 arrows at you. That's about all the acupuncture points, right? The little girl muttered to herself. Your arrows are useless against me. Commandery Princess Hui, and roared angrily. Chapter 428. You'll know very soon whether it's useful or not. Arbor coldly gazed at her. For some reason, Mu Yangda's eyelids twitched inexplicably when he heard the little girl's words. Arbor pulled back his bowstring and aimed at the withered tree cocoon. Explosive arrow. Whoosh. That arrowhead rapidly shot toward Commandery Princess Hui and at lightning speed. Hui and was enraged, and she abruptly swung the writhing withered tree at the arrowhead. She harshly shouted, "Whimsical bitch, do you think that a few incomparably ordinary lousy arrows can penetrate my impenetrable body? Ha 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 ha. This is the body of a level 10 mystic cultivator and a demonic cultivator. Ha ha." Bang. A clear and crisp sound of an explosion rang out from beneath her body. This explosion seemed to have triggered a song of explosion, and explosions of various sizes immediately resounded in Commandery Princess Huiyin's body, which was like a cocoon made out of deadwood. Bang, 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 bang. Crack, crack. The explosive arrows directly tore open holes in the withered tree cocoon, and streaks of strange red blood flowed out. Oh, so it can bleed? Arbor nodded in realization and retreated slightly. He stood at the edge of the stage and coolly gazed at Commandery Princess Huin, who was continuously exploding. The surroundings were already dead silent. The scene before them was truly a bit horrifying. Commandery Princess Hui An's transformation into a withered tree cocoon was already shocking enough. But now, they were directly watching a withered tree cocoon explode inch by inch in front of them. The flesh and internal organs inside all flipped out and fell to the ground piece by piece in a sea of red and white. It was quite visually stunning. Every explosive arrow would explode after hitting the target, but Arbor controlled his previous 288 arrows so that they did not explode. It wasn't until the last arrow that triggered the universe that Commandery Princess Hui and enjoyed. At the same time, it was the refreshing feeling of having such a large number of explosive arrows explode in her body. The scene was truly too beautiful. No one dared to keep staring. After a while, they could not resist looking away and shaking their heads repeatedly. The expressions of the Ghoul sect disciples became abnormally ugly. Peng Zhang was even more heartbroken. He wanted to charge into the arena like a madman. Junior sister. He did not expect his junior sister to do such a crazy thing in the competition. It was all because of this little witch in front of him. It was all because of her. Senior apprentice brother Peng Zhang. You can't go. A few Ghost faction disciples held him down and secretly raised their eyes to look at Elder Ghost, who had an ugly expression on his face. When Lu Yizhi was supported by his retainer, Qiu San, he stared coldly at the stage and shook his head in disappointment. Truly a useless thing. Even after swallowing the evil body pill, it was still useless. He couldn't even beat a 12 or 13-year-old girl. Qiu San's eyes were filled with fear. Sir, you're right. Look at that lady from the Qiao family. Her methods are so cruel and vile. She's not an easy person to deal with. Lu Yizhi's eyes turned cold. I think it's because Huiyan is too weak. Such a waste of my precious evil body, Dan. What a pity. Lu Yizhi shook his head. If he had known that she was so weak, he would not have given it to her. He had found all kinds of medicinal ingredients and spent at least 2 years to refine this pill that was infused with the blood essence of the evil plant. What a pity, what a pity. Chapter 429. Sir, should I help you back? Qiu San asked quietly as he supported Lu Yizhi. Since that woman called Hui and was clearly a useless pawn, there was no need for them to continue watching. However, Lu Yizhi's eyes were still fixated on Arbor on the stage. He coughed a few times in a low voice, conjecture and confusion in his eyes. I really didn't expect that a small continent like Seacone Planet in the Lower Star Domain would have such a brilliant mystic technique. Lu Yizhi muttered to himself as he stared at the two people on the stage with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. This is nothing. In our Shantian prefecture, there are probably plenty of low-level and mid-level mystic techniques like this, Qiu San said disdainfully. Low-level and mid-level mystic technique. Lu Yizhi sneered. Qiu San, you've been by my side for so long, but your eyesight is getting worse. Qiu San was taken aback. How brilliant can this mystic technique executed with a normal bow and arrow be? Using a normal bow and arrow to destroy the amalgamation of a level 10 mystic cultivator and a demonic cultivator is the terrifying part of this mystic technique. Lu Yizhi knew better than anyone that Huiyan's current body was completely wrapped in that withered tree cocoon. Other than the area above her neck, there were originally no openings. Qiu San, in the eyes of the Qiao family's little miss, that amalgamation of demonic plants that we thought was flawless is actually full of openings. Lu Yizhi lamented. Otherwise, how could she have hit Huiyan's vitals with every arrow? How could Huiyan survive after detonating these explosive arrows? At this time, Commandery Princess Hui and had already stepped onto the path of self-destruction. She lowered her head in horror and saw that her cocoon-like body was currently exploding inch by inch. The ground was already covered in a thick layer of withered vines and broken wood. After the outer layer of cocoon peeled off, the body inside was truly riddled with holes and was extremely horrifying. Xishao Valley's Valley Master braced himself and jumped onto the stage that was in a complete mess. He first speechlessly glanced at Arbor, who was standing at the edge of the stage, before sighing. He walked to Arbor's side and turned to the people below the stage to announce, "Holy Water Sect's disciple, Arbor, wins this match." He turned around and glanced at the badly mutilated thing on the ground and shook his head. He thought to himself that this female disciple of the Ghost faction was probably not going to survive. After everyone heard Shishao Valley's Valley Master's announcement, they were dazed for a good few seconds. Then, as if they had regained their wits, the entire place erupted into a clamor. Mixed in were the angry roars of the Ghost faction disciples and the cheers of the Holy Water Sect disciples. So it was truly very chaotic. Arbor jumped down from the arena expressionlessly and walked straight in the direction of his own sect, ignoring the glares of the Hellgate disciples along the way. No one knew that under that stoic face of hers, there were also some small fluctuations in her mood. She had learned this explosive arrow technique from the Spirit Division Records Technique chapter. To be honest, she still hadn't figured out what level of mystic technique the Spirit Division record was. But from the looks of it now, that it really didn't seem that simple. Ever since it revealed its true form and flew into her consciousness on its own, she felt that this lousy book wasn't as simple as it seemed. Now that she looked at it, it was even more not simple. Any random minor technique in the technique chapter could explode Huiyan's supposedly powerful fusion body. Xiao Mu suddenly paused in her footsteps and turned her head slightly to the side. Chapter 430. Right in front of her, Peng Zhang was being pressed down by several Ghost faction disciples. His face was brimming with fury, and his eyes were bloodshot as he glared at her. If it weren't for the Ghost faction disciples holding him back, Peng Zhang would have already rushed over and probably wanted to beat her up. What a baffling person. His heart ached for his junior sister. Could it be that Arbor deserved to stand on the stage as a live target for his junior sister's slap? Victory or defeat depended on one's ability. So what was there to be unconvinced about? What he hated the most was this kind of person who pestered endlessly after losing. Arbor glanced at Peng Zhang before disdainfully withdrawing her gaze. She walked past the Ghost faction members and briskly ran back to her sect. Suddenly, she heard everyone's gasps. The Holy Water Sect's senior sisters, who were originally smiling at her from afar, abruptly changed their expressions, and they cried out involuntarily, "Little junior sister, be careful." A gust of wind came from the back of Arbor's head, and an icy chill immediately hung on her stoic face. It turned out that Hui was struggling with her broken body as she rushed down the stage. She snatched a sword from a Ghost faction disciple's hand and threw it at her back with a vicious glint in her eyes. As expected, she was a sore loser. Since she dared to sneak attack her, she would die without a burial place. Just as she was about to turn around, an extremely fast, moon-white figure landed beside her with a whoosh. The figure harshly pulled her into his embrace with his left hand. At the same time, he raised his right hand and spread open his fingers, throwing out a leaping ball of purple flames. After the flames swept past the flying sword, that pitiful sword turned into ashes before everyone's eyes and disappeared inch by inch. Huiyan covered her fake face that had long deformed in fright. Because of her violent movements, one of her eyeballs really did fall out of its socket. The instant she covered her face with her hand, her entire body was already enveloped by a ball of purple flames. The little fellow blinked and laid in Mo Lian's embrace. A comforting, extremely faint, and relaxed aura tightly enveloped her. Everyone present simultaneously widened their eyes, and their expressions changed as they looked at the Ghost faction female disciple who was struggling and screaming while being enveloped by the purple flames. Outside the arena, Lu Yiji's expression also changed for the first time as he stared in horror at the youth in white who had thrown out the purple flames. His retainer, Chiu San, also sucked in a breath of cold air. "Sir, where did this youth come from? How could this be?" Hualing. Lu Yiji shook his head and muttered to himself, "Impossible. How could one comprehend the 5 spirit origins in this kind of place? Could it be?" Chosen leaned close to Lu Yiji and pointed upwards. "Like us, which manor head sent them over. Impossible. Lu Yizhi shook his head in absolute denial. If someone from the 6 prefectures came, there's no way we wouldn't have heard of it. That's true. Chiosen also felt puzzled and nodded. Then could it be that this youth really comprehended the 5 spirits' origin powers on Seacombe Planet? Lu Yizhi shook his head repeatedly. The fire spirit origin, he comprehended, is too powerful. I've never seen it, even in Shuntian Prefecture. Impossible, impossible, impossible. This simply didn't conform to the rules and regulations. Regardless of how conflicted Lu Yizhi and his retainer, Chio-san, were in disbelief, the raging purple flames had already enveloped Commandery Princess Hui An's entire body. The little fellow turned around and coolly looked at Commandery Princess Hui, and who was howling miserably as she was roasted by the flames. Chapter 431. Sir, do you think that youth was sent down by one of the aristocratic families from the 6 prefectures to gain experience? Chiosen still didn't believe that someone could comprehend the fire spirit's origin at such a young age in this insignificant Seacombe planet in the lower star domain. If that was true, then what kind of frightening talent was that? Lu Yizhi didn't say anything else and silently stared at the stage for a while before turning around and quietly leaving with his attendant Chio-san. He could only rejoice that he had only given a demonic body pill and not a level 12 mystic breakthrough pill. Otherwise, his losses would have been even greater. Huiyan wasn't a great use. At this time, Huiyan's eyes were filled with fear, bewilderment, bitter tears, vexation, struggle, and disappointment. However, none of these emotions entered the Crown Prince's eyes. His gaze didn't even linger on her for half a second. Huiyan, whose face was contorted from the pain of being burned by the purple flames, wailed miserably. No, he didn't even look at her. He didn't even shift his gaze. Ah, father, Huiyan is in so much pain. So much pain. Only then did she remember the warning her father gave her before he sent her to the gates of hell. Don't provoke that person in Shizhou City again, or else even father won't be able to save you. Emolian didn't care about how bitter and regretful Commandery Princess Huiyan was. Even now, his heart was still thumping madly. When he saw that sword heading straight for the little fellow's back, Emolian felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. This Huiyan simply deserved to die 1,000,000 times. He even had the urge to skin her alive. Reaching out to hold the little fellow's small hand, Emolian lowered his head to examine her from head to toe. Seeing that she was unscathed, he sighed in relief. Thank goodness you're all right. Arbor looked up at him and suddenly patted his chest lightly. Her dark eyes clearly said, Don't be afraid. What could happen to this darling? Emolian suddenly hugged her tightly, chuckling softly as he hugged her. His darling was so funny that Xiaomu tried her best to raise her head in his arms and stretch out her small paws to push him away. However, for some reason, his aggrieved voice from back then kept echoing in her mind. Don't push me away. Don't push me away. Arbor withdrew his claws somewhat sullenly, thinking to himself, maybe what happened just now really scared him a little. Simon are really too easily frightened. Arbor lifted his chin helplessly, put his little hand behind his back, and patted him gently. Murong Sun immediately jumped up, but before she could angrily yell, Damn punk, let go of my disciple, Shishao Valley's Valley Master, this good-natured person, jumped out first and shouted, Next match. Holy Water Sect, Disciple Su Shanshan accepts the challenge of Daybreak Sect, Disciple Liang Qingqing. The crowd's gazes that were on Mo Lien and Yi Zichen immediately shifted back to the arena. However, the shock in his heart towards the youth could not be calmed down for a long time. Only a small cluster of purple flames was left. It fell to the ground and slowly burned. As for Huiyan, she had already been burned to ashes at some point in time. Far away in Guanlan City, the old prince of the vassal king of Anan's estate suddenly received a report from the people guarding the ancestral hall. He hastily rushed to the ancestral hall and collapsed on the ground when he saw his daughter's eternal life lamp extinguished. Huiyan, she died. She didn't even leave behind a word before she died. Oh, his daughter. The old prince was overcome with grief. Princess Anam rushed over and burst into tears the moment she entered the room. Chapter 432. Your Highness, what exactly is going on? Tell me what happened, tell me. Princess Anam felt like her heart was about to shatter. She only had a son and a daughter. Her eldest son was away most of the time, while her daughter was a caretaker. Several years ago, an inexplicable self-explosion destroyed her daughter. She had asked her husband countless times what happened, but he refused to tell her. After that, her daughter was sent to the ghost sect for treatment. She originally thought that her daughter would come back this year, no matter what. Who would have expected that after waiting for so long, she would end up seeing her daughter die before her own? Princess Anam was infuriated, and she pulled the old prince to continuously interrogate him about the matter. The old prince remained silent from beginning to end, causing Princess Anam to be so anxious that she paced around him in circles. Say something. My daughter died tragically, but as her mother, I don't even have the right to know. The vassal king of Anan looked at the princess consort and sighed deeply. I will send people to investigate this matter. Is it related to that self-explosion several years ago? The princess consort was unable to restrain her anger. You still won't tell me why that person self-exploded. Tell me, did someone deliberately frame my Huiyin? Princess consort, it's not that I don't want to tell you. You won't benefit from knowing this matter. The vassal king of Anan understood his princess consort too well. She was used to making her own decisions and couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in her eyes. She was already so strict with those concubines and concubines' daughters who didn't pose any threat in the inner court, let alone if she knew that the self-explosion back then was entirely due to someone else's revenge after Huiyin's willful and reckless behavior. She had doted on Huiyin since she was young, so she wouldn't find fault with herself when something happened and would definitely blame it all on the other party. If she knew that the crown prince also had a hand in the back, with the princess consort's personality, she definitely wouldn't take things lying down. He understood his highness too well. He usually looked gentle and cheerful and didn't seem to get angry, but once he wanted to deal with you, it definitely wouldn't be as simple as killing you. He would definitely dig deeper and uproot you. Several years ago, it was he who made a prompt decision to withdraw quickly and immediately send Huiyin out of the capital. Otherwise, Huiyin would probably have died back then. My Wu family is not to be trifled with in Guanlon City. Were you worried about, your highness? Tell me. The princess consort questioned angrily. Recently, the Duan family has been choosing noble ladies for the second son of the third branch. If you have time, bring a few more maidservants to visit the Duan family. The old prince straightened out his mood, stood up, and left after saying this. King consort Wu Hongma coldly watched as the vassal king of Anan walked out. She gnashed her teeth and said, Do you think I won't be able to find anything if you don't say anything? Huiyin, don't worry. Mother will definitely avenge you. Whoever dares to touch you, Mother will turn their entire family into ashes. Eternally lost. My Joe's section break. After 1.5 days of competition, the top 20 were decided. Disciples from the 3 sects and 5 groups were selected. However, among them, the Ghost sect suffered the most. Among the 3 sects, the Holy Water sect and the Heavenly Tao sect had 4 disciples each. The Daybreak sect had 3, the Purple Firmament faction had 4, and the Omni faction and Myriad faction had 2 each. Only the Ghost sect was the most pitiful, with only Peng Zhang being selected. Moreover, during the competition, Peng Zhang's level 10 Mystic Beast, the 1,000-faced venomous spider, had bitten many people from the other sects, causing Arbor to be very busy with detoxification. How infuriating! It caused her to have to save people while watching the competition. Peng Zhang had made countless enemies now, and even the other members of the 5 groups hated him to the core. Chapter 433. The first match of the top 20 was between Daybreak sect's Duan Yu and Ghost faction's Peng Zhang. Elder Ghost was a bit nervous. Their sect only had 1 person who entered the top 20. If they were eliminated this time, then they really would have no face left. If they couldn't even enter the top 10, how could they face the sect master when they returned? They would most likely be hacked to death by the sect master. Peng Zhang, you have to do well. Elder Ghost silently cheered for Peng Zhang in his mind. Peng Zhang coldly looked at the youth who was slowly walking up the stage with his arms folded. The youth was wearing a brocade robe and long shoes. He held a raven bone fan in his hand, and his face was as handsome as jade. Duan Yu was wielding a weapon. This was her first time seeing a youth wielding a weapon. Arbor's eyes brightened slightly. This was definitely the rhythm of beating Peng Zhang to death. Not bad, not bad, darling Xiao liked it. This Peng Zhang should have died long ago. He bounced around endlessly and made her so busy. Peng Zhang released the thousand-faced venomous spider. As soon as it was released, the thousand-faced venomous spider excitedly crawled around his feet, hissing as it brewed its venom. Summon your mystic beast, Peng Zhang said haughtily. Duan Yu sneered. Do I need to summon my mystic beast to deal with you guys? Don't joke around. He didn't say anything else and flung the raven bone fan out. The raven bone fan abruptly flew in front of Peng Zhang, but it was blocked by the mystic energy Peng Zhang channeled, unable to advance even half an inch. Peng Zhang sneered and was about to mock when his pupils abruptly contracted. Countless specks of cold light flew out from the raven-bone fan and whizzed towards Peng Zhang's surroundings before exploding in succession. Peng Zhang's expression abruptly changed. He mustered all the mystic energy in his body to launch a full-scale defense. But how could he make it in time? How could he have known that this punk would use a killing move as soon as he started? He didn't give the other party any time to prepare. This was not an ordinary concealed weapon. When the cold light exploded on his body, he could clearly feel that every bit of the cold light that flew out from the black-bone fan contained a strong, profound energy. The mystic energy he used to defend himself was completely unable to block the specks of cold light flying out of the raven-bone fan. Peng Zhang could feel that the defensive power around his body was weakening, and he could only activate his profound energy in a fluster to protect his body. He even shouted angrily, "Thousand-faced venomous spider." Hiss! The thousand-faced venomous spider swiftly crawled towards Duan Yu's leg. In the blink of an eye, the raven bone fan flew back into Duan Yu's hand. Duan Yu leaped, and his slender figure streaked across the air like a shadow. His long, loose hair suddenly swayed slightly. Hundreds of cold lights suddenly shot out from his hair and pounced on the thousand-faced venomous spider on the ground. Hua! Everyone watched nervously, and many people couldn't help but stand up. Elder Ghost's face was even more ashen. His fingers that were pinching the armrest had already turned slightly purple. You've done well. Peng Zhang, you're the only one left in the sect. After Duan Yu closed the raven bone fan in his hand, he flicked it slightly with his raised wrist. The black bone fan abruptly transformed into a long sword. Following the youth's figure, it was suddenly delivered to Peng Zhang's throat. The blazing sun was like fire, the sunlight shining down. At that moment, everyone felt as if the youth's figure that was suspended in midair had become transparent. The long sword slashed open Peng Zhang's neck. Peng Zhang turned pale with fright as his eyes bulged. He only heard cracking sounds coming from his throat, as if something warm was slowly flowing out. Bam! Peng Zhang powerlessly crashed to the ground. Dejected, Elder Ghost drooped his head down, laying down on the stool in defeat. Chapter 434. The youth gracefully landed on the ground and withdrew his long sword, turning it into a fan again as he gently waved it. Needless to say, this handsomeness not only made the coitus sex love-struck infatuated, but even their own Daybreak sex female disciples clasped their faces and called him senior martial brother. When Xixiao Valley's Valley Master rushed up, Peng Zhang had already breathed his last. His venomous spider was still hanging on by a thread after being attacked by 100 cold glints, but it immediately died the moment its master died. With one man and one beast's corpses strewn across the stage, the Valley Master didn't know what to say anymore. Say that the youth was too ruthless and killed his opponent in a few moves, but he didn't even summon out his mystic beast. He clearly went easy on him. In the end, it was still because Peng Zhang was too weak. Duan Yu was careless and killed him. In a moment of carelessness, Xishao Valley's Valley Master comforted himself like this, but even he couldn't continue making up this lie. After Xishao Valley's Valley Master announced the results of the match, Duan Yu jumped down from the stage and excitedly ran toward Arbor. "Jojo, I killed that bad guy. Are you happy?" Duan Yu's question caused the Ghost Faction disciples' faces to darken. "Happy," Arbor replied bluntly. "Humph." Emolian rolled her eyes at him. "I'll do it in one move." "Bah." Duan Yu simply moved a small square stool and squeezed himself next to Arbor. "Jojo, what grudge do you have with Mu Liangda? Tell me about it." Everyone pricked up their ears. After 2 more matches, it would be Arbor's match against Mu Liangda. Everyone felt that it would definitely be worth watching. Of course, they were also very curious as to why this little junior sister of the Holy Water sect kept wanting to challenge Mu Liangda one-on-one. Arbor tilted his head and pondered. "Enemy." The little fellow suddenly thought of something and left her seat to run to Daybreak's sect Master Liang Wanshan. She cupped her hands respectfully. "Sect Master, I'm going to kill your sect's disciple, Mu Liangda, in a moment. It has nothing to do with our sections. This is a personal grudge between me and him. Please forgive me if I'm overboard." The stifled sect Master Liang, the Heavenly Tao sect Master, Sitamin laughed. "Sect Master Liang, this little fellow came to greet you." Murong Sun also found her disciple unbearably adorable. When she received Liang Wanshan's speechless gaze, she broke into laughter and said, "I really don't know why. However, this disciple of mine has always said whatever she wants to say. If she says that she has a grudge against your virtue, then that's it. Since it's a personal grudge, this sect master shouldn't interfere too much." Liang Wanshan was also speechless. "It's just that Mu Liangda isn't as ordinary as you think." Liang Wanshan said hesitantly, "You might not be able to defeat him." "Sect Master Liang, don't worry. I'll definitely kill him." The little fellow swore and ran off. Liang Wanshan had a stifled look on his face. "Why am I getting more and more worried?" Everyone burst into laughter. Why did it sound like Sect Master Liang was going to kill Mu Liangda in the end, and even told the Sect Master not to worry? It was too comical. Arbor ran back to Emolian's side and told Duan Yu after sitting down, "I just greeted your Sect Master. I said that I'll kill Mu Liangda in a moment, and he agreed." Everyone looked at her like she was a little oddball and simply didn't know what to say. Duan Yu immediately lost his integrity and encouraged, "Jojo, do your best. You can do it." Emolian, that young man, where's your integrity? You're too shameless. Chapter 435. For the next 2 matches, they stopped after a certain point and were relatively harmonious. Shui Xiao and Bailey Shi fought, and Bailey Shi won. Wei Nanfeng and a Purple Firmament faction disciple fought, and Wei Nanfeng won. The 4th match was Arbor and Mu Liangda's match. The two were silent the entire time as they ascended the stage. They looked at each other and didn't speak for a long time. "I heard that you're also a talisman practitioner. Let me experience it." It was rare for Arbor to be in the mood to speak before the battle. Mu Liangda's face was gentle as he courteously bowed to Arbor. "Little junior sister, you should make the first move. You can summon that snow leopard of yours first. Just use the talismans when I tell you to. You like to talk so much nonsense. If you won't use it, I'll use it." Arbor swung her hand, and a row of talismans flew out and suddenly leaped in front of Mu Liangda. Mu Liangda's eyes abruptly constricted. He raised his dumbfounded face and foolishly looked at the little girl who suddenly made a move. What was going on? Mu Liangda was truly dumbfounded. Ever since he left Guanlan City's main residence, he really hadn't seen anyone who could throw out so many talismans in one go in all these years. His first thought was, is it fake? However, that row of talismans all gathered around him and abruptly tightened. Binding talisman matrix. Our dear Xiao Mu had long planned out how to deal with this Mu Liangda. Wasn't this person a talisman practitioner? Then she would use talisman matrices to deal with him and let him die a worthy death. However, she seemed to have overestimated this Mu Liangda. Staring at Mu Liangda, who was flustered in the binding talisman matrix and continuously using his shoulder and elbow to strike left and right, Arbor's eyes narrowed in displeasure. She asked in an extremely dissatisfied tone, "Are you really a talisman practitioner? Why can't you even crack such a simple binding talisman matrix?" This kind of binding talisman matrix was one of the more basic types of talisman matrices, and it only used beginner talismans. Even so, she could make Mu Yangda, a talisman practitioner, into such a sorry state. Arbor couldn't help but suspect that the person in front of her might just be a fake. Mu Yangda's expression truly changed. Binding talisman matrix. This was actually the binding talisman matrix that Patriarch once sighed and yearned for. Why did this girl know how to use talisman matrices? What's going on? None of the talisman patrician families in Guanlan City knew how to use the talisman array. How could this young lady use it? Mu Yangda couldn't believe his eyes. Moreover, from the girl's tone, it seemed that this binding glyph array was only the most basic glyph array to her. Who is she? Hurry up and use your talisman. Arbor glared at him unhappily. You don't have to go easy on me. Which eye of yours saw me going easy on you? Thus, a hilarious scene appeared on the stage. The little girl stood at the side of the stage and glared at Mu Yangda, who was trapped in the binding talisman array. What are you doing? Come out. Mu Yangda was speechless. Under the little fellow's repeated urging, he couldn't help but say angrily, "Little girl, don't go overboard in everything you do. Even if our patriarch were to come, he might not be able to immediately decipher this talisman formation of yours. What's more, it's just me." Xiao Mu creased her brows, truly dissatisfied to the extreme in her heart. She had originally thought that if this guy was a talisman expert, she wouldn't kill him first. She would first exchange a few pointers with him, then kill him. Hearing him say this, she felt uncomfortable all over, and the fury in her heart surged. "You big liar. Go to hell." Countless talismans flew out with a whoosh. He even said that he was a talisman practitioner. This stinky, shameless liar. Just looking at him made her angry. How dare he lie to her? What a waste of time. Everyone. Chapter 436. Liar. She really wanted to kill him. However, she also really wanted to test the power of other talisman masters. She had never competed with other talisman masters in all her years of drawing talismans. It felt so novel, and she really wanted to give it a try. Countless talismans flew out from under her sleeves and floated in front of the stupefied Mu Yangda. Fuck. What the hell was this? Where did this girl get so many talismans? Mu Yangda's eyes were dazed, and his mind was in a mess. These talismans floating in front of him were engraved with runes that he could not understand at all. No, he could understand a few of them. He understood the beginner-level speed talisman, the beginner-level strength talisman, and the beginner-level safety talisman. However, he actually could not understand a single one of the mysterious runes on the remaining 200 or so talismans. Heavens, although he was only from a side branch of the talisman patrician family, he had studied in the main family for a period of time after all, so he knew the general standard of talisman masters. Although there was no lack of people who were more talented and intelligent than him, he was definitely not the worst. But now, he felt that the talismans he drew were just a pile of shit in front of the little girl's talismans. The onlookers were simply speechless. Why was the scene so funny? What happened to the promised fierce battle? Why did they only see a circle of floating talismans surrounding Mu Yangda? The latter was like a clown, bumping around in this circle of talismans, but no matter what he did, he was unable to shake off that circle of talismans. The funniest thing was that the little fellow was actually anxious outside the circle of talismans and repeatedly urged others to quickly come out. You didn't throw this talisman array at others? You're anxious now? The onlookers were speechless. They asked themselves honestly, if any of them were in Mu Yangda's position, they would definitely not feel good and would definitely be driven crazy. Take out your talismans, hurry up. The little girl pulled a long face as she impatiently glared at Mu Yangda, who was trapped in the binding talisman array. Mu Yangda was about to go crazy from anger. Was this girl born to piss people off? Now that he was trapped in this talisman array, there was nothing he could do. Even if he took out talismans, he couldn't throw them out of this talisman array. He was completely bound in this area. Mu Yangda felt that this girl was doing it on purpose. She said that on purpose to trample on his pride and dignity. Arbor's black eyes widened. He was so angry that he wanted to stomp his feet. Was this person an idiot? Why did it feel like that idiot was speaking to him in a completely different world? She had already asked him to take out his talisman, so why didn't he do so? She really wanted to see what other talisman masters were like. She urgently wanted to know what level she, as an intermediate level symbol master, was at among the symbol masters. She was so angry that Mu Yangda, this stupid fellow, couldn't even fulfill such a small wish for her. A Violet Firmament faction disciple who was closest to the arena kindly reminded her, "Little junior sister, I think that Mu Yangda probably can't walk out of the talisman array you set up. If you want him to come out, then remove the talisman array." The battle between the two of them made the onlookers anxious. "You're so stupid. How can you not even crack such a basic binding talisman array? You're definitely not a talisman master. You big liar. You fooled everyone in Daybreak Sect." "Our dear Xiao," Mu angrily said. Chapter 437. Arbor's words immediately enraged Mu Yangda so much that his lungs were about to explode. How was he not a talisman practitioner? He was an orthodox talisman practitioner, all right? He came from a prestigious family. What kind of joke was this? Mu Yangda furiously took out 7 to 8 talismans from his inner world and flung them one by one at Arbor. "I'm a talisman practitioner. I'm a talisman practitioner from Guanlan City's Mu family. What would a little girl like you know?" Arbor scooped up those yellow talismans and carefully examined them one by one. She was so angry that she threw them all to the ground and stomped on them indignantly. "You liar. I knew how to draw these lousy beginner-level talismans when I was 7 years old. You still want to lie to me? You clearly stole these beginner-level talismans from who knows where, and you still dare to say that you drew them yourself. Shameless." Mu Yangda widened his eyes. However, the onlookers only felt that this scene was extremely exciting. From little junior sister's words, they completely understood one thing. She knew how to draw talismans when she was only 7 years old and was still a baby. Of course, Mu Yangda also understood. He stuttered in shock. You? Who is your master?" Arbor looked at Mu Yangda with disappointment. Her wish to spar with a talisman practitioner was completely dashed. Fortunately, she actively accepted the challenge last night and even drew 200 different talismans. What use was that? She had already completely lost the mood to talk now. Emolian was all too familiar with this expression of hers. With one look, she knew that the little fellow wouldn't be able to talk anymore. Sure enough, she suddenly released her small hand and threw a little chick into the air. At the same time, she summoned a ferrule from her conscious and swung it straight at Mu Yangda without another word. The 60 binding talismans moved again and circled around Mu Yangda with a whoosh. Greatly alarmed, Mu Yangda hurriedly dodged and shouted, "Mystic beast, come out!" Shriek! A shrill shriek came from midair, and the large cyan blue bird swooped down and spat out a large cloud of icy mist. In a single exchange, it froze the mystic beast that Mu Yangda had just summoned into a layer of frost. Then it lightly waved its sharp claws. With a soft pu sound, the Xian beast that was sealed in the snow was immediately smashed into pieces by the Qing Wan's claw and fell to the ground. This time, everyone was really shocked. Wei Nanfeng rolled and jumped up from the stool, his eyes staring straight as he subconsciously waved the distinguished scholar fan in his hand, muttering incessantly, "Savage, savage! What kind of Xian beast was this? This little girl is too scary." "Amazing, amazing!" Princess Mi, who was at the side, slapped her thigh and cheered. "This is what a hot-blooded battle is like." Ha ha ha! Mu Yangda's expression completely changed. He suddenly felt a terrifying aura of death approaching. The binding glyph array once again encircled his body. At the same time, the little girl had already raised her fist and rushed in front of him. Boom! A fist wrapped in dense, profound energy directly bombarded Mu Liangda's body. Mu Liangda blocked with a backhand, but due to the binding glyph array, most of his profound energy was restrained and unable to be used. As a result, he didn't even receive the little girl's first punch and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a kite with a broken string, he flew out backwards. The little fellow chased after him and swung her fist again. Another fist wrapped in profound energy. This time, it directly hammered a large hole in the arena, trapping Mu Liangda inside. Chapter 438. Immediately after a series of explosions, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the new hole in the stage. But Mu Liangda had already disappeared. From the looks of it, he should have completely fallen into that hole. The little girl expressionlessly stood at the edge of the hole and stared at Xixia Valley's Valley Master, who had flown onto the stage for a while. Xixia Valley's Valley Master speechlessly stared at her for a long time before ordering 2 disciples to go forward and carry Mu Liangda out of the hole. The onlookers couldn't help but be stupefied when they took a closer look. How could Mu Liangda's former graceful and exuberant face be seen? His entire face was even fatter than a pig's head, and his entire body was covered in blood. Yu. Mu Liangda was hanging on by a thread as he glared at Arbor with his eyes that had swollen into slits. He couldn't spit out another word for a long time. Mu Liangda, do you still remember Qiao Zhongbong, who entered Daybreak's sect at the same time as you? Arbor asked in a clear and cold voice as she stood with her hands behind her back. Qiao Zhongbong. Qiao Zhongbong. He didn't know how many years it had been since someone had mentioned this name to him. That youth who came from the countryside. That youth who was quite talented and was quite well-liked by his master back then. His age was about the same as his, so he should be in his 30s now. This little girl was called Arbor? Realization suddenly dawned on Mu Liangda, and he struggled to raise his head from the stretcher. His deformed face was slightly contorted as he strenuously enunciated each word. You're Qiao Zhongbong's daughter? That's right. Arbor nodded and looked at him solemnly. Back then, you saw that my father's talent was better than yours, so you were afraid that he would steal your limelight in front of Wei Cheng. Thus, you secretly poisoned him and damaged his mystic meridians, causing him to be driven out by Wei Cheng. I am Qiao Zhongbong's daughter. I came to avenge my father. Do you have any objections? Everyone, could he say anything if he had any objections? Could he beg for mercy if he had any objections? The little girl didn't wait for Mu Liangda to continue speaking and continued. Since you don't have any objections, you can go on your way with peace of mind. Wait. Mu Liangda narrowed his swollen eyes and coughed. You dare to kill me? I'm a member of Guanlan City's Mu clan. My clan's background is so powerful. How dare you? Before Mu Liangda could finish his nonsense, the little girl waved her small hand and directly threw a handful of colorless and odorless powder at him. What happened afterwards really was only a fleeting moment. It was so fast that even Xixia Valley's Valley Master, who was standing beside Mu Liangda, couldn't react in time. Mu Liangda, who was half sitting on a stretcher, rolled off the stretcher in pain. He covered his face with both hands and howled incessantly. After rolling on the arena for a while, his voice completely disappeared, and his entire person lay upright on the arena. Arbor's small face was stoic as he looked at Mu Liangda and shook his head in disappointment. I thought that you would at least be able to resist for a moment because of your research on poisons. Yet unexpectedly, he couldn't even resist for 2 minutes. He reckoned that he had also brought that bag of vicious medicinal powder from his home back then. Did he think that he could be so awesome just because he had a powerful clan background? Wasn't he just a weakling at the mercy of others? Xixia Valley's Valley Master glared at the little girl in front of him and was tongue-tied for a long time. He couldn't help but say angrily, "Little girl, the results of the competition were already out just now. You shouldn't have poisoned him and poisoned him to death." Arbor blinked. Didn't he die from his severe injuries? Chapter 439. Xixia Valley's Valley Master was simply infuriated by this child and glared at her back for a while before ordering people to carry Mu Liangda away. It was just at the deep hole in the arena could not be repaired right away. After the top 10 competitions name list was released, each of the three sects had 2 disciples qualified. Just based on the number of people, it was a complete victory. Ghost faction and Myriad faction's disciples were eliminated. Only Purple Firmament faction had 2 people qualified, while Coitus faction and Omni faction each had 1 person qualified. They were Coitus faction's Chi Mei and Omni faction's Ningbi Huan. Unfortunately, the next match was Omni faction's Ningbi Huan versus Coitus faction's Chi Mei. After Ningbi Huan ascended the stage, she hugged her silver spear and stood there with a dark expression. Although her face was not much different from her younger sister, Ning Baifan's, it was much gloomier than Ning Baifan's. She looked like someone owed her several million yuan all day long. Fortunately, she did not talk much and was not as annoying as her younger sister. After the little girl poisoned Mu Liangda to death, she was in a good mood and sat there listening to her senior sister's gossip. They were talking about Coitus faction's Granny Witch. I asked around. The reason Granny Witch hated Eldest Aunt Master so much was because her face was disfigured by Eldest Aunt Master back then. Chang Yushi was like an information broker, showing off the first-hand information she just obtained. What did you ask around? As Murong Sun's eldest disciple, Su Shanshan did not know her master had such a story. Shui Xiao couldn't resist laughing. Where else could she ask around? Second Aunt Master most likely told her. Chang Yushi rubbed her hands and giggled mischievously. Then do you want to hear it? Tell us quickly. The senior sisters hastily urged Chang Yushi not to keep them in suspense when they heard such an interesting story. At this time, a purple talisman floated in front of the little girl's eyes. She took out several cans of snacks and fruit in succession and distributed them to the senior sisters. The senior sisters couldn't help but be amused. Oh my, look at their little junior sister. She took out food as soon as she heard a story. Although she didn't say it, she was definitely 120% curious about their master's story. When the disciples from the other 2 sects who were close to each other saw the little fellow handing out food, they also came over to divide it up. It was supposed to be a martial arts competition, but they made it seem like a gathering of the masses. Let me tell you, didn't Granny Witch from the Joyous sect capture many beautiful men as vessels back then? As he said this, his finger continuously pointed at Sita Yi, Wei Nanfeng, Duan Yu, and the others who had come forward. People like this, and this, they're definitely targets for Granny Witch to capture. The handsome men all had innocent looks on their faces. The demonic art she practices is to absorb people's yang energy. The little girl silently took a bite of the apple and raised her head to look at Chang Yushi, who was getting more and more ridiculous with her words. She silently turned her head away, and Mo Yin couldn't help but laugh as she glanced at her. She raised her hand to remove a small piece of fruit peel from the corner of her lips. In short, she's using people as vessels to refine that thing in other people's bodies, such as profound energy and profound energy, to increase her own profound energy. It's said that it can even preserve her youth and beauty. Chang Yushi finally hit the nail on the head and vividly described. That night, it was a dark and windy night. Granny Witch captured several beautiful men and was at the critical juncture of absorbing their mystic energy. Eldest Aunt Master suddenly broke through the window and entered. Chapter 440. Just hearing Chang Yushi's description was quite comical, so it could be imagined how delightful that scene was back then. After Eldest Aunt Master broke the window and entered, she yelled, "I'm about to die." How did you know that Eldest Aunt Master yelled, "I'm about to die"? Right. How did you know? Everyone asked curiously. Second Aunt Master must have made it up. Shui Xiao pursed her lips and said with a smile, "How is that making it up?" Chang Yushi glared at her. Eldest Aunt Master yelled, "I'm about to die," and then rushed up. She lifted Granny Witch, who was at the critical juncture of her cultivation, and gave her a violent beating. And then everyone's eyes turned round as they questioned her curiously. What else is there? Apparently, Eldest Aunt Master broke Granny Witch's cultivation on the spot. Her fair, tender, and juicy face turned into her current appearance in minutes. Chicken skin and crane hair, TSK, TSK. She's very different from her past self. Chang Yushi spoke too loudly. So much so that Granny Witch and the rest all heard her, and they shot stern gazes in their direction. The Holy Water Sect's senior and junior sisters stuck out their tongues in laughter. They all pretended not to see the coitus faction's man-eating expression and averted their gazes. Everyone lowered their voices and continued to laugh and chat for a while. They all thought that it was no wonder Granny, which looked like she wanted to eat someone, when she saw eldest Ant Master. It turned out that there was such a thing going on. At this time, after everyone finished gossiping, they finally discovered that Ning Bihuan had been standing alone on the stage for quite a while. At this time, Ning Bihuan hugged her silver spear and asked impatiently, "Is that coitus faction's Chi Mei coming to compete or not? If she doesn't want to compete, then treat it as a forfeit and directly announce the results." However, Granny Witch's expression was very unsightly. Her expression was already unsightly enough when everyone in the Holy Water Sect knew about her gossip just now. At this time, Mayor only went to relieve herself, but she was even more displeased that she still hadn't returned. After a while, when Ning Bihuan was already so impatient that she wanted Xixiao Valley's Valley Master to announce the results again, a figure wrapped in a black cloak suddenly jumped onto the stage. At first glance, Granny Witch discovered that the person under the cloak wasn't her disciple Chi Mei. She stood up at once and berated with a slightly grave expression. "Who are you? You're not Mei. What'd you do to Mei?" The people from the other sects were naturally not familiar with Chi Mei. When they heard what Granny Witch said, they could not help but feel a little strange. Why were there still people rushing to replace Chi Mei in the arena to fight Ning Bihuan? Ning Bihuan wasn't an easy bone to chew on. However, the person on stage didn't say much and directly sent out a wave of profound energy towards Ning Bihuan. Ning Bihuan raised her eyebrows. She raised her silver spear and charged forward. The two of them exchanged dozens of blows. Ning Bihuan curled her lips and coldly said, "Who the hell are you? You're not a disciple of Coitus Sect, are you?" The person who came did not make a sound. However, Morong Sun had already recognized the person at this time. Her face instantly darkened, and her complexion was quite unsightly. Yang Shirong looked at her expression and asked curiously, "What's wrong, senior sister?" "It was Ling Min," Morong Sun said coldly. "What?" The two peak masters couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. They all knew that Morong Sun did not bring Yi Lingmin with her on this trip, so her sudden appearance meant that she escaped from Sky Peak's Duanqing Cliff. Chapter 441. Yi Lingmin actually escaped from Sky Peak's Duanqing Cliff on her own and entered the arena to compete without permission. Her guts were already abnormally big. At this time, Coitus faction's Chi Mei ran over, flustered and exasperated. Everyone turned to look and saw that unlucky woman's stench wafting over, as if she had crawled out of the cesspit. "Master, that person Chi Mei was so drunk from her own stench that she cried. How could she have known that when she went to relieve herself normally, someone actually covered her head with a sack from behind and beat her up? Her entire body was covered with the smell of feces and urine. Whoa, too infuriating, truly infuriating. Disaster fell from the sky when she was relieving herself. This kind of luck was indeed unparalleled. Everyone looked at this stinky girl with sympathetic gazes. Even her master, Granny Witch, disliked her stench and hurriedly avoided her when she walked over. It was truly an unexpected disaster with overwhelming bad luck. Such a delicate beauty coughing and stinking of urine truly didn't smell good. "Hurry up and go wash up," Granny Witch angrily rebuked. She still dared to make a fool of herself in front of others with such a pestilent appearance. Her old face was completely thrown away by this idiot. "Senior sister, I'll accompany you to wash up." Chi-Er, who was dressed in plain clothes and only had a small pink beaded flower on her head, walked over and draped a robe over the stinky Chi Mei. Chi Mei also knew that if she continued to stand here, she would definitely be an eyesore to her master. Hearing this, she could only follow Chi-Hua to wash up and change clothes, hating the woman who snatched the arena from her to the bone. The two of them didn't walk far when they saw a hunchbacked old man being supported over. To avoid the old man's disdain, Chi-Hua hurriedly pulled her senior sister a little closer and left after casting a glance out of the corner of her eye. "Sir, those two are disciples of Coitus faction," Chio-san whispered. "Vulgar women, withered flowers and withered willows." Luigi coughed a few times and stood still, his cold gaze fixed on the arena. "My lord, the strength of these two lower domain disciples is comparable to our soldiers," Chio-san said. He's just an outer court soldier material and doesn't even have the qualifications to guard the inner court." Luigi's eyes were full of disdain. Suddenly, Luigi's body stiffened, and his expression changed slightly because Mo Yin and Arbor both turned their heads and gazed coldly at them. At the same time, Duan Yu also turned around with a grin and raised his brow. His gaze swept over Luigi and Chio-san before withdrawing. Luigi didn't see Duan Yu and Peng Zhang's battle, so he didn't know how strong this youth was. However, he had a deep impression of Mo Yin, a youth who could control a powerful fire spirit. Even he did not dare to easily offend him. At this moment, they were very far away from the arena, but even so, those three people could still sense them. It had to be said that even Luigi was surprised by their sharp acuity. At this time, the competition on the arena had already entered a white-hot stage. The silver spear in Ning Bihuan's hand suddenly lifted Yi Lingmin's headscarf and cloak, exposing her entire face to everyone. "Senior Sister Yi?" Many Holy Water sect disciples covered their mouths as they exclaimed softly. Yi Lingmin was holding a willow leaf saber. Because her shoulder had been struck by the mystic energy seeping out from the silver spear, her shoulder was already red. She was extremely furious, and her mind was in a mess, so her saber technique was out of order. Chapter 442. She did not spend so much effort to participate in the competition to lose to this woman in front of her. She wanted to prove to her master that not choosing her to participate in the competition was absolutely a wrong decision. Ning Bihuan creased her brows and coldly said, "Admit defeat. I don't want to take your life, so leave the stage yourself." With a shake of her silver spear, she directly sent Yi Lingmin flying. Yi Lingmin rolled 3 times on the stage before plopping down on the ground. Her eyes revealed her unwillingness to admit defeat, and she ferociously glared at Ning Bihuan. "You think you've won for sure?" The two of them did not summon their mystic beast from beginning to end, as if they had made a pact together. Ning Bihuan shook her head. "You're a Holy Water sect disciple, right? You didn't go through the early stages of the competition and directly skipped levels to participate in the finals. This is already against the rules. I didn't bicker with you, so you should quit while you're ahead. I'm telling you, you can't win against me." Yi Lingmin's stubborn temper flared up, and she suddenly flipped her hand, pinching a small bottle in her hand. The eyelids of the 3 peak masters sitting in the front seats all twitched. Murong Sun's face darkened, and she had just shouted Lingmin when she saw Yi Lingmin uncorking the bottle and drinking the 3 drops of holy water she had preserved until now in one gulp. Holy Water sect disciples all knew that holy water was most effective and improved the fastest when it was consumed for the first and second time. Yi Lingmin had been reluctant to consume it a second time and had been accumulating holy water the entire time. Every time she asked Lady Holy Water for more holy water, she would preserve it until today. She swallowed it all in one gulp. The 3 peak masters' expressions were abnormally unsightly. Soon, all the mystic energy from all directions gathered above Yi Lingmin's head, forming a small vortex of stars that continuously gathered inside her body, until it completely erupted. Yi Lingmin advanced in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with intense incredulity. Everyone knew how difficult and dangerous it was for a great level 10 Mystic Cultivator to advance to a great level 11 Mystic Cultivator. But what happened just now? Why did Yi Lingmin suddenly break through the barrier of great level 10 mystic cultivator? Before everyone could react, Yi Lingmin had already jumped up on the spot and energetically swung her saber. The lancet spun in the air and whooshed towards Ningbi Huan. Ningbi Huan's silver spear flew up. With a solemn expression, she flicked it at Yi Lingmin's blade. Immediately, she felt her wrists suddenly become heavy, and she almost lost her grip on the silver spear. "Let go!" Yi Lingmin shouted in an awe-inspiring manner. She suddenly pulled back her lancet and chopped at Ningbi Huan's left wrist. Ningbi Huan had no choice but to retreat, but the silver spear in her hand was suddenly snatched away by Yi Lingmin. With a kick, she sent it flying. With a whoosh, it landed on the stage and stuck into the ground at an angle. Everyone was silent. Murong Sun's expression was indescribably unsightly. However, Coitus Sec's Granny Witch's eyes were filled with doubt. Could this be the legendary Holy Water Spring of the Holy Water Sect? Its effects were truly so good that one could immediately advance from a level 10 Great Mystic Cultivator to level 11 after drinking a mouthful, crushing Ningbi Huan, who was also a great level 10 Mystic Cultivator, in a matter of minutes. The godly water was really that effective. I won. Amidst the silent audience, Yi Lingmin raised the lancet in her hand above her head and shouted. On the side, Ningbi Huan clutched her chest and silently glanced at her. She directly walked to her silver spear and pulled it out from the ground. Then, she swiftly jumped off the stage and left. Chapter 443. Xixia Valley's Valley Master was baffled and did not know whether he should go on stage to announce the results of the competition. Seeing that no one else was going up, Yi Lingmin jumped down from the stage and walked straight to Murong Sun. She straightened her neck and bowed to the 3 peak masters. "Master, Ant Master." Murong Sun's expression was unsightly to the extreme. She coldly stared at Yi Lingmin and did not say anything. She merely stared at her for a long time. This extremely powerful silent stare caused Yi Lingmin to panic. In reality, it would be best if she could enter closed-door cultivation right now. In order to win the competition just now, she swallowed 3 drops of holy water at once and forcefully raised her cultivation to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, obtaining an overwhelming victory. However, in reality, she did not completely assimilate these 3 drops of holy water. If she wanted to completely stabilize her cultivation as a level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, she still needed a period of closed-door cultivation. She merely wanted to win too much. She wanted to display herself in front of her master and obtain her master's approval and affirmation too much. She wanted her master to know that she, Yi Lingmin, her master's 3rd disciple, was not inferior to anyone else. But right now, her master's aloof gaze made her feel afraid from the bottom of her heart. Yi Lingmin quietly called out, "Master." "Lingmin, it's because I don't know how to teach disciples that your willful, reckless, and lawless personality is today." Murong Sun's disappointed gaze made Yi Lingmin's heart tremble. Why was it like this? She won the fight. Why was her master so disappointed in her even though she won? Didn't she win? "Master." Yi Lingmin completely panicked and looked at the other 2 ant masters in a daze. However, the 2 people she saw had the same grave expression. "Master." Yi Lingmin wanted to reach out and grab Murong Sun's sleeve. However, Murong Sun pushed her back 2 steps. She dazedly stood there and looked up at her unfamiliar master in a daze. "From today onward, you are no longer my disciple. You are also no longer a disciple of the Holy Water Sect. Go," Murong Sun said aloofly. As if struck by lightning, Yi Lingmin staggered back 2 steps and looked up at Murong Sun with tear-filled eyes. She could not help but ask, "Why, master? Why?" 3rd senior sister, the other disciples of First Peak, were also dumbfounded. They wanted to surround Murong Sun and dissuade her, but none of them dared to move when they saw Murong Sun's warning gaze. Yi Lingmin suddenly knelt in front of Murong Sun with a plop and wailed, "Master, master, don't chase me away, master. Disciple was wrong, master. Your disciple was disobedient and shouldn't have run away from Duantian Cliff. Master, please forgive me this once. Master, Master, don't chase your disciple away. Murong Sun had already made up her mind. Even if other people came over to put in a few good words for Yi Lingmin, Murong Sun still insisted on expelling Yi Lingmin from the sect. Master, you can leave. Go back and think about what you did wrong. If you feel guilty in the future, take good care of your former sister when we meet again in the pugilistic world. Murong Sun turned around and did not look at Yi Lingmin again. Master, Yi Lingmin was completely flustered. She turned around and saw Arbor in a daze. She rushed in front of her and grabbed her arm, begging for mercy. Little junior sister, help third senior sister. Little junior sister, go beg Master. Master likes you the most. If you speak up for me, she will definitely listen to you. Little junior sister, senior sister is begging you. Chapter 444. Third senior sister. Arbor blinked and looked up at Murong Sun, who was standing on the side with her back facing them. She only felt that Master's back was stiff, as if she was hiding 1,000 things that she couldn't say. Third senior sister, Master is in a fit of anger right now. How about you leave first, and I'll slowly persuade Master? Arbor asked softly. Yi Lingmin glanced at Arbor with teary eyes. Little junior sister, you'll really help me? Arbor nodded solemnly. Sorry. Yi Lingmin didn't expect that her little junior sister, whom she dissed the first time they met, would disregard former enmity and help her. She tightly grasped the little girl's hands and gripped them tightly. She turned around to glance at Murong Sun's cold back and didn't dare to linger any longer, running away in tears. On the other end, Lu Yizhi and Xiao-san's figures had long disappeared. Xiao-san supported Lu Yizhi as they walked out of the arena. Lu Yizhi was so excited that he couldn't control himself the entire way, and his entire body was trembling lightly. It's not the holy water spring. It definitely isn't the holy water spring. How is this some holy water spring? Just now, he clearly saw that the holy water sect girl in the competition clearly swallowed 3 drops of water. 3 drops. 3 drops of water immediately raised her from level 10 to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator. Such a large leap. Ha 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 ha. He was now very clear that the holy water spring was definitely a smokescreen thrown out by the holy water sect to conceal the holy water's true identity. They deceived the world for so many years. Ha 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 ha. Great. A tiny lower star domain's holy water sect could actually do whatever they wanted under the 6 prefectures' noses. How audacious. How is this some holy water spring? It was clearly holy water. Speaking of holy water, one had to mention the 5 spirits' origins. Everyone in the 6 prefectures knew that as long as one comprehended one of the 5 spirits' origins when breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator, they could smoothly enter a higher realm and achieve the transition from the mystic realm to the spiritual realm. And among the 10 levels of the water origins, the one and only and unparalleled origin among the origins was holy water. Normally, everyone's comprehension of the 5 spirits' origins was between the 1st and the 5th level. Only those with especially good talent could comprehend the origins of the higher levels. What was the holy water? That was the foundation that could crush all the water spirits below the 9th level. Once the Holy Spirit appeared, no one would be able to contend against it. This was the holy water, holy fire, holy wood, holy earth, and holy lightning of the 5 spirit origins. Quickly go and inform all of Shuntian Prefecture's forces on Seacombe Planet. Immediately travel day and night to the holy water sect outside 5 Moon City. We must obtain the sacred water before the other 5 prefectures. Holy water was such an important item, so the holy water sect definitely wouldn't bring it with them when they went out this time. Presumably, it was currently quietly staying in the holy water sect's secret ground, waiting for their Shuntian prefecture to come and harvest it. Ha 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 ha. No, she was waiting for him. Lu Yizhi went to seize it. Yes. Xiao-san immediately cupped his fists and left in a hurry. Lu Yizhi looked up at the dark blue sky and narrowed his cold eyes slightly. He coughed several times and sneered. It seems like The weather is about to change. The rest of the competition became dull and boring. Moreover, many people's minds were no longer on the competition. In the end, it was Darling Xiao who obtained victory. Why? Because the other top four, such as Duan Yu, Su Shanshan, Sid Yi, and Bailey Shi, couldn't be bothered to fight with her, so she automatically advanced to first place. Chapter 445. However, she did not feel excited or joyful at all. In the end, the three sects won a complete victory, but there was no joy on the Holy Water sect's three-peak masters' faces. When she returned to her courtyard, all the senior sisters ran over to give her gifts. They glorified it by saying that little junior sister had won honor for the Holy Water sect, so they gave gifts to the champion. Su Shanshan gave her a level 15 mystic dagger and told her that she took it from Maple Pavilion and that it was quite handy. Arbor's intuition was a bit strange. Her senior sisters all ran over to give her gifts, and they were all very valuable. What happened? Arbor asked seriously. What could happen? Yang Shirong smiled and said, My little disciple, you've been in the sect for so many years, but you've never returned home. How about you go home and take a look this time? Arbor nodded. She also had this plan, but she had more or less assimilated her essence water recently, so she could not suppress her cultivation anymore. She planned to find a place to raise her cultivation before going home. Master, are you still angry at third senior sister? Arbor walked to Murong Sun and tugged on her sleeve. Can't forgive her? You know what kind of person she is. Master always knew that she was unyielding and competitive, but why was she so angry today? Arbor felt that she must have overlooked something. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and Arbor hastily asked, Is it the holy water? Because third senior sister used holy water on the spot and attracted attention? Then what about the sect's master and senior sisters? Arbor only felt that things were a bit off. Silly child, what could happen? Murong Sun said with a smile, Don't let your imagination run wild. Go rest early. The other sects have to leave Dwelling Valley tomorrow morning. We also have to leave. Child, you haven't returned for so many years, so your parents must be worried. Stay at home for a while when you go back this time. You don't have to rush back since there's nothing going on in the sect anyway. Murong Sun tugged on Arbor's hand and quietly instructed, Being outside is different from being in the sect. Be careful of everything and take good care of yourself along the way. Young Master Mo is here, Su Shanshan said. Arbor walked out, a little unhappy. Mo Yin took her little hand and squeezed it. What's wrong? Because I'm leaving tomorrow? Can't bear to part with me? The little fellow was not in the mood to talk and laugh. She looked up at him sullenly. He suddenly thought of something and rummaged through his purple amulet. He took out a small rectangular iron box and threw it to Mo Yin. I don't know how to open this. Mo Yin couldn't help but laugh. She lowered her head to look at the small rectangular metal box. It was cast so tightly that there wasn't a single opening. Duan, you should know. The little fellow was still a bit sullen. Help me hand it to him so he can study it. If you go back to the sect, then we'll have to go our separate ways tomorrow. Don't leave me with a sour, gourd face. The only thing I can't forget is your little sour, gourd face. Mo Yin suddenly reached out to lift her small face. Xiao Xiao, give me a serious smile. I really haven't seen you smile in all these years. Arbor rolled her eyes at him. How could she smile for no reason? How about I tell you a joke for you to smile? Mo Yin reached out to tease her little face. Go ahead. The little stoic was not happy at all. Once upon a time, there was a bad guy called Duan Yu. One day, he was beaten to death by a good person called Mo Yin. Arbor. Chapter 446. It really was hilarious. Arbor glanced at him and poked his chest with his finger. It's not funny. Mo Yin reached out and pulled the little fellow into her arms, chuckling softly as she hugged her. Suddenly, an indignant voice came from the door. Duan Yu dashed over and shouted in a huff. Of course it's not funny. Jojo, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm an incomparably good person. Incomparably good? Mo Yin threw him a slightly disdainful look before casually smashing that small rectangular metal box at his head. Duan Yu was so angry that he wanted to send it flying with a kick. However, just as his foot was about to touch the small metal box, Mo Yin's voice leisurely rang out. Jojo's. Duan Yu staggered, and his kick abruptly changed into a grab. His movements were practiced and smooth as he snatched the small, lousy box into his hand. This should be a concealed weapon box, Mo Yin said dryly. Duan Yu smugly looked up and cast him a sidelong glance. He snorted and waved the small metal box in his hand, bragging, "Don't tell me it's broken. Let me tell you, this concealed weapon box is a sealing technique passed down from ancient times. Normal people absolutely can't open the seal on the outside. I'm 99% certain that there's good stuff inside." This small metal box had troubled darling Xiao for many years. When she had nothing to do, she would fiddle with it in her hands. She had soaked it in water, roasted it in fire, and even pricked it with a needle before throwing it into a frying pan. Cough, cough. Now that she heard Duan Yu's words, the little fellow pattered over to him with great interest and urged repeatedly, "Hurry and open it." "You can open it too." Duan Yu tossed the small metal box and pulled Arbor to his side with one hand. He said with a chuckle, "You have to call me Big Brother." Classmate Mo's face darkened. Duan Yu, that punk, really knew how to push his luck. He originally thought that the icy little fellow would refuse, so Duan Yu was only joking. Who would have thought that the next second, darling Xiao straightforwardly called him Big Brother in a clear and crisp voice. She even impatiently tugged at his sleeve. "Let's go." Duan Yu was taken aback. Mo Yin was furious. His handsome face was ashen as he reached out and pulled the little fellow into his arms. His entire body was filled with low pressure. No matter how slow-witted Xiao Mu was, she could still feel the displeasure that filled her entire body. The little fellow lifted his head from his arms and looked at his expression in bewilderment. He asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" "You called a brother." Mo Yin gritted her teeth. Arbor nodded and turned his stoic face to look at the foolishly smiling Duan Yu. He asked with a frown, "What's wrong with him? If it's not my brother, then is it my sister?" Mo Yin, why am I speechless? Mo Yin's shoulders trembled, and she lowered her head to hug the little lady with a stifled chuckle. For a moment, she couldn't restrain her laughter. His darling was still young. When Duan Yu returned to his senses and heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at Mo Yin and harumphed. "What are you laughing at? If I'm the older sister, then you're also the older sister. TSK, do you think that face of yours is inferior to mine when it comes to pretending to be a girl?" "Bah, who's a girl? Your whole family is made up of girls." "Jojo, let's go. Don't get touchy. Lead the way." Mo Yin swatted away Duan Yu's restless paw, which earned Duan Yu's furious glare. Chapter 447. The three of them shifted to another room and sat down. After placing the small metal box on the table, Duan Yu took out a dozen or so exquisite tools from his inner world. The little girl propped up her cheeks with both hands as she curiously watched Duan Yu work with her dark eyes. She really couldn't come up with something like this. She was a bit angry just thinking about it. With her brilliant brain, she couldn't even open a concealed weapon box. It was truly infuriating. This kind of concealed weapon box that has been passed down since ancient times was sealed by the ancestors using a kind of pouring technique. It can't be opened even if you slash it with a sword, soak in water, or burn it with fire. When Duan Yu said this, he reflexively looked up at Miss Qiao and discovered a strange expression on her face. Duan Yu couldn't help chuckling in spite of himself. Don't tell me you've already used all the methods I've just mentioned." As he said this, he couldn't help coughing several times while stifling his laughter. Darling Qiao harumphed and rolled her eyes at him. "Ha ha 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 ha." Duan Yu couldn't hold back his hearty laughter. Blame her for being uncultured. Now that she was being laughed at, Xiao Mu simply turned her face aside. However, she saw that although Mo Yin didn't laugh out loud like the dunce Duan Yu, he still couldn't conceal the smile in his eyes. That smile was practically flowing out from his pair of slightly curved phoenix eyes. Tisk, Duan Yu controlled his laughter and quickly placated the little fellow. "You can't be blamed for being stupid." Our dear Xiao Mu's eyes widened. This darling wasn't stupid to begin with. Only the Duan family of Guanlan City knows a thing or two about this kind of pouring technique. However, they also don't know how to unseal it. That family head of theirs is absolutely stupid. Even after learning concealed weapons for so many years, he probably can't open it. Duan Yu pursed his lips in disdain when he recalled the faces of those people from the Duan family. Arbor quickly urged, "Hurry up and do it. Don't tell me you're going to waste time until daybreak." Duan Yu's smile faded, and he lowered his head to take the small metal box in his hand. He took out a small pointed, all forged from ice crystals, and lightly fiddled with the four corners of the metal box. She didn't see how he did it, but his movements were so practiced that it dazzled the eyes. There was only a light click sound. There was a small hole in the top of the small iron box that was so tightly sealed that there wasn't even the slightest gap. The three heads immediately gathered together, and Duan Yu simply stood up with a half-bent waist. He turned the small metal box upside down and picked up a small metal bowl in passing. A stream of corrosive liquid flowed out of the small hole, and when it fell into the small iron bowl, it made a sizzling sound. Wow! That hidden weapon master used poison to seal this hidden weapon box. Arbor recalled that she had thrown this thing into the frying pan. Cough, cough, cough. Fortunately, this concealed weapon master's craftsmanship was exceptional. Otherwise, wouldn't Fat Sis's 30-year-old family heirloom have been ruined? Duan Yu couldn't help teasing her when he saw the little fellow's odd expression while his hands busied themselves. "What? Did you fry it in a pot of oil?" "Baby Chow, why am I suddenly speechless?" The two youths looked at her little face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You really did bomb before?" "Humph." Arbor propped up her chin with both hands and simply turned her head to the side to ignore them. Duan Yu's movements were rather fast. As he spoke, he had already poured out all the corrosive poison from a small hole. Then he took out a long and thin needle. His eyes were focused, and his movements were extremely slow as he inserted the needle. Chapter 448. Arbor nervously held her breath. Was this strange little iron box that had perplexed her for so many years finally going to be solved? Her large, dark eyes emitted a joyous glint. Crack, 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 crack. Duan Yu put down the needles in his hand and quickly placed the little iron box flat on the table. His eyes narrowed as he looked at it. The sound of a delicate spring opening could be heard from the iron box's interior. Suddenly, the two youths reached out at the same time and pulled Arbor to her feet, dragging her backward. This curious darling was stretching out her large head at the time and was caught off guard, causing her to topple backward. Mo Lien swiftly caught her and carried her up by the waist before swiftly retreating out the door. Just as the three of them stepped out of the door, Mo Lien hugged the little fellow tightly in her arms and pressed her down, causing the three of them to lie down on the ground together. They then heard an earth-shattering explosion from inside the door. The perfectly fine door was instantly blown into pieces and completely destroyed. Not only did it alarm everyone from the 3 sects and 5 factions, it even scared Shishao Valley's Valley Master to the point of jumping up from his stool and roaring angrily. "Which bastard is blowing up the room?" Shishao Valley's Valley Master was shocked to the point of jumping up from his chair and roaring angrily. "Which bastard is blowing up the room?" He had already swiftly dashed out the door towards the source of the sound. When the 3 sects and 5 factions, as well as Shishao Valley's large group of disciples, rushed to the door of this room, they saw that the room was in a complete mess. After the explosion, Mo Yin and the other two promptly scooped up the metal box that had been blown out of the door and hastily ran away. Who would still foolishly stay in the same spot and wait for someone to berate them? At this time, they were running and flying, only stopping when they were far away from the southern courtyard. This place was a secluded cave in Shishao Valley that was usually uninhabited. The three of them finally sighed in relief and exchanged glances. Arbor couldn't help but be amused by this glance. The two handsome youths, who had always tidied themselves up neatly, were now covered in dirt, as if they had jumped out from some corner of the earth. Their long hair was messy, and there was a lot of mud on their faces, making them look funny. Mo Yin's white robe was covered in dust. Her entire body was covered in dust. Duan Yu wasn't that good-looking either. His brocade robe's collar was covered in small clumps of dirt, and he was trembling as he stood there. Ha 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 ha! A clear and melodious laughter that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar suddenly rang out. The two youths who were tidying up their clothes suddenly turned their heads, their eyes widening at the same time as they looked in shock at the little girl in front of them who was holding her stomach and laughing. Emolienne, who had recovered her wits, flew to the little girl with a whoosh and scooped her into a hug. She excitedly murmured as she hugged her, "Jojo, you smiled, Jojo, you smiled, you smiled." It was no longer that cold and stiff smile that cracked the corners of her mouth, nor was it that expressionless little stoic face. She really smiled. Her smile was so lively and adorable as snow. In that instant, Emolienne only felt as if the entire world had been lit up by her. The grayish-white color suddenly turned into a myriad of colors, and it was extremely beautiful. The slow-witted Duan didn't manage to snatch the little girl, so he circled around the two of them and stretched out his hand, shouting, "Hurry and move aside, move aside." He hadn't seen the little girl smile so happily for half his life. Now that he finally saw it, he only saw it for a second before that rascal Emolienne blocked him. Truly too hateful. Chapter 449. Jojo. Emolienne reached out to cup the little girl's small face, which still carried a trace of a smile. He lowered his head and nuzzled her smooth forehead, saying, "I hope that you will always be like this in the future, happy and happy." It would be even better if she had a permanent smile. Duan couldn't snatch the little girl and could only glare from the side, but he still nodded when he heard this. Although that guy was very hateful, his words seemed to make sense, so he reluctantly agreed. Arbor suddenly reached out to pinch a speck of mud from Emolienne's face and shouted unhappily, "The mud on your face got on my face." Ha ha! This time, it was Duan turn to be amused, and he guffawed while pointing at Emolienne. Emolienne simply shamelessly picked up the little girl and purposely rubbed against her face. "Right, we're all muddy, so you should join us too. Right. This is called enjoying blessings and enduring misfortune together." Duan interjected. Arbor actually guffawed, his pair of dark eyes brimming with mirth as he gazed at Emolienne like this. It was as if the haze in his heart had dispersed by quite a bit. "Jojo." Emolienne caressed her small face, unable to contain the smile on her lips. "Thankfully, we slipped away quickly. Otherwise, if we encountered Old Man Shishia, we would have been nagged by him again," Duan exclaimed as he patted the dust off his sleeves. Emolienne turned around to glare at him. "You still have the cheek to say that. You even boasted that you were invincible, as if you could immediately open the concealed weapon box in your hands. Now we're all in such a sorry state. It was an accident. Duan chuckled awkwardly and rubbed his nose. His peach blossom eyes flickered as he cast a bright and charming wink at Arbor. "Don't worry, Jojo, it was just a small spring that wasn't turned on earlier, so it ended up like that. I'll do it again this time, and it'll be done right away." Emolienne hugged Arbor, and the two jumped back in unison. What are you doing? Don't look at me with such distrust. Trust, Trust. Go. Let's go into the cave and make sure we succeed this time." Duan simply ran to their side and grabbed one in each hand, making the two unwilling people follow him into the cave. Succeed or die trying. The illuminating pearl flew high up in the air, illuminating the cave. Emolienne pulled Arbor to sit a little further away, closer to the entrance of the cave. It would be more convenient for them to escape later. "Why are you sitting so far away?" Duan pestered them again and sat down across from them. He picked out a long needle and started fiddling with that hole again. "Don't worry, I'm an experienced worker. It really was just a slip of the hand earlier." Duan looked up with a chuckle and winked at Arbor. "Jojo, trust, I'm the person you trust the most." Arbor's gaze flickered, and he stared fixedly at the youth. A smile hung on Duan lips as he skillfully inserted the slender needle. His frivolous smile disappeared and replaced it with a serious expression as he cracked the spring that fit the inside. "Kacha, kacha, 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 kacha." Several sounds rang out in succession, and Arbor's heart was pulled by these sounds, and his small face was filled with anxiety. Mo Lien patted his back to comfort him. Suddenly, they heard a very light and crisp crack right next to their ears. The small metal box suddenly peeled open like a flower petal, revealing a transparent, crystalline square box inside. Chapter 450. Through the transparent crystal, one could see a thin piece of paper swaying in the crystal, rolling up and unrolling. It was very lively. "What is this?" Arbor exclaimed. "The Tianji treasure blueprint." The two youths exclaimed in unison, their faces full of shock. "What is the Tianji treasure blueprint?" Arbor tugged at Mo Lien's sleeve. "Speaking of the Tianji treasure blueprint, we have to talk about this person, Tianji Z. He was a very impressive trap and concealed weapons master 300 years ago." Duan Yu interrupted. "This person was proficient in the art of traps and concealed weapons, and his skills were not simple at all. I was wondering who made this kind of concealed weapon box that had long been lost. So it was him. The art of traps and concealed weapons? Then this whatever map is actually a secret manual on traps and concealed weapons? It was truly bizarre. How did the Holy Water sect even have this thing? Then this thing is definitely useless to me." Arbor was discouraged. She didn't understand traps and concealed weapons, so what did she need this thing for? "Here you go. Take it and study it." The little fellow unhappily pushed that transparent crystal towards Mo Lien and Duan Yu. The two youths couldn't help but laugh. "Jojo, do you know that if news of this Tianji treasure blueprint leaked out, it would cause a commotion?" Mo Lien helplessly looked at this ignorant little girl. "Where did you get it?" The little girl was disappointed. To her, it was useless even if it caused a commotion in the 6 prefectures and 3 provinces. A lousy map was completely useless to her. No matter how much of a commotion it caused, it couldn't excite her. "When I went to Maple Pavilion to choose mystic techniques, it followed me all the way neurotically." She was depressed at the mention of this. At that time, she was running out of time, and this metal box tricked her just like that. Io. This darling was still unhappy. Duan Yu couldn't help but be amused. "Jojo, let me tell you, you really picked up a treasure this time." "Really? What? What treasure?" To the two youths who liked to study traps and concealed weapons, it was a treasure. But to her, it was just a piece of shit map. Seeing the little girl's gloomy face, the two youths laughed and stopped teasing her. Mo Yin said, "Duan Yu is right this time. This really is a treasure. That's because this map itself is a divine artifact that Tianji spent his entire life forging." Xiao Mu was dumbfounded. This map was a divine artifact? What was a divine artifact? Mo Yin flicked her finger lightly on her little head and couldn't help but chuckle. What the hell is a divine artifact? You don't have to care about that. All you need to know is that he's extremely powerful. Come, be obedient and form a contract with it first. At the same time, I will help you seal the divine artifact and suppress it to a level suitable for your current cultivation. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. But what about the hidden weapon technique inside? She had no use for it. The little fellow asked with a conflicted expression. Stupid. Duan Yu chuckled. Wouldn't it be fine if you formed a contract with it first and then handed the secret manual to us? This is a divine weapon. Why are you still hesitating? Hurry, hurry, hurry. It'll be daybreak if you hesitate any longer. No matter how she looked at it, this thin piece of paper didn't look like a divine weapon at all. Arbor expressionlessly reached out her small hand and stuck it against the outer crystal shell of the map, injecting a wisp of mystic energy. It really was only a small wisp of mystic energy, so small that it was almost negligible, but the entire crystal shell immediately peeled off. The map inside rapidly jumped up and abruptly emitted a dazzling golden light. Allow me to go out for a walk. The rest of the chapter will be even better at night. Chapter 451. The two youths couldn't help but be dumbfounded by this situation. TSK, they completely agreed with Darling Xiao's words this time. Back then, it was definitely this fellow, cough, cough, this Tianji treasure blueprint that kept pestering their darling. Otherwise, how could she be so unreserved? Oh my, you're a divine artifact. Why did you open on your own when she injected just a little bit of mystic energy? The two of them had already secretly decided that when the little girl's mystic energy wasn't enough to form a contract with this divine artifact, they would have to provide mystic energy from the side to support her. However, the situation was just this strange. In less than 3 seconds, the little girl successfully formed a contract with the Tianji treasure blueprint. The Tianji treasure blueprint turned into a shooting star and directly entered her conscious. The two of them stared at her dumbfoundedly for a while. Arbor didn't notice at first because she was using her mystic conscious to examine the Tianji treasure blueprint in her conscious. She couldn't see anything special about it, but after this blueprint unfolded in her conscious, she could casually flip through the mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques inside. After a glance, Darling Qiao lost interest in looking at it. Those mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques were all strange drawings that looked like scribbles. The few words were also abstruse and profound. So who could understand such a ghastly thing? When she returned to her senses, she saw the two youths looking at her with shining eyes in a daze. Our dear Qiao Mu simply didn't know that with her pitiful cultivation as a level 8 mystic cultivator, it was basically impossible for her to form a contract with this kind of divine artifact without assistance from the side. He had never seen or heard of such an oddball like her. Ahem. Duan Yu coughed lightly and said with a chuckle, "This is probably fate, right, huh? Isn't that right, Prince Mo?" The Tianji treasure blueprint must have taken a fancy to the little girl. How should he put it? Mo Yin glanced at him and nodded in rare agreement. Xiao Mu was baffled. She didn't even know what the heck they were conversing about. She merely activated her mystic conscious and summoned that Tianji treasure blueprint out from her conscious. The mechanisms and concealed weapon techniques on this are all scribbles. You can see for yourselves. She couldn't understand it anyway, that immediately after, with a move of his profound sense, the Tianji treasure blueprint suddenly unfolded in front of the three of them. It stretched for several meters and was covered in golden light. The diagrams leaped up and floated in front of the three of them. The two youths hurriedly ran over and stood on the left and right sides of the picture. They looked at it for a while with an intoxicated look on their faces. Arbor, blame her for being uncultured. Jojo, how about I make a copy of it? The two teenagers asked in unison. Ow! With a flip of their hands, they each took out a piece of jade. Arbor ran over to take a look and hurriedly asked, "Isn't this the underworld jade? Something used to pass on techniques?" Of course not. Duan Yu couldn't help but chuckle. These two pieces are ordinary crimson jade and purple jade. The kind of netherworld jade you speak of can only be discovered by chance. Not only can it be used to inherit secret techniques, but it can also be used to nourish the conscious. TSK, where can I get one? Xiaomu once again exposed her lack of culture, so she didn't say anything else. Of course, she wouldn't ask them how to make a copy. She might as well keep the Tianji treasure blueprint open and let them work on their own. This Bao Bao is a great talisman master. When this Bao Bao draws talismans, none of you can understand it. Hence, the two youths each stood on one side of the picture. Chapter 452. Using a strand of mystic conscious as a guide, Mo Yin and Duan Yu recorded the contents of the Tianji treasure blueprint into the crimson jade and the cub jade without missing a single word. They didn't even miss a tiny mark. Then, they flipped through the blueprints and discovered that they were all complete. Only then did the three of them say a few more words and leave to rest. The next morning, when Arbor rolled over and opened her eyes, she sensed that there was someone in the room. She lifted her eyes and saw Murong Sun standing by the window. Murong Sun turned around when she saw her moving and smiled at her. "You're awake, Master." Arbor rubbed her eyes and rolled out of the blanket that was wrapped in a cocoon. "Master and your Ant Masters are about to set off now." Murong Sun walked to the bedside and naturally pulled the little girl to sit in front of the dressing mirror, as usual. She took a comb and helped the little girl comb her messy long hair before skillfully coiling her hair into a knot. "Master hasn't taught you too many things or given you anything good in all these years. You're a hard-working child and rarely make Master worry. You can keep this." Murong Sun quickly put a jade bracelet on the little girl's left wrist. The jade bracelet was engraved with a jade-colored pine tree. It was flawlessly white and sparkled with a jade-like white light. Arbor was originally a bit sleepy, but she was completely startled awake now. She looked down at the jade bracelet on her wrist. How could she not recognize it? This was clearly the key to opening Maple Pavilion. Master. Arbor stood up and nearly bumped into Murong Sun's chin. Are you saying your last words? She wasn't stupid. Don't think she didn't hear Murong Sun's words, as if she was saying her last words. Why would she give her the key to Maple Pavilion without rhyme or reason? Nonsense. Murong Sun heavily smacked Arbor's head. What nonsense are you spouting? Your master is very strong. Don't joke around. Who on Seacone Planet has the ability to kill me? Then this. Murong Sun brusquely glanced at her. This is an early coming-of-age gift for you. That's all Master can do. Nonsense. This is the symbol of the previous sect masters. Arbor was so nervous that his eyes were almost red. Moreover, she was not even 13 years old yet. There were still at least 2 years to go before her coming-of-age ceremony. Why was her master in such a hurry to give her a present in advance? Anyway, you don't have to worry about it. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. Why are you so talkative? I don't usually see you talkative, but you're really annoying today. Master, I'll go back to the sect with you, the little girl said immediately. You lass, you're so young yet so long-winded. Tell me, how many years have you not been home? Your mother and father might even think that our holy water sect is a man-eating sect that abducts children and doesn't even let them return home. Murong Sun poked her little head with a finger and couldn't resist laughing. I already said I'm fine. You just like to let your imagination run wild all day and worry too much. All right, Master really has to set off. You should also quickly pack up and go home. Master, the little fellow shouted loudly. Murong Sun looked down at her with a grin and couldn't resist teasing. What? Aren't I just telling you to go home? You can't bear to part with Master? You're not lying to me. Of course. When have you ever seen Master lying to you? Murong Sun patted her little head with a smile and hugged her little body, gently patting her back. Master will never lie to you. Chapter 453. Murong Sun pulled Arbor back to her stool in disbelief. After combing her long hair, Murong Sun hugged her. All right, Master has to leave. You're alone, so you have to take good care of yourself on the road and hurry home. Okay? Arbor furrowed her brows and nodded hesitantly. That's a good girl. An obedient child is a good child. All right, Master's leaving. Be good by yourself. Murong Sun nodded in satisfaction and forcefully pulled her gaze away from her. She turned around and left without even looking back. Soon, the Holy Water Sect's team set off. Arbor ran out and stood at the door in a daze, feeling that something was off. She saw the 3 peak masters leading everyone away. Yang Shirong and Lu Yun turned around and waved at her. Everyone's faces were brimming with smiles as they waved goodbye to her. Arbor felt very uncomfortable and stood at the door in a daze for a long time. It wasn't until Mo Lien called her softly that she returned to her senses and turned her head to look at him. What is it? Did something happen? Mo Lien grasped her hand and gently squeezed it. Arbor thought about it, but still shook her head. Are you leaving now? He had left for so long, so it was time for him to return to the capital. How about I send you back to Shijiao City? Mo Lien asked with a smile. Hui Feng appeared next to the crown prince like a ghost and said icily and mechanically, Your Highness, the great king orders you to return within 3 days. 3 days? Can we fly? Even if we can fly, we can't fly to the capital? Mo Lien grumpily retorted. At this time, the great king was in the southern study, tossing a pile of tattered memorials onto the floor with a headache. Did you send an urgent message from 800 miles away? Did the crown prince reply to me? Did he say when he would return? Gong Chong, and miserably kneeled on the floor and repeatedly shook his head. This old servant already sent 2 more memorials. This unfilial son. The great king was so angry that he wanted to smash the teacup. Only then did he realize that the teacup had already been smashed and the eunuchs had just cleaned up the floor. Why did you leave so many things for me to deal with? Gong Chang and wept silently. Great king, you've been suppressing these matters for the past few days. You really can't blame His Highness the Crown Prince. In the past, didn't this unfilial son do things rather quickly? He finished reading 3 days' worth of memorials in half a day. Why are there so many of them today? Come and take a look. Why was this He Qijing from the Ministry of Works complaining about being poor again? Every month, you have to reach out and ask for food from me. I'm about to eat chaff myself. Gong Chang'an. He really didn't want to bother with the furious king. Can't you ask him to step down? In the past, when the crown prince was handling state affairs, there was never such a big commotion. One moment the cup was smashed, the next moment the brush washer was also smashed. Gong Chang, and felt that it was really not easy to be in their line of work. Go over and ask if that unfilial son has sent a letter back. Did he say when he would return? The great king raised his brush and drew a cross on He Qijing's memorial. Want your sister's food? Don't have it. Great king, you've already asked 5 times today. Save me. Huifeng looked at his master with a different expression. He didn't say anything and merely watched silently. Master, if you take a detour to Shizhou City, then 3 days definitely won't be enough to return to the capital. You and Little Snow should return to the capital. Arbor reached out to stroke the snow leopard's large head, who was squeezed between the two of them. Little Snow is fast on her feet, so 3 days might not be enough. She should be able to return in 4 or 5 days. I'm not in a hurry, Emo Lien said softly. Chapter 454. Huifeng moved his lips, but Emo Lien cast him a chilly glance, and he immediately shut his mouth. No need. Arbor had other plans in his mind, and he unfurled his brows slightly. He nodded at him and said, Go back as soon as possible. I'll go home by myself. At this time, Duan Yu and Situ, he led the people from the Daybreak sect and Heavenly Tao sect to bid her farewell. Wei Nanfeng waved his hand at her, said with a smile, Little miss, I don't know when we'll meet again after parting today. Big brother will solemnly apologize to you for our past matters. Let's bury the hatchet. You can't treat me as an enemy when we meet again. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Where did this big brother come from? Duan Yu irritably glared at him. Arbor expressionlessly looked at Wei Nanfeng and nodded reluctantly. Wei Nanfeng couldn't help but be overjoyed, and he cast a smug look at Mo Lien. How is it? This brother has a sharp tongue, so I'm pretty good at dealing with people, right? Scram. And Mo Lien rolled her eyes at him. All right, you can all leave. I'm going home anyway. Let's bid farewell here, everyone. Arbor suppressed his thoughts, but he didn't show it on his face. When they were bidding farewell, Shishao Valley's Valley Master also walked over with his 2 personal disciples and said with a smile, We just sent off the Holy Water Sect group, so you'll also be leaving. Let's bid farewell together. Everyone cupped their hands in salute and politely bade farewell to Shishao Valley's Valley Master. Shishao Valley's Valley Master looked at these youthful youths with a smile. These were the future experts of the sect, the cornerstones of the sect. Situ, smiled at Arbor and said with a nod, Jojo, we'll meet again in the future. Take good care of yourself on the road. You can come visit our Heavenly Tao sect when you're free. Goodbye, senior brother Situ. Arbor nodded. Duan Yu turned around and gazed deeply at her, as if he wanted to imprint this glance into his eyes forever. The youth didn't say anything else and turned to leave with the people from the Daybreak sect and Heavenly Tao sect. The small courtyard emptied out at once, and Mo Lien and Arbor looked at each other and clasped their hands together. If you're not in a hurry after returning home, then don't return to the Holy Water Sect for now. How about you come to Guanlan City to play? And Mo Lien gazed at her with a grin. Guanlan City is really fun. When the time comes, I'll take you out for a stroll and eat good food. Arbor gave him a I'm not a foodie look and nodded slightly at him as a form of agreement. Emolien's face was full of joy. He raised his hand and patted her little head. Then it settled. I'll wait for you. Yes. Arbor's eyes moved and he nodded. Emolien didn't know that his I'll wait for you had been waiting for a long time. He had waited so long that his heart was broken and cold to the bone that if he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have let her go today. He raised his hand and hugged her. It was just a gentle hug, and then he let go. He didn't know that a long time had passed since he turned and left. If he had known, he wouldn't have let go even if he died. He wouldn't have. Arbor looked at the empty small courtyard and abruptly started to leave. She felt that Master and Aunt Master must be hiding something from her. She felt that something must have happened to the sect. She decided to stealthily follow them back to take a look and follow her heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to settle down. The little fellow wanted to chase after them, but her figure suddenly swayed after 2 steps, and she clutched her chest with an unsightly expression. Chapter 455. Miss Chow, what's wrong with you? Xishao Valley's Valley Master hastily rushed up and supported her nearly collapsing figure. Your cultivation realm is unstable. This is a sign that you're about to advance. You've been suppressing your cultivation realm to advance. No, your body can't take it anymore. You have to enter closed-door cultivation immediately to stay in our Xishao Valley. Don't worry, I'll send disciples to guard you. I'll bring you to a secluded place. No, you can't. Xishao Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang also panicked. You're immature, child, but I can't allow you to continue like this. If you continue suppressing it, your mystic meridians will be affected in the future. If it gets serious, it will affect your lifeline. If your master knew, she would definitely be heartbroken. Child, why are you doing this? Valley Master, I have a very important matter. Wendan, help your little junior sister to my cultivation room and guard her well. Valley Master, little junior sister, listen to my master. Even if I let you leave our Xishao Valley like this, you won't be able to hold on halfway. Wendan hastily sent the other 2 female disciples a look and half-carried Arbor away. Xishao Valley's Valley Master sighed heavily. Morong Sun, I can only help you to this extent. Emolian sat on the snow leopard's back. After exiting the valley, she asked Hui Feng, who was straddling the wind wolf, have Aoi and his team arrived yet? They're already outside the valley. They'll accompany Miss back to Shizhou City. Emolian was silent for a moment before saying, I keep feeling like something's going on. Xiao Xiao's gaze didn't seem right. Moreover, Morong Sun's group left too hastily. Although they left with smiles and even greeted each other when they saw them, he kept feeling like Emolian considered it for a few seconds before pointing and saying, You go inform AE and have him investigate what exactly happened to Holy Water Sect these past 2 days. He frowned as he recalled that day in the arena. A female disciple named Yi Lingmin drank a few drops of water and quickly advanced. Apparently, the Holy Water Sect has a holy water spring. Have AE investigate this matter. Also, find some people to follow me to the Holy Water Sect to take a look. Yes. Hui Feng always felt that the Crown Prince was worrying too much about the Holy Water Sect. The 3 sects and 5 factions were all big sections. What could possibly happen to them? Hurry up and do it. The Crown Prince frowned and urged. This subordinate will inform them now. On the other side, not long after the Holy Water Sect party left Xishao Valley with smiles on their faces, their charming faces darkened one by one. Doya, stay here and keep watch. If you see your little junior sister come out, make her stay no matter what, Morong Sun said aloofly. She understood this disciple of hers all too well. She definitely wouldn't leave the matter at that. Xishao Valley's Valley Master might not necessarily be able to stop her. Eldest martial uncle, I want to go back with you. Doya's eyes immediately reddened as she shook her head and said loudly, Doya, your eldest martial uncle is right. You can't go back to Holy Water Sect with us. Lu Yun said seriously, You forgot that you are the Alava tribe's clan leader. Your father, as well as your young brother and sister, are all looking forward to your early return. Morong Sun nodded and turned to look at Su Shanshan. Shanshan, you take. Master, don't think of chasing me away. This disciple has been following Master since I was 5 and practicing martial arts in the Holy Water Sect. The Holy Water Sect is this disciple's home. This disciple has no other place to go, Su Shanshan said calmly. We vow to live and die with the Holy Water Sect. All the disciples shouted in unison. It's over. See you tomorrow. Chapter 456. Gurgle. The small ice bead jumped out of Arbor's waist pocket and hovered in the air, emitting a gentle light. Master, the more unstable your emotions are, the more it will affect your advancement. Why don't you quickly restrain your emotions and enter closed-door cultivation? Quickly come out after you've advanced. Lady Holywater's soft and adorable voice rang out. Arbor sat upright in the small room that Xisha Valley's Valley Master usually used for cultivation. Her forehead was drenched in a cold sweat. Just as Lady Holywater had said, the current situation was indeed disadvantageous to her and the sect. She could only advance as quickly as possible and hurry back in order to shorten the time to the greatest extent. If she continued to struggle, it would only do her more harm than good. When she thought of this, Arbor took a deep breath and held her breath, blocking off her 5 senses. 10 intermediate-level blue calming talismans flew out from her fingertips. Intermediate-level talisman, blue calming talisman. For 8 hours, it would allow the person to rapidly concentrate and calm their mind, achieving the goal of doubling the mystic energy absorbed from the outside world. Lady Holywater instantly entered Arbor's Danteon mystic domain. She circled around the remaining essence water and emitted a faint aura, accelerating this bit of essence water to fuse with Masta's mystic domain as quickly as possible. After 1 day and night, Arbor finally successfully entered the state of advancement. All the mystic energy within a radius of 300 meters in Xisha Valley was mobilized and swarmed towards her small cultivation room at a terrifying speed. Xisha Valley's Valley Master and his personal disciple, one Dan, stood outside the small room and looked up ruefully at the mystic energy that had already condensed into a large nebula. Peak Master Moron's last disciple is truly remarkable. Who knows how much she'll grow if she's given several years. Xisha Valley's Valley Master sighed. Master, are we really unable to help with the holy water sex matter? When Dan couldn't bear to look at the tightly shut small room. Little junior sister is exceptionally intelligent. I feel that she already knows about this matter. Xisha Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang heaved a long sigh. I had the 5 elders lead the 50 disciples over. It can only be said that I'm merely showing my sincerity. Master is also the person at the helm of Xisha Valley, so I must consider my own sect. I also can't let your martial uncles and senior brothers and sisters make some meaningless sacrifices. Disciple understands. When Dan nodded with a heavy heart, Master, are the people of the 6 prefectures really in existence that we can't surpass? No. Luo Jinyang shook his head and raised his hand. He said firmly, I believe that one day, someone will surpass them. You young children have outstanding talent and excellent qualifications. As long as you work hard enough and believe in the future, surpassing others is not a daydream. Master, this disciple will definitely work even harder. When Dan nodded heavily, it's just that junior sister will probably be alone and helpless in the future. It's too pitiful. Master, why don't we secretly leave her in Xisha Valley? This child, I don't think we can keep it. Luo Jinyang looked funny on the surface, but he knew better than anyone else. Xisha Valley simply couldn't keep Arbor. This little girl was bound to soar high in the future. The 6 prefectures making a move today might not necessarily be a good thing. The world was in turmoil, and danger lurked everywhere. What would happen in the future would depend on each person's fortune. 3 days later, Xiaomu opened her apathetic eyes. After completely assimilating with her essence water, her cultivation had already broken through what people call the Great Mystic Cultivator threshold, level 10. Moreover, she was steadily climbing to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator entry level. Chapter 457. Arbor's cold gaze revealed a trace of intense killing intent as the vortexes in the depths of her eyes spun like star fragments. She used her inner vision and saw that the second branch meridian in her body had already formed, but she was in no mood to pay attention to it right now. The Spirit Division Record's Soul Chapter had already officially entered the 3rd layer, tempering the progress of her 2nd and 3rd branch meridians. At this time, her 1st branch meridian had already expanded to the same width as her main meridian, about a finger's width. She could completely condense all the mystic energy in her branch meridian into mystic conscious, open a complete inner world, or use her mystic eyes. It would no longer affect the consumption of mystic energy in her main meridian during battle. In other words, if an ordinary level 11 mystic cultivator could condense 50% of their mystic energy into mystic conscious during battle, it would already be considered a high-level condensation of mystic conscious. Then her mystic conscious definitely wouldn't exceed the 6th level of the mystic realm. Our dear Qiao Mu, however, could condense all the mystic energy in her first branch meridian into mystic conscious. At the same time that her cultivation entered the great level 11 mystic cultivator realm, her mystic conscious also reached the 11th level of the mystic realm. Thus, those great level 11 mystic cultivators in the same batch as her basically couldn't compare to her in battle. Entering the cultivation of a great level 11 mystic cultivator meant that Arbor could finally contract mystic beasts. But right now, she wasn't in the mood to go to the mystic beast forest to find any powerful mystic beasts. Just as she was about to get up, she saw a snow-white ball tear open the void and rush out. HM? Startled, Arbor didn't have time to ponder why the little white squirrel could rush out of Paradise Planet on its own when she suddenly felt a slight pain in her finger. Looking down, she saw a drop of blood seeping out and merging with the snow-white ball's drop of blood. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling and strange light. A circle of totem contract characters appeared above the human and beast heads, flickering back and forth. Light and shadow flickered back and forth. The contract characters formed a circle of constantly swimming tadpole-like characters and gradually shrank to the size of a ring before abruptly landing beside the defensive ring. At this time, in addition to the defensive ring on Arbor's middle finger, there was an additional pitch-black, lusterless contract ring engraved with transparent embossed inscriptions on her index finger. This was beyond her expectations. Arbor simply didn't expect that the little white squirrel would suddenly rush out of Paradise Planet and successfully form a contract with her after she successfully advanced to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator. She actually didn't like cute beasts. She liked wild beasts like the snow leopard or the 7-star white tiger. This way, she could feel a little more secure. She liked strong and healthy companions like this. They could accompany her as she grew up and walked through a prosperous life. But now, every mystic cultivator could only contract with one mystic beast in their lifetime. This was a clear rule. Therefore, Arbor wasn't as angry as she imagined. In fact, she should be angry. This little beast didn't ask for her opinion at all and contracted with her on its own. However, Arbor had always been more lenient towards partners who had been together for a long time. If she wanted to form a contract, then so be it. At most, she would use the summoning talisman to summon 2 more beasts in the future. The premise was that the summoning talisman wasn't a scam. Master, are you angry? A small and timid voice emerged from the depths of her mind. This was the convenience of forming a contract with a beast. Even if you formed a contract with a low-level little mystic beast, as long as the contract was successful, the master and beast would be able to communicate mentally without any hindrance. Chapter 458. Shouldn't I be angry? Arbor's voice was cold as she replied. The small voice was almost about to cry. I am sorry, Master. I want to accompany Master forever. I will work hard to recover Master. I will become very tired. Finally, the timid voice became weaker and weaker, as if it didn't have much confidence in itself. Arbor waved her hand at the little white squirrel curled up by her feet. The little guy's bean-like eyes suddenly lit up, and with a whoosh, it jumped in her arms. Little Furry's face was filled with happiness as it rolled around in her arms. Actually, I'm not that strong either. Arbor stroked the little white squirrel's fur in a rare moment of attentiveness, her voice indifferent as she said, if I were strong enough. Perhaps she wouldn't have fallen into today's passive situation. She stood up, and her footsteps suddenly stopped. Her mystic sense naturally condensed in front of her eyes, turning into 2 invisible palms that pushed open the door to her inner world. She saw that her inner world, which was about 15 cubic meters in size, had expanded by more than 10 times. The originally 3-story golden mountain of jewels had now revealed its original appearance. It turned out that it had only revealed the tip of the iceberg at the beginning. Now, this golden mountain of jewels was so tall that one couldn't see the end of it. Her tiny mystic sense avatar stood at the foot of the mountain, as insignificant as a speck of dust. Her food box. Arbor's mystic sense moved, and that delicately carved red sandalwood food box suddenly flew out from under the mountain of jewels, swiftly appearing in her palm. Phew! Arbor let out a small sigh of relief. The mystic sense condensed in her branch meridians could finally allow her to retrieve things from her inner world without any hindrance. Her 2 small hands used a bit of force to open the lid of the food box. There were still 10 white, chubby, and cute meat buns, steaming with steam, neatly arranged in the food box. There was a line of lollipops in the gaps. Yes, when she saw this little thing, the word lollipop had inexplicably appeared in her mind. It was as if someone had once held this little thing and waved at her with a smile, coaxing her to eat it. Arbor hugged the lunchbox and sat down. For some reason, he felt a little sad. It was only when her profound sense entered the food box that she clearly realized how big the space inside was. No matter how many meat buns you took out, there seemed to be an endless supply of them. What was even more frightening was that there weren't just buns inside. She used her mystic sense to casually flip through the contents and took out several plates of soup and vegetables with different flavors. It looked like a very powerful lunchbox. It seemed that all the food in the restaurants around the world had been swept clean by it. She felt that as long as she hugged this lunchbox, even if she had never gotten anything in her life, she would not die of hunger or thirst. Master! Little Chochio's timid voice brought her back from her silence and daze. Arbor subconsciously reached out to touch his cold little face. He took out a spoon, drank a few mouthfuls of soup, and ate a few spoonfuls of rice. His eyes were a little red. Chirp, chirp. Arbor hugged the little thing and muttered to herself, I seem to have forgotten something very, very important. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try. Master, don't worry. Slowly, you'll remember. The little white squirrel rubbed against her chest. I hope so. Arbor put down the spoon. Chapter 459. Arbor set down the soup ladle and put away the food she had eaten in her inner world. Only then did she close the lid of the food box. She hugged the food box for a short, while before moving it back into her inner world. Her current inner world was about 180 cubic meters. An ordinary mystic cultivator's inner world was only about 3 to 5 cubic meters. They needed to continuously train and increase their mystic conscious before they could expand their inner world. It was considered pretty good if they could expand their inner world to more than 10 cubic meters on their own. Thus, Arbor stared at her inner world in a daze for a long time. At that time, Fanxioa's cultivation was much higher than hers. Fanxioa was already a level 12 great mystic cultivator, but strangely, her inner world was bigger than his. It was more than half the size, exceeding 20 cubic meters. At that time, this kind of inner world could already be considered a wondrous inner world. But compared to her current inner world, it really paled in comparison. Arbor could only chuckle. Her mystic conscious crossed the jewels and gold mountain that reached the top of the barrier and saw the pair of stone statues that she had been longing to see again. No, it wasn't a pair. Arbor was dumbstruck. She stared at them for a long time. There are actually many similar stone statues. They were arranged in 8 horizontal rows. She was momentarily dazzled when she looked at them and actually couldn't see the end. Our dear Qiao Mu was stunned for a while. She shifted her mystic conscious all the way over and carefully counted. She discovered that there were as many as 800 pairs of stone statues that were as tall as a 3-story building. At the back of the stone statues, there was a lone statue that looked completely different from the other stone statues. Its body was spiraling sideways, and its head was in the posture of howling at the sky. There seemed to be 2 bulging bumps on its head, a figure spiraling upward like this. Arbor's eyes abruptly contracted. She tried to use her mystic conscious to shift this statue out, but a piercing pain suddenly assaulted her mind. She quickly pulled her mystic conscious out of her inner world and threw her apparition into her conscious to continue cultivating before closing the door to her inner world. Only then did she let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that with his mystic sense, there was no problem for him to casually take out things like food boxes and jewelry. But to move such a large sculpture, he was afraid that it was still not enough. The larger the object, the heavier it was. If he wanted to take it out of his inner world, he would have to use up an enormous amount of mystic consciousness. He still hadn't reached the required level yet. It was just that coiled body, twisting and turning, looked very awkward. Could it be a big snake? At the thought that there might be a snake condor in her inner world, Xiao Mu felt uncomfortable all over. She felt uncomfortable everywhere. Arbor shivered inwardly, and his heart was suddenly filled with anger. Why did she fear such a dark and twisted thing from the bottom of her heart? No. One day, he had to make a trip to the mystic beast forest. When the time came, he had to overcome this fear. Otherwise, once his enemies learned of this weakness, he would probably suffer in secret in the future. After making up his mind, Arbor tidied himself up and walked out of the cultivation room with a little white squirrel in his arms. Xishao Valley's Valley Master Luo Jinyang, who had heard the news, quickly walked toward her with his personal disciple, Wendan. Little junior sister, congratulations on successfully advancing. Wendan's gaze flickered as he sized her up. What are you doing? Luo Jinyang's gaze revealed admiration. Your little junior sister's current cultivation is one level higher than yours. You naturally can't see through her cultivation. Chapter 460, Level 11. Wendan was shocked. Little junior sister, you leap to become a level 11 great mystic cultivator? The advancement speed of holy water sect's disciples was indeed shockingly frightening. Little junior sister was only a level 8 mystic cultivator before, so this large leap simply stunned everyone. She wasn't even 13 years old this year, but she already became a level 11 great mystic cultivator that many people yearned for even in their dreams. This was simply no harm without comparison. Once they did, they would feel that other people's talent was filled with eerie malice toward them. Arbor expressionlessly nodded and said to Xishao Valley's Valley Master, Good Valley Master, Senior Sister One, I'll be leaving now. Thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Farewell. Little junior sister, where are you going? Wendan asked with fear and trepidation. Senior Sister One, why ask when you already know the answer? Arbor aloofly said, I've already been delayed in Xishao Valley for 4 to 5 days, so I hope you two won't obstruct me again. You're wasting what little time I have left. Little junior sister, why bother? Wendan looked at her with knitted brows and said, Even if you go back, it won't make any difference. Miss Xiao Qiao, in truth, I've already sent some people to your holy water sect 4 days ago. But did you know? Those people I sent out, I expected them to not come back. On the day I left, I told them that this rescue mission would undoubtedly fail. Arbor's small fists had already unconsciously clenched tightly. Good Valley Master, be more careful in the future and don't be a goody two-shoes anymore. After I leave, take your disciples and find another place to live in seclusion for a period of time. Little junior sister, Wendan was anxious. Our Xishao Valley isn't afraid of trouble. We're not afraid of being implicated by you. The disciples of Xishao Valley who came after hearing the commotion all looked up at the plain-clothed little girl standing on Qingwan. They felt that the little girl's plain-clothed appearance was as cold as ice. Xishao Valley's Valley Master said, Miss Qiao, please reconsider. Your master, Murong Son Shi. Xishao Valley's Valley Master hadn't even finished speaking when he saw the large azure bird circle once in the air before flapping its wings and flying towards the sky. Arbor stood steadily on Blue Wan's back, his belt fluttering as he reached out and cupped his fists slightly towards everyone expressionlessly. Good person, Valley Master, fellow brothers and sisters of Xishao Valley, I, Arbor, will remember today's grace in my heart. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely repay this kindness. Goodbye. Screech. Qingwan let out a long cry. Finally, it was no longer suppressed by its little master. It spread out its wings that were tens of meters long and rushed into the distant sky with a whoosh. Luo Jinyang raised his head and sent her off with his gaze, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Although Miss Xiao is young, she is extremely intelligent. I hope she'll be fine. Master, when Dan passed down the order for the entire valley to make preparations. We will leave Xixiao Valley today and head to the clan's secret grounds to stay for a while. Yes. Qingwan pierced through layers of clouds and flew out of Xixiao Valley at an extremely fast speed. Aoyi and his group, who were guarding outside Xixiao Valley, had waited for a long time until today. They almost thought that Miss Xiao wanted to stay in Xixiao Valley for a while longer. Suddenly, they saw a large bird rushing out of Xixiao Valley. Aoyi was startled and abruptly jumped out from his hiding spot. It's Miss? What direction is that? Captain, that doesn't seem to be the direction of Shijiao City. Chapter 461. Aoyi jumped up. That's in the direction of the Holy Water Sect. Why is Miss going to the Holy Water Sect? Didn't His Highness say that she wanted to go home? Don't worry about that. Quickly follow her. Aoyi was so anxious that he stomped his feet. He hastily commanded everyone to board the flying mystic beasts and chase after her. However, Qingwan was extremely fast and was already 50 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. Even if they chased after her, they would be half a beat slower. Aoyi was so anxious that he was fuming. He slapped his teammate who was riding the flying mystic beast. Make it fly faster. It's already the fastest, Captain. Arbor activated her defensive mystic weapon with a wave of her hand and shielded herself from the fierce winds in the sky. She didn't know that Aoyi and the rest had chased after her day and night. She only sat quietly inside the defensive barrier and took out a large handful of ebony to draw talismans piece by piece. Her expression was as calm as water, and no one could see any change in her expression. However, her eyes were focused on silently carving talismans, one talisman after another, except for a few moments when she slept on Qingwan's back and opened her eyes. She began to silently draw talismans again. She drew talismans one after another until her eyes turned red, but she was still oblivious. 300 ebony blue binding talismans could form 5 intermediate-level binding talisman matrices. These intermediate-level binding talisman matrices made from ebony could bind around 10 people at once, provided that their cultivation was equal to or lower than hers. 300 ebony blue mystic guiding talismans could form 5 intermediate-level mystic guiding talisman matrices. Within an hour, she would continuously absorb the mystic energy in the world into her body to replenish her rapidly depleting mystic energy. After crossing the Great Swamp, Arbor was basically in a state where she could kill anything in her way. Whoever dared to stop her from returning to the sect would die without a doubt. Thus, when Aoyi and the rest rushed to the Great Swamp, they were simply stunned by the mess of corpses in the swamp. All the zombie crocodiles were beyond recognition. Most of them had their heads chopped off, and many of them were frozen into ice sculptures erected at the edge of the swamp. Later on, they didn't see any more zombie crocodiles causing trouble. They were probably afraid of this short-tempered little girl and quietly dispersed. In less than 6 days, Xiaomu directly exited the Great Swamp and arrived at that adventurer base from back then. Qingwan really needed to rest. It had been flying day and night without sleep for so many days and nights. Arbor felt sorry for it. When they entered the adventurer's base, Arbor put it away and let it sleep on her shoulder. She went straight to the market to find someone to buy a horse. No matter what, the earlier the better. She prepared a horse and rode towards Wuyu City. She would wait for Qingwan to wake up before flying. Calculating the time, she estimated that she would be able to rush back in 7 days. This was already the fastest speed she could achieve on this trip. It was all because of the existence of Qingwan. Otherwise, it would be impossible. I'm buying a horse. A cold voice rang out in the bustling market. Everyone turned to look, and when they saw the little girl's snow-white and frosty appearance, they couldn't help but be stunned. There was a lot of turnover in the adventurer's base. The little girl hadn't come for so many days, and the people doing business in the market had already changed. "Yo, little girl, where are you going to buy a horse?" A second-rate voice rang out from behind, causing a series of men to laugh maliciously. Arbor's gaze turned cold. Chapter 462. Back then, when she followed Imo Yin to the bazaar, it was obvious that the crown prince wasn't easy to deal with. From start to finish, no one dared to cause trouble for them. So it was because she looked easy to provoke? TSK, what a beautiful little lady. Coming to our adventurer base alone. Are you looking for a husband? Ha 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 ha. Laughter rang out around them. Someone even joked, how many husbands does this little lady want? Soon after, a wretched howl was heard. Everyone's laughter seemed to be stuck in their throats as they stared dumbfoundedly. The loafer who was the first to tease her was actually kicked away by the little girl. His whole body flipped in the air and smashed into someone else's horse trough. His head was bruised and bleeding, and he was groaning in pain. The horse neighed in fright. Without another word, Arbor tossed out a handful of Duan-used shooting star powder. That loafer screamed several times, but before he could get up, he fell back down heavily and died miserably on the ground. 18 small nails had appeared on his face, body, and limbs. One of them hit between his brows, seeking his soul. Kill in one step. This time, all the teasing passers-by all sucked in a cold breath and took a step back. This little lady's attack was truly ruthless, taking a life in an instant. As expected, those who dared to come to the adventurer base alone weren't easy to deal with. The men who had just teased that loafer and asked Arbor how many husbands she wanted quickly shrunk their necks and left dejectedly. Boss Ma was also trembling with fear as he looked at the little girl in front of him, whose face was covered with frost and whose body was emitting a chill that came from the depths of her bones. Arbor tossed him a mid-grade magnetite. "Pick out the best horse for me. It's going to be a long journey." Yes. How could this little great ant be trifled with? Bossman naturally didn't dare to cheat her, so he quickly picked out the sturdiest horse and handed it to Arbor. Arbor mounted the horse. She had barely taken 2 steps with a flick of her wrist when 5 to 6 local ruffians holding clubs noisily came over from the road ahead. "Who is it? Which little bitch killed my brother? Come out immediately." Bossma quickly hid behind the stable and peeked, shaking his head and sighing in his heart. These local tyrants had been in the adventurer's base for a long time. They had formed a small gang and often extorted ordinary merchants. However, today, they had probably kicked an iron plate. The little grand ant's eyes flashed with anger. Suddenly, a jet-black feral appeared in front of her eyes and leaped forward. "Those who block the way will die." Chow Mu swatted her feral down, immediately smacking the head of the local thug into his neck. When the remaining 4 or 5 little ruffians saw this, they were so scared that they peed in their pants. Their legs trembled, and they knelt down on the ground with soft knees. "Great Aunt, please spare us. Great Aunt, please spare us." Arbor straddled his horse and held a feral in his hand. His body was full of killing intent as his eyes swept across both sides of the road. This time, no one dared to come out and throw their lives away. They all trembled and scrambled to the corners. When a spacious road appeared in the middle, the vendors on both sides were scared out of their wits. They hurriedly moved their stalls to the corners, afraid that they would block this little great ant's path. Arbor pulled the horse's reins and scolded. When she pulled back, the horse galloped forward and disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. Chapter 463. After about 7 to 8 minutes, everyone finally calmed down from their fright. They looked at each other and saw the deep terror on each other's faces. This truly was a little fiend who wanted to take their lives. They blamed themselves for not bringing their eyes with them on the road. These days, not just anyone could be provoked. She might look like a soft little girl, but in reality, she was even more frightening than a demon god. After Arbor rushed out of the adventure base, she galloped toward 5 Moon City. She galloped all the way until the second night, when the horse was about to foam at the mouth, before she finally stopped and switched to Qingluan to fly in the sky again. However, it was already a bit late. At this moment, the Holy Water sect welcomed a subversive, all-around crisis. Luigi and Xiao Sin brought a total of more than 700 people from Shuntian Prefecture's forces on Seacombe Planet. They arrived at the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate a day ago and encountered Ani Prefecture's assistant manager, Hong Jinchuan, who rushed over after hearing the news. At that time, Luigi's expression was very unsightly, but after careful consideration, he reached an agreement with Hong Jinchuan. The two sides planned to first take down the Holy Water Sect and find the sacred water. Then, they would see who the sacred water favored and pass peacefully. Of course, whether the other side would be unconvinced and start fighting at that time was another matter. At least for now, Shuntian Prefecture's Luigi and Ani Prefecture's Hong Jinchuan could be considered to have reached a preliminary agreement. In merely one night, these people slaughtered many Holy Water Sect disciples like wolves and tigers. When Murong Sun's group hurried back, everyone had already retreated to the sect master's peak. At the beginning, many disciples were unprepared when the people from the two prefectures rushed in. So when the Holy Water Sect's sect master rushed out, the disciples guarding the mountain gate were all dead. The sect master blocked Luigi and Hong Jinchuan's attacks by herself, although she barely managed to protect the remaining disciples and led them to the sect master's peak. The sect master was clearly on the verge of death by the time the three peak masters rushed over. "Ah, Sun, I really have to trouble you to take on this heavy burden this time." The Holy Water Sect's sect master trembled as she took out a token and handed it to Murong Sun, who was standing at the head of her bed. "Master, from now on, Murong Sun is my Holy Water Sect's 17th sect master." "Master." Yang Shurong and Lu Yun both knelt down, their eyes filled with tears as they looked to the dying sect master. Su Shanshan and the other disciples knelt at the door with their heads bowed. Drops of tears fell from their eyes onto the bamboo floor. "Asun, Arong Ayun." "Master, disciples are here." The three of them choked out, almost unable to speak. "Master's greatest achievement in this life is taking you three as my disciples." The Holy Water Sect's sect master half reclined on the cushion and held her three disciples' hands. She said with a smile, "Although I call you wicked disciples all day long, I've never seen you before, but I know very well that the three of you are the most filial. Master, you should rest. You will get better." Yang Shirong sobbed. "I won't be able to recover. I know my own situation." It was already a miracle that she was able to survive until now after fighting against so many experts from the two prefectures. Right now, only the people from the two prefectures had come, and they could still hold on for a while. If everyone from the 6 prefectures were here. Right now, Master will tell you a secret. The sect master coughed heavily several times and tightly gripped Murong Sun's hands, covering the heated sect master token. Chapter 464. In the ancestral hall behind the sect master's peak, there is a mechanism behind the Buddha's statue. "Ah, Sun, take this token and you can activate an emergency space talisman matrix. It can directly transport you all to a place in Pola Manor." Pola Manor is the most aloof place among the 6 manors. Most of them are women, cough, cough, cough. You shouldn't be detected if you sneak into a remote place. Of course, this space talisman matrix hasn't been used in several hundred years. Master also doesn't know if there will be any problems during the transport process. Also, this talisman matrix can only transport 200 people. We still have 500 or so disciples left. So Asun, Master will not take responsibility for this difficult decision of who stays and who goes, and will entrust it to you. After saying this, the Holy Water Sect's sect master clutched her chest and coughed violently. Suddenly, she straightened up and spat out a mouthful of blood. The 3 disciples' eyes glistened with tears, and their hearts were grief-stricken. They all reached out to gently press her chest. "Master, sect master." The master and disciples tightly clasped their hands together. The Holy Water Sect's sect master heaved a long sigh of relief and slowly collapsed into her pillow. A faint smile hung on her lips, as if she had fallen asleep, and she passed away just like that. "Sect master." The disciples outside the door wailed and wailed mournfully. Murong Sun tightly gripped the sect master token in her hand and suddenly raised it with one hand. She turned around and sternly said, Yang Shirong, this sect master decrees you as the 18th sect master of the Holy Water sect effective immediately. Yang Shirong knelt on the ground and looked up, dazedly gazing at her senior sister. She cried with tears in her eyes, Eldest senior sister? Arong, immediately take 200 disciples to the ancestral hall master spoke of and leave the Holy Water sect immediately. No, senior sister, you have to leave with us. Yang Shirong jumped up from the ground and shouted loudly. This matter was caused by my lax disciplining of my disciples. I have no face to face everyone in the Holy Water sect. Everyone can leave. I can't leave. Murong Sun shook her head and sternly stared at Yang Shirong. If you still treat me as your eldest senior sister, leave immediately. Eldest senior sister. I don't want eldest senior sister, eldest senior sister. Yang Shirong's voice was hoarse from crying. Shan Shan, Shui Shao, follow your second martial uncle. Master, we won't leave. The two of them refused in unison. Murong Sun was both anxious and angry. At this moment, a disciple hurriedly rushed in and shouted, Eldest martial uncle, eldest martial uncle, the people from the two manors are rushing up the sect master's peak. Arong, leave immediately. Murong Sun yanked Yang Shirong up from the ground and gave her a heavy shove. Second senior sister, hurry up and leave. Luyan also called out anxiously as she pushed the third peak's disciple, Chun Hanzi, to Yang Shirong's side. At this moment of life and death, many disciples shouted, I'm not leaving, I'm not leaving. I vow to live and die with the Holy Water sect. Third sister, you're not leaving either? Yang Shirong's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to pull Lu Yun's arm, but Lu Yun gently shook off her hand. Second senior sister, please take care of yourself. The heavy burden of the Holy Water sect will be entrusted to you. Lu Yun cupped her fists and smiled lightly at her. Hurry and leave. The anxious Murong Sun kicked Yang Shirong and dragged her and the 200 disciples she casually picked out, pushing them out the back door. Are Holy Water sect disciples afraid of death? Murong Sun asked coldly. No, you won't lose out if you kill one, but you'll make a profit if you kill two. Kill. Chapter 465. Master, do we have to go? Second peak's disciple, Yugue, cried as she repeatedly looked back at the path they came from. The originally quiet and tranquil bamboo forest was now filled with the sounds of battle. The 200 disciples felt like their hearts were being burned by a raging inferno, and their eyes were brimming with tears and hatred. Go! Yang Shirong hardened her heart and flung her head, leading the 200 disciples toward the ancestral hall. It was only at the last moment that they realized there was such a special passage in the sect. Otherwise, they would have brought the child along. Now, the child was all alone. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. Second Antmaster, Chun Hanzi bit her lower lip and sobbed uncontrollably. Don't cry. Yang Shirong held back her tears and roared. Don't disappoint the sect master and the two peak master's intentions. We must survive with determination. There is only hope if we survive. As long as the Holy Water sect has us, the Holy Water sect will not be destroyed. Yes, the Holy Water sect will not be destroyed. No matter how difficult the path forward was, they would not shrink back, even if it was covered in thorns and hidden thorns and filled with deep ravines. Even if they had to crawl all the way until they were covered in poisonous thorns, they would do their best to crawl down. Because each of them carried the lives of 800 Holy Water sect disciples on their backs. 800 disciples as one heart and one life. The Holy Water sect would not be destroyed. It would never be. When the sect master token activated the talisman matrix, and a burst of moonlight enveloped the 200 disciples, strings of mysterious, transparent runes flowed around their bodies like twinkling stars. Everyone cupped their fists toward the bamboo forest and silently said with tears in their eyes, Senior and junior sisters, we will meet again someday. The ancestral hall trembled slightly before regaining its tranquility in an instant. Lu Yizhi coughed and panted heavily as he slaughtered the holy water sect disciples along the way. When he rushed up the sect master peak, he was blocked by a water pillar. He couldn't help but smile with narrowed eyes. The lower star domain is truly a mystical place. There's actually someone who can control the water spirit in the tiny holy water sect. Could it be that the sacred water is on you? Murong Sun sneered at him. You can come and try. You'll know whether it's on me or not. The two of them were like two shooting stars that streaked across the horizon. Suddenly, they made their moves against each other. Whooshing, whooshing, as the profound energy was activated, bursts of exploding cyclones spread out around the two of them. At the same time, Hong Jinchuan was leading many disciples from the two prefectures to kill holy water sect disciples and interrogate them about the holy water's whereabouts. I don't know. A holy water sect disciple collapsed on the ground and glared angrily at Hong Jinchuan. She laughed harshly. Even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you bastards. Go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly self-detonated. Lu Yun, who was in the middle of exchanging blows with an elder from the two manors, couldn't help but sway. She looked back and bit her lip. The holy water sect disciples' consecutive self-detonations were all blocked by the defensive mystic weapons in the hands of the two prefectures. However, at this moment, their expressions were rather ugly. This bunch of ants actually dared to resist. Until now, not a single person had revealed the whereabouts of the holy water. This really made them lose face. Hong Jinchuan's eldest disciple, Gong Yang, fiercely picked up a fat woman and slapped her. Speak. Where is the holy water? As long as you're willing to say it, I'll give you a chance to live. Sister Fat pounced and heavily knocked her head against Gong Yang's head, immediately leaving a large red mark on his forehead. She spat a mouthful of spittle on Gong Yang's face and laughed loudly. Little bastard, go to hell. These 2 days, I've entered an important turning point in this book. After the turn, my qiao will be big. Don't be anxious. Let me write slowly and write more brilliantly. It's best if you don't influence my train of thought. Today's 10 chapters will end. Tomorrow will still be 10 chapters, and the day after tomorrow, it will resume to 6 chapters. Next week, the author will be very busy. There are also some readers who are worried that the author will abuse 100 chapters to purposely separate my Qiao and the Crown Prince. That won't happen. The author will never abuse for the sake of abuse, so don't worry. Finally, please repeat after me 3 times. The author is my Qiao's biological mother. Chapter 466. Boom. Although Gong Yang activated his defensive artifact, he was still flung out by the force of the self-explosion. He tumbled heavily on the ground, his head bleeding from the impact. Fat sis. The girls of the first peak cried out in grief. The fat sis who took care of everyone's daily needs for 30 years, cooking soup and cooking for them every day and beaming with smiles every day, no longer existed. Damn it! Fury rose from Gong Yang's heart, and he staggered up from the ground. When he saw the disdainful gazes of the other senior and junior brothers of Ani Prefecture, fury rose from his heart. Lu Yizhi and Murong Sun's palms collided, and the two of them swiftly separated. Surprise flashed through Lu Yizhi's eyes. The highest cultivation in the lower star domain is a level 15 mystic cultivator. But I actually can't see through your cultivation. But it doesn't matter. I'll find a few more people to spar with you. Even if you can surpass level 15 and reach the spiritual realm, you must be suppressed right now. Ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. I heard your sect master died, so the entire sect is grieving and indignant right now. Ha ha ha. I'll go have a chat with your damn sect master. I'll see if you disciples and grand disciples are willing to let your old sect master's body be riddled with holes and become neither human nor ghost. Ha ha. You dare. Fury burst out of Murong Sun's eyes, and a water vortex swiftly shot over. However, before it could wrap around Lu Yizhi, that old geezer, she was entangled by 5 or 6 Shuntian Prefecture elders. In Shuntian Prefecture, these level 15 elders were at most just outer sect stewards. But in the star field, Each and every one of them was respectfully addressed as elders. No matter how high Murong Sun's cultivation was, she was still tightly entangled by several Shuntian prefecture elders. She could only glare at Lu Yizhi with bloodshot eyes as he charged into the sect master's room. Master, Lu Yun crazily attacked the two elders from the two prefectures from the other side, forcing them to retreat step by step. She flew over and dashed toward the sect master's room. The two elders' guts rose as they simultaneously unleashed two bursts of vigorous level 15 profound energy, attacking towards Lu Yun's back. Uffed! Lu Yun staggered forward a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood, but she still dashed toward the sect master's room. Junior sister. At the same time that Murong Sun formed a water defense in her hand, she abruptly flipped her hand and threw down a water judgment. Snow water that blotted out the sky and covered the earth tumbled down the snowy peak, crashing toward the 5 to 6 Shuntian prefecture elders with a boom. While the many elders of Shuntian prefecture were alarmed, evil thoughts overtook their minds, and they all worked together to channel a terrifying mystic energy vortex that directly bombarded Murong Sun. Murong Sun swallowed a mouthful of blood, and her eyes were crimson red. With a wave of her hand, her head of fine black hair fluttered along with her robes. In everyone's eyes, the first peak's peak master's crimson robes shone brightly under the night sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire snowy peak shook, and all the snow water flowing underground was drawn out, surging towards the disciples of the two prefectures. At the same time, Lu Yizhi had already flashed into the sect master's room. He raised his large palm and was about to strangle the sect master's neck. At this time, the sect master's bed suddenly flipped over, and a person jumped out from under the bed, ruthlessly punching through the chest of Lu Yizhi, a level 15 great mystic cultivator. Uffed. Lu Yizhi spat out a mouthful of blood and hastily grabbed a large handful of pills to consume. As he swallowed the pills in large mouthfuls, he viciously glared in the direction of the bed and was stunned. Chapter 467. Although the holy water sect master was ghastly pale, she still stood there perfectly fine. How was she already dead? A woman in her 50s stood beside her, supporting the sect master's arm. The two of them didn't say a word and pounced towards him. The profound energy from each of their fists intertwined and swept towards his face with a boom. Lu Yizhi was shocked. He had already experienced the sect master's strength. She was an out-and-out level 15 great mystic cultivator. As for the old woman beside the sect master, her strength was also not ordinary. Xiaohong, take the children and leave. The sect master abruptly pounced over and grabbed Lu Yizhi's body tightly. Everyone saw the door to the sect master's room being smashed open. Their sect master, who had already breathed her last, actually rushed out with Lu Yizhi in her arms and flew toward the snowy peak. Asun, let's go. Before everyone could react, the sect master left behind her last words and rushed toward the snowy peak with Lu Yizhi in tow. At the same time, there was a huge explosion that Aunt Yi's eyes instantly moistened. Following this explosion, half of the sect master's peak split open, and a soul-stirring avalanche began with a bang at the same time. Duan Yu, who was rushing back to Daybreak Sect, and Sita Yi, who was at Heavenly Tao Sect, received news of the Holy Water Sect being attacked at the same time. Daybreak Sect's sect master, Liang Wanshan, made a prompt decision. The three sects are united. We can't just watch the 6 prefectures besiege the Holy Water Sect. Master, I'll go with you, Duan Yu immediately said. Everyone turned back and headed toward the Holy Water Sect. At the adventure base, they ran into Heavenly Tao Sect's Sitamin and company and hurried toward the snowy peak. On the other side, in Five Moon City, City Lord Wu Mantian and his wife stood by the window, deeply worried. They looked up at the pitch-black sky, not knowing what to do. Everyone in Five Moon City knew about the huge commotion caused by the Holy Water Sect tonight. No one knew what happened at the Holy Water Sect's mountain gate, so the common people naturally didn't dare to poke their noses into other people's business. Until the next day, Everyone was speechless as they looked at the holy water sect's mountain peaks that had been practically flattened. In particular, the sect master's peak seemed to have been directly shaved off by half of its peak. The entire peak was shorter by more than half, and the soaring flames burned for an entire night. No one dared to go there and see what had happened. The Five Moon City Lord only dared to send 2 10th-level experts over to take a look. However, very quickly, the news they brought back was that no one from the Holy Water sect was left alive, that everything seemed to be settled. The world-shaking battle 3 days ago seemed to have been buried by the snow that never melted all year round. These past few days, the citizens of Five Moon City had been whispering in private, saying that the Holy Water sect might have offended an expert from the Middle 6 prefectures, which led to the tragic extermination of their sect. Who did you say was exterminated? A fair and clean little hand suddenly grabbed the noisy woman's collar and lifted her up with one hand. The woman was so scared that her legs kicked wildly, and she begged for mercy again and again. "Spare me, miss, spare me." After rushing for 3 days and 4 nights, they finally arrived at Arbor in Five Moon City. They couldn't accept the news at all. Impossible. She shook her head. Master wouldn't lie to her. Arbor shook its head vigorously, then shook its head again. Suddenly, he left the noisy woman behind and sprinted towards the city gate. Everyone saw that the plain figure was as fast as a wisp of smoke. In the blink of an eye, he had passed over 100 people. They couldn't help but stare at him in amazement. Chapter 468. Arbor dashed out of the city and quickly arrived at the foot of Snowy Peak. As soon as she reached Xianghe village, her heart trembled from the deathly stillness. Deathly stillness. It really was deathly stillness. Usually, this small village at the foot of Snowy Peak would be very lively at this time. Children's laughter mixed with women's chatter, and men came down from the mountain after a day of hard work. Smoke rose in spirals from kitchen chimneys, cheerful laughter. But now all of this was gone. Deathly stillness. It really was a deathly stillness. Arbor dashed into the village entrance and stood there in a daze. What appeared before her were only dilapidated fences, dilapidated walls, and wreckage. It was incomparably wretched, and there wasn't a single complete corpse. Senior sister. Senior sister. Arbor dashed to a holy water sect disciple whose face was covered in blood and grime. She hugged her head that had rolled to the side of the grass and shook it vigorously. Senior sister. Arbor hugged this head tightly and didn't notice at all that her chest was already drenched in blood. Senior sister. Senior sister. This senior sister and the others all had cultivations around level 5 or 6, and they guarded the mountain gate all year round. Arbor's eyes reddened, and she abruptly turned her head. She suddenly fished out a small, intact girl's body from under a headless corpse as if she had gone mad. She was a bit warm to the touch. This child was still alive. She was still alive. Xiaomu immediately performed acupuncture and breathed into her, promptly feeding her the best medicinal solution she had on hand. After a long while, the girl coughed out blood and weakly opened her eyes. Her eyes suddenly emitted a faint light. "I know you. You fly in the sky, Sister Immortal." The girl's voice was hoarse and gloomy as she spoke intermittently. "I'm not some immortal. I'm just a useless person. I can't save you. I can't save anyone. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Arbor's tears immediately flowed down. Too late. Her reply was too late. It was still too late. This girl was already incurable. If she could return half a day earlier, perhaps she could. Or perhaps if the sapling was here, she could ask it for an excellent spirit pill. But it was useless to say anything now. "Sister, my mother said that the dead will turn into monsters." The girl's internal organs were all injured, and she hadn't had enough food and water for so many days. She was already on the verge of death. As she spoke, blood constantly spurted out from her mouth. I don't want to become a monster." Arbor hugged her, tears falling on her face. She nodded heavily and said, "Sister promises you. You will never become a monster. Okay." The little girl pointed and cried out weakly, "And my mother." Arbor hugged her tightly and subconsciously reached out to cover her cold little hand. He murmured softly, Big sister will bury you and your mother together. You won't be separated anymore. Your mother will continue to protect you in her next life. Big sister, don't cry. You're an immortal. The little girl's voice grew weaker and weaker until there was no more sound. Arbor bit her thin lips and hugged the little girl tightly. She lowered her little head and said softly, I'm not an immortal. I'm not. I can't even save you. Rushing all the way from Xianghe village to the mountain gate, on both sides of the mountain path, she occasionally saw several incomplete corpses of her senior sisters. Xiaomu did not know how she managed to walk up. She really did not know. She felt as if she was floating, as if she was stepping on a ball of cotton or a cloud. She staggered up the mountain while stumbling. Chapter 469. She didn't have many tears left. In the past, Xiaomu truly did not know that a person's body could shed so many tears. So when she ascended the sect master's peak and stared blankly at the tragic scene in front of her, she didn't shed any tears. She just stood there in a daze, staring blankly. The bamboo buildings were razed to the ground, and the sect master's favorite bamboo forest was also burned to the ground. She couldn't tell which of the corpses on the ground were the enemies and which were her sisters. Her foot kicked something. She looked down and saw that she knew this person. It was Second Peak's fool, Chang Yushi. She squatted down and patted Chang Yushi's blood-stained face. She said expressionlessly, Fool, get up. Didn't you want to be my follower? I'll allow it. Get up. Chang Yushi closed her eyes and didn't say anything. She no longer had her usual vigor. Get up, get up. Arbor scooped up her body and watched as the lower half of her body fell to the ground with a crash. She walked forward in a daze and saw countless familiar faces. Third Peak's senior marshal sister Li Ling. The first time she met her was before the operation in Qinghetown. She walked up to her and introduced herself with a bright smile. I'm Third Peak's Li Ling, Second Peak's senior marshal sister Su Qinghu. Back then, she was carried back to Second Peak by Second Marshal Uncle. When she came out of seclusion, she saw Su Qinghu fainting from hunger on Second Peak. She thought they were idiots. Su Qinghu even asked her, Are you very hungry? At that time, senior marshal's sister Su smiled shyly at her. I'm fine, little junior marshal sister. Fine? Not fine at all. You're all dead now. Second senior marshal sister. She saw second senior marshal sister Shui Zhao's half-severed body fall into the snow pit. She turned around and sprinted forward, pouncing on a body. Compared to the other pitiful senior marshal sisters, eldest senior marshal sister Su Shanshan's body was very intact. She quietly lay beside the snow pit with her eyes closed, leaning her head against second senior marshal sister Shui Zhao's half-severed body. Arbor thought she was so sad that she couldn't cry anymore, but her tears kept falling down inexplicably. She couldn't stop it at all. Liar. Arbor forcefully slapped eldest senior sister Su Shanshan's arm and whimpered. You told me in Qinghetown that you would protect me. You wouldn't leave me alone. Liar, liar. Arbor slapped her twice again. Then, as if he had thought of something, he looked back and forth at the corpses on the sect master's peak. She suddenly dragged out her voice and yelled, Morong Sun, Morong Sun, Morong Sun, where are you? Morong Sun, you big liar. Morong Sun, you lied to me. She dragged her tired feet and circled the entire sect master's peak, but she did not see Morong Sun. Instead, he found Third Marshal Aunt Lu Yun's head. She hugged Lu Yun's head and stumbled over to Su Shanshan's side. She placed Lu Yun beside Su Shanshan and cried until her voice was hoarse. She said pitifully, Third Marshal Uncle, stay here and accompany eldest Marshal sister. I still have to find my master, but I don't know where my master has gone. Third Marshal Uncle, where do you think my master went? She then picked up Lu Yun's head and helped her wipe off the dirt on her face. With a confused expression, she asked, Third Marshal Uncle, where do you think my master went? Morong Sun, come out. The little fellow placed Lu Yun's head next to Su Shanshan and suddenly sprinted toward the ancestral hall. Chapter 470. Half of the ancestral hall had been destroyed long ago, leaving behind only a small portion of lonely wreckage. Arbor dazedly flipped through the miniature life lanterns of the sect's disciples. She watched as second senior sister Shui Zhao's battered body was flung away at the final juncture of her battle with the enemy, but Arbor could not shed any more tears. She propped up her cheek with one hand and flipped through the miniature life lanterns one by one. When she saw the sect master dragging a stooped old man up the snowy peak to self-destruct, she suddenly froze. She recognized this old man. She had met this old man once outside Xixiao Valley's second southern courtyard. Later, she also saw this old man on the competition field. Wasn't he a guest elder of the Ghost faction? What exactly were the middle 6 prefectures rumored in the marketplace? Could it be that this guest elder of the Ghost faction was actually someone from the middle 6 prefectures? She did not find Murong Sun's life lantern. Perhaps because the ancestral hall collapsed, more than half of the disciples' life lanterns were smashed down by rocks. Arbor lowered her head and searched through the cracks in the rocks for a long time, but could not find it. Instead, she dug until her fingers were bleeding. "Master!" Qiuqiu did not dare to speak and weakly called out, "Don't dig anymore. It probably slid down the snowy peak due to the avalanche." "Murong Sun, you big liar," the little stoic expressionlessly retorted. "You still have a master. Master will definitely accompany you in the future. Master has never lied to you." They were all lies. "Qiuqiu, do you know?" The little stoic muttered to herself hoarsely, "I won't have a master in the future." "Ha ha. What are you afraid of without a master? Without a master, you still have me, your older brother. Little beauty, as long as you're willing to return with me, I guarantee you'll eat and drink well in the future. You definitely won't have a bad life." An ear-piercing, teasing laughter suddenly barged into Arbor's ears. She stood up and took a step forward. The tip of her foot kicked something like a hard iron tablet. She bent down to pick it up and flipped through it before putting it away into her inner world with an icy expression. Afterwards, she looked up at the group of people outside the ancestral hall. She recognized them all. Myriad Faction's faction master's son, Fei Qing, sickly and lecherously eyeing Holy Water Sect's disciples all day long. Ghost Sect's Elder Ghost Surd, Granny Witch and her group from Coitus Sect. One of them was an old friend of Arbor's. Back when they were fighting for the paradise, Imo Yin had helped to extract a strand of her soul. She was Yao Ji of the Coitus Sect. At this moment, her life spirit was still in Arbor's inner world. So when Arbor looked at her coldly, Yao Ji's eyes narrowed slightly. "You pervert. You won't change even after 3 sentences." Coitus Sect's Chi Mei covered her mouth and giggled. She swayed her body flirtatiously and smiled sweetly at Arbor. "Junior Marshall sister, you're the only one left. TSK, TSK, tisk, she's crying. Look on that tear-stained face of hers. TSK, TSK, the tears haven't even dried yet." If the Holy Water Sect's 3-peak master saw this, their hearts would definitely ache. Arbor coldly stared at this woman and coldly said, "What? Ghost Sect, Myriad Faction, Coitus Sect, and Ghost Sect can't wait to hit someone when they're down?" Myriad Faction's Fei Qing pretentiously smiled and said, "What are you saying? Our 3 factions also heard that something happened to the Holy Water Sect, so we specially rushed over to take a look and offer our condolences. Little Junior Marshall sister, don't be afraid. Come to brother. Brother will protect you." Chapter 471. Protection. Xiao Mu's eyes involuntarily narrowed, and her eyes, which were as cold as ice, slowly swept a glance at Fei Qing. Fei Qing inexplicably shuddered on the spot, but at the same time, he secretly became excited. He had always liked pretty girls, especially younger ones. He liked them even more. In the towns near Myriad Faction, there were at least 800 if not 1,000 girls who had been ruined by his hands. Chimaer jokingly called him a pervert, and that was not just in name. When he was in Xixiao Valley, his heart had long been itching uncontrollably in front of so many pretty girls from the Holy Water Sect. Unfortunately, his father, Fei Pengyi, had severely warned him not to be rash due to the presence of the 3-peak masters. As a result, he didn't dare to make a move during the entire competition. Normally, he would have seen this exquisite and adorable little junior sister who was like a small ice sculpture long ago. Unfortunately, this little fellow was never alone. She was usually surrounded by a group of people and stars, so he didn't have a chance to make a move. But today was different. Look at the dilapidated surroundings. The Holy Water sect had been exterminated. What other backing would his little junior sister have in the future? Wouldn't it be easy for him to capture her? As he thought about this, Fei Qing's expression became even more smug. He glanced at Arbor with greed in his eyes and beckoned at her again. Little junior sister, don't be afraid. Come here. Aren't we old acquaintances? On the side, Chi Mei giggled again. Unexpectedly, when she met Arbor's bone-chilling eyes, her heart skipped a beat for some reason. Ghost Surd impatiently roared from the side. You still have the time to waste with her? Why don't you capture her first? After speaking, he didn't care about how flustered and exasperated Fei Qing was. He stretched out his hand toward Arbor's neck. He originally thought that he would be able to pick up the little girl like picking up a little chick. Ghost Surd's eyes even emitted an evil glint. Most of the Ghost faction's disciples who came to participate in the competition were killed by the Holy Water sect. Now, the heavens had eyes and gave them retribution for their sect's extermination. If he didn't act now, when would he? When he ruthlessly attacked, he seemed to have completely forgotten that the Ghost faction's people had suffered many setbacks at the little girl's hands. When they first met, he, Ghost Surd, was already no match for the little girl. Let alone now, a silhouette flashed in front of Ghost Surd. With a sweep of his wrist, a dagger slid across Ghost Surd's neck, drawing a long line of blood on his neck. Ghost Surd subconsciously touched the line of blood on his throat. As he fell, his eyes were filled with disbelief. His life was taken away as soon as they met? Why? Yet Granny Witch's hair stood on end, and she bellowed, Idiot, this little brat is no longer that little level 8 mystic cultivator from back then. Pooh! Granny Witch only felt a pain in her back. She was thrown a few steps forward and spat out a mouthful of blood. This sneak attack caused her to be greatly alarmed. The disciples of Coitus sect were also dumbfounded. They all turned their heads to look at Yao Ji, who had suddenly attacked Granny Witch. Their faces were filled with shock and astonishment as they shrieked in terror. What are you doing, Yao Ji? I pledge my life to the young master. Yao Ji shouted at Xiao Mu and clawed the face of a Coitus faction disciple beside her with a backhand. Immediately, a gurgling stream of venom flowed out of that disciple's face. Chapter 472. Previously, Yao Ji was still a bit hesitant, unsure whether she should make a move or not. One had to know that the three factions had gathered about 100 people, and the little girl was alone. If she suddenly betrayed Coitus sect and stood by the little girl's side to resist the three factions' 100 people, then she would undoubtedly die. However, her fate soul was in the little girl's hands. If she didn't help her, then she would definitely lose her life on the spot. With the little girl's ruthless temperament and vicious methods, she definitely wouldn't let an enemy like her off. Thus, Yao Ji made all kinds of calculations and felt that she would definitely die at this moment. However, when she saw the little girl slash Ghost Surd to death with a dagger, Yao Ji knew that her chance had come. The little girl seemed to be much stronger than she expected. She knew she had to gamble this time. She stood behind Granny Witch and instantly pierced Granny Witch's heart with a cold stab. How could Granny Witch and the Coitus sect disciples have anticipated that Yao Ji would suddenly make a move? Their Coitus sect formation was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the little girl had already rushed forward. She flung out countless flying talismans, trapping Fei Qing's group. Ebony, intermediate level, binding talisman formation. It could bind at most 10 people at a time. These people's cultivation levels were slightly lower than hers. Once she used this binding talisman formation to bind them, everyone turned pale with fright. They were bound inside the talisman formation's circle and couldn't escape, no matter how hard they tried. Only now did they remember. During the competition, the little girl had once used this move against Daybreak's sect's Mu Liangda. At that time, they were still secretly mocking Mu Liangda for being useless for not being able to defeat a 12 to 13-year-old little girl. But now, When they had a taste of this binding talisman formation, their faces suddenly turned pale with fright. They couldn't move. They couldn't even release mystic energy after being bound by this binding talisman formation. Fei Qing, this useless guy, was so frightened that his face contorted. He continuously tried to break out of this talisman formation and looked up at Arbor with a pale face. Just as he called out, "Little junior sister," the little fellow furiously raised her ferrule and smacked it down on his head. "Who's your little junior sister?" Was the 3 words "little junior sister" something a filthy guy like you could call out? "Die for me." Arbor tossed out a handful of shooting star scatters with a flick of his hand. Ding, 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 they hit the people in the array. Fei Qing and the others were like turtles in a jar, unable to resist at all. After a burst of meteor scattering, Fei Qing was horrified to find that the disciples he had pulled in front of him to resist the meteor scattering were now like live targets, their bodies covered with small nails. "You!" Fei Qing's face was filled with panic as he shouted. At this critical moment of life and death, he didn't dare to call her junior sister anymore. He also didn't dare to tease her anymore. Instead, he kept saying, "How dare you, little bitch? If you dare to hurt me, my father won't let you off." Fei Qing felt that his threat was useless. The little girl's face was expressionless as she directly struck out a mighty, profound energy that fiercely struck Fei Qing's chin, directly smashing his mouth into pieces. Fei Qing's unpleasant roar came to an abrupt stop. Arbor pounced forward and fiercely struck his head with the ferrule, immediately smashing his skull open. Brain matter burst out, and he died on the spot. "Since you're here, then stay." The little girl pinched 2 core-crushing thunders between her fingers and fiercely threw them into the crowd. Under the panicked gazes of the crowd, the core-crushing thunders suddenly exploded. Aoyi and the others chased with all their might, but when they heard the explosion halfway up the mountain, they immediately flew up the snowy peak. Chapter 473. "Little miss, you're a bit interesting." A sinister laugh came from Arbor's back. Ani Prefecture's Hong Jinchuan had actually been guarding the Holy Water sect this entire time. Ever since the sect master self-detonated while dragging Lu Yizhi was heavily injured and could no longer fight. The entire Shuntian Prefecture strength was also greatly reduced. The remaining people from Shuntian Prefecture carried Lu Yizhi down the snowy peak. However, Hong Jinchuan was unwilling to give up, so he led the 300 people from Ani Prefecture to guard the sect for a few more days. Sure enough, he had been waiting for someone to come today. He had been secretly observing the little girl and learned of her identity. Holy Water sect's first peak master, Murong Sun's personal disciple, truly was a girl with outstanding strength. The disciples from the 3 factions could not last more than a few moves in her hands before they scattered like birds and beasts. Unfortunately, a mere level 11 mystic cultivator was nothing in his eyes. "Little girl, obediently tell me the holy water's whereabouts. I can spare your life." Hong Jinchuan chuckled as he looked at Arbor. Calculating the time, the people from the other prefectures should be arriving soon. Before that, he had to trick the little girl into speaking up as soon as possible. If it didn't work, he might have to use some unpleasant methods. "Holy water," Arbor muttered to himself. As expected, they came for Lady Holy Water? But why do they call it holy water? Yes, it's holy water. We received news that the holy water is inside your holy water sect. Unfortunately, they turned the entire holy water sect upside down, but did not find anything. The strangest thing was that such a large sect did not even have a treasury or something like that. It simply made people depressed. "Where's Murong Sun?" The little girl suddenly asked coldly and did not answer Hong Jinchuan's question. Hong Jinchuan couldn't help but be angry, and his lips twitched with a fake smile. "Your master? Don't tell me you still don't know? Look at your sect. Corpses are strewn everywhere and broken limbs are everywhere. Why are they so incomplete? Ha 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 ha. It's because idiots like them are all playing with self-detonation. Ha ha." Unfortunately, to us level 15 great mystic cultivators, it's like the light of a firefly and can't harm us at all. Xiao Mu suppressed the resentment in her heart and coldly gazed at them. The auras of Hong Jinchuan and the others were indeed very powerful. There were more than 300 people from Ani Prefecture, and she couldn't see through at least 100 of them, which meant that their cultivations were definitely higher than hers. Moreover, how many of them were level 15 great mystic cultivators like Hong Jinchuan? If it was only for her to challenge level 10 or level 23 great mystic cultivators above her level, she might still have a chance. But now, asking her, a mere level 11 mystic cultivator, to challenge multiple level 15 great mystic cultivators was practically sending herself to her death. Of course, she also had her trump cards and might be able to kill a few level 15 great mystic cultivators. What's your name? This old man is Hong Jinchuan of Ani Prefecture. Hong Jinchuan wasn't worried at all about the consequences of exposing his name to the little girl. In his opinion, Murong Sun, his last disciple, was already a dead person. Murong Sun self-detonated? The little girl asked expressionlessly with pursed lips. You killed her? The little girl pressed on. Hong Jinchuan became impatient. Does it matter who killed her? You're just a little girl. Could it be that you want to avenge your sect by yourself? Chapter 474. I advise you to honestly tell me the holy water's whereabouts. Otherwise, suddenly, a binding talisman matrix landed on the 10 Ani Prefecture disciples. At the same time, Arbor flung out a core ravaging thunder, which shattered half of the ancestral hall that had collapsed with a boom. Qing Luan was released, and with a shrill cry, it swooped down and unleashed an arctic frost slash, blowing 3 to 4 Ani Prefecture disciples who were caught off guard into ice sculptures on the spot. Arbor swept her ferrule across, and those ice sculptures shattered into pieces. The severed limbs wrapped in ice tumbled to the side with a plop. Silly girl, you actually dare to be so audacious. Hong Jinchuan shouted angrily. Did she think that she was still fighting a motley crew from the Three Gates? What she swore to fight to the death was Ani Prefecture, one of the 6 prefectures. Although this group of people might not be considered as experts in any prefecture in the lower star field, it was more than enough to deal with a mere little girl, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. When this old man catches you, I'll break your limbs and see if you'll tell me the holy water's whereabouts. Fury flashed through Hong Jinchuan's eyes, and he instantly exploded. His fingers formed a claw as he clawed at Arbor. Clang! This claw actually grabbed a thick defensive barrier, causing the old man's claw to stiffen. What? This damn girl's defensive barrier was actually so sturdy. How could he know that ever since Arbor advanced to level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator, several layers of seals on her eggshell defensive barrier had also been opened? Now, it probably wouldn't be much of a problem to deal with 8 to 10 heavy blows from a level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator. In the blink of an eye, the ferrule in Arbor's hand had already gathered the power of flames, and it struck Hong Jinchuan's arm with a whoosh. Apart from his shock, Hong Jinchuan's eyes were filled with greed. Spirit weapon. Damn girl, the Holy Water Sect truly treats you very well. They're even willing to give you a spirit weapon, little girl. Unfortunately, we'll have to see if a little girl like you can keep your life to hold it. Hong Jinchuan snatched the ferrule from her hand. Tigers roared and birds chirped. Hundreds of beasts came out. Qing Luan was surrounded. Arbor flung out a small golem to block the saber slash coming from Ani Mansion's disciples from the side. My lady, stay up late, and the others flew up to the faction leader's peak and saw a scary scene. Their family's young miss was actually besieged by more than 300 men and beasts. She was struggling to hold on, and her entire body was bathed in blood. Arbor looked back, and her pupils shrank. When she ran around the Sectmaster's peak, she found that there were many broken bodies of black-clothed youths on the Sectmaster's peak. They seemed to be the Crown Prince's subordinates. Why did he come here to die? This was her sect's matter and had nothing to do with others. They shouldn't have come. Stay up late, and dozens of others quickly summoned their own Shin beasts and joined the battle. However, even with their participation, there was still a huge disparity in numbers. She threw out a bunch of support talismans at Stay Up Late and the others. The mystic guiding talisman matrix had already been activated, and all the mystic energy within 50 kilometers of the holy water sect continuously poured into her body. Greed and hesitation flashed through Hong Jinchuan's eyes. It was a bit of a pity to kill such an exceptionally talented, great talisman practitioner. If you're willing to hand over the sacred water and sacrifice a strand of your soul to me, I'll spare your life and spare their lives. Arbor responded by biting the tip of her tongue and spraying a mouthful of blood onto her ferrule. The ferrule emitted a strange light. Chapter 475. It clanged in Arbor's hand and suddenly flew out. Raging flames sprayed directly at Hong Jinchuan's face. Hong Jinchuan raised his saber to block, but the profound weapon in his hand was actually cut in half by the ferrule. The tip of the saber stabbed into the ground with a clang. A trace of fury shot out of Hong Jinchuan's eyes. The moment his body exploded, he circulated all the profound energy in his body and viciously attacked Arbor's head. In the nick of time, a faint, moon-white phantom leaped out from the ferrule and abruptly shielded the little fellow. It met the old man's ferocious attack head-on. Bang! Hong Jinchuan spat out a mouthful of blood in shock. His body was already uncontrollably sent flying backward. Arbor's large eyes widened. She subconsciously bit her lip and hurriedly ran forward a few steps. She inexplicably opened her arms, wanting to hug that faintly discernible phantom. Mo Yin. Mo Yin must be injured. He's injured. Mo Yin's phantom turned around and looked at her with an anxious expression. Arbor had just reached out to hug that phantom when he heard a soft sound. His entire body suddenly disappeared from her embrace. The little fellow foolishly made a hugging motion just like that. Wah! Mo Yin disappeared. The little fellow opened his mouth and did his best to suppress the urge to cry. Choking with sobs, he shouted at Ao, Yi, and the others, who had just fought a bloody battle, "Hurry and leave." She turned around and flew towards Sky Peak. Behind her, an E-Prefecture's people followed closely behind her like a pack of wolves and tigers. At the same time, far away in Guanlan City, Mo Yin's hand trembled as he flipped through the memorial. A trace of blood actually slid down the corner of his lips. "Your Highness!" Xiao 11Z, who had been bending over to offer him tea with both hands, was so frightened that he rolled on the ground. The teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Some of the officials in the southern study, who were in the middle of a meeting, also cried out when they saw this scene. "Your Highness!" Yin Qi suddenly appeared beside him and called out anxiously, "Master!" The red brush in Mo Yin's hand made a cracking sound. When she raised her head, her eyes were already filled with a bloody storm. Someone had touched the divine sense he had left in the ferrule. Something had happened to his Jojo. Mo Yin immediately stood up. "Little Seven, let's go." Weren't they going home? Weren't they going to Shijio City? Why did they appear in the Holy Water sect? Why didn't stay up late and the others send him a message? Mo Yin was burning with anxiety. Just now, the wisp of fragmented image that was transmitted to him before the wisp of divine sense dissipated simply terrified him to the core. The little girl was covered in blood, and her eyes were like ice. Disobedient, too disobedient. Why didn't you go home obediently? The golden dragon leaped up and flew into the sky. Everyone followed and ran out. They were tongue-tied as they looked at His Highness, who was running away. "Your Highness, please don't. We haven't finished discussing the matter of Huqing's fortifications." What His Highness left for them was a speck of golden light on the horizon. The officials looked at each other in bewilderment. At this time, Arbor had already led most of the Ani Prefecture's subordinates to Sky Peak. She turned her head and coldly stared at the level, 15 great mystic cultivators in the front row. The Tianji treasure blueprint abruptly flew out of her conscious. All the mystic energy in her main and branch meridians were turned into mystic conscious and frantically poured into the Tianji treasure blueprint. Sky Peak is about to become your burial ground. She wanted these people to die. Her head already felt like it was being pricked by needles. With her current cultivation, Using the divine weapon was still too forceful. Fortunately, the divine weapon was willing to cooperate to end a night watch. See you tomorrow. Take the pot lid and run. Chapter 476. That thin piece of paper rapidly expanded before everyone's eyes, flashing with a dazzling golden brilliance. With Arbor's current level, 11 Mystic Realm Cultivation, he could activate the 4th layer of the TNG Treasure Blueprint. Under normal circumstances, activating the 3rd layer of the TNG Treasure Blueprint wasn't a big problem. However, Arbor was currently forcefully activating the 4th layer of the TNG Treasure Blueprint and carrying out a large-scale, indiscriminate group attack. Just the 3rd layer of the TNG Treasure Blueprint wasn't enough. Right now, she was facing 5 to 6 level, 15 Great Mystic Cultivators, as well as 100 or so level, 12 and level, 3 Great Mystic Cultivators. She wanted to bury them on Sky, Peak, and accompany the entire Holy Water sect in death. She needed to kill them in one strike. She didn't have a second chance that an endless stream of mystic conscious desperately squeezed into the TNG Treasure Blueprint. Divine weapons were all sentient objects. It already sensed that its little master was risking her life in this desperate attack, as if she was risking her life. It wanted to reject the remaining portion of mystic conscious. It didn't want anything to happen to its little master. However, its master had already sunk into a completely deranged state, so it couldn't stop her at all. The Ani Prefecture's disciples only felt that the light was very glaring, and they couldn't resist closing their eyes. However, in the next instant, the grain-shaped concealed weapons that blotted out the sky instantly pierced through their bodies. 2 level, 15 Great Mystic Cultivators bore the brunt of the attack. The grain-shaped concealed weapons pierced through their defensive barriers and directly turned them into sieves. They even dazedly lowered their heads to glance at themselves. Afterwards, they discovered that their bodies were riddled with tiny holes, and they were all spurting out small streams of blood. Their heads instantly ruptured, revealing a bizarre and terrifying scene. Like a torrential downpour of sand, their entire bodies turned into bone dregs with a crash, and minced meat splattered all over the ground. This terrifying instant immediately scared the other level, 15 Great Mystic Cultivators, into retreating several steps. They activated all the mystic energy in their bodies to reinforce their defensive barriers. The remaining 3 level, 15 Great Mystic Cultivators were already completely stupefied, and they stiffly turned their heads around. Only now did they see clearly that under the indiscriminate attacks of the TNG Treasure Blueprint, the 200 or so people from the Ani Prefecture had all been reduced to a pile of bone marrow and flesh. They mixed into the snow and dyed the entire ground reddish-brown. More than 200 people. They were all level 10 Mystic Cultivators and above, but they were killed just like that. Among them, 2 careless level 15 Great Mystic Cultivators were also killed in this group attack. This could no longer be called a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Arbor's mystic sense was severely damaged. After the attack, he fell limply onto the snowy ground. Her eyes stared fixedly at the pitch-black sky above her. It turned out that, unknowingly, the night fog had already enveloped them. In the past, she had never felt as dark as today. Above the horizon, not even a tiny star could be seen. It was too dark. The 3 level, 15 Great Mystic Cultivators stared intently at the TNG Treasure Blueprint that had shrunk to the size of a piece of paper hovering in the air. Their eyes shone with a wolf-like ferocity. Cough. TNG Treasure Blueprint. Hong Jinchuan clutched the wound on his chest and ascended Sky, Peak step by step. His vicious gaze landed on Arbor. Damn, lass, you're so young, but each treasure on you surpasses the last. It's a pity that beautiful women are short-lived. These things, cough, will all take your life. Hong Jinchuan sneered. Chapter 477. Previously, he had been sent flying by the counterattack of Mo Lian's projection, and even his heart meridians had been damaged. However, he was extremely glad at this moment. If it weren't for the fact that he was a step too slow he would have most likely met the same fate as those two slightly weaker level 15 great mystic cultivators and lost his life to the Tianji Treasure Blueprint's indiscriminate group attack. But now, Hong Jinchuan smiled maliciously and glanced disdainfully at Arbor, who had collapsed on the ground and couldn't move at all. Damn girl, I'll give you one last chance. Hong Jinchuan forced out each word from between his teeth. Tell me the whereabouts of the holy water, and I'll spare your lowly life. Hong Jinchuan, you take the holy water, but the Tianji Treasure Blueprint is mine. Suddenly, one of the three great mystic cultivators pounced toward the Tianji Treasure Blueprint with quick steps and grabbed at the paper. Bullshit. Hong Jinchuan forcefully swung his palm. I'm the chief manager in charge of all matters in the lower star domain. How can you fight with me? That middle-aged man who was fighting over the Tianji Treasure Blueprint resentfully retracted his hand and glared at Hong Jinchuan with an angry expression. Everyone is equal in front of treasures. How about this? Let's see who among us can contract it first, and it'll belong to that person. Everyone else is not allowed to say anything. Arbor lay in the ice-cold snow. Her plain dress had already been completely dyed the color of blood. On it was the blood of her fellow sect members, her own blood, but even more of it was the blood of her enemies. She only felt that her entire body was exhausted. She narrowed her eyes slightly and glared at that patch of black on the horizon, as if there was no one else around. She actually didn't hear a single word that these people were arguing about beside her. Damn girl, don't play dead. Hong Jinchuan flew into a rage, out of humiliation, and punched out with mystic energy. Just as it was about to land on Arbor's body, something pounced over from the side and pressed down on her body. This punch blasted it into 7 or 8 pieces. Arbor dazedly hugged that round and slippery head. Her small hands groped about on the snow beside her, wanting to pick up the scattered pieces of her arms and legs. Her debeo had completely cracked. That silly and noisy fool who would crawl over to her every few days and tell her, "Little mistress, you're so beautiful today," no longer existed. That weak chicken had been besieged until now. He wondered if it had died. There was no sound from Stay Up Late and the others. They were probably dead, too. Yes, everyone is dead. The talismans on his body had also been used up, and there wasn't much profound energy left. His profound sense was also on the verge of overdrawing. He had nothing left. She seemed to be the only one left on the snowy peak. It was so quiet that it made one's chest feel stuffy, and the rims of one's eyes were sore. Not a single tear could be shed. Perhaps very soon, she would also die. However, was she willing to die like this? She couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it. Her entire conscience felt as if it had been torn apart. She could only feel this terrible pain. It was so painful that she wanted to roll back and forth on the ground in order to get rid of this mental pain. She hated these repulsive and greedy villains. She hated herself even more, hated her own incompetence. Chirp! The little white squirrel kept rubbing against her neck. Its pair of black beady eyes were filled with pitiful tear stains. Pained, her conscience felt as if someone was using a large machete to continuously slash at it. It was so painful that her entire body was trembling. Suddenly, Chapter 478. The hatred that filled her chest had practically transformed into substantial evil thoughts that were about to flow out. The throbbing pain in her head made her curl up her small body on the snowy ground, and her gaze suddenly landed on her left hand. At some point in time, a small section of a sharp sword tip had emerged from her left hand. Fushi. Sword? Inexplicably, she opened her mouth and murmured. She reluctantly reached out her right hand and stroked this small section of the sword tip. This sword? It had been hidden in her body all this time, and she, from beginning to end, had actually not sensed it at all despite growing up to this age. She could call out its name in one breath, and even feel an eerie sense of familiarity wash over her. You must be my old friend, right? It's just that I don't even remember you now. Arbor squeezed out what little was left of her conscience and desperately mobilized her nearly exhausted mystic conscience, wanting to pull this sword out of her body. She could feel a majestic and terrifying power contained within the sword. She hoped to use her own hands to hold this Fushi greatsword. Right now, she especially wanted to kill someone. Hong Jinchuan and the others weren't fools. They had already smelled a hint of danger, and they narrowed their eyes at Arbor, who was curled up on the ground. What is she doing? This damn girl. Don't tell me she still has a trump card that she hasn't revealed? The middle-aged mystic cultivator said sinisterly. Hong Jinchuan immediately frowned and said angrily, "The damn girl probably won't reveal the whereabouts of the sacred water. Let's chop her up and look for it again." Quickly look. A sword appeared in the little girl's hand. Hong Jinchuan was startled by that mystic cultivator's shout. His gaze landed on Arbor, and he only felt a trace of coldness creep into his heart. He absolutely couldn't allow this damn girl to continue living. At such a young age, she had so many trump cards and such strong combat strength. Who knew if they would still be her match after a year or two? This kind of prodigy also had an irreconcilable feud with their Ani prefecture. The two sides were already in a state of irreconcilable enmity. He absolutely couldn't allow a hidden and powerful enemy to continue existing. After this battle, Ani Prefecture's forces on Seacone Planet were practically wiped out. Their vitality was truly greatly damaged. After expending so much manpower, if they couldn't bring back some treasures, it would be hard to explain to the manor head. It was all this damn girl's fault. She had taken out the Tianji treasure map and killed so many people from an E-prefecture. However, it didn't matter. He had already secretly planned to take the Tianji treasure blueprint as his contribution and offer it to the manor lord to curry favor. As for the holy water, that was what he wanted. This time, no matter what, he had to find the holy water. The sword is coming out. The middle-aged mystic cultivator roared. We can't let her continue. With that, the middle-aged mystic cultivator promptly sent out a mystic energy that charged towards Arbor. Chirp! The little white squirrel's fur stood on end as it abruptly jumped out from Arbor's neck and dashed towards the incoming mystic energy. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Its small body was sent flying by the profound energy and landed heavily on the snowy ground. You overestimate yourself. The middle-aged mystic cultivator harumphed angrily. Viciousness grew in his heart, and he flew to Arbor's side. Without a second word, he raised his leg and stomped on her small head. How dare you? A stern rebuke laced with earth-shattering fury abruptly struck the depths of everyone's souls like a muffled hammer. Chapter 479. The middle-aged mystic cultivator spat out a mouthful of blood. While he was greatly alarmed, his complexion also turned ghastly pale. There was actually a projection in front of him. The figure's face was indistinct, but he knew it was a young woman's voice. It could be seen how powerful that soul projection was to be able to transmit her power through her voice and injure their conscience. Even in the Middle Six prefectures, they had never seen such a terrifying person. Who is it? Did the Holy Water Sect have such a powerful backing? Who dares to harm my disciple? Soul explode. The instant that powerful projection pounced down, a powerful force that made one's heart tremble suppressed his entire body. The middle-aged mystic cultivator watched in horror as his body involuntarily spread open. It was actually boom. The next second, the middle-aged mystic cultivator was forced to self-detonate against his will. The other two great mystic cultivators, who were scared out of their wits, immediately broke into a run when they saw that something was amiss. Can you escape? Both of you. The emotionless voice rang out again. Suddenly, four invisible barriers erected around the two level 15 great mystic cultivators, and a black fog mercilessly burned and evaporated around them. There was clearly only a wisp of concealed black fog and not a trace of smoke, but the two people's wretched howls could be heard throughout the 5 peaks. It was extremely mournful. Their figures shrunk along with the black fog around them. It was as if the water, blood, bones, and flesh in their bodies were evaporating inch by inch, losing their final supporting barrier inch by inch, until they softened into a puddle of black water and completely disappeared into the barrier. Hong Jinchuan's body trembled from head to toe. His legs were numb and weak from fright due to the scene before him. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Your Excellency, please spare my life. Hong Jinchuan involuntarily knelt down at this time, with a face full of piety and extreme submission. There was not a trace of humiliation in his heart. Facing such a powerful expert with such a powerful aura, Hong Jinchuan could not muster any thoughts of resistance. Right now, his mind was filled with regret and fear. If he had known that the Holy Water sect had such a terrifying backer, how would he have dared to come and cause trouble? As a mysterious man flicked his sleeve, Hong Jinchuan suffered a heavy slap on his cheek. Immediately after, a dozen slaps fell like a storm onto Hong Jinchuan's old face. Soon, his face was swollen and his teeth were shaking as he spat out blood. How dare ants surround and attack a raging tiger? The furious shadow grabbed Hong Jinchuan and tore his body in half effortlessly. Then, he threw Hong Jinchuan to the ground like a piece of paper. Xiao Mu was already lying on the snowy ground, and she was merely staring blankly at that violent apparition in a daze. So powerful, so powerful. In her eyes, level 15 mystic cultivators were merely existences akin to ants. With a flip of his hand, he could destroy them in the span of a breath. Master, the shadow in front of her, should be her former master that little tree mentioned. No wonder she felt that it was so familiar. Arbor felt her eyes sting, but she couldn't shed a single tear. She clearly wanted to cry so badly. Little treasure, the illusory figure anxiously called out. Are you all right? Don't make Master worry. Your soul is unstable, so don't recklessly use the Fushi Greatsword. Take it back and don't use it unless it's absolutely necessary. Remember. Master. Chapter 480. Little treasure, Master's good child. You've already grown so big and beautiful. Master only wishes for you to be well. Right now, your mind and body can't control the Fushi Greatsword. So remember, don't summon it. Good child. Master and your Ant Master both miss you very much. After that apparition abruptly dissipated, the lingering voice still lingered in her ears. The little stoic blankly laid there without moving. Her nose was sour, and a single sentence reverberated in her mind. Master and Ant Master, don't abandon little treasure. Don't abandon little treasure. Little treasure will be obedient. Master, the sapling's voice abruptly rang out, containing a trace of anxiety and fear. What happened? Why did you make yourself so miserable and desolate when I only went into closed-door cultivation for a little over a month? Qiuqiu, sect master, is dead. Murong Sun is also dead. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and the others are all dead. Even Big Treasure is dead. I don't have anything left. The little stoic pitifully said as she hugged Big Treasure's round head. How could you not have anything? No matter what the future holds, at least you still have me, Qiuqiu. No matter where Master goes, Qiuqiu will accompany Master. Qiuqiu loudly exclaimed with heartache. Master, don't be afraid and don't worry. Return to Paradise Planet first. Qiuqiu, bring your senior sisters back too. Okay? Okay. Arbor's voice was hoarse as she nodded lightly. Even if it was just a few broken limbs, she still wanted to properly bury them. She would bury them on Paradise Planet's Peach Orchard Slope. That place faced a peach forest and was surrounded by a large emerald lake. Her senior sisters would definitely like that place very much, right? Master, your conscience is about to dry up. You have to rest well and recover well. After the sapling carried Arbor back to Paradise Planet, he squatted next to her. The two beady eyes on the tree trunk were filled with worry as they looked at her. I want to lie down for a while. I don't want to think about anything or say anything. Master, where's the holy water? Arbor suddenly thought of something, and her mind jolted. After the divine water fused with you, it will also receive a portion of my power. It should have absorbed most of it by now. I'll go and drag it over. The little tree thought for a moment and secretly sent a message to Lady Holy Water. I see that Master is in a bad mood now. You have to be careful. Ever since Arbor had fused with the essence of the holy water, the two of them had formed an indirect connection. Goody. The water ball obediently shrank itself into a small ice bead and bounced onto its master's hand. Since the life essence had completely merged with its master, Lady Holy Water could also obtain some benefits from the sapling. She then went into seclusion. Now that it had taken advantage of the small tree's power, it had also advanced to the middle stage of the infant stage. Master, you only need to summon Dian with your mind right now, and Dian can come out and attack with liquid and solid water at any time. The little ice bead abruptly transformed into a ball of water and quietly floated in the center of Xiao Mu's palm. Arbor, however, remained expressionless. Suddenly, he flipped his hand and tossed it aside. Leave. From now on, I'm not your master. You can leave my mystic domain and go wherever you want. The water ball turned into an onion head water doll with a bang. It suddenly took a step and pounced towards Arbor. It cried out pitifully, "Why, master? What did Dian do wrong? Master, don't be angry." Chapter 481. Xiao Mu also knew that there was no reason for her to vent her anger. What did this have to do with Lady Holy Water? It had always obediently stayed in the Holy Water sect and didn't go out to cause trouble. It also never revealed its true form in front of others. In the end, human nature was still scary. But she, at least right now, she couldn't see this drop of water at all. She really didn't want to see it. The sapling waved its two branches and dragged Lady Holy Water over. Without any explanation, it slapped Lady Holy Water's head. "What are you yelling for? Can't you see that Master is in a bad mood?" After saying that, it kicked the water babies but then gave it a look. Lady Holy Water sobbed and ran pitifully a few steps away. Sparkling water droplets gurgled out and converged into a trickle that flowed into the stream and into the Emerald Lake. "Master, whoa." The water baby moved its short legs and pitifully turned its small head to look in the direction Arbor was lying on. "Master, master." The sapling jumped in fright. It turned out that Arbor had suddenly closed its eyes and didn't say anything. It was as if it had completely fainted, and it anxiously paced around on the spot for a while. The water child rolled all the way back with gurgling sounds and melted into a ball of blue water, rubbing itself against Xiao Mu's body. "Xiao, did Master faint from anger because I was useless?" The sapling gloomily glanced at it. It originally wanted to beat it up to vent the stuffiness in its chest, but after thinking it over, beating it up was completely unreasonable, so it dropped the matter. The sapling picked up Arbor with its branches and casually used them to weave a more comfortable hammock for her before placing her inside. The pair of black bean-like eyes on the branch stared fixedly at its master for a while before letting out a long sigh. "Daddy-ya, don't blame Master. I don't blame her. She's just too sad. Let her rest for a while. I know she can recover. She definitely will." The sapling patted the water blob. The water blob emitted a faint blue light and bounced on the ground with gurgling sounds. "Master, what's wrong?" "She's fainted from overexertion of her conscience." The sapling softly exclaimed, then patted the branch and said, "But this might be a good thing. Let's go. Let's not disturb Master's rest. Go help me clean up the remaining fellows on the snow-capped peak." Little Tree's body emitted a vicious aura. "Kill them." A strange scene appeared above the Holy Water sect's 5 peaks. Branches suddenly drilled out of the snow without warning. Accompanied by a wisp of agile water flow, the branches were growing at a terrifying speed. Qing Wan had lost count of how many mystical beasts she'd fought. Now, she was lying at Stay Up Late's feet, on the verge of death, waiting for the remnants of an E-prefecture to wipe her out. A sharp branch suddenly pierced through the chests of several enemies. The other 2 or 3 Ani Prefecture disciples were also pierced in and out of their bodies by a strange stream of water under their watchful gazes. In an instant, blood flowed out of their 7 orifices, and they fell to the ground with a loud bang. The branch dragged over the unconscious white squirrel, Chirpy, and tossed it in a paradise planet before sliding towards Qing Wan again. This was because most of the E-Prefecture's forces had been lured to Sky Peak by Arbor. The remaining small group only had 40 to 50 people. Chapter 482. However, it was truly an extremely tragic battle for Ao Ye's group of several dozen against more than 50 great mystic cultivators level 12 and above and 100 mystic beasts. Out of the dozens of people in the night pavilion's 3 teams, only 3 remained, including him. Stay up late, did not know how he managed to descend the snowy peak. When he was shaken, he opened his eyes and saw a few familiar faces. He recognized them. They were from the 3 sects. "Little brother, how are you? Why are you here?" Daybreak sect master Liang Wanshan asked him anxiously. "Do you know what happened on the snowy peak?" The series of questions threw Ao Ye's mind into a daze. "Who are you?" Duan Yu abruptly pulled him up, a hint of viciousness in his peach blossom eyes. "You!" Clang! A waste token fell to the ground, and everyone picked it up. Duan Yu glanced at it before releasing Ao Ye's collar. "You're one of the Crown Prince's men?" Cough, cough, cough. Ao Ye laid on the ground, so exhausted that he didn't want to move at all. He lifted his eyelids and looked up at the snowy peak. With one glance, he knew why Daybreak sect master and the rest were so astonished. The 5 peaks had been completely wrapped up by vines and thorns. The originally snow-white peaks had disappeared, and what stood tall were intersecting branches and dense leaves. It was as if the entire snowy peak had turned into a forest of ancient vines overnight. "How can this be?" Aoyi struggled to get up, but Duan Yu ignored him and flew up the snowy peak. Situ Yi hastily followed behind him. Many people from the 2 sects also followed suit. Unfortunately, when they reached halfway up the mountain, their path was completely blocked by vines as thick as a wrist. They chopped at these branches, trying to clear a path. Everyone was puzzled, but they didn't slow down. On the other side, Mo Lien, who was rushing to the Holy Water sect as fast as she could, was panicking. His remnant, divine conscious, had been able to sense the little fellow's existence the entire time. But just now, he couldn't sense anything. It was as if the little fellow had suddenly disappeared from the world. Her aura had completely vanished from the world. 7th Yin knew that his master was anxious, so he swung his dragon tail and dashed towards the Holy Water sect at a speed comparable to light. Everyone from the 2 sects had already released their Xian beasts to help them cut down the ancient vines and old trees that were blocking their way. They wanted to open up a path to the sect master's peak as soon as possible. Suddenly, he heard a dragon's roar. When he looked up, he saw the crown prince standing on the back of the golden dragon, facing the wind. He was circling around the area full of ancient vines, as if he couldn't find a place to land. Duan Yu forcefully waved his hand at him and transmitted a syllable, "Fire." A burning red flame shot out from the crown prince's hand and landed on the vines in front of Duan Yu and the others, burning their way through. The speed at which the group opened up the passage increased. Under the burning flames and the ferocious push of the profound beasts, they finally forcibly opened up a path through the encirclement of ancient vines. It was just that when everyone rushed to the sect master's peak, they could not help being stunned. The peak was surrounded by branches, but it was completely empty. They didn't even see a corpse. More than half of the snowy peak had already been flattened, and only a few remaining buildings could be seen. When they looked over, they saw the desolate sight of broken branches strewn across the ground. Chapter 483. Jojo. Mo Lien pressed down on the golden dragon, and the human and beast both landed on the snowy peak. Everyone chopped at the surrounding vines to create a place for them to stand. Mo Lien clenched his fists and stood there for a long time. He released his consciousness, but he couldn't sense his darling's presence. She really disappeared. She really disappeared. How could this be? Mo Lien was completely flustered. He thought he sensed wrongly. However, reality proved that even though his consciousness had spread out so far and searched from top to bottom, front to back, he still couldn't sense her existence. "Master, she's not here." The young 7th Yin solemnly shook his head at him. 7th Yan's consciousness could cover a radius of at least 3 kilometers. So to say, his Qiao Qiao really had disappeared from the Holy Water sect. Mo Lien refused to give up and looked at Duan Yu and the rest. No, how could she not be here? Duan Yu anxiously said, and abruptly turned to look at Aoi. Where's Jojo? Aoi was even more at a loss. I only saw Miss heading towards that snowy peak in the middle. When I woke up later, I was already at the foot of the snowy peak. Cough, cough. I encountered people from your two sections. Everyone's gazes simultaneously turned to Sky Peak, which was the most central of the 5 peaks. Yin flew over without another word, burning all the branches and vines that blocked her way along the way. Everyone had decent cultivations, so they followed closely behind her and headed towards Sky Peak. Jojo. Yin pulled out her sword and slashed apart several intersecting vines in front of her. After rushing up Sky Peak, she stopped in her tracks. Traces of a fierce battle could be seen on Sky Peak. Many reddish-brown pieces of flesh were left on the snowy ground, mixing with the snow. Jojo! Jojo! Their shouts didn't receive any response. Duan Yu sprinted forward and threw himself beside a shallow, human-shaped pit. Come over quickly. His hand groped wildly in the snow. He felt something and dug it out of the snow. Yin snatched the small piece of metal from his hand and held it tightly in her hand. Her eyes were almost about to burst into flames. It was a fragment from the little golem. Her Jojo must have been here for a while. But where was she now? She was gone. She had completely disappeared. Chow chow. Yin bolted for an even higher snowy peak. His heart was extremely flustered, as if it was being tightly gripped by 5 or 6 terrifying hands. It was so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. Why did this happen? Why? She was fine when they parted. Nothing had happened. His baby even smiled at him adorably. But now, when he thought of his Xiao Xiao, who was now alone somewhere, he panicked. His heart ached so much that it felt like it was being torn apart. He should have accompanied her. He should have accompanied her all the way. Yin was filled with regret. More people are coming. Situ, he looked coldly at the winding 100-person team at the foot of the snowy peak. It's people from Luotian Prefecture. Daybreak Sect Master Liang Wanshan recognized them at a glance. Haha, they want to take advantage of the situation? Then stay here forever. Duan Yu's eyes flashed with anger as he sneered. He suddenly reached out to summon his contracted beast. This was the first time everyone saw him summon a mystic beast. Its snow-white body was as large as a small mountain. 7. Seven-tailed heavenly fox. Daybreak Sect Master stuttered. He knew that this disciple of his was quite talented. Chapter 484. However, the legendary seven-tailed heavenly fox was actually a contract beast that Duan Yu had never summoned before. Chestnut, these are all your rations. Duan Yu pointed at the people from Luotian Prefecture on the mountain path. Thank you, Master. I can have a full meal now. Brutality flitted through the seven-tailed heavenly fox's eyes, and it abruptly moved its huge body, pouncing straight at the crowd on the mountain path. The bunch of idiots from Luotian Prefecture were currently dreaming of reaping the benefits of others' quarrels. They knew that the people from Shuntian Prefecture and Ani Prefecture had already arrived first. They purposely came later so that they could take advantage of the chaos when the others were almost done fighting. It couldn't be helped. Compared to Shuntian Prefecture and Ani Prefecture, their Luotian Prefecture was slightly inferior. Wealth came from danger. In order to obtain the sacred water, Luotian Prefecture's manager racked his brains and went all out. However, it was a pity that they encountered Duan Yu and Yin. 2 men in a fit of rage didn't have any rationality. At the same time that the seven-tailed heavenly fox suppressed them, the golden dragon also arrived in front of Luotian Prefecture's disciples with a roar. The seven-tailed heavenly fox spat out a mouthful of purplish-red lightning, which was followed by an earth-shattering blaze. Don't mention that thrilling feeling. The seven-tailed heavenly fox and the golden dragon practically killed a large portion of Luotian Prefecture's disciples in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Duan Yu pounced on them and threw out a bunch of concealed weapons. Luotian Prefecture's manager was almost about to doubt his life. Could it be that these Yus from the lower star domain were born as monsters? They could comprehend the five spirits and contract such powerful beasts in a place like the lower star domain. They were much stronger than those so-called geniuses from the middle six prefectures. Why? Was it appropriate for them to violate the laws of the star domain? Yin currently had nowhere to vent her rage. She harshly clasped the manager's neck and questioned him harshly. "Tell me, why did you come to the Holy Water sect? Where did you get the information?" The steward of Luo province was on the verge of tears. He had brought a group of people here to be tortured. Sob, sob, sob. The steward of Luotian Manor, who felt that he had been wronged, hurriedly said honestly, "Our Luotian Manor has planted spies in Shuntian Manor. A few days ago, we received news that there were abnormal movements in Shuntian Prefecture. After secretly inquiring about it, we learned that sacred water had appeared in the Holy Water sect. Young master, please spare me. We're just here to pick up a bargain. We don't have any bad intentions. Shuntian Prefecture, I want all of you to beg for death." Yin's eyes were filled with intense, killing intent. With a gentle swipe of her slender sword, she beheaded the steward of Luotian province. Over the past few days, the citizens of Five Moon City had been living in a state of constant fear. At the Holy Water sect's snowy peak, a terrifying commotion would occur every few days, and the thunderous rumble of a blizzard could be heard time and time again. How would the commoners dare to investigate? However, the Five Moon City Lord, Wu Mantian, had sent people to investigate many times, but the outcome was the same every time. There was no one left in the Holy Water sect. Such a large sect had been overturned in an instant. Wu Mantian and his wife sighed inwardly and sent people to clean up the remaining corpses of the Xianghe village's villagers and hastily bury them. Day after day, month after month, Five Moon City appeared to have calmed down, and the Holy Water sect's incident had also been forgotten by the commoners. But in reality, in places where the commoners couldn't see, there had already been waves of bloody retribution. Chapter 485. In a secret manor in the eastern part of Seacombe Planet. No one knew that this place was actually one of the larger strongholds of Shuntian Prefecture on Seacombe Planet, until Northern Prince Amo led people and completely cleared out this place with lightning speed. The originally beautiful courtyard was now a mess with blood all over the ground. The 100 people from the Hidden Pavilion were all experts above level 12, and they carried out a one-sided massacre. At daybreak, there were faint clusters of flames moving in the manor. There were more than 1,000 people in the manor, but only one was left alive. The manor lord was forced to kneel in front of a black-clothed youth with bloodshot eyes. His hands dug into the ground as he angrily shouted, "Why? Hand it over." The back figure faced him indifferently and threw down these 3 words. "Hand over what?" The manor lord glared at the person's back with bloodshot eyes. If looks could kill, that devil would be riddled with holes by now. There were more than 1,000 people in the manor. His family had more than 20 people, and they all died in the hands of these people. What do they want him to hand over? "My people." The youth abruptly turned his head and stared at him emotionlessly with a pair of icy phoenix eyes. "Hand it over." The manor lord wanted to howl at the sky and cry out his grievances. He really didn't know who this youth wanted him to hand over. In these 2 years, the 2 large countries in the north joined forces with Southern Bailey to clear out Shuntian Prefecture's forces everywhere. He already knew earlier that this fire would burn him sooner or later. He already led his subordinates to such a remote manor in the eastern part of the manor, so why couldn't he let them off? Thinking of his misery, tears involuntarily flowed down his old face. Now that he thought about it, his friend was right. No matter how strong the middle 6 prefectures were, it wasn't his territory after all. It was better to be careful in everything. As the saying goes, a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. This lower star domain might not be as weak as you and I thought. Perhaps there were still a few hidden forces that were very strong. Cry? He actually had the face to cry? Compare who was more miserable? Who was more miserable? No one knew better than him how he had spent the past 2 years. Yin ruthlessly kicked the manor lord's chest. "Hand it over." Wow. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. He clutched his chest and laughed miserably. Devil, you devil. What do you want from me? I didn't take anything. Devil? Mo Yin raised his phoenix eyes and gazed at him coldly. So what if he became a demon? How dare you? The captain of the hidden pavilion stepped on the old man's back. How dare you speak so rudely to his highness? You're not going to tell me. Mo Yin's phoenix eyes narrowed as she laughed coldly. This solitude wants to refine the flesh and blood of your entire family, old and young, and turn them into mechanical puppets. This solitude will make you people of Shuntian Palace obey orders for eternity and never be able to reincarnate. The old man's pupils shrank, and he screamed, No, no, no. What do you want me to say? Your Honor, I didn't take anything. I didn't take anything. My people. Mo Yin flicked her sleeve, and a heavy slap landed on the manor lord's face. You bunch of snakes and worms from Shuntian Hall. You took away my man and haven't returned it to me for 2 years. Hand it over. The old man fell to the ground. He didn't catch his breath and lay there motionless. A member of the hidden pavilion went forward to check his pulse. He turned to the crown prince and said, He's dead, Your Highness. Mo Yin's cold gaze landed on him. She said indifferently, Continue searching. This solitude wants everyone in Shuntian Palace to be exterminated. Chapter 486. The evening wind blew gently through the forest. Peach blossom petals fluttered like snowflakes and landed on the red clothes with rustling sounds. The lake was sparkling, and schools of fish swam. The water and wind were cool and meandered. At this moment, a broken peach blossom petal landed on her lips. Her lips were rosy and moist, vermilion without being touched. Her crescent brows moved slightly, and she lifted her eyelids. A pair of pitch-black eyes opened slightly. Master, you've been lying here for 2 days and 2 nights. A little treant ran over and shook its tree arms. If you lie down any longer, little mushrooms will grow all over your body. Cho-cho, how long have I been sleeping? 2 days and 2 nights. The little treant bounced a few times beside her. Master, get up. Arbor reached out and picked up the broken petal stuck to her lips. Her ice-like eyes moved indifferently, and she turned to look at the little tree. What am I going to do today? Master, there's actually nothing to do. You've planted all the seeds in the ground these days. Many medicinal plants have already started to grow healthily, and those vegetable fields can harvest several rounds of vegetables. Go and collect them. Arbor reached out and grabbed a thin book to cover her face. I'll sleep for a while. The little tree. Guru. A small ice bead rolled to the little Trent's feet. A small claw extended from the ice bead and scratched the little Trent's trunk. The little Trent stretched out its branches and whipped it. Guru. The ice bead thought that it had hidden itself well and had been hiding under the little Trent's branches and leaves. Occasionally, when it approached its master, it would only sneak a glance at her before shrinking back. Don't be so sneaky. The little Trent scolded in anger and amusement. Do you think Master is stupid? She already knew that you didn't scram. Guru, speak human language. The little Trent was so angry that it wrapped its tree arms and punched the ice bead. Master has been lying for 2 days and 2 nights. Aren't you hungry? The little water blob asked pitifully. The little Trent sighed. When it turned its head, it was suddenly stunned. Under the peach blossom trees, a red dress had long disappeared. It had been a long time since she came to this hillside. Facing the peach blossom forest, it was surrounded by a circle of green water. The peach blossom slope was full of flowers and green grass, and the fragrance was intoxicating. Xiao Mu stood in front of a nameless grave, not moving an inch for a long time. Her slender and straight figure stood in front of the grave. Under her fierce red clothes, her slender fingers poked out of her sleeves. With a move, 2 jars of wine appeared in her hands. After slapping open the wine seal, Xiao Mu took a sip before turning the wine jar upside down, mixing the wine into the soil. Fellow disciples, Jojo will drink first as a sign of respect. Master, The little trance skipped all the way over. Master, you? Have I not been here for a long time? The sapling grunted sullenly. Master, ever since you buried the holy water sect disciples here, you haven't set foot here. Chocho, how long have I been here? It's been a long time, Master. It's already been a little over 2 years. The sapling stretched out a branch and gently tugged at her sleeve. Its heart ached when it saw its master like this. Arbor walked forward a few steps and arrived in front of a coffin sealed in ice. Separated by a thick layer of ice, she indifferently gazed at Su Shanshan, who was lying inside. With a move of her finger, a peach blossom was placed on top of her ice coffin. Chapter 487. Master, you should go out now, the sapling said weakly. Looking at its little master who was gently caressing the ice coffin, its tree-like face almost scrunched together. The sun rises and sets, day after day. Master, you've already stayed here for more than 2 years. Other than the first 6 months when you advanced your conscious in your sleep, after that, I always felt that you were no different from sleeping when you were awake. It was lifeless. No, it seemed to be world-weary. Chocho, are you disappointed in me? Arbor murmured softly. The sapling shook its sharp tree head like a rattle drum. No, Chocho will always love Master so much. Don't hang out with that blob of water in the future. Its tone was becoming more and more similar. Arbor stood up and walked towards the tree house she lived in. She skillfully climbed up her tree house and carried the little white squirrel out. As usual, she fed it a few mouthfuls of medicinal liquid and stroked its round belly. In these 2 years, the little squirrel hadn't woken up again. 2 years ago, the fatal blow from that middle-aged mystic cultivator from Ani Prefecture had nearly shattered all the bones in the little white squirrel's body. After that, she had stitched the little squirrel up needle by needle and poured the precious medicinal liquid into its stomach like it was plain water. In these 2 years, although its condition had improved slightly, it still hadn't woken up. Hence, Chow Mu fed it the medicinal liquid every day, feeding it 3 meals a day. Chocho, don't forget to feed it medicine in the future. Arbor wrapped the little white squirrel up and put it in the treehouse. On the other end, a cyan blue chick flew onto her arm with a quack. Arbor stroked its fur in passing, but before she could speak, she heard the sapling Chocho shriek and howl. Master, where are you going? Why do you need Chocho to feed you medicine? Master, you can't be thinking of. Master, don't die. Master, you can't go and commit suicide. I won't let you die. Chocho won't let Master die. Once Chocho started crying, the little water ball immediately burrowed out from under the leaves on its head. As soon as it saw Arbor, it started to cry pitifully. It looked like a blob of water wanted to get close, but didn't dare to. It cried pitifully, Master, Master, don't die. I'll leave. I'll leave now. Woo. Arbor looked at the 2 little ones speechlessly and punched the little Trent's little head. Who wants to die? The little Trant and the little water ball sobbed for a while before they suddenly stopped crying and said in unison, Master, are you going to die? Arbor simply couldn't be bothered to talk to these 2 idiots. I'm going home, Arbor said indifferently. In the future, I may not come to Paradise Planet every day. The heavy responsibility of taking care of Chirps will be handed over to the 2 of you. Master, the little Trant and the little water ball hung on her lapel, one above and one below. They exclaimed in unison again, You're going out. What? You don't want me to leave this place? Arbor asked dryly as he leaned against a tree branch. This place is indeed quite good. It's carefree, aloof from worldly affairs, and has no worries. Master, of course I'm going out. Arbor slowly took out an iron tablet from his chest and looked at it coldly. I still have to go settle accounts with them, don't I? Even if I'm the only one left in the Holy Water Sect, it's still the Holy Water Sect. As long as I don't die, the Holy Water Sect will rise again one day. Chapter 488. It was just that she was in too much pain and wanted to escape too much. If she went out now, she would definitely see the wretched scene of sky, peaks, dilapidated walls. Because the sapling only dragged her into Paradise Planet, she would still be on the Holy Water Sect sky peak when she came out. She didn't want to, nor did she dare to, go out. She even loathed this ugly world. If she could, she really only wanted to peacefully live out her life on Paradise Planet by herself. However, a belly full of hatred might not be able to calm her heart. The entire holy water sect's 800 disciples had one life. One day, she would make them pay for this debt one by one. No one should think of having an easy time. Now I'll start with you. Arbor tightly clenched the iron tablet in her hand, wanting to crush it. She had repeatedly checked this iron tablet she picked up from the shattered holy water sect's ancestral hall. The name of Guanlan City's Qin estate was engraved on the back. Qin estate, what did it have to do with those people from Shuntian Prefecture? Or could it be that Shuntian Prefecture's power was hidden within Guanlan City's Qin estate? That stooped old man who appeared in Dwelling Valley, did you die or not? If you didn't die, then are you prepared to have your bones ground to dust and your flesh to be devoured by me? Wrapped in a flapping red dress, she was like a ball of vengeful blood, scarlet and dazzling, directly pressing against the sun and moon. Caw! Weak little chicken jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed against her head. Don't go out, either. Stay here obediently, Arbor said faintly as she patted weak little chicken's chubby body. Back then, Qingwan challenged 100 beasts alone and was incomparably brave, but it was heavily injured. Although she slowly recovered these 2 years, Arbor still had some psychological trauma. Come on, speak human. The sapling grumpily slapped weak little chicken's head. Why did this bunch of heart-crushing scoundrels always like to grumble and refuse to speak human language? They had to find a right target, even if they wanted to act cute. Didn't they know that Master was an oddball who disliked cute things the most? Master, I'll send you there. I can fly fast. Newbie flapped its wings and shouted. There's no need. It's been so many years. A few days won't make a difference, Arbor said calmly. I'll go to Five Moon City and buy a horse. The water ball shrank and hid behind the little treant, not daring to say anything. On top of the mist, 2 round eyes looked at its master cutely. Arbor suddenly beckoned to it. The little water blob immediately flew over excitedly and threw itself into her arms. I'm sorry. She had long known that her anger was completely unreasonable. It was just that during that period of time, she really didn't want to see that blob of water. Could the holy water really make the people of the 6 constabularies so obsessed? Little Master is finally not chasing me away? Wow. The little water blob felt wronged and happy at the same time. Just as it was about to burst into tears, it saw its little master quickly take out a big bottle. The little treant was speechless. All of a sudden, the water blob held back her tears. Yes, for some reason, when she saw that big bottle, the water blob didn't want to cry anymore. Arbor looked at her regretfully and put away the bottle in her hand. She turned to the little treant and said, Send me out. The little treant immediately nodded with tears in its eyes. It had waited for so long for its master to finally let go and walk out. Just let go. The word let go was easier said than done. Once the seed of hatred was buried in the heart, it would grow stronger day by day. Chapter 489. When Arbor appeared on Sky Peak again, she couldn't help but be startled by the scenery before her. Ancient tree vines intertwined together covered the entire Sky Peak. Arbor's slender hand pushed aside the 2 vines blocking her way and squeezed through the intersecting vines. As far as the eye could see, the entire holy water sect was enveloped by the sapling's vines. Arbor stared blankly for a while before suddenly feeling her wrist heating up. When she looked down, she saw the jade bracelet carved with a pine tree suddenly emitting a lustrous light. Arbor raised her left wrist and saw a strong light abruptly activate. As if receiving some sort of response, a circle of fist-sized jade talismans flew up with a whoosh from where the ancient vines intertwined around the snowy peak. The circular jade talismans gathered into a ball and rapidly flew to Arbor's fingers. They glowed faintly and vibrated lightly. Arbor reached out to hold it, and her eyes flickered with disappointment. How could those people from Shuntian Prefecture and Ani Prefecture find the treasure pavilion? It turned out that at the critical juncture that day, The Maple Pavilion had already been enveloped by a talisman matrix. All the secret techniques and mystic weapons that the Holy Water sect had passed down over the past 300 years had been stored inside the jade talismans. Until she appeared. Arbor touched the lustrous jade bracelet on her left wrist, which was also where the key to the Maple Pavilion was located. Without this key, all of the Maple Pavilion's inheritance would probably be buried under the snowy peak forever, never to see the light of day again. Thinking about it, she really was proud and aloof. She would rather die in glory than live in dishonor. Even if the entire Holy Water sect was razed to the ground, those people could forget about obtaining any benefits. Chochio, put it inside, okay? Yes, master. The sapling knew that its little master would definitely be in a bad mood after coming out, so it hastily agreed and extended its branches to encircle the faintly glowing spherical jade talisman matrix in Arbor's hand. Master, I can build a wooden pavilion, the sapling said hurriedly. Little tree said hurriedly, although it might not be the same as the Maple Pavilion of the past, at least it looks like it. Arbor nodded faintly. As you wish. After the Maple Pavilion was dragged into Paradise Planet by the sapling, the jade bracelet on her left wrist stopped resonating with it. It dimmed slightly and remained dormant on her wrist. Arbor reached out and caressed it again, looking up at the sky covered by the ancient vines. Only a tiny bit of sunlight could be seen seeping in through the gaps between the leaves. Little dots of light landed on the ground, making the whole environment look very gloomy and gloomy. Murong Sun, I'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, Arbor muttered to himself. With a slight movement of his body, he drilled out from between the vines and landed lightly on the snowy peak. Xiao Mu's seemingly slow floating speed actually took no more than a few seconds before her slender figure landed at the foot of the mountain and entered Xianghe Village's range. Xianghe Village was desolate and devoid of any signs of life. Along the way, they saw that the ground was covered with withered leaves, and only a stretch of dilapidated walls remained. At this moment, a few soft voices suddenly came from behind the collapsed house. Arbor was startled. She hadn't seen anyone for more than 2 years, so she subconsciously still didn't want to see people. The Holy Water sect's area had long been deserted, so why would there be voices? In the blink of an eye, her petite body had already disappeared from where she stood. When she reappeared, a pair of lonely and dark eyes landed on the small slope behind the dilapidated walls. Chapter 490. There were 4 people sitting there, a typical adventure team. The 4 of them were currently roasting some simple food around a fire. One of them sighed and said, "Life has been getting harder and harder recently. I heard that City Lord Wu has already given the order to start moving the city today. All of 5 Moon City's people will be migrating to the northern fortifications. We can't grow anything. If this continues, the entire city's people will starve to death." Sigh. Another person heaved a long sigh and used the branch in his hand to poke at the fire, poking a short and fat boy beside him. "You punk, what are you spacing out for?" The short and fat boy's bald head was barren, and his body was as round as a ball. His face was fair without a beard, and he was carrying a large iron pot on his back. "What's wrong? You've been spacing out." "Nothing." The short and fat boy picked up a small piece of sweet potato and fiddled with it. After a while, he raised his head and said, "Eldest brother, I came here when I was young." "Came to the Holy Water sect?" Eldest brother was taken aback, but then he asked with a smile, "When was that?" "Several years ago, I guess." The iron pot boy scratched his bald head and smiled honestly. "At that time, I was young and didn't know any better. I even pretended to be a girl and came to the Holy Water sect to participate in the test." After the 3 brothers were taken aback, they abruptly burst into loud laughter. "You brat, you're really ingenious." Second brother slapped his bald head and laughed heartily. "What are you laughing at?" The iron pot boy slapped their hands away and pursed his lips. "At that time, at least I could eat my fill and wear warm clothes in the Holy Water sect. Moreover, the 3 sects were so powerful and everyone yearned for them. I also wanted to go. And then, you? And you even passed the test?" "Yeah, what are you talking about? Don't say it." I did pass the test. The iron pot boy raised his head, and a bright smile appeared on his white, dumpling-like face. Xiao Zhan, don't brag. It's not like I don't understand the market. I heard that at that time. Although the Holy Water sect opened its gates to accept disciples every few days, the number of people who could pass the Holy Water test every year was very few. What am I bragging about? I did pass, Zhang Yu said angrily. At that time, I was chosen by the 3 peak masters. Alas, in the end, we were still exposed by the first peak's peak, Master Moro. My father and I were thrown out. Zhang Yu poked at the flame and sighed. Come to think of it, it's quite an interesting memory. My father has already been gone for 2 years. Seeing that he was a little sad as he spoke, everyone couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the shoulder. These days, who knows when it will be our turn? Second brother, don't say such unlucky things. All right, let's hurry up and finish eating. We'll go up the mountain to take a look. Although the Holy Water sect has been sealed off, I don't know if we can dig up some food from the snowy peaks. Yeah, I remember that in the past, the villagers of Xianghe village often went up the mountain to look for food. It said that the animals and plants on the mountain didn't mutate much, and the wild mushrooms they dug up could be eaten casually. Mushroom? Oh my, don't say that. I'm about to drool. While the 4 of them were laughing and fooling around, they suddenly felt a gust of wind sweep over and instantly roll them out. The fire was also completely extinguished. Don't go up the mountain. An icy voice shattered in their ears like jade beads falling onto a plate. Chapter 491. I'll let you go on account of your relationship with the Holy Water sect. Leave quickly and don't come back. After the icy voice rang out again, another gust of wind swept over and directly pushed the 4 of them out of Xianghe village's entrance along with their bags. The 4 of them broke out in a cold sweat. They crawled up and hastily retreated from Xianghe village's vicinity without saying anything. They didn't stop until they were very far away. They looked at each other in panic. We really had a narrow escape just now, one of them said while wiping his cold sweat. Another person nodded and looked at Zhang Yu with a complicated expression. Little Zhang, if it weren't for your story that touched that expert's heart, we wouldn't have been able to escape. We probably wouldn't have been able to return today. That terrifying aura just now made them feel lingering fear even now. From that voice, the girl didn't seem to be very old, but her cultivation was simply astonishing. Sure enough, a large sect was a large sect. No matter how many people had destroyed it, the remaining power was not to be underestimated. Go, go, go. Eldest brother, we should leave quickly. They were kicked out after hearing a voice and didn't even see who came. How would they dare to linger any longer? They hastily packed up their things and left in a hurry. Zhang Yu looked back at the Holy Water sect's mountain gate entangled in vines and sighed deeply. Not long after the 4 of them left, Arbor's smoke-like figure stood there indistinctly. She gazed icily in the direction they left. Just now, she had the intention to kill. However, just as she said, Zhang Yu's words caused her heart to waver slightly, and her entire body softened. 60 ebony talismans floated from her fingertips. They hovered in the air and abruptly lit up before disappearing into thin air. Arbor left with a flick of her sleeves. After a long time, a thin and weak little mouse creaked out from the crack in the wall and ran forward without any head or brain. Suddenly, a force blocked its path and flung it away while squeaking. A formless and transparent barrier appeared for a short while before disappearing into the air. Arbor slowly walked to 5 Moon City. The city gates were wide open, and a large group was moving at an extremely slow speed. It seemed that Zhang Yu and the others were telling the truth. 5 Moon City was currently undergoing a large-scale migration. It was just that the journey to the north was long, and they didn't know how many people would be left after the tens of thousands of people had migrated to the fortifications in the north. Arbor shook his head, passed by the crowd, and walked towards the horse shop in the city. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to buy a horse when he arrived at the stables. It was said that the wild horses that were hunted had basically gone bad, and the domesticated horses were all snatched up by the residents of 5 Moon City. Little girl, are you going north too? The boss was wearing a tattered jacket. He rubbed his hands and said, they all said that it's colder in the north this year. It's already snowed several times. I reckon most of them will freeze to death on the road, sigh. Arbor turned and left without saying a word. The boss looked at her back and muttered softly, "She's just a little girl, yet she's so cold. Make way, make way, make way. Get out of my way. What are you doing? You're all blocking the way. Get out of the way." Berating voices rang out repeatedly. A few whips fell, causing the crowd to scream. "What are you doing?" An angry roar rang out. "The city lord is here, Lord City Lord." The citizens shouted along the street. Chapter 492. The one who had been whipping his way over was a minor leader of the caravan. He had a ferocious and overbearing appearance, and it was clear that he was out of tune with the common people around him. "Stop!" Wu Mantian hurried over with two personal experts, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the violent minor leader. That person was the standard model of a round and round bumpkin. He was over 40 years old and wore a washed dark blue robe, but he had taken care of himself in a decent manner. "Do you know who this daddy is? You, a trifling city lord of 5 Moon City, dare to be insolent in front of me?" 10 experts immediately walked out from Wu Mantian's side. One of them grabbed Little Fatty and pulled him off his horse. Little Fatty cursed, "You're rebelling. This daddy is second manager Chi of Northern Mo's state, Uncle Zhang's estate. You, a city lord, dare to touch this daddy? So it's second manager Chi." Wu Mantian sneered and cupped his hands towards him. "If there's anything you want to say, please say it properly. If you want to hurry, we'll make way for you. There's no need to whip people. It will scare them." "Humph." Second manager Chi snorted heavily at the sky and glanced at the 10 experts with unsightly expressions. However, he didn't dare to criticize Wu Mantian's attitude any further. "Since the city lord has come to cause trouble, I won't say anything else. Please make way for me. I am making this trip for Her Highness Consort Zheng." Second manager Chi cupped his hands at the northern sky. "Our Highness is waiting for this subordinate to rush back and report." "Well said, well said." Seeing that the other party had brought out some noble consort, Wu Mantian couldn't argue with him anymore. He whispered a few words into the ears of the 2 experts beside him, having them go forward and disperse the crowd of common people. Wu Lingxiu, who was only 8 years old, pouted her small mouth as she stood beside her mother. She muttered in a small voice, "Mother, I hate this person's ugly face." The city lord's wife gently tugged on her daughter's small hand, indicating for her not to speak. Arbor stood coldly at the back of the crowd. The commotion just now made the crowd even more crowded, so she stopped for a moment under the eaves of a house. At this moment, he swept his gaze over and saw that there were more than a dozen people escorting the caravan. In the middle, there were 2 wooden prison wagons. Each cart had 5, 6, 7, or 8 people locked up in the wooden huts. There were old and young people, big and small. Altogether, there were 12 or 13 people locked up. A girl of about 5 or 6 years old stood in the prison wagon, her 2 thin and weak little hands tightly gripping a wooden pillar as she stared at the people outside. The crowd began to stir. An old man beside Arbor's side and shook his head. "Sigh. They probably went to the dark sea to catch mermen again. How pitiful. Some of them are still children." Arbor's gaze fell on the old and young people in the 2 carriages. He saw that they were all looking at the citizens outside with anticipation in their eyes. However, even Wu Mantian, the city lord, could not interfere with Consort Zheng's matters, let alone a group of ordinary people like them. If they wanted to meddle in other people's business, they had to be alive first. "Merman?" Arbor muttered to herself. The old man glanced at her, but was shocked by the appearance of the red-clothed, cold-faced little girl in front of him. The little girl was dressed in a fluttering red robe. Her waist was slim, and her lips were clean and vermilion. Her hands were tucked in her sleeves, holding a small hand warmer. She had crescent brows and starry eyes. Her pair of beautiful, pitch-black eyes were like 2 deep, swirling abysses that seemed to suck people in with a single glance. Chapter 493. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she was a celestial being reborn. She had such stunning beauty at such a young age. She would definitely be a calamity in the future. Arbor only muttered to herself and didn't need anyone to talk to her. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, 2 or 3 people immediately started talking to her. Little girl, merfolk have always lived in the waters of the dark sea. They don't come ashore easily. As soon as a man spoke, his plump wife immediately twisted his pig ears and scolded, "Look, look, look. Why aren't your eyeballs falling out? Is she beautiful? Huh? No, not beautiful, not beautiful. Wife, you're the most beautiful. The most beautiful. Don't be awkward, awkward. Ears, ears." Whoa. Who knew if he would be struck by lightning for saying such untrue words? After the couple left, not many people paid attention to them. At this moment, the road was crowded with people everywhere. Many people were still hurriedly packing their luggage and clothes at this time and carrying baskets of things out of their homes. Merfolk have always advocated peace. However, it's said that the sea isn't calm these days. Merfolk occasionally come ashore to look for food, but they're probably caught, a scholar in green beside her continued. At this moment, Arbor's gaze met the little girls on the prisoner carriage. She subconsciously reached out to stroke her chest. When she saw the holy water for the first time and the holy water rushed toward her body, her chest had also been like this, burning faintly like a spark. She felt a bit stuffy and uncomfortable in her heart. The little girl's eyes, which longed for the outside world, reminded her of the little girl who died in her arms 2 years ago. For some reason, she wanted to be willful. After the crowd dispersed to both sides, second manager Chi mounted his horse and led a group of people on the road with his head held high. Chow Mu gazed coldly in that direction before suddenly flashing away. The scholar in green was stunned. He only felt that in the blink of an eye, the little girl beside him had disappeared without a trace. When he looked up again, he saw that fiery red figure standing in front of the carriages, blocking second manager Chi's path. Second manager Chi was just about to flip out, but when he saw the little girl's face clearly, his saliva ran down. His fat face drooled as he gazed at the girl. His voice, which was strangled, was so soft that it made one's hair stand on end. "Little girl, why are you looking for me? Do you want to return to Guanlan City with me? Release her." Chow Mu coldly uttered these 2 words. Surprisingly, second manager Chi didn't get angry and even laughed out loud. This little girl is truly adorable. There is no way they would let him go. How about this? You follow me back to northernmost capital. At that time, we can discuss this properly. Pan. Second manager Chi didn't even see clearly how the other party attacked. He only felt a pain on his cheek before he fell from his horse and fell to the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he fell flat on his face and immediately made everyone around him laugh. Good. Wu Lingxiu's clapping and cheering voice suddenly fell into Madame Wu's hands. Wu Montian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the girl who was blocking the carriage with a look of disbelief. Wasn't that little divine physician from the Holy Water Sect? The Holy Water Sect's snowy peak had been enveloped by vines for the past 2 years, and no one could climb it. Where did this little divine physician come from? There was a hint of excitement in Wu Montian's eyes. The Holy Water Sect hadn't been completely exterminated. There were still people in the Holy Water Sect. Chapter 494. Second manager Chi spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his swollen face and staggered up in disbelief. That young lady just now was her. All of a sudden, second manager Chi's pupils contracted. He saw a lightning-fast figure glide past his eyes. "What are you doing?" "This is Her Highness Consort, Zheng." "She." Arbor raised her hand, and more than a dozen immobilization talismans flew up and stuck to the faces of the Zheng estate servants. Intermediate-level talisman, blue immobilization talisman, immobilized for half an hour. Opponents 1 level higher than the user would be immune to the effect. Among these Zheng estate servants, only 2 were level 6 mystic cultivators. The rest were body cultivators and ordinary people, so the immobilization talismans were naturally quite effective. Thus, everyone saw that those fellows who had been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws just now all maintained a fixed position, standing there with a dazed expression on their faces. "Why you? What kind of witchcraft did you use?" Second manager Chi's shrill voice rang through the air. He covered his face with one hand and pointed at Arbor with the other shakily. "Why you dare to offend our Zheng estate? Little bitch, aren't you afraid of death?" Arbor ignored the hooting second manager Chi and walked to the prison carriage without minding her own business. An intermediate-level Vajra talisman floated in front of her. This was one of the new intermediate-level talismans she learned after opening the fourth jade slip. After activating the Vajra talisman, it could make parts of the body as hard as Vajra and indestructible. That's why, when Xiao Mu's hands gave a light tug and crushed the two large copper locks in a powder like she was crushing tofu, second manager Chi's eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Heavens, that young lady's hands look white and tender, bright and flawless. How can she be so formidable? Come. Arbor reached out and helped the little girl out of the cage first. The 13 mermen filed out in a line. They were somewhat frightened and uneasy, and there were more or less injuries on their bodies. "I'm going to Shijio City. I can send you guys to the vicinity of the Dark Sea on the way," Arbor said indifferently. "Thank you, young lady. Thank you, young lady." An old woman who looked older among the 13 mermen repeatedly thanked Arbor gratefully on behalf of the group of mermen. "How dare you?" Second manager Chi glanced at his subordinate who had been immobilized on the spot and angrily stomped his feet. He angrily said to Arbor, "You dare to offend our Highness Consort Zheng?" In order to catch these mermaids, he had been lying in ambush for more than half a month. Now, all his previous efforts had gone to waste. Initially, he thought that by offering these captured mermen to Consort Zheng, he would be able to elevate the status of his entire family in the manor. But now, all the beautiful dreams had come to an end. This unknown little girl who came out of nowhere actually released all the mermen that he had captured with great difficulty. How preposterous! Arbor abruptly turned his head and stared coldly at Qin Lai with his ice, soul-cold pearl eyes. Second manager Chi was scared silly on the spot, and he shuddered in a daze. He only felt that the girl's glance made him feel fear and shudder from the depths of his soul. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to leave. Otherwise..." Arbor's cold gaze swept across his face. "You can stay here forever." She only wanted to release the mermaids, not kill them. However, if this fellow with the surname Chi continued to be so noisy, there was no guarantee that she would not change her mind. Second manager Chi was also a smart person. He glanced at the little girl's small, white, jade-like hands. Chapter 495. He knew very well that he was not even worth a fart in front of this little girl. How could a girl who could knock him off his horse with a single slap be an ordinary person? Although he was unwilling, a wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Second manager Chi hastily mounted his horse and hurriedly rode away, abandoning his subordinates who were standing on the street. Everyone laughed behind him, but second manager Chi pretended not to hear them and ran out of 5 Moon City with all his might. As he ran, he thought hatefully, "I must report this matter to State Uncle Zheng when I return." After second manager Chi left, Wu Mantian walked toward Arbor with a smile and cupped his hands. "Little divine physician, we meet again." Arbor saw Wu Mantian's family of 3 early in the morning and only nodded at him. "If it's convenient, can I borrow a carriage?" An hour later, Arbor's group left 5 Moon City. It was not that she had to follow Wu Mantian's group, but there were too many people migrating from the city, so at a glance she saw that they were basically all people from 5 Moon City. The people in front all had carriages and horses. The further back they went, the more impoverished the elderly, the women, and the children. Wu Mantian's family of 3 was at the back of the group to take care of these women and children. Wu Mantian specially allocated a rather spacious carriage for Xiao Mu, which was more than enough to accommodate a dozen or so people. The driver was a merman over 50 years old. It was said that he often moved on the ground and was also an expert at driving carriages. The older woman was called Long Xinghua. It was said that the surname Long was the royal surname of their merman race. However, according to Long Xinghua herself, she could only be considered a side branch of the royal family and was worlds apart from the orthodox royal family. Once they conversed, the merman realized that Miss Qiao was a taciturn person. Basically, She would not respond to any of their words. However, they liked this savior very much, especially the little girl, Long Xianxian, who was Long Xinghua's granddaughter. She kept sticking to Arbor, holding her arm and sniffing her scent with her little nose. The merman girl at the side laughed. Xianxian, why are you always sticking to your savior? Big sister smells really good. Long Xianxian pulled Arbor's hand and said, Little girl, thank you so much for saving us. Arbor also realized that most of the merfolk were chatterboxes. This was especially true for Granny Long Xinghua, who had already thanked him 18 times. Arbor suddenly looked at Granny Long. Why did those people capture you? Why are you locked up in the prison wagons? The people's second manager Chi caught were all women and children of the merfolk clan. They were both young and old. 2 or 3 boys were also quite young, so their strength was naturally weaker compared to adults. Alas, speaking of this, Long Xinghua could not help but sigh. In the past few years, I don't know who spread this rumor. It is said that as long as one consumes the pearls in our mermaids and mermen, he or she will be able to live forever. Long Xinghua smiled bitterly and said, Actually, among us mermen, there is less than 1 in 10,000 who can produce a merman pearl in our bodies. It is impossible for most mermen to have shark pearls. Arbor nodded. They don't know? No, they know. Long Xinghua sneered. However, they're unwilling to give up and feel that they must dissect us to see if we have shark pearls. Chapter 496. So that second manager Chi dragged you all to the Mo Kingdom capital to dissect the merfolk pearls in your bodies. Arbor didn't finish speaking, but all the merfolk present understood her meaning. Nodding, Long Xinghua smiled sadly. These people believe the rumors without a doubt. But this rumor has already been circulating for over 100 years. It's just that it's been spreading more and more recently. The capture of merfolk is becoming more and more frequent. It's said that it's all for the Mo Kingdom capital's peerlessly beautiful Her Highness Zheng. A mermaid beside Long Xinghua said softly. Arbor had already heard people mention that Her Highness Zheng more than once. The Mo Kingdom capital's Her Highness Zheng could slaughter so many merfolk without hesitation for the sake of enhancing her beauty, vainly attempting to obtain the merfolk pearls in other people's bodies. This woman must be as beautiful as a rabbit silk flower on the outside, but as venomous as a viper and scorpion on the inside. That second manager said that if the merfolk pearls leave the body, they'll lose their effectiveness in less than an hour. So they want to bring us back to the Mo Kingdom capital's Guanlan City first before dissecting the merfolk pearls in our bodies. The mermaid said pitifully, but we're all very clear that we don't have merfolk pearls in our bodies. Granny Long also sighed. Recently, monsters have been rampant in the water and charged into our village. We had no choice but to come ashore to forage for food. Who would have thought that someone would lie in wait for us to walk right into their trap? That Her Highness Zheng's heart must be especially vicious. These 2 years, the number of our clansmen who died at her hands is at least 800, if not 1,000. Arbor couldn't help but click her tongue inwardly. For the sake of her beauty, Consort Zheng could be considered to have stopped at nothing. After the carriage left Ponytown, the flow of people started to thin out. Some of the carriages running in front already couldn't be seen, while those lagging behind couldn't catch up in a short time either. Arbor didn't pay much attention to the people migrating from Five Moon City and hurried to the nearest netherworld sea with the merfolk. This place was a tributary that would ultimately flow into the netherworld sea. The mermaids naturally knew the way in the water better than she did. Everyone thanked her profusely. Before leaving, Long Xianxian held her hand and said goodbye reluctantly. Granny Dragon gave her an emerald green piccolo as a thank you gift. She only said that if she ran into any trouble in the water, she could blow the piccolo to summon the mermaids and mermen nearby to help. After watching the merfolk leave, Arbor put the carriage into a blue ebony storage talisman. He put the piccolo into his inner world, held the reins with one hand, and mounted the horse. His wrist slowly shook the reins. The horse galloped steadily along a dirt road and soon overtook a portion of the pedestrians. Based on the walking speed of the people of Five Moon City, it would take around 20 days to reach the border of northern Mo on foot. This kind of major event of moving the city didn't have much to do with her. Since City Lord Wu had made the decision to move, he naturally had already negotiated with the northern Mo fortification to settle down the personnel. Arbor urged her horse towards Shizhou City. Once the thought of returning home crossed her mind, she inexplicably felt a rush to return home. Speaking of which, when she left home, she said that she would definitely return within 3 to 5 years. She didn't expect that she would be gone for as long as 7 years. She wondered if Mother and the others were doing well in Shizhou City. Xiao Xiao's son, and brother Qiao, who should have all grown up. It really had been a long time since she last saw them. She wondered what it would be like when they met again. Chapter 497. Along the way, all the soil she saw was scorched black and couldn't grow anything. Arbor's expression couldn't help but soften a little when she thought of the delightfully growing vegetables and fruits she planted on Paradise Planet. She basically didn't need to worry about the arrangements inside Paradise Planet, now, since the sapling was in charge of it. Ever since the little tree had advanced to the middle stage of its so-called infant stage, it could easily make all kinds of arrangements on Paradise Planet. With a wave of its hand, it could make a bunch of diligent little treants to plant and harvest vegetables for her. Every time she saw 7 or 8 saplings running toward her and hanging all over her body, she couldn't help but feel helpless. Moreover, it was just as the little water ball had said. The current her only needed to summon the little water ball or the sapling out of her body to attack. For this reason, she even specially used holy water and tried it 2 or 3 times. The effect shocked her. Although she didn't say it, she was deeply moved. That was the origin of the 5 spirits, the power of holy water. Other people actively comprehended the 5 spirits' origins when breaking through to level 15 Great Mystic Cultivator and then completed the transition from the Mystic Realm to the Spirit Realm. Only about 1 in 10 people could complete this transition in one go. 8 to 9 people needed to comprehend the transition again and again. If other people found out about Dear Xiaomu, this oddball, they would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out. She was a level 11 Great Mystic Cultivator who hadn't even touched the threshold of level 15, but in reality, she had already completed the breakthrough from the Mystic Realm to the Spirit Realm. One day, as long as she was willing to raise her cultivation, she could directly cross over to the Spirit Realm. She didn't need to comprehend anything anymore and truly didn't have the slightest bit of trouble. After nightfall, Arbor simply tied the horse to a nearby tree and had the sapling take out a handful of grass to feed it, as well as 2 peaches for her to gnaw on. She had gnawed on a piece of pork trotter for lunch today, so she was still very full now. She didn't plan on eating anything else and planned to gnaw on 2 peaches and be done with it. "Master, don't you plan on coming in to sleep?" The little water ball's soft voice rang out. "No need." Arbor started a fire and used a withered branch to stir the flames. "I haven't even seen a single zombie after coming out for so many days. I think I'll encounter a few tonight." The sapling. "Is Master's hands itching?" "You guys rest." Arbor flew up the tree, found a thick branch, leaned against it, and adjusted his posture. Unfortunately, the corpse puppet king that she had been looking forward to the entire night did not appear. The night passed by peacefully. It wasn't until the next morning, when she woke up, that she was woken up by the sounds of movement under the tree. "A bunch of trash. Don't you know how to carry a sedan chair?" The sound of the whip lashing was mixed with ear-piercing screams, waking up Arbor, who was sleeping soundly. She frowned and opened her eyes. He lowered his head and looked under the tree. Sure enough, he saw a large red palanquin being carried over in a crooked manner. 4 men with thin arms and legs lifted the top of the palanquin. The palanquin tilted to the left and then to the right. A fat and fair hand reached out from behind the palanquin curtains and whipped the palanquin bearers repeatedly. "Useless people! Stop! 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 Stop right now!" The door of the sedan was kicked open and a woman jumped out, making Arbor speechless. She had a waist that was twice as thick as a water bucket and a face that looked like a fermented bun. This woman's weight was probably more than the weight of the 4 palanquin bearers combined. There was no way they could carry her. Chapter 498. Each of the 4 sedan bearers was thinner and frilier than the other, shivering in the chilly wind. Arbor's expression turned slightly strange as she watched from the tree. It was for no other reason than the fact that she actually had an old acquaintance among the 4. If that person hadn't raised his arm to reveal a small birthmark, Arbor really wouldn't have recognized him. Little Fatty Zhou Tao, the son of Quoto Village's nouveau riche. In the past, he was as fat as a calf. She really didn't expect him to be as thin as a pork rib now. Back then, little Fatty Zhou Tao was the tyrant of Quoto Village. Whenever he went out, he would have 2 or 3 lackeys accompanying him. They would either hold an umbrella for him, fan him, or serve him tea and water. But now, his former domineering air was gone, and his former lackeys were nowhere to be seen. Little Fatty Zhou Tao had actually been reduced to a sedan bearer serving someone, and from the looks of it, he was even that fat woman's slave. This was truly fate making fools of people. Useless trash, the woman cursed as she sat down under the tree. With a flip of her fingers, she took out 2 white mantus. Arbor looked down and discovered that the fat ball-like woman was a level 4 mystic cultivator. The 4 sedan bearers gulped and impatiently watched the fat ball-like woman nibble on the mantus enthusiastically. The woman didn't have any intention of sharing. When she saw the 4 people looking over, she even glared at Zhou Tao. "Do you have water?" Zhou Tao untied the water sack at his waist and respectfully handed it to the woman. The woman drank a mouthful and smacked her lips. She leaned against the tree and narrowed her eyes. Before long, she actually fell asleep just like that. At this time, Zhou Tao pulled out a knife from under the sedan and shouted at the other 3 hesitant sedan bearers. "What are you hesitating for? Kill her and plunder her things, then we'll be free." "But she's a mystic cultivator. We're only normal people. She drank the water that I spiked, so she's already asleep." Zhou Tao glared at his 3 companions, exasperated at their failure to live up to his expectations. "You don't even dare to make a move? Then you're destined to be a bunch of trash." The 3 sedan bearers gulped. "Even if we kill her, we can't get her food. She put it all in her inner world. Who cares? I'm so hungry that my eyes are about to turn red." Zhou Tao shouted loudly. He pulled out his knife and slashed at the fat woman under the tree. The knife landed on her neck. The blunt knife didn't chop off the woman's head in one go. Instead, blood spurted everywhere. The woman clutched her neck in pain and opened her eyes, scaring the other 3 sedan bearers who had rushed up to her so badly that they fell to the ground. However, Zhou Tao's eyes were red as he slashed the other party's neck again and again. That ruthless look made the other 3 people tremble in fear, not daring to speak. "I'll let you beat and scold me every day. I'll let you starve me every day. I'm also a human. I'm not your fucking pig, dog, cow, or sheep." Zhou Tao's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately slashed at the woman's neck. After more than 10 slashes, the fat woman finally stopped moving and fell heavily to the ground. The 3 sedan bearers were so frightened that they scrambled to the back. Only Zhou Tao was bold enough to go up and check the woman's breathing. After confirming that she was dead, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Why you killed the Pei Estates, second madam? Will their family find trouble with you?" Zhou Tao abruptly glared at the 3 sit-in bearers with a pair of fierce eyes. The 3 of them jumped in fright at the same time and hurriedly shrank back. Chapter 499. She's already dead, so what's there to be afraid of? Truly useless. Zhou Tao glared fiercely at them before going forward to rummage through the woman's clothes. The woman was indeed very cautious and didn't have anything in her pockets. He was so angry that he ruthlessly kicked the corpse. That lecherous second master of the Pei estate has long been dissatisfied with this fat ghost wife of his. Do you think he will investigate the cause of this fat pig's death and make things difficult for us? Truly an idiot. Zhou Tao's eyes reddened as he kicked the woman several more times to vent his anger. Mystic cultivators, they truly were abominable existences. They caused him to waste so much effort to kill this mystic cultivator woman, but he didn't get any benefits at all. Suddenly, his body moved, and his hair stood on end. He turned his head with a stiff neck, and immediately met a pair of eyes that were even colder than ice. Who are you? He had no idea when this person appeared behind him. This kind of powerful and unpredictable situation caused all the pores on his body to open up. His eyes carried some shock as he fearfully looked at the other party. That was a cold and gorgeous little girl. Zhou Tao wasn't attracted by her appearance, but he kept staring at the other party's eyes, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. Arbor glanced at him, and a wisp of his spiritual conscience seeped into the woman's inner world. Ever since she fell into a deep sleep for 6 months, her conscience had also taken a big step forward. At this time, her conscience had already liquefied, so the process was naturally extremely painful, but the benefits were endless. First, her mystic conscience evolved into spiritual conscious, even though she had just stepped into the first level of spiritual conscious. But she, a little girl who had yet to advance to the spirit realm and was merely a level 11 great mystic cultivator, had her conscious break through to the spirit realm first. Most people wouldn't believe this kind of abnormal advancement method. In addition, she could draw her spiritual conscious into her eyes. Not only could she clearly see the other party's mystic meridians, she could even clearly explore the other party's inner world. Just like now, she could even use her spiritual conscience to enter other people's inner worlds and rob them. The dead fat woman was only a level 4 mystic cultivator, so her inner world was rather pitifully small. There were only some miscellaneous items inside, such as 2 bags of beans and several steamed buns, so she naturally didn't care about them at all. With a flip of his hand, some of the items in the woman's inner world fell to the ground. Zhou Tao and the 3 sedan bearers saw the steamed buns and pounced forward. They picked them up with both hands and started chewing, wolfing them down. Zhou Tao was very strong. With a few punches, he snatched away the 2 bags of beans. Xiao Mu glanced at them before turning to leave, not leaving behind a single word. In such a world, people might not necessarily live like pigs, cows, and sheep. She had no interest in finding trouble with Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao called out to her from behind a few times. Seeing that she didn't even look back, he couldn't help but suck on a steamed bun and say to himself, "I've seen this girl before." The 3 sedan bearers sneered, as if they didn't believe him at all. The 4 of them stopped talking. Several days later, Arbor returned to Shizhou City. However, when she arrived at Pear Blossom Alley, she discovered that the Qiao residence was already empty. There was a box on the table covered with a layer of dust. Arbor's heart skipped a beat. He opened the box and saw a thick stack of letters inside. Arbor opened the letters one by one and read them. Her entire family had written her a letter once every 3 months, filled with their longing for her. Xiao Zhongbang's most recent letter was from 2 years ago. He left a message saying that the entire family had moved to Guanlan City. Arbor swept the dust off the box with her sleeves. Chapter 500. Miss. A pitch-black figure landed in the room with a whoosh. 2 slender figures followed behind him, and both of them looked at each other with a dumbfounded expression. The captain was here again. Every 2 or 3 days, he felt that Miss had returned home, but he always came up empty. He had been disappointed countless times. The room was completely empty. Aoyi stood in a daze for a long time until one of his subordinates poked him. "Captain, are you seeing things again?" "Impossible." Aoyi shook his head in confusion. "I clearly sensed Mrs. Aura. His Highness had sent them to guard Shizhou City's Pear Blossom Alley, in case Miss returned one day and came up empty. Could it be that it was as they said, that he had sensed wrong again?" Aoyi walked away dejectedly. Just as he was about to leave the room, he caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye. He abruptly turned around, his expression changing drastically. "Where's the box of letters on the table?" Since her parents and family had moved to Guanlan City, Arbor didn't linger in Pear Blossom Alley and left the city. Along the way, Arbor flipped through the letters when she was free. One letter after another contained her parents' and second uncle's thoughts about her. There was Brother Qiao, whose eloquent work report, and the little foodie's cute and incessant questions. When will Big Sister come back? The most interesting one was her younger brother, Chow Senator. His dog-like handwriting was truly intoxicating. Arbor put away the letters and hugged the box to her chest. She raised her hand to look at the iron tablet engraved with the words Qin Estate. In the end, she decided to go to the Qin Estate to gather information when she arrived at Guanlon City. Arbor wasn't in a hurry. She was hoping to encounter a few corpse puppets to practice her skills. She hadn't seen any corpse puppets in 2 years, so she didn't know how much they had grown. But the strange thing was, the more she looked forward to it, the more she didn't see any. She didn't know if it was because Northern Mo's governance was excellent. Helpless, Arbor could only speed up her journey. Several days later, she arrived at Guanlon City without incident. She wanted to find someone to ask for directions to the Qin Estate, but she didn't expect to see a large signboard at the entrance, attracting her attention. The Qin Estate recruited 5 manservants who were proficient in pharmacology, as well as 10 maidservants who knew a bit of martial arts. A bunch of onlookers gathered there to watch, and many of them were eager to give it a try. Arbor didn't say anything and just stood in front of the notice board. Naturally, there were people talking at once about the Qin Estate situation. As it turned out, the Qin Estate was a well-known alchemy aristocratic family. Its scale naturally couldn't be underestimated. No wonder the entire Guanlon City was in an uproar over the recruitment of a few servants and maids. It was better to come at the right time than to come early. Since the Qin Estate was recruiting, then a moment later, a young girl with an ordinary appearance and a short cyan jacket drilled out of the small alley. She looked back and forth, and after identifying the direction, she ran in the direction of the Qin Estate's main street. "Stop the carriage." An inconspicuous carriage with a black canopy suddenly stopped. His slender fingers lifted a corner of the curtain and swept his gaze across the unfamiliar faces on the street. A trace of doubt flashed through his slightly raised phoenix eyes. "Am I indulging in wild fantasies again?" he muttered to himself. Just now, he had clearly sensed a trace of his JoJo's aura. It was his wild fantasies again. "Your Highness? Let's go." The carriage curtains slowly fell, and the carriage slowly set off again. Arbor pretended to be a young girl who knew a bit of martial arts and ran with the flow of people to the Qin Estate's entrance. The Qin Estate's chief manager was standing on the steps and raising his voice to shout, "Line up properly. Line up properly. What are you squeezing for? Line up for me." Chapter 501. When Arbor saw that there were already 300 to 400 people in front of her, she was completely speechless. Wasn't it just recruiting a few servant girls? It was actually on such a large scale. "Line up. Do you freaking know how to line up? Are you a girl? Line up over there. Guys line up in one line. Girls line up in another. Don't mess around." Several servant girls came out of the Qin Estate and lined up in 2 lines with wooden sticks. "Damn, why are you stepping on me? Don't push. I'm telling you you're mine. If you push again, I'll slap you." The head manager snorted angrily. "Those who are taking the servant test. Left. Those who are taking the servant test, right? All of you line up properly. You don't even know how to line up, scram." After a moment of chaos, everyone finally lined up in an orderly manner. The girls and boys lined up in 2 lines and took the test individually. Behind Arbor stood 2 gorgeously dressed girls with makeup. They both looked to be 17 or 18 years old. One of them pinched her orchid fingers and said, "Aya, what do you think of my makeup? Will I catch the eye of the Qin Estate's head manager?" The other one flattered, "You're beautiful enough, beautiful enough. Little sister, you're a natural beauty." Arbor silently turned her face away and suppressed the urge to vomit. Didn't this Qin Estate only recruit girls who knew martial arts? Why was there a large group of orioles and swallows here, as if they were opening a brothel? "Aya, I forgot to paint my nails. Do you think the Qin Estate will accept me? I really want to enter the Qin Estate. I heard that the Qin Estate's treatment is very good. The 2 young masters in the estate are famous for their good looks in the capital." That's right, that's right. I heard that too. I heard that young Master Omega Kotoka once went out in a carriage and invited his friends to Thousand Sunset Dock for a drink. In the end, he was chased by dozens of girls, causing him to run back to the estate before he could drink. Kakik. She had come to participate in the servant recruitment test But the girls' conversation suddenly changed to talking about the two young masters. Arbor turned his head speechlessly and looked at the girl who was chatting enthusiastically. "Why did you chase after him?" The two young ladies were dumbfounded. They looked at this average-looking young lady with eyes as if they were looking at a guest from another realm. "What do you mean by why?" Of course, it was because the Omega Kitoku was a feast for the eyes, causing all the girls to be unrestrained. "Can you give me food if I catch them?" Everyone was speechless. What should I do if I suddenly feel like there's nothing to talk about? A few girls who were chatting enthusiastically looked at the little girl's cold eyes and suddenly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over their heads. Immediately, they lost their interest in chatting. Seeing that the girls in front and behind her had all turned their backs and were ignoring her, Xiao Mu snorted softly. "2 by 2, start the competition. Let's have a duel. If you're not doing embroidery, why are you bending your fingers like orchids?" The chief steward roared. The two girls who were in the middle of testing their fists and legs suddenly let go of their reservations and pounced on each other. They pounced, clawed, and bit at each other. The steward was dumbfounded. Arbor looked at the two girls speechlessly. They clawed at each other until their faces were full of red marks. They even pointed at each other and cursed. In the end, the steward flew into a rage. He pointed at the two girls who were fighting and waved his hand. Scram! Not long after, a servant carried a huge rock from the courtyard. The steward said with a dark expression, "There's no need to fight. It was an eyesore. Girls, come forward. Only those who can lift the huge rock in one go will be hired." "Ah, how can it be so heavy?" The orioles and swallows cried out. "Today is the 6th watch. See you tomorrow." Chapter 502. That's right. Steward, can't you change the method? A young lady in the front row twisted her handkerchief as she called out in a sweet voice. The head steward's face darkened as he glanced at the beautiful lady. The beautiful lady immediately threw him a coquettish glance, but the head steward only said one word with a darkened face, "Scram." His shout was like thunder, lingering in the air. The girls were so frightened that they didn't dare to act rashly. They hurriedly went up one by one to lift the huge rock. The scene was too beautiful, and they simply couldn't bear to look at it. Arbor saw a young lady rub her fists and wipe her palms as she went up. She first used her handkerchief to wipe her sweat, then stretched out both her hands, and her entire body sprawled on the huge rock as she yelled for a long time. The huge rock didn't move an inch. The head steward, who was standing on the steps and looking down, was sweating profusely along with a group of servants. Next, this was simply a waste of time. "Head steward, let me try again," the young lady shouted as she was dragged out of the crowd by two servants. Arbor was completely speechless. This time, the young lady who went up was dressed in black and had a graceful bearing. She steadily lifted the huge rock with her hands and received a look of approval from the head steward. "Very good. Go and register your name." Next, after several delicate and weak young ladies were dragged away by the servants one after another, the remaining girls began to be on edge. They really wanted to lift this huge rock and smoothly enter the Qin estate. Unfortunately, among the several hundred girls present, only that black-clothed young lady had energetically lifted the huge rock up until now, and was accepted by the Qin estate on the spot. After this black-clothed young lady finished registering, she walked to the side alone. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and calmly looked at the orioles and swallows on the field with a slightly arrogant expression. Dong, 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 dong. The loud sound of footsteps attracted everyone's attention. When they turned their heads to look, they were all speechless. They stared until their eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. The young lady who walked up looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Her body was sturdy and plump, and she was at least 3 or 4 times as wide as the other young ladies. She hugged the huge rock that was half a person's height with both hands and suddenly stomped her foot, lifting the huge rock above her head. "All right," the old steward called out and waved his hand at the sturdy girl. He pointed at the girl in black and said, "Go and register. Stand next to that girl." Dong, 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 dong. The fat lady's footsteps shook the heavens, causing the jaws of the surrounding women to drop. Fuck. This damned fat woman can also enter the Qin estate. Manager, recruiting such a fat woman into the manor is too much of an eyesore. That's right, that's right. It's so fat and ugly. If it's placed in the courtyard, it feels like some of the fresh air has been taken away. The steward fiercely glared at him. Don't speak nonsense. If you want to do the test, then do it. If you don't, then quickly leave. Don't block the way. The few girls who were clamoring the fiercest immediately gave up. They tried to move the boulder, but failed, so they retreated to the back with their tails between their legs. With great difficulty, it was Arbor's turn to be tested. Under the powerful gaze of the steward, Arbor walked forward and put on an act of picking up the huge rock with both hands. Not long after, he pretended to be exhausted and threw the huge rock on the ground. The steward grunted and nodded. Go over there and register. You're young, but you're quite strong. Not bad, you're useful. Arbor's small face was expressionless. He nodded and walked to the side of the table. Without thinking, he wrote down 3 words, Mu Xiao Bao. Chapter 503. Just as she put down her brush and straightened her back, she heard a pleasantly surprised cry from behind the crowd. Aya, second young master is back. Thus, all of a sudden, those women seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as they surrounded the carriage. The servants hurriedly ran over to disperse the crowd and rudely pushed those girls to the sides of the road, making a narrow path. The head steward quickly stepped forward and bowed, personally lifting the curtain for the second young master. The Qin estate's second duke, Ziqin Exen, slowly stepped out of the carriage, and the surrounding air instantly became still. The crowd of love-struck fools looked at the Omega Katoku young master, almost drooling. They saw the second young master wearing a plain silk gown, a dark green jade belt with a bamboo pattern on his waist, and an ink-colored wide-sleeved robe on the outside. His long hair, like flowing clouds, was slightly messy from the cold wind, but it didn't cover up his flawless jade-like beauty in the slightest. He was truly handsome and elegant, with an outstanding temperament. As he looked around, a dark green fluorescent light faintly floated in the depths of his eyes. Xiao Mu cast a glance in that direction and was immediately taken aback. His entire person seemed to have been possessed, his eyes slightly widened, and he unconsciously clenched his fists, his entire body inexplicably faintly trembling. Him, it's him? How could it be him? Arbor fiercely suppressed his impulse to immediately turn around and run away. His entire body stiffened, and his small face was paralyzed as he stood beside the black-clothed girl, staring blankly at the Omega Katoku young master, who was walking closer and closer to him. He walked over, and as usual, his jade eyes contained a faint, gentle smile. His pair of deep eyes seemed to be able to suck one's soul bit by bit into the abyss, filled with a strange magic. Behind him was a bunch of love-struck fools screaming, "Second young master," but Arbor turned a deaf ear to them. He looked at that slender, jade-like figure walking closer and closer, his mind buzzing. He suddenly stopped in front of her. To be precise, he stopped to her left, standing directly in front of the black-clothed girl. Don't be fooled by how bold and manly the black-clothed girl was when she mentioned the stone. Now that she was being stared at by the Omega Katoku, she immediately lowered her head shyly, and her entire body went soft. Chung Yueju greets the second young master. After being shy, the girl in black gracefully saluted Omega Katoku. Omega Katoku's gaze fell on her face for a moment, then turned to look at Arbor carefully. Noticing that he was staring at her, Arbor, all the hair on her body stood on end. Although she lowered her head slightly, every pore on her body was alert to the man in front of her. Second Qin abruptly took a step closer to her, and our dear Xiao Mu immediately shrunk back reflexively. In almost an instant, she hid behind her wide and plump sister. The fat girl clenched her fists and bowed to the Omega Katoku. Second young master. Get out of the way. Omega Katoku glanced at the fat girl unhappily. His eyes were clearly smiling, but made people feel a trace of inexplicable coldness. The fat sister hurriedly retreated to the side, but who would have thought that Xiao Mu was like a small tail, retreating to the side with her? She still used the fat girl's huge figure to block herself. The second young master couldn't help but be angry and amused. He pointed at Arbor hiding behind the fat girl. Who is she? The chief steward hurriedly took the roster from the side and turned to the last page. This is a maidservant who knows some martial arts that the eldest young master recruited. Her name is Mu Xiaobao. Chapter 504. She'll be the one. Omega Katoka nodded and said indifferently, "It just so happens that this young master killed a servant girl who didn't know her limits 2 days ago. She'll be the one." The senior manager's jaw was about to drop. "This? Young master, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate. She just entered the estate and doesn't know anything. How can she serve in young master's room? She's more like a maidservant who sweeps the outer courtyard. Your entire family sweeps maidservants in the outer courtyard." Arbor poked her head out from behind the wide, plump girl and glared coldly at the senior manager. The senior manager, "I'll take this stoic face. Send her to my court later." Omega Katoku threw down this sentence and turned to walk back into the estate. "Bah, who wants to go to your dog's-hit court?" Arbor inwardly shuddered and was about to slip away when 2 servants ran up and looked at her enviously. "Little miss, follow us." "I'm not going." She only came to the Qin estate to secretly inquire about the relationship between the Qin estate and the holy water sex incident back then. But now, she actually encountered that frightening person. Of course, she didn't want to continue staying in this godforsaken place. Who wants to go with you to that whatever second young master's court? However, if she left just like this, wouldn't all her previous efforts be wasted after waiting in line for so long and even undergoing that damn test? Did the Qin estate have any connection with the Shuntian prefecture? Could that Lu Yiji be related to the Qin estate? "Please, little miss." The servants looked at the hesitant little girl standing at the entrance in puzzlement. This really was a strange girl. In the Qin estate, which little girl wouldn't go crazy from joy after hearing that they were retained by the eldest and second young masters? Why was this person's reaction so peculiar? Like she was about to run away at any moment? Several servants hurriedly blocked Xiao Mu's path, using both the carrot and the stick to invite her into the Qin estate. Arbor was led to Omega Katoku's court in bewilderment. As soon as he entered the garden, he saw several red-crowned cranes pecking at their feathers, leisurely strolling around the courtyard as if there was no one around. Xiao Mu looked up at the painted plaque above her head, Crane Garden. She recalled those large cranes on the Holy Water Sect's snowy peaks. When the Holy Water Sect was exterminated, those large cranes either died or left. Xiao Mu reflexively walked towards one of the red-crowned cranes. Just as she was about to touch that red-crowned crane's fur with her small hand, she heard a crisp and impolite rebuke abruptly ring in her ears. "Insolence!" Xiao Mu turned her head and saw a girl draped in a large white ferret fur cloak, which concealed half of her small, jade-like face within the white fur collar. Only her small, exquisite nose and lively eyes were exposed. "Greetings, Miss Song." The 2 servants hurriedly bowed to the young lady, not daring to act rashly. Arbor's hand paused, and then he stroked the red-crowned crane's feathers again. His face was expressionless, and he didn't pay any attention to the angry Miss Song beside him. "Who allowed you to touch it? Come, chop off her hands." Miss Song's dark face exuded a dense aura of danger. As soon as she finished speaking, 2 body cultivators immediately walked out from behind her and directly grabbed Arbor's shoulders. "Song Yingxiu, you think too highly of yourself. Who gave you the guts to be so impudent in my garden?" Omega Katoku's cold voice came from inside the room, and a gust of cold wind blew at the 2 body cultivators, causing them to fall to the ground. Chapter 505. Arbor took a ball-shaped fruit from the wooden bucket beside her and fed it to the red-crowned crane. She was so engrossed in playing with the big crane that she naturally didn't notice the frightened gazes of the servants beside her. In fact, she didn't even notice that Song Yingxiu had been severely reprimanded by Omega Katoku and had run away crying. She was stroking the red-crowned crane's feathers as if no one else was present. "Huh." Omega Katoku sneered. Arbor suddenly felt a cold aura close to her body. She subconsciously patted the red-crowned crane's head and then jumped back, avoiding the second young master's outstretched hand. Omega Katoku's hand froze in midair. It was only an inch away from the little guy, but it didn't even touch a single hair. How preposterous! If you want to use this strange behavior to attract this young master's attention, then you've succeeded. The second young master was so angry that he flung his sleeves and turned around. He coldly scolded, "Come with me." The red-crowned crane beside her was very intelligent. It flapped its wings and ran to the side listlessly. Arbor stood alone in the garden and looked around. She saw that the servants in the residence were all staring at her. After a while, Arbor didn't move. One of the servants couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted at Xiao Mu, "Go!" Oh, so Omega Katoku was yelling at her just now, inexplicably. It was no different from her previous life. He was just as temperamental and angry as always. If it weren't for the fact that she was unwilling to give up and wanted to sneak in and search his study, she wouldn't have bothered to stay here and be bullied. Arbor expressionlessly walked to the door of Omega Katoku's room and suddenly raised her leg to kick it. The group of servants stood far away and their eyelids suddenly twitched. Bang! A certain person was like a powerful Vajra girl, kicking down the second young master's door with one kick. Everyone was speechless in the reception hall of the Drizzle Court. A group of singers were singing, dancing, playing, and singing. Melodious music drifted in the air. A dark, purple, slender figure was half sitting on the head of the table. His long hair was not tied up, and it hung down to his waist like a splash of ink, like a natural waterfall. With one hand holding the cup and the other supporting his chin, he pursed his lips with a faint smile. Between her eyebrows was a natural cinnabar dot, and a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with temptation exuded all kinds of flirtatious charm. Eldest young master, is Miss Ran of the Jade Hue House really that good at dancing? Look at you, you're not even blinking. A woman with a red shawl draped over her shoulders and half-exposed breasts snuggled up to Chin and rested her head on his arm. She called out in a coquettish voice, her eyes filled with jealousy. First Chin's gaze followed the rapidly spinning woman in her gorgeous pleated skirt, his eyes emitting a faint luster. Not bad indeed. A low voice slowly sounded. "Young master, the second steward is here." First Chin beckoned to the person standing outside the door, and the second steward hastily trotted in with his head lowered and waist bent. He respectfully curtsied to eldest young master. "This lowly one, Chui Deiji, greets eldest young master. I heard that my second brother's crane garden has been finding door craftsmen to repair the door every day these past 2 days. What's going on?" The second steward's mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly before saying, "Eldest young master, there's indeed such a thing. Speaking of which, it's all that darn girl's fault. She's only been in the estate for 2 days, but she's already causing a ruckus in Crane Garden. She's greatly angered second young master." "Oh." First Chin narrowed his eyes slightly. "What little girl?" Chapter 506. When the second steward recounted the events of the past 2 days in Crane Garden, First Chin laughed heartily. "What an interesting little girl. This young master would like to summon her to meet me." The pink-lipped girl leaning against eldest young Sir Chin bit her lower lip and suppressed the jealousy in her eyes. She said softly, "Eldest young sir, what's there to meet with a darn girl?" At this time, the singing and dancing in the courtyard had stopped. Dressed in a red dress, Miss Ran leisurely walked forward and curtsied to eldest young Sir Chin. First Chin smiled. "I originally thought that second brother would definitely honor Miss Ran's arrival with a visit, but I didn't expect that he would be entangled with some mundane affairs." Zhao Chiron curtsied to eldest young Sir again and said aloofly, "Chiron is just a prostitute and doesn't deserve second young Sir's deep affection. Miss Ran is truly too modest. Who doesn't know how many marquises were stunned by Mrs. Moondance?" Eldest young Sir said with a smile. Zhao Chiron had a faint smile on her lips, but there was a faint disappointment in the depths of her eyes. Seeing this, First Chin's lips curled into a meaningful smile. "TSK, this Miss Ran of the Jade Clay Pavilion, who possessed a graceful and lofty bearing and was unobtainable by any aristocrat, has actually given her heart to my second brother just because of a chance encounter. It's truly very interesting. The recent days have been so boring, so he had to find something for his second brother to do inside the study in Crane Garden. Eldest young sir thought that his second brother had nothing to do, but who would have expected that? That handsome and elegant Omega Katoku young sir was currently glaring angrily at a certain person standing in front of the study table with a dark expression. He reprimanded, "You can cause such a commotion in the study just by grinding ink. The entire room is filled with the ink you spilled. Am I someone who does this kind of rough work? What a joke." The senior steward said that I'm suitable for sweeping the outer courtyard. "Young sir, please transfer me out," the little girl said expressionlessly. The senior steward, who had just entered, nearly knocked his head against the doorframe. His mouth twitched, and he coughed lightly. "Young sir, this old servant has brought Miss Kaiwei here." Just in time, Omega Katoku reached out and pressed his throbbing head. "Kaiwei, bring her back to your place and teach her well. Teach her for 2 days and then send her back to me. Don't do all these weird things all day long." This was how it should be. This girl had just entered the residence, so what could she possibly know? The head steward smiled so widely that his eyes could not be seen. He waved his hand to let Kaiwei bring Arbor away. Kaiwei curtsied, but just as she took a few steps closer to Xiao Mu turned around and walked outside without a word of farewell. Omega Katoku was so angry that she threw a teacup. She felt that something was wrong with her for the past 2 days. It was as if she was looking for trouble. Ever since she brought this stoic face back, she hadn't had a day of comfort. But for some reason, when he saw this little stoic outside the door for the first time, there was an especially strong voice in his heart telling him, "Bring her back, bring her back, bring her back." "Stop right there," Kaiwei shouted angrily after exiting the young sir's study. Arbor rubbed her arms. She only felt some warmth after coming out of that person's study and being bathed in the warm sunlight. That person was actually the Qin Estate's second young sir. The shadow of her past life was still vivid in her mind. She didn't expect that they would cross paths so quickly in this life. She had never come to Guanlan City in her past life. At that time, she was tormented by Fan Xiuhua to the point where she was on the brink of death and was carried out of the secret room by this young Sir Omega Katoku. Chapter 507. She was unconscious for a few months before she slowly regained some of her strength. At that time, this master of the Omega Katoku, who had raised her like a small animal, would come over to tease her when he was happy. If he was unhappy, he would leave her there for 2 days and 3 nights, starving her to the point that her eyes almost turned white. In order to tame this little pet of his, this master had tried to starve her for 5 days, not letting her drink a single drop of water. He wanted her to call him master. She had always rolled her eyes at him, stubbornly refusing to submit to this title. At that time, her 4 limbs were completely immobile, and after 5 days, not only was she almost out of shape, she was so dirty that her original appearance was almost unrecognizable. When she thought of this, Xiao Mu shuddered deeply. When he thought of her and came over, she was struggling to use her head to tap the ground, just like a dirty loach, slowly crawling in a sullen manner. She wanted to die. She didn't want to live like this. However, at that time, even death seemed like an extravagant hope. He only needed to lift a finger to obstruct her, and everything would become meaningless. She really didn't care for this kind of humiliating life, but death was so difficult. Now, it would never be like this again. It wouldn't. That year, he had been so desperate, and yet he still couldn't tame her. Now, he wanted to order her around and teach her how to behave. In his dreams of 1,000 years. "I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" Kaiwei shouted. Seeing that the little girl didn't respond, she couldn't help but get angry and anxious. She rushed forward and stretched out a hand to grab her. Arbor reflexively swung his fist, and with a bang, it heavily smashed onto Kaiwei's deformed little face. Kaiwei covered her red and swollen left eye, and when she brought Arbor back to Blue Mountain Courtyard, it was almost dusk. The courtyard was full of orioles and swallows gathered there, eating melon seeds and chatting. When they saw Kai Wei enter, they hurriedly greeted her with smiles. "Sister Kai Wei, you're back." "Hello, Sister Kai Wei." "Sister Kai Wei, you're back so late today." Blue Mountain Courtyard was in charge of all the maidservants in the outer courtyard of the Qin estate. Kai Wei could be considered an old member of the Qin estate. She was about 25 or 26 years old and was now the assistant steward of Blue Mountain Courtyard. Above her, there was also a senior steward. When the crowd saw Kai Wei put down her hand, revealing a panda eye, they could not help but look at each other in dismay. In the Qin estate, apart from the personal maidservants of the master, madam, and young master, almost all the other maidservants were respectful to Sister Kai Wei, who was so audacious. Sister Tsai Wei's eyes were swollen. Kai Wei did not utter a word. She only turned to Arbor with a gloomy face and said, "You'll be staying in the third room in the second row on the north side." Everyone's gazes uniformly turned towards the stoic-faced little girl, their eyes carrying a mischievous smile as if they were watching a show. Arbor didn't waste any time. He took his card and walked toward his residence. He didn't walk far before he stopped and glanced back. "Come out." A plump figure jogged over. It was the fat girl who had entered the residence with her on the same day. You're really going to that room?" The fat girl looked at her in horror. "HM?" The fat girl hastily ran over and stood still before panting. They said that there are strange noises coming from the third room in the second row on the north side every night. They said that a maidservant hung herself in that room before, so it's very likely that it's haunted. "Oh," the little girl nodded. "Thank you for telling me. You're not scared?" The fat girl stared. Chapter 508. Arbor shook her head. She even had the courage to face the holy water sect again with its desolation and rubble. There was nothing in this world that could make her afraid. "And my name is Xiang Yuanyuan. What about you, little sister?" The chubby girl revealed a simple and honest smile as she looked eagerly at this little girl who looked very ordinary, but had a pair of extremely cold and beautiful eyes. "Mu Xiao Bao," Arbor said softly. "Oh, you're called Xiao Bao." Xiang Yuanyuan cracked a smile. Then you live alone in that haunted house. If you're scared in the middle of the night, you can come find me. I live in the fourth room in the row in front of your room." Xiang Yuanyuan scratched her head as she said this and chuckled. "We have 4 sisters in the room, and they're all quite easy to talk to. If you're scared and sneak over to us in the middle of the night, no one will tell on you to Sister Kai Wei." Arbor nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. Xiang Yuanyuan pointed in the direction of her room. Then I'll go back first." "All right, dinner is at the dining hall, so don't come too late. If you come too late, there won't be any food." "Thank you for the reminder," Arbor responded, and the two of them went back to their rooms. Of the 4 rooms in the second row in the north, the 3 on the left and right were empty utility rooms, and only the third room was for her to use. It seemed like that whatever ghost caused all the rooms in this row to be deserted. When she opened the door, darling Xiao nearly fainted from the musty smell. How long had it been since someone lived here? They wanted her to live in such a shabby room? Humph! These people wanted to harm her and make her stay in this room with bad air for a long time. She wouldn't do as they wished. After closing the door, Arbor had the sapling drag her into Paradise Planet and personally ran to the vegetable field to pick 2 cabbages. She planned to cook a cabbage pot and make do with a meal. Master, put down the pot in your hand. Let me do it." The little treant ran over and shouted loudly. Last time when Master cooked noodles, not only did the bottom of the pot get cooked through, but the peach forest was also filled with smoke. The sapling was so scared that it thought a fire was about to break out. Master clearly had the all-purpose food box that contained many dishes from various restaurants, but she liked to cook by herself. How intoxicating. However, there was one time when Xiao clearly heard its master muttering to himself as he held the small pot and asked what he should cook every day. Only then would it feel a little smoky. His heart instantly ached for Xiao. Master was missing home. At this moment, Arbor chuckled. Knowing that he was in the wrong, he threw down the small pot in his hand. Xiao was much more pleasing to the eye now. It could cultivate medicinal herbs, plant vegetables, harvest vegetables, and pick fruits. Now, It could even cook a simple pot of stew. It was indeed useful. It was better than her piercing the bottom of the pot. Sigh. In the past, when she saw her mother and Xiao Yao cook, they could simply casually make several dishes. It felt especially difficult in her hands. She ran to the open space behind the peach forest. The sapling had built 3 large warehouses there. One was for medicinal herbs, another was for vegetables harvested from the field, and the last was for peaches. In front of the warehouse, there were 2 carriages full of fruits. This was the first time Second Uncle had used her guide fee to bring back things. Until now, they had only eaten a few fruits, and the 2 carriages were still full. Arbor went forward and took a bunch of grapes. She cut 20 to 30 of them and threw them into a small basket. Just as she was about to wash them by the lake, she stopped in her tracks. Chapter 509. She tilted her small head and looked at her palm. With a thought, a clear and lustrous stream of water emerged from her fingers. The little water child Dian Dian said that with her current cultivation, it wasn't a big problem for her to control a trickle of water under normal circumstances. If she wanted to launch a big move like the one she tried last time, she would need to mobilize all the mystic energy in her body. She would probably only be able to launch that one move before her mystic energy was exhausted. She directly washed the grapes, and Arbor took a bite out of one. The fruit that had been stored on Paradise Planet for so long was still fresh and delicious. Compared to ordinary grapes, it was more or less mixed with a bit of mystic energy. The sweetness and coolness of the fruit went straight to the heart. Back then, when she chased the little water child away, she had cried until the world shook and gods wept. Her tears flowed endlessly, so the water quality of the entire Paradise Planet was completely improved by the little water child that, as a result, all the peach trees planted by the lakeside all bore peaches, and each one was bigger and juicier than the other. In these 2 years, the peach trees bore several batches of fruit, which were all plucked by the little trance and stuffed into the storehouse. Last time, Chio even complained that there were so many peaches in the storehouse that it almost couldn't hold them all. But it made sense. The total area of the peach trees on her Paradise Planet was probably close to 100 mu. They grew especially exuberantly near water sources. Chio even built a large storehouse. If they were outside, the storehouse would probably be full after one harvest. However, there weren't too many types of medicinal herbs, and the entire storehouse wasn't even filled with 1/5 of them. Arbor ate and ate as she strolled to her own medicinal garden. After inspecting it, she saw that all kinds of medicinal herbs were thriving in the 7 to 8 mu of medicinal fields. She had gathered all the poisonous herbs together to prevent them from touching the others and spoiling their medicinal properties. However, there were still too few precious medicinal herbs, so there really weren't many kinds of medicinal powders and liquids that she could grind and bring out. The green radish poison liquid and the green radish pill were considered one kind. The detoxification pill was also pretty good. Normal poisons were basically cured immediately. There was a relatively rare medicinal pill that she made from longevity flowers, the longevity pill. Based on her conjecture, if mystic cultivators below level 10 consumed it, their lifespan would increase by at least 2 to 3 years. However, this longevity pill could only be taken once. It would be ineffective even if it was taken more than once. If it was taken over a long period of time, it would at most help to recuperate one's body. It would allow one to be completely free of illness and pain for a period of time. Speaking of which, the medicinal properties were quite impressive. If she encountered a level 9 mystic cultivator who was stuck at a bottleneck, she would be able to break through to become a great level 10 mystic cultivator in 2 or 3 years by relying on this pill. In that case, the upper limit of his lifespan of close to 100 years would be completely raised. As long as a great level 10 mystic cultivator didn't court death, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live for at least 120 to 130 years. The lifespan of an ordinary person was only 70 to 80 years, which was already considered a long lifespan. Most importantly, Arbor's longevity pill was effective even for ordinary people. Arbor was in a state of seclusion. In her previous life, she had also heard that there were different grades of alchemists, and the quality of the pills they produced was also very different. She just didn't know what grade of pill the longevity pill in her hand was. Last time, when she had Qingwan try it, that fellow's eyes lit up after eating it and only told her that the taste was pretty good. Was she asking how it tasted? What a baffling fellow. Chapter 510. The other type was the hemostatic ointment, made from the hemostatic grass grown from the hemostatic grass that second uncle gave her. However, her hemostatic ointment was different from the one sold on the market. The hemostatic ointment on the market required about 5 minutes to completely stop the bleeding. Her ointment could basically stop the bleeding in minutes. The effect was basically similar to the secret ointment that the crown prince applied on her hand when she first met him. In fact, the effect was even better. However, she was too lazy to make it, so she only tried making 2 small jars of this hemostatic ointment and was unwilling to make it. As for the other types of medicinal powders, she had used stone medicine rollers to make them, but she only made 2 types. Moreover, their effects were only ordinary poisonous powders that were effective on mystic cultivators level 6 or level 7 and below. She couldn't even be bothered to name them. In her current opinion, this kind of poisonous powder was basically not very effective. Her current opponents were all great mystic cultivators level 10 and above, so it was a waste of effort to make them. To put it bluntly, it was still because there were too few medicinal herbs. Only 7 to 8 mu of medicinal herbs were planted in the 30 mu of medicinal fields, not even 1/3 of the total. After returning from her inspection, she felt quite satisfied with everything. She then went back to the treehouse and fed the little white squirrel a few mouthfuls of life-prolonging medicinal liquid. After hugging it for a while, she turned back to the peach forest. This life-prolonging medicinal liquid could guarantee that Chirpy would not lack vitality for 2 to 3 days. Even if it was not depleted, it would not affect its little life. Her pitiful little squirrel didn't even know when it would wake up. When she returned to the open space in front of the peach forest, she saw the little tray ant holding a medium-sized pot of cabbage and meat slices and bouncing toward her. Looking at the steaming pot of cabbage and meat slices, Arbor subconsciously sniffed. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she quickly jogged to Chio. She reached out to pick it up and took the pot in passing. "Thank you, Chio. Thank you for always being so tolerant and accompanying me. You are an indispensable companion in my life." "Master, what are you saying? There's no need to thank me for such a small matter." Chio blinked its black beady eyes and looked at her adorably. The corners of Arbor's mouth twitched slightly. He had already sat down cross-legged, picked up 2 bamboo chopsticks, and started eating in small bites. Actually, she didn't eat much. How could one person finish an entire pot of food? However, she liked the smell of cooking on this paradise planet. She liked to see the smoke rising from the kitchen. It was as if home was right in front of her. "Master, is it delicious?" "It's delicious." Arbor nodded. He didn't say that Chio had forgotten to add salt again. Well, it was better than her boiling through the bottom of the pot. "Master, someone is coming." Chio's perception had improved quite a bit, so she could immediately detect any danger approaching within a few kilometers. Arbor sneered and put 2 pieces of meat into his mouth with his chopsticks. "Don't worry about it. Let them be." Not even 1/3 of the pot of cabbage and meat was finished. Darling Xiao couldn't bear to throw away the rest. It was shameful to waste food, since it wouldn't spoil in the paradise. He closed the lid and climbed into the treehouse. He hugged the little white squirrel and slept soundly. The next day, when Omega Kitoku received news that a group of rooms in Blue Mountain Courtyard had caught fire and a maid had been burned to death, her heart couldn't help but skip a beat. She hurriedly rushed to Blue Mountain Courtyard with her men and found Kai Wei to scold her. Her face darkened as she asked, "Where is she?" Chapter 511. Young Master. Kai Wei was on the verge of tears as she curtsied and said, "Kai Wei doesn't know what happened. Everything was fine last night. Let me ask you, where is the Xiao Bao that I asked you to bring over to educate yesterday?" Kai Wei's face was pale, and her body was on the verge of collapsing. She was in a state where she was on the verge of fainting. With a thump, she knelt on the ground and repeatedly kowtowed as she begged for mercy. This servant had Mu Xiaobao stay in one of the rooms in this row, but for some reason, a fire broke out last night. It's very possible that Mu Xiaobao didn't light the candle properly and didn't even know that it caught on fire. We put out the fire with great difficulty, but we didn't see Mu Xiaobao at all. I don't know if she slept like a log last night and didn't come out. Now it's burned to ashes. Kai Wei's voice became softer and softer, as if she didn't dare to look at the second young master's murderous gaze. I asked you to bring her back, to educate her. You actually caused her to disappear. Omega Katoka flew into a rage and kicked Kai Wei's shoulder. Kai Wei screamed and suddenly fell to the ground. She felt as if the bones in her shoulder had been shattered, and the pain caused her tears to flow out. She was really wronged to death. She had brought the little girl back from the second young master's place and suffered a punch from the little girl the moment she stepped out of the door. She wanted revenge and purposely arranged for her to stay in this remote and haunted room. But she had never thought of burning her to death. Although her heart was filled with jealousy, she knew that the second young master valued this girl. She wasn't an idiot and already knew that the second young master had kicked the girl over to her side to educate her in a fit of anger. He would definitely bring her back 2 days later. Even if she had 10 times the guts, she wouldn't dare to secretly kill the little girl. Elder sister, why did you make the second young master so angry? You really shouldn't have done that. A soft chuckle sounded in his ears. He saw a well-developed woman around the age of 20 walking over slowly behind an old woman with a head full of white hair who was walking at a fast pace. When Kai Wei saw her face, she immediately understood everything. She bared her teeth and screamed with a purple and white face. Kylon, you're the one who harmed me. You started the fire. Io ba 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 ba. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense. Why would I set a fire for no reason? Kylon covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. When she noticed the cold gaze her young master shot at her, she immediately didn't dare act rashly, and she knelt down with an aggrieved expression before she cried and said, Young master, you have to uphold justice for Kylon. Her sister was accusing her wrongly. How would Kylon know that her elder sister brought back a little maid last night? There's no reason to start a fire. You were the one who did it. Kai Wei shrieked. You wanted to harm me. You set the fire. You want to frame me. Shut up. Granny Hong, the chief steward of Blue Mountain Courtyard, shouted coldly. His eyes swept over Kai Wei and Kylon with a dignified look before he stepped forward and bowed to young master Omega Katoku. Please forgive me, second young master. It's this old servant who doesn't know how to teach this servant. I've troubled second young master. Omega Katoku's eyes were so gloomy that tears could drip from them. He looked at Granny Hong and said coldly, You really don't know how to teach. By today, you have to find that person even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Otherwise, all of you can die from me. Granny Hong's body trembled, and her gaze instantly became nervous. Kylon also widened her eyes in disbelief, practically unable to believe her own ears. Babies, I'll give you 4 chapters first. I'll give you 4 chapters tonight. The author is still working and will be home later. Moi. Chapter 512. The young master actually wanted to execute them, the Blue Mountain Courtyard stewards who had served their master for many years, for a mere lowly servant. Kylon widened her eyes in horror, and cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Why was it like this? The second young master actually cared so much about that lowly servant? What did she do wrong? Although Kylon hadn't served the second young master closely, she was extremely intelligent and had her own way of dealing with people. She understood this second young master too well. He looked like he didn't care about anything, but once he set his eyes on something, he would use any means possible to obtain it. The second young master had a trace of bigotry hidden in the depths of his bones. Right now, the second young master's bigotry was completely reflected on this lowly servant. The second young master, he wasn't joking. If they really couldn't find this lowly servant, or if the lowly servant really burned to death in this room, then only death awaited them. When she thought of this, Cylon's entire body quivered. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead like rain, and her complexion became increasingly ghastly pale. She had really made a mistake. Originally, she only wanted to use this matter to get rid of that damn woman, Kai Wei, but she didn't expect the second young master to value that lowly servant so much. This truly exceeded her expectations. Then, she heard a cold and cheerless voice interject and ask frostily, "Why are you all crowding around my door? Move aside." When this voice landed in the ears of the Blue Mountain courtyard maids, it was tantamount to the sound of nature. Kylon turned around with an incredulous expression. Yet Kai Wei abruptly turned back with tears in her eyes. When she saw the young lady dressed in the same pink, maid uniform slowly walking over, she abruptly felt that the usually arrogant, stoic-faced young lady didn't seem so repulsive at this moment. The Blue Mountain courtyard, maids all sighed in relief and hastily opened up a path for Arbor to pass through. Our dear Xiao Mu walked to the gloomy second young master and cast him a glance without uttering a word. "Where did you go?" The second young master's face was filled with anger. Inexplicable. Omega Kitoku always felt that he was especially composed in the past. Even when faced with his sly brother's sarcasm, he could still turn a blind eye and turn a blind eye. But now, his good temper had been completely worn away by the stoic face. He didn't know why, but looking at the stoic face made him want to get angry. Xiao Mu harumphed and said coldly, "Is that kind of dilapidated house that exudes a musty smell for people to live in? The Qin estate can't afford to build a decent wing, so they might as well not hire so many maids. Do I look like I have such low standards? How can I live in a rundown house?" Looking at the little stoic's disdainful face, for some reason, Sir Omega Kitoku felt especially humiliated. Was his Qin estate that poor? Omega Kitoku glared coldly at the trembling Kai Wei, who was sprawled on the ground. "Go and receive your punishment on behalf of the court." A servant who acted on her own initiative. He only wanted her to teach the little stoic some etiquette on his behalf, not to torture her in terms of food and clothing. Was he, the Omega Kitoku, such a low-class person? Yes. Kai Wei scrambled and crawled away, staggering as she rolled away. She was really scared. She warned herself 10,000 times in her heart to learn from today's lesson and not offend this stoic-faced young lady again in the future. "Come with me." Omega Kitoku snapped coldly and turned to walk out of Blue Mountain courtyard. The little fellow followed after him in a huff. Before she left, she gave Xiang Yuan, who was hiding in the crowd, a look. Chapter 513. Xiang Yuan was taken aback for a moment, and without hesitation, she strode forward and followed him. Not long after the two left Blue Mountain courtyard, Arbor pulled Xiang Yuan behind a nearby bush and stared at her. "You're very hungry." Xiang Yuan was just about to shake her head when her stomach let out a disappointing rumble. Actually, even though Arbor was standing so far away earlier, she could hear Xiang Yuan's stomach rumbling with hunger. Xiang Yuan's big face was covered in a layer of red mist. In front of a little girl who was 10 years younger than her, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. Xiang Yuan was embarrassed, and her face was flushed red. Arbor got Xiao to take out the steaming cabbage pot and stuffed it into Xiang Yuan's hands. "You can have it, but I've already eaten a portion of it. If you don't like it." How could she dislike it? The aroma of the cabbage pot stimulated Xiang Yuan's big belly to rumble. She practically snatched the pot into her arms. When she looked up, her face was red as she said embarrassedly, I'll get a bowl to scoop some." "No need, you can have it all." Arbor glanced at Xiang Yuan's stomach and shook her head. "You're really giving it all to me?" Xiang Yuan's bright black eyes were filled with pleasant surprise. She then scratched her head in embarrassment and said, I went to the big dining hall last night, and it wasn't too late. I don't know why I only got half a bowl of porridge." She was so hungry that her stomach rumbled in the middle of the night. She tossed and turned and couldn't sleep well at all. "It's a bit bland. Do you want to add some salt?" No need. It's fine like this." Xiang Yuan held the cabbage pot and felt like she was holding the whole world. Her face was filled with bliss. Arbor was a little drunk. It was just a pot of cabbage stewed with meat. His happy face made her feel a little sour. The little stoic's gaze relaxed slightly. She glanced at the eldest miss and said with a nod, "Then you should hide a bit." Xiang Yuan was just an ordinary person with slightly greater strength. She didn't have an inner world. If she openly carried this cabbage pot back, who knew how many people would covet it? Arbor didn't want to cause any trouble for her, so he kindly reminded her. Xiang Yuan immediately understood and nodded. Xiang Yuan wasn't stupid. She took off her outer robe and wrapped it around the pot. After repeatedly thanking him, she happily went to find a place to eat. Arbor turned around and saw the second young master standing under a snow plum tree in full bloom not far away, looking at her with an indecipherable expression. She did not know how long he had been staring at her. He was dressed in a long blue robe and had a head full of black hair. He was truly a peerless young master. When that pair of emerald eyes looked at her, there was a trace of an indescribably strange emotion in them. She slowly walked over. Omega Kitoku stared at her as she walked closer to him. Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of déjà vu. "Have we met before?" he asked softly, as if he was murmuring. Arbor was greatly shaken on the inside, but she still maintained that stoic face on the surface and walked around him expressionlessly. She didn't give him a single word in response. Of course, Omega Kitoku didn't need her to respond. He just treated it as if his brain had gone haywire for no reason, so she didn't hear him murmuring softly. The two of them wandered back to Crane Garden through a small path. That night, Arbor jumped out of the window and secretly snuck into Omega Kitoku's study to search for some information. According to her observations these past few days, the Qin estate was a medicinal pill patrician family that was passionate about pill research. Chapter 514. The family head, Qin Gulu, spent his days in the pill-concocting room and was nowhere to be seen. The second madam, Yang Liuxiu, wasn't the two young masters' biological mother. She had been married for 5 years, but she still had a niece and nephew from the Yang family by her side. Everyone in the estate addressed her as young master cousin and young miss cousin, but she had absolutely nothing to do with the two young masters. Was Shuntian Prefecture's Lu Yiji related to the Qin estate? That day, when the old sect master dragged him into the sky and self-detonated, she detected that he hadn't died from the shattered life lantern. However, with his injuries from back then, he probably wouldn't recover without resting for a year or two. If he wasn't related to the Qin estate, why would the Qin estate's iron tablet appear in the Holy Water sect's ancestral hall? Qiao Mu sneered and sped up the flipping speed in her hands. During the day, Omega Kitoku was sitting on the side, so she couldn't do anything. Only now, "Master, someone's approaching." Chochio's voice instantly rang in her mind. Arbor immediately jumped out of the window and nimbly and soundlessly scuttled out, hiding her body in a patch of undergrowth outside. The branches and leaves of the sapling extended from her wrist, emitting a faint green light. After a few seconds, Arbor's entire body was enveloped by the rapidly growing undergrowth, concealing all of her presence. "Young master, what happened? I seem to have sent someone here just now." Omega Kitoku lit a candle. The candlelight illuminated his slightly furrowed brows. He scanned his surroundings, but didn't discover anything. His personal bodyguard sighed in relief and couldn't help but laugh. Who would dare to cause trouble at the Qin estate? "Young master, you're worrying too much. You should return early to rest." Arbor crouched below the window and couldn't help but relax when she saw Omega Kitoku leave. A moment later, she nimbly flipped into the study again and methodically searched through Omega Kitoku's study at an extremely fast speed. She left empty-handed with a frown. She did not directly return to her room to rest, but instead quietly left the Crane Garden. Her figure flashed nimbly in the dark night. When he arrived at a place called Fuguei Garden, his small ears twitched slightly as he heard a woman's muffled voice coming from behind the door. Qiao Mu's eyelids twitched. She wasn't stupid. Even if she hadn't experienced anything in her previous life, she had still grown up. Even if she hadn't eaten pork, she would have unintentionally seen pigs run. Just as she was about to run away, she heard the woman snort and shout, "You damn ghost! Why are you so strong? Do you want to kill me? If by any chance I cry out and Master hears it, you'll die." A young man chuckled and said, "Auntie, don't make a sound. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to escape death." Xiao Mu felt her scalp go numb when she heard this. She didn't dare to stay any longer. She felt goosebumps all over her body and hurriedly ran out. After coming out, her small body couldn't help but tremble a little. She hurriedly slipped into another courtyard. Two figures were reflected in the study. The little fellow was wrapped in trees and transformed into a little treant to hide under the window. An old man's voice could be heard from inside the room. He said vaguely, "The situation has been particularly tense recently. That person is currently searching everywhere for you. You should let your master hide for a while longer. That lunatic has been clinging on to us and refusing to let go. We have to take care of him." Another slightly familiar young voice said through gritted teeth, "Sir wishes for you to do something for us. After it's done, you definitely won't be short of benefits." Chapter 5:15. After that, there were a few whispers. Arbor only heard the words pill recipe and secret recipe. She couldn't hear anything else, so she couldn't help but feel a little anxious. No way, no way. You can't implicate our Qin estate." The aged voice refused again and again. "If something happens to that person in our estate, then our entire estate won't be able to escape the blame. It'll definitely be a serious crime that will lead to the extermination of our entire family. You're still afraid of that muddle-headed old guy? What can you do? As long as this young one is dealt with, that old one is nothing to be afraid of. That won't do." The aged voice faintly revealed some anger. "You want to burn our Qin estate on a bonfire? I definitely can't agree to that. Family head Qin, don't forget that you and I are on the same path, tied to the same boat. If we're completely wiped out, you." The voice in the room lowered again. Finally, the aged voice said helplessly, "Can you really guarantee that our Qin estate will be able to escape unscathed? After dealing with that person, the old one will definitely be a loss of what to do. At that time, we'll..." After another round of whispers, Arbor could only be secretly anxious. She kept feeling a trace of discomfort in the bottom of her heart, faintly feeling uncomfortable. What kind of person would secretly harm become a serious crime that would lead to the extermination of their entire family? This answer practically leapt into her mind. It was the person she had always refused to think about and didn't dare to face in these 2 years, to come to think of it. She was really a star of calamity through and through. Almost all the people who were good to her were dead. She had been conflicted for a long time before she finally decided to come out into the world. She had even decided to make a trip home. On the way back, she flipped through those letters. That kind of longing to return home urged her, and she almost wanted to run back immediately. However, the closer she was to home, the more timid she felt. Perhaps she was actually resisting going back from the bottom of her heart. It was best if she didn't go back and break the peace of her family. Even without her, her family had been living well all these years. From their letters, she could see the happiness in their hearts. She, this little star of calamity, was actually more suitable. It would be best if she stayed alone and didn't bother anyone. Losing something was really scary. Arbor returned to his room in the Crane Garden in an upset mood. As soon as he entered the door, he couldn't help but stagnate and take 2 steps back. A slender figure suddenly grabbed her wrist and said in a cold voice, "Where did you go for a stroll in the middle of the night?" Arbor's body stiffened. He felt as if a poisonous snake had grabbed his wrist. That hand was as cold as it was in his previous life. With a flip of his hand, Arbor quickly got rid of his hand and ruthlessly kicked over, mercilessly leaving a small footprint on a man's body. Omega Kitoku didn't retreat. He lowered his head and looked at the footprint on his leg. His eyes stared gloomily at the expressionless face under the moonlight. "Who are you? Show me your face. Get out." Xiao Mu found him annoying and kicked him again, kicking him out of the room. She then slammed the door shut and slammed it shut right in front of his face. Bang! That sound almost startled the entire Crane Garden. A guard in black floated over and looked at the tightly shut door in astonishment. He then looked at his second young master, who had an extremely ugly expression and couldn't help but gulp. I've been very busy these few days. I already said that I'll finish it even if it's later. But you don't have to wait for me. You can read it tomorrow. Chapter 516. The young master was given the cold shoulder for no reason. So why did he want to laugh so much? Omega Kitoku gloomily turned to glance at the black-clothed guard, only to see the guard's solemn expression, even though he was already cramping up from laughter on the inside. The little stoic wrapped herself in the blankets and tossed, and turned the entire night without sleeping well. The next day, when she went out with a yawn, she saw Omega Kitoku standing in the courtyard with a glance. It actually snowed last night. Omega Kitoku was wearing a white fox fur overcoat as he stood in the middle of the boundless snow. His fine black hair was splashed with ink, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. When he turned to look at her, it was as if a lifetime had passed. This person couldn't have been standing in the corridor the entire night after he kicked her out, right? Was there something wrong with his brain? Let's go. He took a furry fur overcoat from the guard beside him and wanted to drape it over her. However, the little stoic didn't appreciate his kindness and evaded to the side, looking at him vigilantly. He glanced at her and actually didn't get angry. He handed the fur overcoat to her and let her drape it over herself. The weather was indeed quite cold, so she simply draped it over herself and tied a knot on the silk sash at the collar. It was already nearing the new year, and the Chin estate was also busy with business, so she didn't know where this second young master wanted to take her. Last night, she was actually unreasonable. At that time, her mood was in a mess, and she even flew into a rage out of humiliation. So she unreasonably kicked this second young master out the door. If it was any other young master, they would probably drag this audacious maidservant out and beat her to death. He had clearly already exposed her identity and even saw through her disguise. But why didn't he say anything today and continue to keep her by his side? Arbor couldn't figure it out and followed him to a pavilion with thick cotton curtains hanging on it. As soon as they entered, they felt a warmth hit them in the face. The charcoal inside the stove was burning red. The maidservants obediently took the fur coats from the two and led them to the window on the second floor. There were already many exquisite pastries and food on the small table. This should be a sumptuous breakfast. The two of them ate breakfast in silence. Arbor felt that she had a good appetite, but Omega Kitoku, who was sitting opposite her, kept looking at her with a frown. Eat more. The second young master rolled up his wide sleeves and picked up his chopsticks to give the little stoic another piece of pastry. This scene made the maids who were secretly observing them drop their chins one after another. They secretly lowered their heads and couldn't help but peep at them from the corner of their eyes. Heavens! Young master actually picked up food for that little maid? Just what kind of divine being was this little maid? How could she have such great fortune? No matter how they looked, that girl was wearing the same pink dress as them. No one would believe that she wasn't a maid. However, an even more horrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. The little stoic picked up that pastry touched by Omega Kitoku and directly threw it on the table. She pursed her lips in displeasure. I'm full. The maidservants were afraid that the young master would fly into a rage the next instant and hastily knelt down. Omega Kitoku picked up another piece of sugar pastry and placed it on her small plate, but it was thrown away by the little girl again. Omega Kitoku picked up all the food and realized that the little girl didn't eat a single bite. He guessed that she really was full, so he finally stopped. However, the maidservants around him were so frightened that they trembled all over. None of them dared to look up again. Withdraw, all of you, young Master Omega Kitoku said coldly. The rustling of robes brushed against the ground, and soon the maidservants retreated from the second floor of the pavilion one after another. Chapter 517. Let's get to know each other again. Omega Kitoku said indifferently. My name is Chin Exine. What about you? Mu Xiao Bao. Even I feel a bit scared when I look at myself in the mirror expressionlessly. Omega Kitoku nodded and didn't expose her fake name. He said indifferently, Xiao Bao, you don't have to be so guarded against me. My Chin estate doesn't have any shady dealings. You can stay and investigate for as long as you want. Don't worry, I won't mention this to anyone. Omega Kitoku's sleeves swept across the table as he poured her a cup of tea and pushed it in front of her. Arbor looked at this Qin estate's second young master in bewilderment. She didn't know what this person was planning. Was there anything shady? Last night, your father was still plotting with someone in the middle of the night. Could it be that this Omega Kitoku didn't know anything? She subconsciously wanted to hit her little head. She felt that this life was a bit strange. It was poles apart from her previous life. Many things caught her unprepared, and she didn't have time to prepare. In her previous life, she was taken away by that bastard fan Shoha when she was around 20 and tortured for 2 years. When she was 22, she was taken away by this master in front of her and followed by master for at least 4 years. She didn't know the person in front of her very well, but she was at least somewhat familiar with him. He was a stubborn person to the point of being paranoid. His character was strict. Just by looking at his methods of taming beasts, one could tell. At that time, she was even more closed off than now. She was a cripple who couldn't move her limbs. She stayed in a fixed place all day long, eating, drinking, and go to the toilet together. She didn't have the slightest bit of dignity and didn't want to care about anything else. She only knew that the place she stayed at that time wasn't the Qin estate. Moreover, she didn't know where she was at that time, but it definitely wasn't in Guanlon City. Perhaps he had already opened his own estate and lived elsewhere at that time. Now, her meeting with Omega Kitoku had been brought forward by 7 or 8 years. This was an irresistible fate. The people who should meet would meet as usual. But now, her fate was completely in her own hands. No one could control it. She was not yet. Come on. Arbor held the warm teacup with both hands and glanced at the man in front of him coldly and distantly. He lowered his head slightly. The second young master's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, when he saw the little stoic's expressionless face and ice-cold eyes, he felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. He really wanted to reach out and warm her eyes. Young master. The chief steward's voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. What is it? Regarding Old Master's birthday banquet, there is still some important guest list that I need to discuss with second young master. Yes. Omega Kitoku stood up and stared at the little fellow who had her head lowered. You go back to Crane Garden first. I'll be back later. As he walked out, he said lightly, It's cold on the road. Remember to put on your fur coat. Arbor raised his head and glanced out the window. He saw him coming down the stairs and leaving the pavilion. At some point in time, snow started drifting down from the sky again. The accompanying chief steward bowed respectfully and held up an umbrella for him. Arbor also stood up and walked downstairs. When she passed by the staircase, a maidservant handed her a fur coat with her head lowered. Arbor thanked her and accepted it. She casually put it on and went down the pavilion, heading outside. Chapter 518. A small layer of snow had accumulated on the ground from last night. With her cultivation, it was normal for her to leave no traces when she stepped on the snow. However, Arbor purposely left a row of small footprints on the snow. Each step left a small footprint that formed a crooked row. As she walked, she thought about the steward's report and didn't notice a few figures passing through a small path nearby. The Qin Estate's master's birthday banquet was on the list of important guests. Could it be that they wanted to add Prince Mo's name to it? Last night, the Qin Estate's master and that person with a somewhat familiar voice, were they plotting against him? What methods did they plan to use to deal with him? Would the crown prince really come? He was busy with political affairs, so he shouldn't have to rush over to congratulate a mere Qin estate. She left a pair of small footprints on the snow, as she thought. Even if he really came, I wouldn't let anything happen to him. The little fellow reached out to touch her small face. She had disguised her appearance, so her face was ordinary. If she was thrown into a crowd, no one would recognize her. On the day of the birthday banquet, she would probably run into many acquaintances. As long as she didn't open her mouth to speak, no one would recognize her. The little fellow was very confident in her disguise technique. When the time came, she would be completely stupefied. Suddenly, she heard a soft chuckle beside her ear. Arbor turned her head and saw an exceptionally fine young master wearing a dark purple robe. His long hair was slightly disheveled, and there was a cinnabar mark between his eyebrows. He was leaning against a snow plum tree with a smile on his face, looking at the small crooked footprints she had purposely left behind. "Who are you?" Arbor asked coldly with a stoic face. "Impudent." A woman's soft reprimand came from beside the young master. Only then did Xiaomu notice that there were several young and beautiful women of all shapes and sizes following behind this man. The one who spoke was wrapped in a large red woolen cloak. Her soft breasts were half exposed, and her body was round and voluptuous, surrounded by pearls and jade. The woman's gaze landed enviously on the precious white fox fur coat that Xiaomu was wearing. The woman's entire body carried a storm-like aura, as if she was going to devour Xiaomu in the next instant. "You dare to be so rude in front of eldest young master? Little bitch, why aren't you kneeling down and saluting?" Another yellow-robed woman also came out from under the flowers and trees. She glared at Arbor and criticized repeatedly. Oh, so it was Grand Duke Qin Ziqin. No wonder there were some similarities between his features and second young master's. However, compared to the second young master's calm and collected appearance, this eldest young master Qin's eyes were alluring and contained a hint of frivolity and wickedness. He was obviously an insufferably flirtatious person. Arbor glanced at them and was about to turn around and leave when she saw eldest young master Qin's figure flash and appear beside her. He reached out to flirtatiously lift her small chin. Xiaomu kicked him without allowing him to explain. At the same time that he reached out to grab her small foot, Xiaomu abruptly retracted her foot. Her gaze hardened, and she backhanded his handsome face that was infuriatingly handsome. Qin Xin was caught off guard for a moment. He did not expect that a woman would actually make a move against him. He was instantly stupefied after being forcefully slapped by a little girl. The accompanying girls all screamed in shock, as if our dear Xiaomu had done something deranged and unforgivable. Their screams nearly pierced her eardrums. "Scram!" Arbor kicked eldest young master angrily and pushed him away forcefully before turning to flee in a huff. Chapter 519. Qin Xian abruptly regained his wits, and his eyes flashed with fury as he anxiously chased after her. In less than a second, he once again blocked Arbor's path. "What? You want to run after hitting me? How can there be such a good thing?" He was so angry that his heart ached. Where did this little village girl come from? She had no manners at all. She actually dared to stage a full-on brawl and slap his face at the slightest disagreement? Preposterous. Young master, young master." The orioles and swallows all ran over in a huff and pointed at Arbor while shouting angrily. Noisy, Arbor turned around and sprinkled a large handful of medicinal powder at the orioles and swallows. The world suddenly quieted down. The few women raised their hands to cover their throats in horror. They only felt that after inhaling a mouthful of that poisonous powder, their throats were burning with pain. For a moment, they were completely speechless. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Arbor. As the eldest young master of an elixir patrician family, he naturally knew a lot about medicine. He could tell at a glance that this little fellow's poison powder was pretty good and had remarkable effects. With this, the throats of the women in front of him probably wouldn't recover within 3 days, and they wouldn't be able to speak. This little fellow is a bit interesting. Eldest young Master Qin laughed instead of getting angry. His eyes swept over her face flippantly. "How about this? How about I ask second brother to take you over? You can stay by my side from now on." The orioles and swallows around the eldest young master all widened their eyes in horror. However, none of them could make a sound at this moment and could only glare coldly and angrily at Arbor with tears in their eyes. Arbor's gaze didn't waver at all. He was as calm and tranquil as a 1,000-year-old dried-up well. He gazed at him coldly before turning to walk towards Crane Garden. Qin Xian's brows involuntarily creased. The little girl really wasn't good-tempered. Moreover, her eyes were filled with the coldness of the vicissitudes of life, which didn't match her age at all. "You all go back first." The eldest young master threw down this sentence and headed straight for Crane Garden. The orioles and swallows, who had originally happily accompanied the eldest young master to admire the plum blossoms, were all on the verge of tears as they watched the eldest young master leave without any reluctance. They secretly gritted their teeth in hatred. The red-clothed beauty, draped in a sheepskin coat, stared at the young master's departing figure with resentment and anger in her eyes. The second young master had a daring maidservant. Almost everyone in the residence knew about this. But seeing her today, Ping-er felt that this woman was not only daring, but also willful and reckless. Eldest young master looked at the little slut's amused expression, and Ping-er's heart instantly ached. She understood the meaning of her man's gaze too well. It was a greedy look after something fun. Ping-er swore that she would never let this bitch enter Drizzle Court. Absolutely not. Our dear Chiao Mu was so angry that her head hurt. After running all the way back to Crane Garden, she returned to her room and shut herself in. She didn't know that eldest young master, that debauchee, had directly run to second young master to demand her. Of course, in the end, the two brothers parted on bad terms. This matter reached the ears of the Qin estate's second madam, Yang Liuxiu, when it was close to evening. Her niece, Yang Fengyin, ran over to complain to her while weeping. She said that the two young masters had almost come to blows in Crane Garden over a lowly servant girl. At that time, Yang Liuxiu wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. Did she hear wrongly? Aunt, Yang Fengyin snuggled into Yang Liuxiu's embrace and sobbed. Chapter 520. Yang Liuxiu gently patted her niece's back, naturally aware of her niece's feelings for the second young master. Although she also wanted to play matchmaker for them, she had done so more than once in front of the master. Unfortunately, her nieces looked were similar to the Yang families. They weren't stunning beauties, and her talent was very ordinary. She was still a level 4 mystic cultivator, so the second young master probably wouldn't fancy her. She had married into the Qin estate 5 years ago, and not long after, she had taken her nephew and niece, whose parents had died early, and raised them under her care. She had treated them well from the bottom of her heart. In terms of food and clothing, they were no different from the two young masters of the Qin estate. However, it was still very difficult to marry Fengyin into the Qin estate. Not to mention the second young master's heavenly looks, his vision was naturally higher than normal people's. Moreover, their Yang family had been declining day by day these past few years, and they couldn't be compared to the Qin estate at all. Other than refining pills daily, Master Qin basically didn't care about his two sons. Sometimes, she even felt that Master Qin's laissez-faire attitude toward his two sons was almost unlike how he treated his own sons. Yang Liuxiu sighed and patted her niece's hand. Fengyin, our Yang family has been declining more and more these past 2 years. You also know that the Yang family doesn't have any promising descendants. If I hadn't helped them from time to time these past 2 years, their lives would have been even more difficult. As she spoke, she let out a long sigh. You better be mentally prepared for the matter between you and the second young master. Yang Fengyin's eyes abruptly widened, and her tear-streaked face was filled with unwillingness and anger. Aunt, you promised my aunt. You said that you would definitely make me marry into the Qin estate and marry second cousin. I don't want aunt. I won't marry anyone other than second cousin in this lifetime. Aunt, you have to make a decision for me. Aunt. Yang Fengyin had been raised by Madame Qin Yang to have a very unruly personality. Once she heard that she couldn't get what she wanted, she naturally wouldn't give up. Yang Liuxiu's head hurt from a racket, so she could only repeatedly appease her and agree first. Then she probed, Actually, there's so many noble young masters in the capital, so why must you hang yourself on the second young master? Aunt heard that the Duan estate's young master was brought back. His appearance was outstanding, and his cultivation was astonishing. In fact, he was also a good choice. Moreover, he's not as unreachable as your second cousin. Although the Duan residence's young master also has the surname Duan, his father is unknown. He followed his mother into the Duan residence. The old master of the Duan clan was very fond of this grandson of his. His status in the Duan clan was not much lower than any of the legitimate young masters. There have even been rumors that the old patriarch will leave the position of patriarch to his grandson. I don't want to. Yang Fengyin jumped up and refused. "What do on manners, young master? He's just a bastard without a father. I don't want to marry such a person with no status." Her aunt must be lying to her. Who else in this world could be more elegant than her eldest cousin and second cousin? She wouldn't believe it. 5 years ago, she fell in love with second cousin at first sight. In this life, she wouldn't marry anyone other than him. Madame Chi Ne-yong saw that she had already made up her mind, so she could only nod helplessly. In a few days, many people will come to the estate for Master's birthday banquet. You have to properly warn your eldest brother not to be frivolous and stir up trouble. Don't offend the noble ladies who will be coming to the estate. Madame Chi Ne-yong had worried herself to death for her nephew, Yang Jiajin, and cleaned up quite a few messes. Chapter 521. Yang Fengyin obediently nodded in agreement, but she was very disapproving in her heart. She was naturally aware of her eldest brother's character. 2 years ago, he had used force to kill a lowly servant girl from Blue Mountain Courtyard, and that family actually dared to come knocking for compensation. In the end, it was her aunt who smoothed things over. That family of reckless, lowly, and poor people probably had the grass growing on their graves by now. Yang Fengyin came out of the willow garden of the Qin and Yang family. The more she thought about it, the more unwilling she felt. She simply went to the crane garden. She wanted to see how beautiful the lowly servant girl that the two young masters fought over was. Ma Lian's section break. In the Eastern Palace's southern study, a ray of the setting sun fell on the window, illuminating a slender, straight, and aloof figure. Huifeng soundlessly appeared at the door and bowed in salute. "Your Highness, Mei Yi investigated from Shizhou City and seems to have discovered traces of a young lady in the outskirts of Guanlon City. According to the sedan bearer's descriptions, it's most likely a young lady. However, after she reached the capital, she disappeared without a trace. 2 days ago, Imo Yin received an urgent message from AOE saying that the box of letters in the house in Pear Blossom Alley had disappeared without a trace. He had a feeling that the little fellow had definitely gone back. It had been more than 2 years, and that 'I'll wait for you' sentence was still ringing in his ears. But the little fellow just didn't show up. He just didn't know where this little fellow had run off to. Prince Imo tightly pursed his lips, his eyes cold as he looked at the snowy figure outside the window. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have let her leave back then. Just wait, little fellow. As long as you haven't disappeared from this world, we will definitely find you. At that time, Your Highness, Xiao 11Z cautiously walked in and weakly said, Manager Gong brought the Great King's verbal edict. During this period of time, all the servants in the Eastern Palace were on tenterhooks and didn't dare to say much. They worked under the Crown Prince's taut expression, afraid that they would be punished if they took a wrong step. Last time, the talkative servant who had been whispering behind His Highness' back, saying that His Highness was looking for a girl and was afraid that he wouldn't be able to find her. The next day, not even her shadow could be seen. No one knew where she had been taken to and dealt with. Not to mention the eunuchs and servants in the Eastern Palace who lived in fear and trepidation. Even the old officials who came to the South Study to report would occasionally be angered by the Crown Prince until their faces turned pale. His Highness was in a bad mood, and his mood was getting worse by the day. This was something that everyone knew. If they were to provoke His Highness at this time, it would be tantamount to rushing over and looking for trouble. If there was nothing particularly important, none of the officials dared to bother him. Imo Yin didn't pay attention to Xiao 11Z's report. Instead, she turned around and said to Huifeng, Balon Fortification said that they'll be able to cultivate a batch of seeds that can grow, but the planting period will be prolonged. But that piece of land can at least grow things. I plan to. Your Highness, this old subject is here on the Great King's orders to deliver the Great King's verbal message. Gong Chang and's voice traveled in from outside the door. Judging from his voice, it seemed to be wrapped in a trace of trembling. You're afraid, yet you still dare to interrupt me? Imo Yin's upturned phoenix eyes instantly turned ice cold. Send him in. Imo Yin turned around and walked to the seat of honor, waiting for Gong Chang and to harden his scalp and tremble as he walked into the South Study. Gong Chang and only felt his scalp go numb. He didn't even dare to raise his head as he knelt on the ground with a thud. On the orders of His Majesty, I'm here to deliver the great king's verbal message to invite His Highness the Crown Prince to attend Old Patriarch Qin's 60th birthday banquet 3 days later. Chapter 5:22. There was no sound for a long time, and the southern study was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Gong Chang and held the invitation in his hand, his forehead drenched in sweat as he inwardly cursed the great king for swindling people. He hadn't wanted to do such a tedious task, but the great king had personally ordered him to make this trip. That why was it that when father and son swindled each other, the unlucky ones were always them small shrimps? Woo. Xiao 11Z also hung his head and stood to the side, completely treating himself as a block of wood and not uttering a word. Gong Chang's heart thumped for a good while before he finally heard the crown prince's cold and low voice ring out in the study. Qin Guilu is celebrating his birthday, and he still wants us to help him? How much face does he think he can have? Let Mo Jiao go, the crown prince said coldly. The crown prince spoke coldly, and his words contained a wisp of faint ridicule. Hasn't Mo Jiao been thinking about the vice minister of the Imperial Wealth Temple, the third miss of the Li Fuhai clan recently? Madame Li was once indebted to the Qin estate for treating her with medicine, so she will definitely bring this unmarried third miss to the Qin estate to congratulate Qin Guilu on his birthday. This will create an opportunity for Mo Jiao so that he can quickly embrace the beauty and take a beautiful concubine home. She can quickly give birth to Consort Cheng's 5th concubine-born grandchild. Gong Chang and was flabbergasted and broke out in cold sweat. Crown Prince the Great, you're truly terrifying. Even the trivial matter of Li Fuhai's family, his wife being indebted to the Qin estate, you investigated everything thoroughly. You're so terrifying that you make people feel so pressured. I suddenly sympathize with eldest prince His Highness Jiao. What should I do? Eldest prince's IQ can't even compare to a single hair on your head. So what can he use to fight with you? Mo Lien snorted. That good older brother of ours only has this skill in serving women that can be considered decent. As for the rest, don't even think about brains or strength. Gong Chang, and this was full of mockery, right? After staring blankly for a moment, Gong Chang and finally kowtowed to His Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, the great king has been taking aura-regulating pills made by the Qin estate's family head recently and feels much better. So he wanted you to make this trip and ask family head Qin for a few bottles of aura-regulating pills while you're at it. Even if it is, Your Highness, please make this trip for the sake of the Qin estate's patriarch. Mo Yin stared coldly at Gong Chang, and since the great king's body is fine, then let him handle this matter personally. Gong Chang'an was speechless. No, Your Highness. This old servant will go back and report to the great king and ask the great king to send His Highness, the eldest prince, to the Qin estate. Gong Chang and hurriedly crawled out of the door and ran away, not even bothering to drop the invitation card on the ground. If he continued, the crown prince would just abandon his job and quit. Preposterous. A small alchemy aristocratic family's clan head was celebrating his birthday, and they still wanted him to go and congratulate him? His face must be as big as the sky. Mo Lien angrily slammed the desk, causing many books to fall to the floor. Xiao 11Z and the other eunuchs and palace maids all knelt down, not daring to lift their heads or even breathe loudly. Your Highness, the great king is muddle-headed and does whatever he wants to do. It's not like this is the first day you found out. Hui Feng bent down to pick up the books that had fallen to the floor and place them on the desk. Someone must have whispered this into his ears. Mo Yin's handsome face darkened as she sneered. It seems that Jung he can't be left alive. Your Highness. A steady and aged voice sounded from outside the door. Mr. Shangwan has arrived. The crown prince stood up to welcome him. When he saw a white-clothed elder with a genial face, he bowed in greeting. The elder stroked his beard and chuckled. Chapter 523. Your Highness. Jung, he is merely a minor character. Whether she's eliminated or not, everything is within Your Highness's control. Shangwan Jing followed the crown prince into the study's inner room, whispering to him along the way. It wouldn't be nice if some animosity arose between you and the great king because of such an insignificant minor character. Perhaps you don't mind, but in the future, Her Majesty and His Highness you. Ever since young, he entered the palace. Her favor hasn't waned for 7 or 8 years. She's a scheming woman. Unfortunately, she can't give birth to a son, so she's no threat at all. The more they spoke, the softer their voices became, and they closed the door after entering the inner room. If Your Highness doesn't want to go to the Qin estate, then so be it. With Your Highness's status, it's up to you whether you want to go to a minor medicinal patrician family. It's truly inappropriate for the great king to trouble you to go just for some pills. As for Young He, just give her a lesson and a warning. Your Highness doesn't need to personally take action on this matter. Huifeng waved his hand, indicating for the eunuchs and royal maids still kneeling in the study to withdraw. Suddenly, he heard the window frame rustle, and a pitch-black figure quietly floated in. Are you addicted to climbing windows every time? Huifeng's eyes didn't even move, and he didn't even bother to look at the newcomer. Mei Yi flashed to the table and picked up a kettle to drink. Where's His Highness? He's talking with Sir Shangwan. Huifeng walked to his side and looked at him suspiciously. What did you find? Mist disappeared after entering the city. Mei Yi set down the teapot and turned around with a stern and grave face. I already reported this matter several days ago. Huifeng rolled his eyes at him. Only after interacting with this guy for a long time would one know that he was a clown by nature. It was just that he looked more proper on the outside. You investigated for so long, and this is all you've brought back to His Highness? Huifeng gloated. Just wait. Wait to be unlucky. Wait to be punished. Wait to be angrily rebuked by His Highness. Ha! Of course it's not this bit of news. Mei Yi humphed, then turned to glance at Huifeng and said solemnly, It's just that I won't tell you. I want to personally report to His Highness. You. Huifeng harumphed and turned to walk into the inner room, abandoning him. When he reached the door of the small room, he saw the Crown Prince and Shangwan Jing walking out. Sir has just returned to the capital and must be tired from the long journey. Go back and rest first. As she spoke, she looked at Huifeng beside her. You escort Sir back to the estate. Yes. When Huifeng thought about how he couldn't hear the results of Charming Knight's report, he felt as if a cat was scratching at his heart. Your Highness, this old man will take his leave first. Shangwan Jing cupped his hands in salute. Prince Imo hurriedly dodged and returned the greeting. Sir, take care. After Huifeng escorted Shangwan Jing out the door and left with him, Prince Imo finally turned to look at Mei Yi, who was standing on the side, and got straight to the point. How is it? Mei Yi knelt on one knee with a solemn expression. This subordinate is useless. He had investigated at the city gate and found someone to confirm the girl's whereabouts. But after entering the city, the girl seemed to have completely concealed herself and disappeared without a trace. Emolian sat down and reached out to massage her faintly swollen head. After a while, she coldly said, Continue searching. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground and turn the entire capital upside down, you must find her for us. I'll give you 2 more days. If you can't do it, then all of you will return to Marshall Mountain for training. A drop of cold sweat slid down Mei Yi's forehead, and he hastily nodded. Yes. Chapter 524. His Highness the Crown Prince was becoming scarier and scarier, wanting them to return to Marshall Mountain for training at every turn. It was simply inhumane torture. The Crown Prince propped his forehead with one hand and closed his eyes, carefully thinking of where that child could go. He had already sent people to keep an eye on the Qiao estate in Guanlon City, but there was no sign of the little fellow returning these past few days. Guanlon City was the largest city in northern Imo and even the entire north. In recent years, powerful first-level fortifications had been built on this foundation, and the surrounding land had more than doubled in size. Finding a little girl in such a large city was like finding a needle in a haystack. It was truly an extreme headache. Even if he sent more people, he knew that this would be an extremely arduous task in the short term. Your Highness, this subordinate will take his leave. Mei Yi half knelt there and lowered his head to count mushrooms for a long time, but he didn't hear His Highness telling him to withdraw. Thus, he could only summon up his courage and say this. He was really afraid that if he spoke, His Highness would be unhappy and incur His Highness's wrath. Mo Yin snapped out of her daze and nodded slightly at him. Only then did Mei Yi realize that His Highness the Crown Prince had been in a daze just now, and he didn't exist in his eyes at all. When Mei Yi stepped out of the door, he caught sight of an invitation that had been tossed onto the ground like trash. He muttered to himself, "Qin Estate? What is it?" Mo Yin looked at Mei Yi, who was standing at the door. Mei Yi coughed lightly. This subordinate just recalled that the Qin Estate was wantonly recruiting servant girls and manservants in the city a few days ago. It seemed to have attracted quite a few people. The Qin Estate has been in the limelight recently, and many women have volunteered to become servant girls for the two young masters in the estate. It's just a pity that the Qin Estate has conditions for recruiting servant girls. It seems that they want a batch with some martial arts and great strength. A few days ago, Mo Yin was meticulous and quick-witted. She seemed to have thought of something from Mei Yi's words. That's right, it was a few days ago. Mei Yi abruptly looked at the Crown Prince, a trace of suspicion flashing through his eyes. Could it be that after Miss entered the city, That couldn't be. Why would the little girl go to the Qin Estate to be a servant girl without rhyme or reason? Mo Yin's eyes darkened slightly, and a continuous whirlpool surged up in his eyes, swirling deeply. When Consort Zheng received the news, she threw a fit in Sephora Flower Palace. She had already received benefits from the Qin Estate, so if she agreed to it, she would definitely whisper into the old great king's ears until he agreed to let the Crown Prince go to the Qin Estate. But now, the Crown Prince had said that he wouldn't go, and that meant he wouldn't go. The great king didn't insist and listened to the Crown Prince's words. He issued a decree to send the son of the great king, Mo Jiao, to the Qin Manor to attend the birthday celebration. How was she supposed to show her face in front of the Qin Estate? How could the great king's son compare to the Crown Prince? What would others think of Consort Zheng if she couldn't even accomplish such a small task? Her personal mama couldn't help but remind Gui Fei, the great king values His Highness the Crown Prince very much. It's fine to mention this matter once, but if you mention it again, it will only make the great king feel vexed. Does Your Highness still remember the incident that happened in the Imperial Garden a few years ago? After that incident, the great king gave Your Highness the cold shoulder for more than a month, and the one who benefited was that noble lady Consort Zheng felt suffocated whenever she thought of this matter. The great king disliked her for blabbering and slandering the Crown Prince's birth, so that month it was like she had been banished to the cold palace. He didn't even poke her Sephora Flower Palace with his toes. That slut, noble lady really benefited. She got pregnant with a bastard child and even gave birth to a son. Chapter 525. As for her, she had painstakingly carried the child for many months only to give birth to a useless daughter. She was truly infuriated. Reporting to Your Highness, the 15th princess's wet nurse requests an audience. She says that the princess's asthma is acting up again, and it seems like she's having trouble breathing. Consort Zheng's expression turned cold as she reached out to interrupt the eunuch's report. She angrily reprimanded. What's the point of reporting to this consort? This consort isn't a doctor. Are you all dead? Don't you know to go to the imperial physician building to call for an imperial physician? After chasing the wet nurse away with a scolding, Consort Zheng's mood became even worse. She angrily slammed the table. You're all useless things. This daughter was born prematurely and had never been easy to deal with since she was born. Her body was also weak, and she had been infected with illnesses since she was young. The great king had barely taken a glance at this daughter. In comparison, the 16th prince, that noble lady he had given birth to, was only half a year younger than little 15th, but he was very much liked by the great king. Consort Zheng felt even more uncomfortable with this comparison. The old maid sighed. She thought that the 15th princess was also quite pitiful. Although she was born noble, she wasn't liked by her parents. She even had asthma at such a young age. What a child with a hard life. Your Highness, should we go see the 15th princess? The old maid carefully asked Consort Zheng for her opinion. Consort Zheng's eyes narrowed, and her lips curled as she said coldly, "It's not like this asthma is something that's only been going on for a day or two. Even the imperial physicians are helpless and say that this illness can only be treated normally. This consort has no way to treat it. It's not like she'll stop coughing and gasping if this consort goes to see her." The old maid was speechless. She nodded and retreated to the side without saying anything else. Not long after, news spread to Sephora Flower Palace that the great king had encountered a palace maid who had fainted from hunger on the way to court and rescued her. After washing her clean, he took a look and saw that the palace maid was in her late 20s. Her figure was voluptuous, and her looks were excellent. Her appearance was very sweet, and even her voice was very charming. The king was very pleased on the spot, and he conferred her the title of noble lady. Noble Consort Zheng was stupefied on the spot when she heard this. Palace maid? Where did this palace maid come from to be so audacious? How dare she seduce the king in broad daylight in front of so many people? Consort Zheng might not be able to cover the sky with one hand, but at the very least, she was able to deal with those little bitches who wanted to climb up the social ladder. Who would dare to do such a thing behind her back? She didn't believe that there was no one behind all of this. Now that the great king had a new beauty, he would definitely spend a few days playing with her and would definitely not come looking for her again. When Consort Zheng thought of this, she couldn't help but feel her heart ache. She felt that everything was going wrong. That night, a new piece of news came to Sephora Flower Palace, saying that the queen had specially mentioned it to the great king. She said that noble lady, he had contributed greatly to the birth of the 16th prince for the great king. As the 16th prince grew up day by day, shouldn't noble lady his status be promoted? That would not lower 16th status. The great king felt that the queen was virtuous and virtuous, so what she said was very reasonable. He praised her greatly and promoted noble lady his status to Jowie on the spot. From then on, Jowie, he was the #1 person below the rank of concubine. It was said that she had angered the old concubines. Consort Zheng was so angry that she didn't even eat dinner. She cursed the queen in her heart for being meddlesome and felt that everyone was opposing her. So what if he gave birth to a brother? Who knows if he can raise him or not? Darling Xiao was completely unaware of the strange and turbulent situation in the royal capital. She felt that the two men from the Qin estate were very annoying. They came looking for her all day with nothing to do, so she didn't even have a chance to be alone. Chapter 5:26. Tomorrow was old Master Qin's 60th birthday, and these 2 days had been very troublesome. Every day, there would be some distant relatives of the 7 aunts and 8 aunts moving into the Qin estate, and there were also many people from the side branches. Just the arrangement of the courtyards and the various miscellaneous matters made the head steward and second steward so busy that their feet didn't even touch the ground. All the servants and maids in the Qin estate were completely mobilized. Among these people, Darling Xiao could be considered the most leisurely one. Because of the Blue Mountain courtyard incident, Kai Wei had been punished, and the news had spread throughout the estate, including among the stewards, that the second young master had taken in a little maidservant who was rather terrifying and not to be trifled with. She even dared to beat up the eldest young master, and even provoked the eldest young master, who went to the second young master to ask for her back. In the end, the 2 young masters nearly came to blows. Everyone in the estate, including the servants, was discerning. From then on, no one dared to yell at Arbor. So these 2 days, no matter how busy the estate was, no matter how busy the stewards were, they wouldn't dispatch this little grandaunt. Darling Xiao was very leisurely these 2 days. At this time, in order to avoid the annoying Qin Xian, Arbor took a detour to the small garden and found a pavilion to sit for a while. Not long after, she heard 2 lazy maids whispering, "Just now, I saw 2 servants carrying into cousin young master's room. What a sin. I heard that she's a young lady from a good family and is about to get married. She was choosing at a jewelry store and was caught by cousin young master. Truly a woman with a hard life. You 2 lowly maids, what are you whispering about?" A stern voice instantly rang out. Cousin Mississippi. The two maids trembled in fright and hastily knelt down. Slap them. They're all sluts with loose mouths. They actually dared to talk behind their master's back. They thought she hadn't heard, but they were clearly talking about her eldest brother. Although her eldest brother, Yang Jiajin, was a disappointment, he wasn't someone two lowly maids could casually talk about. Cousin Miss, spare us, spare us. The two maids wailed, causing Arbor, who was resting in the pavilion, to furrow her brows repeatedly. This group of people is so long-winded. They should all be poisoned until they become mutes. Just as she was about to get up and attack, she heard First Chin's voice. Were so many people gathered here for? Eldest cousin. That female cousin cried out in surprise. Feng Yin greets eldest cousin. Oh, it's fine. Feng Yin, you can continue. I'm here to look for someone. Qin Xin bypassed his blushing cousin and walked directly to the pavilion behind the rockery. Sure enough, he saw the little girl sitting in the pavilion, her eyes coldly sweeping over him. Xiaobao, let's go. I'll take you to a fun place. The eldest young master walked over with a smile in his eyes. I'm not free. Arbor flatly refused. The eldest young master, who had been rejected by our dear Xiao Mu 15 to 16 times in the past 2 days, was already used to the little fellow's manner of speaking. He didn't get angry when he heard her words and walked into the pavilion. Today, Hualing Street is holding a medicinal pill appreciation conference. There will also be some high-quality medicinal cauldrons for sale. Let me tell you, it's really fun. If you don't go, you won't be able to see the good stuff. What good stuff can there be? Arbor was startled, but when he heard the two words medicinal cauldrons, his interest was piqued. How can not be good? Not only can a good medicinal cauldron increase the quality of a medicinal pill, it can also speed up the pill refining process. Think about the mute powder that you scattered 2 days ago. If it was made into a pill, it would be impossible to refine it. If it's refined into a medicinal pill, wouldn't they become mutes for the rest of their lives? There's no need to worry. Will they still cause trouble in the future? Chapter 5:27. The page boy accompanying the eldest young sir twitched his mouth and reflexively widened his eyes. He felt that the young sir's words didn't sound like anything good. Wasn't this leading the little Miss Crooked? However, the little stoic felt that eldest Chin's words were surprisingly reasonable. That's right, it was best to get things done once and for all. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. Every time the effects of the mute medicine wore off after 3 days, she would have to use it again the next time she encountered them nagging. She nodded and was about to speak when she heard an aloof voice abruptly interrupt. No need to trouble eldest brother. I will accompany her to the Treasure Appreciation Conference. Eldest Qin pursed his lips and swept a glance at the Omega Kitoku young sir, who was strolling in. He said impatiently, "Why do you have to fight with me every time we do something? You're like a haunting ghost." It's not that I want to fight with eldest brother over anything. It's that this Mu Xiaobao was originally one of my court's people, so I hope eldest brother won't meddle too much. Eldest Qin's expression instantly darkened. Don't forget, I was the one who indicated that I wanted to recruit a few maidservants in the beginning. You're the one who interfered. It's only right and proper for me to take my people back now. Who's your people? Arbor and Omega Kitoku shouted in unison. Arbor even more rudely turned around and walked out of the pavilion. On the side, the second young sir completely ignored the cousin Yang Feng Yin, who was treated like an invisible person, had flames burning in her eyes. She was so angry that her entire body trembled. She suddenly shouted angrily, "Have you guys had enough?" The three people's gazes simultaneously turned to her, and Arbor also stopped. You guys quarrel every day because of this little bitch. Today, I'll punish this bitch for you guys in Aunt's place. Yang Fengyin was about to go crazy from jealousy. After saying this, she lashed her whip at Xiao Mu's small face. That day, she made a detour to Crane Garden to see just how outstanding this bitch's beauty was. In the end, she was stopped outside by the outer courtyard's guards before she even entered, saying that the young sir was busy and didn't have time to entertain her. She was so angry that she almost died. She went back and vented her anger. For the past 2 days, She hadn't found a chance to see the slut that the two young masters were thinking about. When she saw her today, it was an average-looking girl with facial paralysis who didn't even have 1/10 of her own looks. She was truly angry, anxious, and vexed. She really didn't understand what was so good about the little slut in front of her that the two young masters would fight over her like this. Arbor's eyes were filled with rage. Before Omega Kitoku could step forward to block the whip, he had already jumped in front of Yang Fengyan. With a crack sound, he broke her wrist that was holding the whip and snatched it away. He used his hand to whip Yang Fengyan's face twice. With two cracking sounds, Yang Fengyan fell to the ground. She covered her bloody face with her hands and screamed, "Ah, my face. You overestimate yourself." Arbor still wasn't appeased. He kicked her body and sent her flying. Her body flew in a perfect arc in the sky before falling into the small pond next to the rockery with a splash. Young Master Omega Kitoku, who had originally wanted to be the hero who saved the beauty, didn't have the opportunity to be the hero and silently withdrew his hand. That later, when Madame Qin Yang found out that her niece was seriously injured, she was furious. She wanted to summon that audacious maidservant to punish her, but she was told that the girl and the second young master had left the estate and hadn't returned yet. Madame Qin Yang was so angry that she fell backwards. She directly complained to old Master Qin, but she was scolded. He told her to keep her niece and nephew in check and not smear the Qin estate's reputation all day long. Old Master Qin was vexed and conflicted over whether to invite the crown prince. So who had the time to care about this trivial matter? Chapter 528. At this time, the lanterns were lit and the night was waning. There was a sea of people in front of Wuren Elixir House on Hualing Street. Everyone, the Elixir Appreciation Conference will be held for 5 days in a row in Wuren Elixir House. Everyone can participate. On the 4th and 5th days, there will be an auction of precious elixirs and cauldrons every day. I hope that everyone here will honor us with your presence. The middle-aged man who spoke had a smile on his face. He should be the deacon of Wuren Elixir House. No matter who you are or what your background is, as long as you think that you have a good elixir, you can take it out and share it with everyone. Many onlookers clapped and cheered. The onlookers followed their usual habits and went wherever there was excitement. In the next few days, Hualing Street would be completely bustling. Today was only the first day, and there were already so many onlookers. In the future, there would be more and more people every day. At this time, someone walked out of the crowd and came forward with a brown wooden box in his hand. I want to appraise the treasure. 2 people in Wuren Elixir House led him to a long table. That person arrogantly stepped forward and opened the lid of his wooden box. A faint medicinal fragrance immediately wafted out from within. Good elixir, good. You can smell the medicinal fragrance as soon as you open it. It must be good stuff. People in the crowd kept cheering. Arbor looked at the source of the scattered voices. Seeing that those people were hiding in the crowd and were scattered far away, they were echoing one another. Their cheers were heard everywhere, causing a few onlookers who didn't know the situation to also cheer along. It's just a level 5 mystic breakthrough elixir, and it's so inferior. It can't even be considered a low-grade elixir. You're only capable of deceiving laymen if you insist on finding a few people to pull the wool over people's eyes. A female voice abruptly rang out from beside Xiao Mu. As soon as she opened her mouth, everyone nearby looked at her. Arbor took a closer look and saw a tall, old-fashioned woman in her early 20s. She looked to be in her early 20s and looked serious. The arrogant face of the man who was displaying the level 5 Xian breakthrough pill suddenly turned into the color of a pig's liver. His eyes stared in the direction of the old-fashioned woman. "Who are you? You make it sound so clear and logical." "What do you know?" "What do I know?" The old-fashioned woman sneered. "Look at the profound breaking pill in your hand. Let's call it the profound breaking pill for the time being." Firstly, its appearance wasn't round enough. It was obvious that it couldn't even reach the standard of an elementary pill. Secondly, low-grade medicinal pills must have orange pill veins. Look at this level 5 mystic breakthrough pill that doesn't have any pill veins and doesn't have a strong pill fragrance. If it's not fooling people, then what is it? Arbor's eyes lit up when he heard that. He couldn't help but ask, "Sister, there's a faint purple color on the pill. What grade is it?" The woman turned her head and looked at her in surprise. She nodded politely at her and said, "If it has purple pill veins, it must be a high-grade pill. It's rare in the entire Guanlon city." Then, for example, what grade is a longevity pill with purple veins made from longevity flowers? Our dear Xiao Mu felt that it was necessary for her to explain. Longevity flowers are considered a mid-grade medicinal ingredient. Pills with purple veins made from them are usually called mid-grade high-grade pills. Young Master Omega Kitoku, who was standing beside Arbor, said lightly. Chapter 529. Upon hearing Omega Kitoku's words, the young lady with the old-fashioned and solemn face immediately nodded approvingly. This young master is right. The man holding the wooden box in front of the long table couldn't help but glare angrily when he saw the three of them chatting happily. He interrupted and scolded. "Nonsense! You think you're invincible just because you said so? If you have the ability, take out a higher-grade mystic breakthrough pill and compete with me." The old-fashioned girl sneered. "Compete with this lousy pill of yours? You're degrading yourself for no reason." At this time, the middle-aged manager of Wuruin Pill House impatiently waved his hand and said, "Enough! You'd better leave." Just as that girl said, this level 5 mystic breakthrough pill doesn't even have the grade of a pill. It can be seen that there are many impurities in it. The probability of an ordinary mystic cultivator advancing after taking it is estimated to be only 1 in 10. Moreover, with such a gradeless and ugly appearance, I'm afraid that there will be a series of side effects after taking it. When a man saw that the mystic breakthrough pill he provided was criticized as worthless, his face couldn't help but flush red. He pushed through the crowd and left amidst the waves of ridicule. Since he's here to appraise a pill, why did he get a few people to mingle in the crowd? Arbor asked in confusion. The old-fashioned and solemn young lady glanced at her and kindly explained. After the appraisal of this pill, it can be placed in Wuruin Pill House and be auctioned on the 4th or 5th day. It's just that that person thinks everyone is a fool. There are many experts in Wuruin Pill House. It's impossible for him to get away with it. This girl is from the Pill Union, right? Nice to meet you. The middle-aged manager of Wuruin Pill House cupped his hands with a smile at the old-fashioned girl. The girl pursed her lips and nodded at the manager. She didn't say anything else. The following pill appraisal went very smoothly, and no one dared to make a fool of themselves again. Until the end of the day, Arbor hadn't seen a single high-grade pill. One of them took out a middle-grade longevity pill with blue veins. Someone immediately called out a price to buy it. After a round of bidding, the price had reached 5 middle-grade profound stones. In the end, the Wuruin Pill House's deacon dissuaded them. He only said that the pill would be placed in the pill house first, and that the auction would only start on the 4th or 5th day. Everyone rubbed their palms together, and many pairs of eyes stared at the middle-grade longevity pill. Arbor thought that longevity pills were quite popular. Previously, Tong Tong had only made a dozen or so longevity pills and filled a small bottle. Moreover, she didn't lack profound stones, so she didn't bother to sell longevity pills. By the time everyone left, it was already late at night. Arbor followed the second young master back to the Qin estate and saw a large formation at the entrance. There were 2 neat rows of servants holding long sticks in their hands. This was waiting for the rabbit to appear by a tree stump, waiting for him here. Madame Qin and Yang's face was dark, and she was surrounded by a group of servants. She waited until late at night to return from Arbor. Naturally, her expression was not good. She pointed a finger. "Take them." The servants rushed forward like wolves and tigers. "Let's see who dares to act recklessly." Young Master Omega Kitoku coldly shouted, intimidating those vicious servants on the spot. The second young master wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the end, this family was still surnamed Qin. Although the second madam was in charge of the household, the 2 young masters' words still carried weight in front of the master. Madame Qin and Yang's face was overcast, and she looked coldly at Arbor. This lowly girl beat up Miss Biao until her face was disfigured and her hand was broken. Is second young master going to disregard the family rules and protect her? Chapter 530. Only the heavens knew how much her heart ached when she saw Yang Fingyin's face with 2 whip scars. That lowly girl didn't know how to control her strength, and Fingyin's face was scraped so deep that her bones could be seen. It could be seen how ruthless that little bitch was. Although she couldn't get anything good out of the master's side, Madame Yang still couldn't hold back her anger. Thus, after thinking it over, she still gathered a group of servants to wait for them at the door. They were determined to capture that bitch and bring her back to be whipped 1,000 times before selling her off. Yang Fengyin was insolent and spoke rudely in front of this young master. I was the one who ordered people to beat her. Does Madame also want to beat and kill me? Omega Kitoku's cold voice fell into Madame Qin and Yang's ears, causing her heart to tremble for no reason. Madame Qin and Yang laughed awkwardly. Second young master really knows how to joke. This madam has already inquired about this matter. It's all because that lowly servant refused to submit to cousin Mrs. Discipline. She actually dared to hurt people. Madame Qin and Yang pointed in the direction of Arbor. In the end, she clearly saw the latter roll his eyes at her. Was the heavens really going to be turned upside down? I'm sleepy. Couldn't she go back to rest and sleep properly? It was so late at night, and there was no end to it. How troublesome. Arbor kicked the snow under his feet with an impatient expression. Young Master Omega Kitoku also became impatient. All right, if you have any dissatisfaction, you can talk to father. Everyone move aside. The 2 rows of servants didn't dare to block the second young master from entering and all retreated to the back. Madame Qin and Yang was so angry that her chest heaved up and down, and her face turned dark red. Second young master, are you determined to stand in front of me and stand up for this lowly servant? Omega Kitoku coldly glanced at Madame Qin and Yang. I want to save your lives. Tomorrow is father's birthday. If you die here today, who will have the patience to entertain those madams and noble ladies tomorrow? Omega Kitoku's words made Madame Qin and Yang feel a chill down her spine. Her entire body trembled, and she was so angry that her chest puffed up. Her eyes immediately exploded with rage. Oh, is that so? Since that's the case, I want to see if second young master will really draw his sword against his stepmother for this lowly servant, if I insist on killing her today. Madame Qin and Yang pointed in the direction of Arbor. She was so angry that her red eyes bulged. Hold down this lowly servant for me. Beat her to death. The servants were sandwiched between the madam and the second young master and were in a dilemma. Hearing this, they could only brace themselves and go forward to capture Arbor. Xiao Mu's small stoic face instantly turned several degrees colder. Without waiting for a servant's hand to touch her, she ruthlessly kicked that person in the stomach, sending him flying in the direction where the second madam was standing. Madame Qin and Madame Yang didn't expect that the little guy would be so ruthless. She was hit by the servant who flew over. With a bang, both of them smashed into the protruding doorsill. With a crisp crack, Madame Qin and Madame Yang's waist bones immediately cracked. She immediately let out a miserable howl and fainted. When First Qin rushed over after hearing the news, he saw a group of servants surrounding a stoic-faced little girl with horrified expressions. They were ill at ease and didn't know what to do. What are you all crowding around here for? First Qin irritably roared. Do you have nothing better to do in the middle of the night? What are you all blocking the door for? Eldest young master. This maidservant by second young master's side knocked Madame unconscious. First Qin looked at Omega Kitoku and saw that the latter was expressionless. Chapter 531. What kind of expression could Omega Kitoku have? He was about to die from anger. He had already said that he had stopped Madame Qin Yang for her sake. She wouldn't listen. Now that her waist was broken, how could she get up to host the birthday banquet tomorrow? Now that Madame had collapsed, he could only have his father's concubine, Concubine May, come out tomorrow to entertain those madams and misses. However, Concubine May's status wasn't presentable, so he was afraid that she would slighted those madams. The more Omega Kitoku thought about it, the more vexed he became. He glared fiercely at the woman lying unconscious on the ground. She didn't know her own worth. Stupid. Xiao Bao, why did you beat Madame to the ground again? He glanced at the little girl's expressionless face. He really wasn't gloating over her misfortune, but it was really funny. The little fellow had just beaten his cousin's sister to the bed in the afternoon, and at night, he had fractured her aunt bones. How was this girl cut out to be a maid? She had the temper of a young miss all day long. Once her temper flared up, it was unstoppable. Annoying, time to sleep. Arbor glared at the servants surrounding him. Everyone scattered like birds and beasts, making a path for him. Tomorrow, tell concubine May to come out and entertain the noble ladies. Don't always dress so shabbily. Omega Kitoku threw this sentence at his older brother, then stepped through the door. The servants looked at each other in dismay, their hearts thumping in fear. They all secretly said that it was fortunate that they hadn't really done anything to this little girl. Otherwise, the one lying there would be themselves. Looking at the two young masters' attitudes, they didn't seem to have any intention of reprimanding the young lady. Instead, Madame was so miserable. So close, so close. Early the next morning, Arbor saw the head steward smiling apologetically as soon as he stepped out of the door. After greeting him, Arbor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Why did the head steward come so early in the morning? He came to greet her in advance, saying that there would be many people coming to the estate today, and there might be some ignorant fool among the guests who might offend the young lady for no reason. He hoped that the little grandaunt would give face to the Chin estate and let them off. She wouldn't break their hands or waist bones at the slightest provocation. How baffling. This baby is so hot and gentle. He had never been a cruel person. Arbor strolled away expressionlessly. She was going to guard the kitchen today to see if anyone dared to do anything to the food. She had considered it. Since the person behind family head Chin was so confident, they only needed to call the crown prince over to deal with him. There were only two ways. The first was assassination, and the second was poison. It was impossible to assassinate from the start. Wouldn't it have to be done after 3 rounds of drinking? Therefore, she had to keep a close eye on the kitchen today. As the young lady walked past, everyone was on tenterhooks. When they saw her coming from afar, they immediately avoided her, as if she was some evil person. They were truly a group of people who were baffled to the extreme. I've always been easy to talk to. What made you think that I'm a violent and scary person who would beat people up for no reason? Preposterous. Darling Xiao angrily turned a corner and saw a plump figure carrying 7 to 8 potted plants of various sizes quickly walking towards her. Xiang Yuan. She remembered this young lady's name. Among the maids who came in with her, this Xiang Yuan was the most cowardly and easily bullied. Because of her large build, she was always ostracized by the other maids. However, Darling Xiao quite liked this young lady who had a carefree personality. Chapter 532. When these maids saw her, they gave her a "I can't talk to you at all" expression, as if she really wanted to chat with them. Only Xiang Yuan didn't despise her and was willing to talk to her, even giving her pointers. Ah, little treasure, little treasure. Xiang Yuan was also happy to see Arbor, but she was holding so many flower pots with both hands, even moving her chin here and there. Her entire body was stiff and couldn't make any big movements. Arbor got angry when he saw her cowardly appearance. Why didn't you take a small cart to transport them? She must have been bullied again. Look at her, what's the use of being so big? If it were her, who would dare to trick her like this? She would punch them one by one, and even if she couldn't beat them, she would scare them. That bunch of cowards, if you intimidated them too much, they wouldn't dare to make any more small moves. It's fine, it's fine. Xiang Yuan smiled foolishly. Little treasure, I'm a little busy. I still have to send these to the front yard. You go play first. Let me help you. This fellow simply couldn't bear to look at her. Arbor saw her drop a pot of flowers and stretched out his leg to catch it firmly, then flipped it over to his hand. Ah, no need, no need. Xiang Yuan hurriedly shook her head and looked at Arbor with a bunch of pots in her arms. Come, put it in my hands. I'll carry it over together. Come on, put it on your head. Arbor looked at her in annoyance. With so many pots in her arms, Where'd she put them? All right, I'll go with you. Give me 2 more pots. Arbor was expressionless. No need. No need. Xiang Yuanyuan shook her head again. I can carry them. They're heavy. You have thin arms and legs. Don't fall on them. Arbor's mouth twitched. I'm actually not that weak. The snow stopped, but there was a thick layer of snow on the ground that hadn't melted. Along the way, Arbor deliberately stepped on a long row of crooked footprints, forming 2 rows with Xiang Yuanyuan's big footprints. Xiang Yuanyuan was chattering on the side, talking and laughing with her. The cold wind was blowing on her face, but it was not very cold. Turning into a long corridor made of red cedar wood, the 2 of them creaked on the floor as they walked forward. From afar, they saw a group of distinguished guests coming toward them. Please, please, the banquet hasn't started yet. Everyone, please follow this old servant to the landscape hall for a short rest. The second steward, who had his head lowered and waist bent, led a dozen or so people along the way. They were all young masters. The young ladies and madams had all been taken by concubine May to the snow pavilion to admire the plum blossoms. The second steward had long seen Mu Xiaobao, this little grandaunt, and secretly cupped his hands in greeting, with a fawning expression. Xiao Mu wasn't someone who liked to stir up trouble, so she and Xiang Yuanyuan both moved to the side of the corridor to make way. The corridor itself was not spacious, but it was more than enough for 2 people to pass through. It was just that the area Xiang Yuanyuan occupied was a little big. When one of the young masters with oily hair and powdered face passed through, his elbow accidentally touched Xiang Yuanyuan's stomach. Xiang Yuanyuan immediately sucked in a breath, sucked in her stomach, and shrank back. That noble young master, however, retracted his hand in disdain. His thick eyebrows furrowed, and he angrily glared at Xiang Yuanyuan's face. Lowly servant, don't you have eyes? A piece of fat pork dares to tease this young master. Something happened. The second steward's tears flowed out in an instant. Sure enough, in the next second, he saw the little grandaunt standing in front of Xiang Yuanyuan and fiercely kicking that powdered young master's stomach, sending him flying heavily. With a crash, he drooped halfway down the corridor's railing. This grandaunt still hasn't vented her anger. She directly smashed the big flower pot in her hands onto the back of that unlucky young master's head with a crash. Chapter 533. All the young masters were stupefied, wondering if there was something wrong with their eyes. How did this audacious maidservant dare to violently beat up the Marquis of Suan's family's young master? It's quite lively. A cold yet very familiar voice suddenly drifted into Arbor's ears. Arbor immediately retracted the hand that smashed Sir Flower and ran back to the dazed Xiang Yuanyuan. She nudged her. Let's go. But where could they go? The corridor behind them was blocked by those dozen or so youths, so Arbor could only brace herself and tug Xiang Yuanyuan to turn around. A pair of men were walking toward them. The one on the right was about 25 or 26 years old and had an ordinary appearance. The one on the left had a handsome face and peach blossom eyes. He was about 20 years old and wore a jade robe. His figure was slender and straight, and his long hair was loosely tied behind his waist. Arbor felt guilty and didn't dare to raise her head, but she kept feeling that scorching gaze landing on her. Don't be afraid, she comforted herself. This darling has already disguised herself into this ghastly appearance. Even if father and mother came, they wouldn't recognize me. Probably no one else in this world can recognize me besides myself. But why did she feel that that guy's gaze was so scorching that it was a bit terrifying? It's fine, calm down, she must calm down. She couldn't relax her expression at all. It would be strange if he could recognize her face after it had changed so much. Our dear Xiao Mu expressionlessly raised her head and fearlessly met Yu's gaze. Her heart skipped a beat, and she was about to run away in a fit of anger that Yu really was staring at her without blinking. He stared at her with a terrifying gaze that could devour her. There wasn't the slightest hint of warmth in those beautiful peach blossom eyes. Instead, a raging fury was churning in the depths of his eyes. How is that possible? Darling Xiao was dumbfounded. She had already disguised herself to this extent, So how could he recognize her with a single glance? No, she must be scaring herself. He was tricking her, right? Darling Xiao continued to console herself. She poked Xiang Yuan and didn't say anything, urging her to leave quickly. Just as she brushed past Duanyu, she felt a grip tighten around her wrist. He had actually abruptly grabbed her wrist. "You're very good." Duanyu felt that the instant he saw this little stoic, he couldn't control his belly full of fire. He had been looking for her all over the world like a fool that he couldn't eat or sleep well, and he was deeply worried for more than 2 years. However, he didn't expect this girl to be in Jingdo, right under his nose. Arbor was scared to death. She belatedly realized that Duanyu really did see through her identity. One glance? How could this be? Her disguise was so perfect. The second manager ran over in tears and stopped Duanyu, apologizing profusely. "Sorry, young Master Duan. Sorry to disturb you. This old servant will take you there now." Arbor saw that the second steward was blocking him and took the opportunity to run away. He heard the second steward roaring angrily behind him. "Stop right there. Run. Let's see where you can run to." Arbor ran out of the long red cedar corridor and saw Situ-E walking over after turning a corner. Situ-E was taken aback. He opened his mouth and greeted her. "Little junior sister?" Arbor was completely stupefied. She ran all the way to the garden and kept looking at herself in the pond. What was going on? Even Situ-E could recognize her at a glance. What exactly went wrong with her perfect disguise? On the other end, Situ-E was dumbstruck. Just now, he actually saw little junior sister who had disappeared for more than 2 years. Were his eyes playing tricks on him? Hurry, 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 hurry and report to the Lord that the Crown Prince's carriage is about to reach the main entrance. An excited servant shouted all the way. The Qin family patriarch, who was frowning and didn't know how to report to his superiors, abruptly jumped up from his stool when he heard this, and his eyes flickered. "Hurry, call the 2 young sirs and follow me to the main entrance to welcome him." Didn't they say that they weren't coming? They had already received definite news from Consort Zheng that the Crown Prince wouldn't be coming, and they had already welcomed His Highness the eldest prince, Mo Jiao. Who would have thought that His Highness the Crown Prince was truly an unpredictable person? Chapter 534. Arbor was standing at the edge of the pond, looking at the clear water and endlessly taking pictures. Her small face was full of confusion. She heard some messy footsteps. Turning her head, she saw several servant girls rushing over from a stone path. "Hurry, hurry! Family head has ordered for everyone to gather at the main entrance. His Highness the Crown Prince's carriage is already at the entrance." Ah! The servant girls' voices rose and fell in unison. They had long heard that His Highness the Crown Prince was a peerlessly handsome man who didn't lose to eldest young master or second young master. They were so excited. His Highness the Crown Prince rarely showed his face. Was he going to come to the Qin estate today? Hurry and help me take a look. See if my makeup is smudged. Heavens, if I had known earlier, I would have worn that begonia hairpin today. The little fellow threw the women's chattering to the back of her mind. Arbor didn't have time to think carefully and abruptly ran towards the kitchen. That fool, why did he really come? Someone else wants to deal with you, idiot. You're a high and mighty crown prince. Why are you blindly joining in the fun? Don't you know that there is no good banquet, no good meeting? The little fellow ran to the kitchen's back door in one breath. With a light leap, she was already on the kitchen's roof beam. Squatting there, she propped up her chin and carefully observed for a while. The kitchen was in full swing at this moment. All kinds of ingredients were being pushed in on small carts like flowing water. They were being washed, cut, boiled, and stir-fried. It was very lively. The head steward who controlled the entire kitchen was currently yelling back and forth. "Hurry, hurry! Why are your hands and feet so slow? I told you to hurry up and wash. It's about to be cooked." The guests are all in their places. The banquet is about to start. Everyone, hurry up. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Arbor squatted on the beam and impatiently pursed her lips. On second thought, if this banquet was messed up and the atmosphere was foul, wouldn't a certain person run back to the palace in a fit of anger? Our dear Xiao Mu blinked. and her gaze fell on the dishes that were lined up and ready to be served. A talisman suddenly floated out of his fingertips. The little guy silently opened the talisman, and his figure suddenly disappeared from a beam. Not long after, a bowl with a lid slowly floated up into the air. It floated in the air, and some of the seasonings nearby also flew over. Soon, a bunch of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were sprinkled in middle-grade invisibility talisman. Invisibility lasts for 15 minutes. It is ineffective in front of people with a higher cultivation base. After she had opened the fourth jade slip, she had learned a few new middle-level talismans. The Vajra talisman was one of them, and the invisibility talisman was the second. After adding a lot of ingredients to each plate, Arbor felt satisfied. After squatting for a while, Arbor found nothing unusual. He couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled. Could it be that family head Sheen didn't plan to poison the food and instead planned to assassinate him? However, the poison was indeed a little low-end. The Crown Prince had a specialized apothecary by his side, and everything he ate would be tested first. As Chiao Mu thought this, she floated out of the kitchen and headed towards the Qin estate's central courtyard. She wondered what their expressions would be when they ate the spice dishes later. If Duan Yu, that germaphobe, ate a mouthful of mud, his expression would definitely be exceptionally spectacular. At this time, the Qin estate's patriarch was bowing to welcome Prince Mo at the wide-open main entrance with his family members. The guests who had heard the news also came forward to greet him. Mo Lien alighted from the carriage and coldly stared at family head Qin, who was at the front of the procession. Chapter 535. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Guilu's forehead. When the Crown Prince didn't speak, even he was intimidated. He felt as if his heart was tightly clenched by an invisible hand. Family head Qin is the birthday boy today, so there's no need to be overly courteous. After a while, Mo Lien finally spoke in a low voice and waved his hand to dismiss everyone's formality. Qin Guilu felt as if he had been pardoned, and he hastily stood up with a smile on his face. We are honored by the Crown Prince's presence. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling. Please forgive us for any neglect. Family head Qin, there's no need for pleasantries. We came today to... The Crown Prince has come. A dry voice suddenly interrupted Mo Lien's words. A man in his 30s wearing a bright yellow deerskin cloak was escorted in like a moon surrounded by stars. Mo Lien coldly swept a glance at him. Eldest royal brother. Eldest brother isn't deliberately stealing your limelight. It was royal father who specially instructed me to come here to celebrate the Qin estate's elderly head's birthday. I didn't expect sixth brother to be in such a good mood. That's right. Many people from various patrician families have come today, so sixth brother should also come out and walk around more. Before the great king's son could finish blabbering, the Crown Prince had already strode inside. The moment he moved, family head Qin led the two young masters and the entourage to follow in a hubbub. The great king's son, Mo Jiao, was immediately embarrassed, and he clenched his fists tightly in his sleeves. This was the Crown Prince's attitude toward this group of princes, willful, arrogant, and disregarding them. If he was willing to look at you, he would look. If he wasn't, he wouldn't say a single word. Your Highness, please come this way. Qin Guilu personally led the way and bowed as he led the Crown Prince to the banquet hall. Halfway there, they heard coquettish voices coming from the garden. Evidently, a group of madams and ladies were admiring the plum blossoms in the rear garden. When the great king's son, Mo Jiao, thought of the purpose of this trip, his eyes swiveled, and he hastily walked up to urge the Crown Prince. Sixth brother, it's still early to leave the banquet anyway. Why don't we take a walk in the garden first? I've always heard that the Qin estate's plum blossoms bloom the best, so this is the best time to admire the plum blossoms. Qin Guilu immediately laughed and repeatedly expressed his assent. Your Highness, please. There's a rare 1,000 snow plum in the manor that has already bloomed. It's worth taking a look. Prince Mo wasn't in the mood to appreciate the plum blossoms. Just as he was about to impatiently refuse, he looked up and saw Duan Yu and Situ walking over together. There was also a young man with ordinary features following closely behind the two of them. He kept wanting to speak, but Duan Yu and Situ were chatting among themselves, so he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Little young Master Duan, young Master Situ. Qin Guelu chuckled as he cupped his hands in greeting. Duan Yu nodded, and his indifferent gaze swept over everyone. He suddenly launched an attack at Omega Kitoku. Second young master, a mischievous maidservant by your side, used a flower pot to injure the marquis of Su An's family's fifth young master. Shouldn't we find her and demand an explanation for the marquis of Su An's fifth young master? Omega Kitoku. Eldest Qin was instantly speechless. How many people had this lass smashed in the past 2 days? She truly had guts that didn't fear anything in the world. Qin Guilu was appalled when he heard this. What? How? Is the Marquis of Su An's fifth young master's current situation? What maidservant is actually so audacious? Go and find her. The group of Qin Estate's servants couldn't help rolling their eyes. Lord, your acting is really not bad. Chapter 536. Didn't you already know who it was? Other than that person who beat Miss Biao and Madame until they were bettered in, who else could be so daring? Omega Kitoku curtsied indifferently to Duan Yu. Young Master Duan, I'm very sorry. She is still young and doesn't know any better. Her actions are based on her preferences, so please forgive her. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The other party had already come to demand an explanation. So is it all right for young Master Omega Kitoku to be so protective? What kind of maidservant was raised to be so audacious? Were you sure she was a maidservant and not eldest miss? Duan Yu's eyes shot out flames of fury. Look, what kind of lousy matter was this? Omega Kitoku's attitude of taking responsibility for darling Xiao, no matter what happened, made people loathe her for no reason. Mo Yin glanced at Duan Yu with a frown. Why was there something wrong with this guy today? Insulting someone's maidservant for no reason? Come to think of it, he wasn't such a senseless person. At this time, a commotion broke out in the garden. A maidservant came to report that Miss Qian of the Talisman Patrician family and Su Mingzhu, the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate, got into a fight in the rear garden, and the servants from both sides couldn't restrain the two misses. Everyone looked at each other, bewildered. Qin Guilu only felt his head throbbing. The birthday banquet hadn't even started yet. So what kind of trouble was this? He recognized this maidservant as concubine May's personal maidservant. The matter must have developed to the point where even concubine May couldn't handle it. So she hurriedly came to report. When the great king's son heard this, he was energized and hastily said, "Then let's quickly go take a look. It wouldn't be good if she injured someone." Mo Yin swept him a mocking glance. You're only thinking about the miss of the Grand Lucier family. What a good-for-nothing. The group moved to the pavilion in the garden, and along the way, they heard concubine May's maidservant talk about the ins and outs of matter. Everything was originally quite good. The madams and misses were all admiring the flowers and snow near the pavilion, and everything was harmonious. That maidservant shuddered at the master's glare and said, "It was Miss Mu of the Talisman Patrician family, said she was bored and suggested a beast duel." Beast fighting was a boring game that the nobles played in their spare time. Of course, they wouldn't use their own mystical beast to fight. Normally, they would use some young mystical beast to fight. Basically, after a single battle, the two young mystical beasts would be riddled with scars and close to death. Arbor floated out of the kitchen. When he passed by the garden, he was attracted by the cries of the baby beasts. When she arrived, the two little beasts were already tearing each other to death. However, it was clear that Miss Mu's beast was slightly better. She won. As a result, Su Mingzhu, the third miss of the Marquis of Stability's estate, flew into a rage out of humiliation. She was so angry that she used her sword to wildly hack at the little beast that had lost the competition. Arbor was furious when he saw this. He ran over and gave Su Mingzhu a big slap to make her stop. And then things went wrong. Xiao Mu was still invisible at this time. Third young Miss Su thought that this slap was from Miss Mu, so she immediately turned around and mercilessly slapped Miss Moo back. The stupefied Miss Moo didn't expect third young Miss Sue to be such a sore loser. At once, she couldn't hold back the anger in her heart and pounced over to slap Su Mingzhu as well. The two immediately started fighting. Neither of them were kind people, scaring Concubine May to the point that she collapsed to the ground. She shouted delicately, "Io, stop fighting, stop fighting. Quickly go invite Master. Quickly go." It would have been better if she didn't shout, but once she did, Arbor felt goosebumps all over his body. He immediately thought that this voice was the same as that night when she snuck into the Qin estate and heard through the window. Chapter 537. Concubine May was paralyzed on the ground in fright. All the official madams looked down on her, and none of them were willing to help her. Originally, the madams were already very displeased that the Qin estate sent a concubine to entertain them when they were visiting the estate for the Qin estate's birthday banquet. Now that they saw Concubine May acting like a coquettish concubine who couldn't be shown in public, they felt like they had eaten a fly and looked down on her even more. Madame Mu sat there motionlessly with a smile and didn't stop her daughter. In any case, her daughter wouldn't suffer a loss. That Su Mingzhu simply wasn't her Qianqian's match. Her eyes contained a layer of frost as she coldly gazed at the third miss of the Marquis of Placation's estate. A mere miss of a declining Marquis's estate dared to attack her daughter. She deserved to be taught a lesson. When the servants shouted, "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived," our dear Qiao Mu, who was watching with relish, jumped in fright. She immediately turned around and fled in a panic. She felt like there was a row of piercing gazes on her back that burned her. "Fuck, I've already turned invisible, so why can't I escape your discerning eyes?" Our dear Qiao Mu ran very quickly, but how could she compare to the Crown Prince's terrifying speed? Just as he leaped over, his hand was already about to grab her wrist. Our dear Qiao Mu hurriedly threw several speed talismans on herself and fled like a wisp of smoke. The Crown Prince didn't chase after her and stopped, his gaze lingering as he gazed in the direction she ran off in. "Huh, you know how to feel guilty now? You even dared to avoid me. You really are naive, darling. You think you can run away after showing yourself? Your Highness." When Mu Qianqian saw the Crown Prince dashing in her direction, her maiden heart nearly leaped out of her chest. "I am fine. Your Highness doesn't need to worry." Mu Qianqian blushed as she gave a coquettish laugh. She thought that the Crown Prince was dashing over because he saw that she was being bullied, that she thought that His Highness the Crown Prince was worried about her. In reality, there was no one else in Mo Lian's eyes except for that fleeing darling who had turned invisible. It was only when he heard Mu Qianqian speak that he realized she was standing next to him and looking at him bashfully. He was instantly annoyed. Recently, his mother had been busy identifying noble ladies for him, and apparently, she quite liked this talisman patrician family's eldest miss. Mo Lian had something on her mind, so she walked to Duan Yu's side. She gave him a look, and the two of them walked to the side. Qingulu only felt vexed, and he reprimanded Concubine May before placating the two patrician family's young misses. He only felt that so many things had happened before the banquet had even started, and he was flustered. Like a proud peacock, Mu Qianqian glanced at the disheveled Su Mingzhu before returning to her mother's side. Her large eyes stared expectantly at the Crown Prince's back. Madame Mu patted the back of Mu Qianqian's hand, hinting for her not to be impatient. The position of His Highness's official wife, the Mu family, is determined to get it. On the other end, Qiao Mu ran all the way back to the pool and looked at her reflection in the water. Yes, the invisibility talisman was useless in front of people with higher cultivation than him. No wonder a row of piercing gazes fell on her. There was nowhere to hide. Fortunately, she had escaped quickly. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been caught? Why was she feeling guilty? Why did she have to run away? At worst, she would just be caught. Once she thought of being caught, a certain person started feeling guilty again. Qiao Mu looked at her reflection in the pool for a while. No matter how she looked at it, her face was completely different from before. There wasn't the slightest flaw on her body, so how in the world did someone recognize her? She touched her flawless small face. Chapter 538. After the banquet started, the atmosphere was still peculiar. The crown prince was silent, so no one dared to casually speak loudly. Qin Guilu coughed in mock embarrassment and respectfully reminded, "Your Highness." The crown prince looked up and nodded at the 2 rows of guests below. Today is family head Qin's birthday, so there's no need to be reserved. Let's eat. It was only then that everyone picked up their chopsticks with relaxed expressions and casually tasted the food. Afterwards, ah poo poo, poo, uft, cough cough. All sorts of strange, spitting sounds came from the mouths of these aristocratic family disciples. Everyone speechlessly looked at the dumbfounded Qin Gulu and saw that his face had turned green after tasting a mouthful of food. They didn't know whether to spit or not. This mouthful was so splendid. It felt like a seasoning bottle had been knocked over, and there were all sorts of exotic flavors. Oh, and he even ate a mouthful of dirt. Uffed, Duan Yu face-bombed, his shoulders shaking from laughter. Good heavens, everyone ate a mouthful of dirt. This truly was so joyful. Thankfully, he had picked up his chopsticks late. Look at the crown prince's eccentric expression. Ha ha, serves you right. You're out of luck. It's all your fault for spoiling you, so you deserve to eat dirt. Thinking back to the invisible figure he saw in the garden just now, it was easy to figure out who had done this good deed. Qin Guilu immediately turned pale with fright and knelt before the crown prince. He didn't even dare to raise his head or look at the crown prince's eccentric expression. Your Highness, please forgive me. It was this one's incompetence in controlling the servants that caused the situation in the main kitchen. Rest assured, Your Highness, this one will definitely find the mastermind as soon as possible and punish them severely. Emolian gracefully accepted the plate handed over by the junior eunuch beside her and silently spat out the foreign substance in her mouth. She waved her hand at Qin Guilu and said, "Rise, it has nothing to do with you." Qin Guilu immediately felt as if he had been pardoned, and he stood up while wiping the sweat from his forehead, thanking her profusely. "Where's old fifth of the Marquis of Su An's estate?" the crown prince suddenly asked. His gaze met Duan Yu's for a moment before looking away. The Marquis of Su An's estate's 5th young master, whose head was wrapped in bandages and who looked extremely miserable, was immediately dragged over. The 5th young master's face was full of confusion. He did not understand what was going on. He was about to return home, but he was forcibly invited down from the carriage. This meant that the crown prince wanted to see him. Although he said it was an invitation, his attitude was very rude and unyielding. This was the crown prince's style of dealing with people. Young Master Omega Katoku's brows slightly creased. Just now, it was he who had quickly arranged for people to take care of this Marquis of Su An's residence's 5th young master, ordering people to send him back to his residence. But now, he had actually returned. Omega Katoku sensed that something was amiss. Since the beginning, the young master of the Duan family had been targeting Xiao Bao, and now even the crown prince. The 2nd young master raised his head and looked at the crown prince coldly. The latter looked back coldly. "Marquis of Su An's estate's old 5th, how is your body? I heard that you were hit on the head by an audacious maidservant." The crown prince didn't even know what this fellow's name was and could only call him Marquis of Su An's estate's old 5th. Hui Feng stood on the side, and his mouth silently twitched. The Marquis of Su An's estate's old 5th, the powder-faced young man who Yukong, was immediately overwhelmed by the favor and bowed. "Thank you, for your highness the crown prince's concern. This humble subject's body is fine, and I was just about to return to my residence to rest." Marquis of Su An's estate's old 5th. The crown prince stared deeply at the unlucky fellow wrapped in bandages below. "Don't worry. With us here, us will definitely uphold justice for you. How about I find that maidservant for you to confront her face to face?" Chapter 539. The pink-faced youth was overwhelmed by the favor and knelt down repeatedly, nodding in thanks. "Yes, yes. Many thanks for your highness's favor." The crown prince nodded in satisfaction and turned to look at Qin Guilu. "Family head Qin, go call that maidservant over. Look at how badly she beat up the Marquis of Suan's son. How can this matter be resolved peacefully?" Chingalu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he furtively glanced in the direction of his two sons. Omega Kitoko beckoned to a servant and instructed in a low voice, "Go invite the miss over and tell her not to be afraid. I will deal with everything." Chingalu sighed in relief. He was worried that this child Omega Kitoku's temper would flare up and contradict the crown prince to his face, causing the matter to spiral out of control. Seeing that Chingalu sent someone to invite her over, his expression relaxed slightly, and he cupped his hands. "I've already arranged for the main kitchen to prepare a new meal. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Enjoy a song and dance first." The appearance of Junhyu Pavilion's Miss Ran immediately drew cheers from the various patrician families, marquises, and grandsons. Very soon, the earth-eating episode was over. Everyone was watching Miss Rant's rare moon dance in high spirits. The crown prince wasn't in a hurry either. He swirled the wine cup in his hand and swept his gaze over the guests below from time to time, a frightening smile curling his lips. "Jojo, are you ready?" Arbor shook her head like a rattledrum. "Not going." The Chin Estate's servant in charge of inviting people twitched his mouth as he repeatedly cupped his hands and bowed. "Little great-aunt, please come with me. Young master and the others are all waiting for you." "Don't worry," young master said that he will take care of everything. He will definitely guarantee that you will be fine. Arbor hugged a tree and dodged to the side. Not going. The servant coughed and had a bright idea. "You were in high spirits when you beat up the Marquis of Suin's fifth master. Are you scared now?" "I'm scared." Arbor's eyes flared with anger. She then lowered her small head dejectedly. Fine. She was scared. She felt guilty when she saw the crown prince. 2 years ago, she promised him that she would go to the capital to find him, but in the end, "Let's go, little grand-aunt. There really isn't enough time." The servant begged bitterly, coaxing and inviting Xiao Mu to the banquet's antechamber, forcing a duck onto a perch. The male and female guests were separated at the birthday banquet. However, on the way to Arbor, they had to pass by the female guests' seats and head toward the front hall. Along the way, they received puzzled looks from the ladies. What should come will come. Darling Xiao's emotions calmed down. What was she afraid of? Wasn't he just going back on his word and getting fat? Wasn't it just 2 years of hiding and not wanting to see anyone? Humph! What could he do to her? But what should I do if I'm so scared? Her small hands were inexplicably covered in cold sweat. Sob. Is it really okay to be so cowardly? When the servant went in to report, Lady Rant's dance had just finished, and the entire hall was silent. The crown prince smirked and said coldly, "Bring her in." Everyone turned their heads to look and saw a little girl with a stiff expression walking in from the front hall. From the moment the child entered, the crown prince's gaze was firmly locked on her. He stared at her intently, as if he was crazy. The fire in his heart couldn't be suppressed and shot straight up. The little girl's hands were tucked in her small sleeves as she stepped on the limestone floor tiles and walked forward. Her expressionless face looked straight ahead, as if she didn't care about anyone at all. It made people laugh involuntarily. "Little junior sister, it's really you." Situ, he was the first to jump up and stared at her in disbelief. He still thought that he was dreaming. "Who are you?" Arbor turned around expressionlessly. When this low voice came out of her mouth, Situ, he was really stunned. Because Xiao Mu's voice had also been processed with medicine. The moment she spoke, her voice was a bit lower than her usual crisp and soft voice, and it was very deep and insidious. Seeing him stunned, Arbor couldn't help but feel secretly happy. "See, I knew it was a bluff. She didn't recognize me at all. Her flawless disguise technique. How could there be a mistake? There's a lot of content here, so don't be anxious." Chapter 540. Situ, he was dumbstruck as he stood there without moving. He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he racked his brains. Why was this voice different from his little stoic junior sister's? But looking at this face, there was no doubt that this was his expressionless junior sister, right? There wouldn't be a second Sundra little stoic like her in this world. The crown prince's gaze didn't move from the little fellow's body, and the corners of his mouth curled faintly. "Darling, you want to ascend to the heavens, right?" You disguise your appearance and even change your voice. Ha, so impressive. Did you think no one would recognize you by doing this? That movement, that expression, that frosty gaze, that yearning that was imprinted in the depths of his bone marrow and soaked into his blood. Even if you wrapped yourself in a black robe and shrunk your head and tail, we can still recognize you with a glance. We absolutely won't forget. Our dear Chiao Mu sneaked a peek at the Crown Prince's expression and discovered that guy was propping up his chin with one hand. Light flickered in his slightly upturned phoenix eyes as he stared unblinkingly at her. The little stoic reflexively extended 2 fingers and stealthily gestured in the direction of his line of sight. She discovered that his line of sight was in a straight line, and he was staring at her. The little fellow guiltily tugged at the strands of hair that floated in front of her eyes. She couldn't figure it out. My disguise and voice are such perfect moves. What exactly is the situation? I really want to ask them, where in the world did you recognize me? Next time, she definitely had to pay attention to this aspect. This way, her disguise would be flawless. Cough. Chin Guilu couldn't help but chuckle dryly when he saw that no one was speaking at all. He berated Chiao Mu. Come over here. What's your name? Why did you hit the marquis of Su An's estate's 5th young master? Eldest Chin covered his face with his hand. He simply couldn't bear to continue watching his pretentious father. What didn't family head Chin know about every single thing that happened in the estate? He was asking the obvious. Why? Speak. Family head Chin glared angrily at a certain someone who didn't utter a word, and even slapped the short table heavily. The Marquis of Su An's estate's 5th young master, Hu Yukong, whose head was wrapped in bandages and who had an extremely miserable expression, also got up from the ground and glared at Arbor with bloodshot eyes, demanding an explanation. Arbor was baffled. He thought to himself, what's going on? Didn't they call her over because the Crown Prince wanted to confront her face to face and expose her identity? How would she know about the 5th young master of the Marquis's estate? Ever since she bumped into Duan Yu and was recognized by him at a glance, the little stoic had been conflicted between, oh no, I was recognized, and what's going on? How did they recognize me? In the midst of all these questions, he had long forgotten about the episode where he smashed the 5th young master in the Red Cedar Promenade. Now that he mentioned something about the Marquis of Su An's estate's 5th young master, to tell the truth, she really didn't remember. Moreover, she did make a move, but she did not see the 5th young master's face clearly at all. Therefore, even though 5th young master was glaring at her like a tiger eyeing its prey, she still put on an innocent face with a blank expression. Emolien looked at her small face and knew that she had long forgotten about beating up the Marquis of Su An's residence's 5th young master. Duan Yu's mouth twitched as he kindly reminded, it's that person who smashed the back of someone's head with a super large flower pot in that long corridor. Yes, you're the one who smashed the back of my head. Don't think of denying it. Hu Yukong bellowed with a flushed face. Low chuckles rang out at the banquet. Duan Yu turned his head away, unable to bear to watch. Chapter 541. When he told her about the flower pot in the long corridor, Arbor immediately remembered. So it's you, this coward. What else can you do besides tattletale? The little stoic's eyes abruptly flared up in anger, and she kicked Hu Yukong in the stomach, sending him tumbling out and crashing into Situ Yi's low table with a crash. Situ Yi hastily jumped up to dodge, only to see that unlucky guy pressing down on that table and tumbling to the ground with the table. Hu Yukong's entire body was pressed down by the overturned table, and his legs trembled outside the table. Family head Chin's mouth gaped open. Although he had heard the servants report the formidable aspects of the 2nd young master's valiant maidservant, hearing was one thing. Seeing it with his own eyes was another. You. Situ, he pointed at our dear Chiao Mu and said with certainty, you are little junior sister. Don't deny it. You, come here right now. Quickly come here. Arbor glanced at him and pattered to him. Situ, he pulled her to his side and raised his hand to rub her head. He was both speechless and earnest as he said, little junior sister, why are you so disobedient? Where did you run off to these past 2 years? Do you know that everyone was looking for you? How could you disappear just like that and suddenly play the act of completely disappearing? You really made everyone worried sick. Immobilize. Arbor suddenly took out a talisman and slapped it on Situ Yi's forehead. That yellow talisman paper floated on the forehead of the handsome youth with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. Everyone, Duan Yu, was especially speechless as the corner of his mouth kept twitching. This child really didn't change at all. As long as she found it noisy, she would immediately use a strange method to make you quickly shut up. Situ Yi's brows twitched, and he reached out to remove the talisman floating on his face. He looked helplessly at the stoic face. Little junior sister, senior brother is saying this for your own good. Don't be impatient and don't be silent. Only by talking can we know what happened in the past 2 years. Senior brother Situ, your cultivation base has risen again. Arbor sighed and looked regretfully at Situ. Her cultivation had also soared once, but she still couldn't stop him. Prince Imo watched Darling Xiao from afar. Although he didn't say anything, his grip on the wine glass tightened subconsciously. When? The little fellow's relationship with Situ, he was already this good? By calling him senior brother Situ, he was admitting his identity. When facing him, the little thing, who had been expressionless and trying its best to distance itself from him, had actually so readily acknowledged Situ. The anger in Prince Mo's heart was surging, with nowhere to go. Duan Yu's expression was also unsightly as he stared at Situ from head to toe. He didn't think this guy was better looking than him. The little stoic didn't even acknowledge him. So why did she acknowledge Situ first? Why did he feel such a strong, killing intent? Situ was confused. Come here. Prince Imo spoke. Situ glanced in Prince Mo's direction and saw the crown prince's eyes brimming with a terrifying fury. His gaze was chillingly fixed on the hand that was stroking little junior sister's head. Situ sheepishly withdrew his hand and elbowed the little stoic. His Highness the Crown Prince is calling you over. Your Highness! Young Sir Omega Kitoku suddenly stood up and quickly walked to Arbor. He bowed at Prince Imo. This one was lax in disciplining my maidservant. I am willing to bear all responsibility. Chapter 542. Monstrous fury surfaced in Prince Mo's eyes. Bang! The wine cup in his hand turned into fine powder and flew away with the wind. Bear responsibility? Where did this scoundrel come from? Pretending to be a protector, he actually wanted to bear all the responsibility for his baby? Then what about him? What did he Imo count as? The crown prince was enraged. Qin Guilu's eyebrows twitched, and he suppressed some anxiety in his heart. That person said that as long as the crown prince arrived, he could immediately take action. Why was there no sign of him taking action yet? Judging from the crown prince's towering rage, he probably wouldn't be able to stay in the Qin estate for long. Come, hurry and change His Highness the Crown Prince's wine cup. Young Master Omega Kitoku calmly instructed, his cold gaze sweeping over his subordinates. Sensing that the atmosphere was completely off, his subordinates scrambled to get wine cups. No need for such trouble. Prince Imo abruptly stood up and walked down the steps, approaching Arbor. What to do? He seemed to be very, very angry. Our dear Xiao Mu was inexplicably flustered and vexed. She looked at her 2 little fingers in a daze, and her small head unconsciously drooped down. She had grown fat from eating her words in these 2 years. He had reason to be angry. She said that she would return to the capital to see him. At that time, he had smilingly agreed and said that he would wait for her, that moreover, the ferrule he had given her had broken, and Big Treasure was dead. She couldn't even keep a single one of the gifts she had given him. She was truly too useless. She was a little jinx who would bring misfortune to anyone who approached her. She wasn't very suitable to be by his side. Come back with me. Seeing her silent and small figure huddled behind Omega Kitoku, the Crown Prince's heart twitched for no reason, and it tightened painfully. He reached out to grab her wrist. In the next instant, his hand was blocked by young Master Omega Kitoku. Your Highness, young Master Omega Kitoku emphasized, this is this humble one's maidservant. Your Highness, please conduct yourself with dignity. Who are you? How dare you speak without thinking in front of us? When did she become yours? She never was. A murderous intent flashed through Prince Mo's eyes. He immediately stretched out his hand and slapped the Omega Kitoku's head without thinking. Your Highness, please calm down. Please forgive my unfilial son for his rudeness. Your Highness. Qin Guilu shouted as his body trembled. When Mo Yin's palm smacked down, he sensed that it was somewhat obstructed by a rather powerful cyclone. This guy's defensive barrier was quite strong. Mo Yin's phoenix eyes contained a bit of killing intent as she coldly swept her gaze over Qin Xion's face. When their gazes met, monstrous waves surged in the depths of their eyes. Prince Mo immediately raised his guard and coldly glanced at the Omega Kitoku. When I first met Darling Xiao, you were still nowhere to be found. Get out of my way. Mo Yin angrily shoved the Omega Kitoku before scooping up a certain dazed person and bringing her aside. Let's go. Prince Mo angrily grabbed the little fellow's wrist and turned around to leave, dragging her along. His fingers were like an iron clamp around her wrist, so how could she struggle free? Our dear Xiao Mu blindly followed him to the entrance of the antechamber, where she saw a crowd of madams and young misses standing nearby and looking at each other from afar. Originally, the female guest lounge wasn't far away, so they all came out of the female guest lounge out of curiosity when they heard the commotion and saw this scene with their mouths agape. Mom, who is this bitch? Why is the crown prince grabbing her hand? Mu Qianqian's face paled as she glared at Arbor in disbelief. How could this be? The crown prince had never liked to interact with women, so why was he grabbing that bitch's hand so tightly and not letting go? Chapter 543. All the female guests were currently peeping at the crown prince's entourage and whispering to each other when they suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream. Help! Help! A young man's trembling voice approached from afar. Ow! A terrifying roar deafeningly traveled in from outside the reception pavilion for female guests, scaring all the madams and young misses into retreating to the sides. The reception pavilion's door was smashed to the ground with a boom. A young man in disheveled clothes rolled in and fell at the feet of a madam. He didn't care about anything else and wanted to hug the other madam's leg. Help, help, help! That madam was so frightened by this impetuous little bastard that she continuously retreated, her eyes filled with rage from embarrassment. When Arbor heard this person's voice, her two small brows twitched slightly. Although this person was extremely frightened at this moment, she could still recognize from this voice that this person was the man who had secretly eaten with concubine Mei in the middle of the night. Ah, young master cousin, some of the maidservants exclaimed. Only then did Arbor understand that this disheveled young man with a flat nose and a round face was Madame Qin Yang's treasured nephew, Yang Jiajin, who was stained with misdeeds. What was laughable was that he impatiently sought out his uncle's concubine to secretly eat and even kept his aunt in the dark. It was truly so disgusting that it made people want to vomit. Ow! Another half-naked woman with disheveled hair pounced in from the door. However, she couldn't be called a woman anymore. Her skin had already been replaced by pieces of black, rotting flesh. Her forelimbs crawled on the ground at an extremely fast speed, and she entered the reception pavilion in the blink of an eye. Black vortexes flickered in her eyes, and her lifeless eyes stared fixedly at her target, Yang Jiajin. Grinding her sharp teeth, she opened her mouth slightly to reveal the signature product of a zombie, fangs. Oh my God, why is a zombie? The hall was filled with chaotic screams, and the ordinary madams and young misses were truly so shocked that they turned pale and screamed continuously. Don't be nervous, everyone, don't be nervous. Calm down and don't run around recklessly. Don't come into contact with this zombie. Qin Guilu was simply about to cry from anger. What the fuck was going on? Why were there so many things happening at his 60th birthday banquet out of the blue? Who could stand up and tell him why there was a zombie in his house? Now that the entire Guanlon city was under martial law day and night, not to mention zombies, even a mosquito wouldn't be allowed into the city. If news of a corpse puppet appearing in the Qin estate were to leak out, It was unknown how many people would be concerned about it. Perhaps the entire Qin estate would be implicated. Could it be that this was the plan that the Lord had in mind? Letting a zombie in to wantonly attack Crown Prince Mo? Would it work? He didn't look reliable at all. "Uncle, save me. Uncle, save me." Yang Jiajin was only wearing half of his pants, and half of his foot was broken, as if he had been viciously bitten by a zombie. Yang Jiajin was about to go crazy. He wailed bitterly, and his clothes were disheveled as he crawled toward Qin Galu, causing the unmarried maidens to spit several times in embarrassment and cover their eyes with their hands. "He's been bitten." A few of the young masters cried out in horror. "Quick! Isolate him! Isolate him! Don't let him come over! Uncle, save me! Uncle, uncle! Aunt, where are you, Aunt? Ah, save me! Save me!" Roar! That zombie suddenly attacked and pounced on Yang Jiajin's back. Chapter 544. An inhumanly large hole opened in the zombie's enormous mouth, revealing two long fangs that abruptly pierced into Yang Jiajin's neck and kept biting. Yang Jiajin let out a series of wretched cries. Qin Guilu's pupils constricted several times, and he blocked his two sons beside him. "Don't go over! Don't go over!" "Humph! You only have yourself to blame." Arbor suddenly spoke coldly and mockingly glanced at young Master Yang Jiajin, who was lying on the ground and being bitten by the zombie. If she didn't guess wrongly, this zombie was the young lady from a good family that Yang Jiajin had abducted from the jewelry store. She was about to get married, but he bullied her and insisted on forcibly taking her for his own use. After this young lady died, she mutated into a zombie and turned around to seek revenge on him. Truly, karma was very unpleasant. Serve him right. He just deserved to die. Be careful, be careful. She's coming over. Everyone, concentrate your mystic energy and attack. Family head Qin roared angrily and was the first to release a burst of mystic energy, which bombarded the ground beneath the zombie's feet. That zombie's movements were abnormally swift, so fast that it slightly surprised everyone present. "Little junior sister, how is this zombie so fast?" Situ, he felt that his little junior sister truly had talent in dealing with zombies. He asked without hesitation, completely not noticing the Crown Prince's serene gaze. "This is a level 4 zombie and already has some intelligence. Look, she can even seek revenge on her enemies." Arbor reflexively answered Situ Yi's question. Level 4 zombies move faster than normal people. If they bite a level 5 mystic cultivator, they can obtain a portion of their energy and reach the level of a level 3 mystic cultivator at least. What? Everyone turned pale with fright when they heard this. They completely didn't expect that zombies could obtain energy from mystic cultivators. Was this freaking zombie trying to defy the heavens? Don't get bitten by it. Otherwise, the incubation period after infection would not exceed 5 days, and the body would mutate. Even immortals can't save you, Arbor said indifferently, but everyone shuddered. "Uncle, uncle, uncle, save me." Yang Jiajin, who had a bloody hole in his neck and was struggling to crawl forward with one hand covering the wound, cried bitterly and reached out a bloody hand. Qin Guilu clenched his fists. Suddenly, a surge of mystic energy exploded from his entire body, instantly shattering Yang Jiajin, who had crawled to his side, into a pile of minced meat. Family head Qin is so bold. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that Qin Guilu would lose his mind and insist on keeping that scourge Yang Jiajin alive. Everyone concentrated their firepower on the 4th grade zombie. The female corpse puppet moved very quickly. She lay on the ground and jumped up from time to time, causing the madams and young ladies to scream in fright. Fortunately, these useless women were protected by guards. Seeing that there were so many people, the zombies did not pounce on them. This undead hag already had some intelligence. Instead, she fled towards the window. Don't let her escape. Kill her. Qin Guilu's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He chased after her from the side with several great mystic cultivators. Several streaks of mystic energy crisscrossed and landed on the zombie's back, and the half-hanging corpse immediately fell from the window. Qin Xian raised his sword and chopped off the zombie's head on the spot. It rolled to the feet of a madam, immediately scaring that delicate madam into fainting. Arbor sniffed and suddenly smelled a strange fragrance in the air. His heart abruptly skipped a beat. Hurry and leave. The hall is about to collapse. Chapter 545. Mo Yin's expression changed slightly, and she grabbed the little girl's waist before swiftly dashing out of the hall. The little girl suddenly stuffed a pill into Mo Yin's mouth. Mo Yin was startled for a moment before swallowing it without any hesitation. As soon as they ran out of the antechamber, they heard a loud boom. Sure enough, the entire room collapsed in a matter of seconds, causing dust and rubble to tumble down. "Your Highness!" Huifeng hastily chased after them. Mo Yin pulled the little girl's hand back several steps before letting go slightly. She raised her sleeve and waved the flying dust in front of her as she coughed softly. The hall in front of them suddenly collapsed, burying everyone in it in an instant. That idiot Mo Jiao also didn't come out. This was really fun. Let's return to the palace first. Mo Yin no longer had the patience to stay in this foul Qin estate, so she reached out to grab the little fellow's soft little hand. Unfortunately, she caught nothing. When she turned around to look, there was no trace of the little fellow. The little fellow must have used that invisibility talisman to escape while he wasn't paying attention. Huifeng glanced around and saw wailing women and young ladies being helped out one after another, each of them looking miserable with their heads covered in dirt and blood. Huifeng turned again and saw the rage that His Highness the Crown Prince was forcefully suppressing in his eyes. He silently lowered his eyes and inwardly grumbled bitterly. Couldn't this little great aunt go along with their lord a little? What the hell was she trying to do? Why did she disappear all of a sudden? Let's see where you can run to. Mo Yin clenched her fists as she turned around and strode away. Huifeng quickly followed without a word. At this time, he didn't want to casually open his mouth and become cannon fodder for no reason. Arbor had used an invisibility talisman to escape. Firstly, she didn't know what kind of mood to face that terrifying guy right now. Secondly, there was something wrong with that fragrance, so she had to go over and take a closer look. The Crown Prince wouldn't want to beat her again, right? She was already an adult. If that guy dared to hit her again, she wouldn't let him off. There was a pair of small wings flapping in front of him. The black butterfly was fleeing very quickly, flying high and low in the air. Arbor's speed wasn't slow either, but it kept a certain distance from him. The butterfly left the Qin estate and flew out of the bustling streets. It fluttered into a desolate road and flew into a dilapidated courtyard. Well done. Tomorrow morning, he will definitely be poisoned without anyone knowing. A wretched laughter sounded in the small courtyard. Really? Are you that confident? A cold female voice suddenly broke the silence in the courtyard. That person suddenly turned his head. His large and small eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at the little girl who had just stepped into the courtyard. Arbor's cold gaze fell on him. This person was a dwarf and was extremely short. She had never seen him before. He had a triangular head and an extremely ugly appearance. The main thing was that his eyes were big and small, and his eyebrows were one high and one low. His entire face looked extremely unbalanced, and it stung her eyes. Stinky girl, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There's no door to hell, but you insist on barging in. Since you've come, then stay here. The dwarf's expression was sinister as he abruptly stretched out his hand. Countless black-winged butterflies flew out of his sleeves and swarmed toward Arbor in unison. You dare to show off your insignificant skills in front of me. Arbor sneered and waved her sleeves, sending out a wave of medicinal powder. The group of black butterflies in the air desperately flapped their wings and fell down together. Chapter 546. You're actually a poison master? The dwarves cried out in alarm and abruptly opened their palms, releasing a black smoke in front of Arbor. You dare to harm people with your level of poison? Arbor coldly shouted and abruptly dodged the poisonous smoke. The dwarf's eyes contained a poisonous glint, and he cackled strangely. Little miss, you're still too inexperienced. Do you think that you can dodge my poisonous smoke as you please? From the moment I release the poisonous smoke, the sky above this area has already been permeated with poisonous smoke. Ha ha ha. Halfway through his words, the dwarf suddenly clutched his chest and widened his eyes in horror. He abruptly rolled on the ground and started to convulse. A layer of frost swiftly covered his face and limbs, and even his eyebrows were frozen. His lips kept trembling, and he couldn't speak due to the terror in his eyes. "You're about to die," Arbor icily said as she brandished a shiny dagger. "Guess how many bloody holes I'll poke in your body before you identify the mastermind?" The dwarf's originally hideous face was now completely distorted. He glared angrily at Arbor, and his teeth chattered as they made gurgling sounds. "Are you very curious as to why you were poisoned?" Arbor lightly tapped the dwarf's face twice with the dagger in her hand, and her lips curled into an icy arc. "You can go to King of Hell's palace and ask for a clear answer. Speak, which stinking ditch is Shuntion Prefecture's Luigi hiding in?" The dwarf hesitated for a second before two bloody holes appeared on his body. His entire body convulsed as he looked on helplessly as this she-devil carried him into the rear courtyard, as though she was carrying a bag of trash. On a row of walls in the backyard, countless thin cocoons were hanging. They were shivering softly in the wind. "It seems that the poison-tailed butterflies you nurtured are already quite effective. What do you say if I feed you to them?" Arbor icily spoke without the slightest warmth in her eyes. "And no, I'll speak. The dwarf's eyes revealed terror, and his lips trembled as he said, The one who's been in contact with me is Sir Chio-san. I only know that he's currently hiding inside Balon City's Balon fortification. It wasn't far from the capital. As for the exact address, I really don't know." "Chio-san?" Arbor recalled the familiar voice that had been plotting with Qin Guilu that night, and an idea occurred to him. "It's Luigi's lackey?" Yes. The dwarf said with a trembling voice. "Lord Chio-san is very angry. They said that Northern Prince Imo has caused the people of Shuntion Prefecture to be unable to survive these past few years. We must retaliate. In that case, Qin Guilu has indeed colluded with your Shuntion Prefecture." Arbor's eyes were instantly dyed with traces of frost and snow. "Qin Guilu is very, very careful. He and Shuntion Manor have never exchanged any letters. If young Miss wants to accuse him of colluding with Shuntion Manor to murder His Highness the Crown Prince, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Chingu murdered the heir apparent of a kingdom for merely a few pill recipes," Arbor said coldly as he pulled the dagger out of the dwarf's body. "The Qin estate has already reached its end." Slap! The dagger was flung out and shot at the wall. Immediately, the cocoon on the wall exploded with a bang. A swarm of black poison-tailed butterflies flew out and gathered into a thick mass, neatly wrapping around the dwarf. The dwarf howled in pain among the poison-tailed butterflies. "Why? I already said it. I don't think I said it before. If you confess honestly, I'll spare your life." Arbor replied with an indifferent expression. When he turned around, his gaze landed coldly on the black figure that swooped down from the sky. Less than an hour later, Arbor successfully returned to the Qin estate. She secretly snuck into Qin Guilu's study and found nothing, as expected. Qin Guilu, this old fox, had already erased everything that he had done as she returned to her room and lay down with her clothes on. She seemed to vaguely see Omega Katoka's figure swaying outside. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but seeing that she had already turned off the lights, he seemed to give up. The little fellow was a bit frightened after being tormented for the entire day, and she fell into a deep sleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Chapter 547. She slept very well that night. Unlike usual, she wasn't woken up by the slightest noise. Arbor opened her eyes and felt refreshed. Her breathing was long, but as she blinked and rolled over, wrapped in a thick brocade quilt, she stared dumbfoundedly at the thick, bright yellow muslin that fell from above her head. This large bed made of agarwood that was several feet wide was clearly not the one she had in the Qin estate. She raised her hand to touch it. The bright yellow canopy was woven with gold silk and inlaid with jade beads. 2 translucent white jade pendants swayed gently. And this brocade quilt of hers? The little fellow stretched out her small hand from the quilt with a dumbfounded expression. She checked her surroundings and sat upright with the quilt wrapped around her. What was going on? The dazzling candlesticks were set up every 5 steps, and the red candles were brightly lit. Rows of fist-sized luminous pearls hung from the 4 corners. The inner walls of the room were carved with white jade. At a glance, the inside and outside of the room were bright and clear. It was so spacious that it made one dumbfounded. This? How was this a side room? Wasn't this a luxurious palace? What was going on? Why did the Cheen Estate's side room change into an unfamiliar bedroom after waking up? Was there anyone who could tell her what was going on? Arbor hopped off the bed barefoot and ran a few steps. She lifted the heavy bead curtains and looked back. After running all the way, she had only just run out of the vicinity of the bed. Is there anyone here? Arbor threw the brocade quilt on the ground and ran to the treasure pavilion to rummage through her clothes in a short-sleeved inner garment. Xiao Yao let a row of palace maids in. When she came in with neatly arranged clothes, she was stunned to find her little master rummaging through something in front of the treasure pavilion. Our dear Xiao Mu turned her head and saw Xiao Yao. Her eyes lit up, and she coughed awkwardly. I am looking for clothes. Xiao Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her little master was rummaging through clothes in the treasure pavilion. Master, you're finally back. Xiao Yao was already a big girl. She hadn't seen Arbor for many years. She was a little emotional when she saw it again. Xiao Yao. The little fellow played with his 2 small hands and ran forward. He wanted to take the clothes, but the palace maid who was holding the clothes stepped aside and bowed in fear. Master, which one do you want to wear? Xiao Yao bent down to help her put on her shoes first, and then pulled her to sit down and dress up. If you don't like anything, Xiao Yao will ask someone to prepare it. Arbor glanced over and saw dozens of girls holding clothes in their hands. She was dazzled. Whatever. Since when was she so particular? He casually pointed at the first girl. That can't be done casually. If Master is unhappy, His Highness will be angry. Xiao Yao smiled as she combed Ji Yunshu's messy black hair. She knew that her little mistress didn't care for a head full of jewels and jades, so she only took 2 light and delicate beads to decorate her hair. Arbor reached out and touched her small face that was so ordinary that it couldn't be found in a pile of embarrassing people. This is the Eastern Palace? Waking up in the palace, even a fool would know what happened in the middle of the night. The little fellow secretly ground her teeth. No wonder she slept so well. The crown prince must have drugged her again and secretly carried her back to the palace. Bastard! Where's that bastard? This baby wasn't happy. Xiao Yao put down the comb, and her small hand stiffened. She coughed lightly and said, His Highness has to meet with officials in the South Study at this time. He'll be back a little later. Humph. I also have things to do. Xiao Mu casually picked up a robe that a palace maid was holding and put it on. She was about to walk out of the bedroom. Unfortunately, before she could take 2 steps, she was pushed back by a strong force. Her small mouth gaped open, and the little fellow reached out to hold her head in shock. Arbor focused her eyes and saw that the entire bedroom was surrounded by an abnormal airflow. It was like a soft and transparent cover, wrapping her inside. Xiao Yao covered her mouth and snickered. Little master, don't bother. You won't be able to leave. His Highness was worried that you would secretly run away again, so he temporarily placed a restriction on your body. Don't worry. It'll be fine as long as His Highness is back. Arbor, I'm worried. It's over. I'm going to sleep early today. I only slept for 4 hours yesterday. Life is hard. Chapter 548. It would have been fine if Xiao Yao didn't mention it, but now that she did, Arbor's pitiful little heart became unsettled and uneasy. Arbor reached out to pull Xiao Yao over. This young lady was now a tall and voluptuous young lady of 17 or 18 years old. She had a rosy goose egg face and a pair of smiling eyes that were very lively. Little master, if you have any instructions, feel free to tell Xiao Yao, Xiao Yao said with a chuckle. Xiao Yao, can I go out for a walk? It was rare for the sky to clear up, and it was her first time returning to the palace, so why couldn't she go out for a stroll? Xiao Yao shook her head like a rattledrum. That won't do, little master. You also saw it. His Highness set up layers of energy to surround the bedchamber. His Highness didn't give you the right to pass through, so you can't go out. This is a defensive barrier, right? Don't think that she didn't know what this thing was. Our dear Xiao Mu secretly ground her sharp teeth. She had seen Fan Xiuhe use this kind of large-scale defensive barrier in the past. It could instantly envelop several people, or even more than a dozen people inside, and resist external impacts. The defensive barrier's effect was comparable to that of a defensive mystic artifact. The difference was that the defensive barrier created by a defensive mystic artifact only had a defensive effect at best. But a defensive barrier created by a person was different. Being inside someone else's defensive barrier meant that your every move and every frown and smile would be in the eyes of the person who set up the barrier. As long as he wanted to, he could constantly pay attention to your every move. Of course, a person's defensive barrier couldn't be maintained for a long time. Ordinary little mystic cultivators couldn't create a defensive barrier at all. After all, how long it could be maintained and how strong its defensive power was closely related to the person's cultivation. If the mystic energy was exhausted, the defensive barrier would naturally disappear. However, the Crown Prince's actions left her speechless. He set up a defensive barrier for no reason, just to confine her from leaving. He didn't forget to set up a defensive barrier when he was discussing politics with someone in the Southern Study to constantly observe her movements. Didn't this consume his mystic energy? In addition, the defensive barrier that he had set up was extremely large. It had already enveloped an entire sleeping chamber. In that case, it would consume even more energy. Only he did not know. Where had his cultivation reached? This kind of behavior of casually opening a large-scale defensive barrier was so willful that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiao Yao awkwardly laughed twice. She also felt that his Highness was too nervous. Little Master was already in the Eastern Palace. Where else could he run to? Entering and exiting the palace required an identity token. If he didn't give her the token, how could the Little Master leave? There were tens of thousands of Imperial guards patrolling the inner palace. They were not just for show. The chances of the young master sneaking out of the palace were too small. If Arbor knew what Xiao Yao was thinking, he would definitely snort at her. If I use an invisibility talisman, they won't be able to see me even if I sneak up to them. Not everyone's cultivation is higher than this baby's. As long as she was careful and avoided those with top-notch cultivation, how could ordinary guards stop her? Just as the two were talking, Xiao 11Z walked in with a group of people carrying large chests. Arbor widened his eyes and stared straight at Xiao 11Z and company. Xiao 11Z and company hastily went forward to salute and said respectfully, "Miss, His Highness said that if Miss feels bored, you can read these medical books to relieve your boredom." Chapter 549. A quarter of an hour ago, the old physician in charge of the Imperial Physician Building was sprawled on top of an official box. Both his hands were tightly hugging the box that was under his body. Tears and snot were streaming down his face as he said, "No, no, you can't take these books away. You can't take a single book away. Imperial Physician Xiao, I'm just borrowing them for a few days. I'll return them to you later." Xiao 11Z directed the people to move the boxes out. "No. Many of these medical books are hand-copied and limited edition books. There's only one of them, so I won't lend them to you. I can't lend them to you. If they're damaged, who am I going to ask for them?" Imperial Physician Chao held Xiao 11Z's leg tightly. "Return them to me. Return them to me." Xiao 11Z's mouth twitched as he pulled his leg away, shouting, "Stop, stop. Imperial Physician Xiao, where are your manners? This eunuch is under His Highness' orders to borrow your medical books to read for 2 days. I'll return them in a few days. You old fellow, stop making a fuss." Seeing the boxes being carried away before his eyes, Imperial Physician Chao's eyes rolled back, and he was about to faint after taking a deep breath. The nearby Imperial physicians quickly rushed over and patted the old physician's chest to soothe his breathing. "Old Imperial Physician Chao, old Imperial Physician Chao, Xiao 11Z hurriedly waved at the group of people, and they ran away with the boxes, leaving the Imperial Physician building in a sorry state. They left behind a group of hopping physicians who were shouting furiously. Imperial Physician Xiao's tears streamed down. "Help me change my clothes, woo-woo. I'm going to lodge a complaint." At this moment, the little girl looked at the dozen or so boxes of books, then raised her head to look in a certain direction in the bedchamber and snorted. The Crown Prince must be secretly observing her. Otherwise, why could the palace maids and eunuchs enter and leave freely, but she couldn't? She stuck out a little finger and poked lightly. A ripple of energy appeared at the bedchamber's door, sucking her finger in and slowly flicking it away. Bad person. Inside the South study room, the group of officials quietly raised their heads and secretly glanced at His Highness. They discovered that the corners of His Highness's lips were slightly raised, and there was actually a hint of a smile in his eyes. This was something that was rarely seen in a few years. The official who had just reported a piece of bad news and was waiting for His Highness to scold him was dumbfounded. His Highness the Crown Prince didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly gave a few pointers and asked if there was anything else, then had them all withdraw. A few officials who were used to being scolded by His Highness after coming out of the South study expressed that they were not used to it and were unable to accept it. "Lord Song, don't be at your wit's end." From the Crown Prince's words, "I believe that he will personally make a trip to Baelon. I heard that the first batch of seeds has already grown into vegetables. As long as we can grow something, even if it's slow, the bitter days will pass." Just now, the Minister of Revenue, Song Yuan, reported to His Highness that there had been no harvest in the Mo Kingdom capital recently, and the situation was very grim. There were also practically no clean, non-mutated fish or prawns to be found in the nearby rivers. If this continued, the grain in the granary would run out in half a year. He originally thought that Her Highness would be annoyed and give him a scolding. However, Lord Song was not scolded. This was too surprising. Setting aside the barren lands in the west, compared to the many countries in the east and south, our northernmost grain reserves can already be considered very sufficient. An official sighed and said, "If not for Her Highness' foresight, it wouldn't be too much to say that there would be starving people in the entire capital every day, and tens of thousands of corpses would be piled up." Everyone nodded repeatedly and walked out in discussion. Chapter 550. Mo Lien closed the document in her hand and stood up to walk outside. Xiao 11Z wasn't present, so another young eunuch quickly followed behind the Crown Prince. "Young Aunt." The Crown Prince's footsteps paused, and he tossed him a piece of paper. "Order the meal to be served according to the menu." The Crown Prince was suddenly being particular. Young Lu Zi was a bit confused, and he followed with small steps. "Your Highness, order the meal to be served in the bedchamber." "And Machem," Mo Lien responded and waved his hand to have him leave. Then, he strode quickly towards his bedchamber. A moment later, she arrived at the entrance of the bedchamber. She waved her hand to dismiss the palace maids who were waiting to salute, then quietly walked inside. The little fellow was hugging a small jar of dried fruit and sitting on the brocade couch by the window. There was a thick medical book on her knees, and she would occasionally flip through a few pages. Xiao Yao, who was quietly standing to the side, raised her head to see him enter. She hurriedly wanted to salute him, and Mo Lien reached out to stop her, and with an indifferent glance, Xiao Yao quietly bowed and left the bedchamber, leaving the large space for the two masters. Arbor was engrossed in reading, and her small hand unconsciously picked up a piece of dried fruit and nibbled on it. The vast amount of medical knowledge in her mind overlapped with that in the book. She discovered that many of the medicinal herbs in the book only had different names from the ones in her mind, but their usage and usage were more or less the same. In fact, the things that appeared in her mind from time to time were much more accurate and effective. She had definitely accumulated a large amount of medical knowledge in the past, so there was basically no need to doubt this. After her death in her previous life, until her rebirth during this period of time, what exactly happened? Was it during this period of time that she learned medical skills from Master? A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly sensed a familiar aura approaching. The little fellow abruptly raised her head, and the thick book in her hand had already been taken away by someone. The crown prince was dressed in formal attire, and his long hair was tied up with a crown. He looked a bit different from his usual plain clothes, and there was a hint of sharpness between his exquisite brows. "What are you doing?" Darling Xiao would get angry whenever she saw him. He had locked her in the room without saying a word, and now that he was back, he was provoking her and snatching her book without any explanation. Mo Yin threw the book to the ground and reached out to lift her up from behind. He whispered in her ear, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Just as the little fellow stretched out his hand, it was firmly held by him. His entire body was wrapped up by his tyrannical aura, and he couldn't move at all. His little face immediately became a little angry. "In the past 2 years, did you miss me?" His head gently pressed against her slender neck, and he slowly nudged her. Xiao Mu's intuition told her that this fellow was angry, and her entire body stiffened. "Do you want to?" How could he not? When she thought about how his faint, smoke-like figure on the snowy peak had blocked the attack for her and disappeared with a bang, she felt extremely uncomfortable in her heart. She unconsciously bit her pink lips. "Forget it, I don't want to know." He whispered into her ear and tightened his arms around her waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. "Mn, let's eat first. Are you hungry?" He suddenly hugged her and stood up, calling for someone to bring in the food, as if there was no one else present. A dozen dishes for 2 people was already extremely extravagant in today's world. Although his expression was as gentle as jade, his actions were elegant, and he attentively picked up food for her to eat. But Arbor felt uncomfortable in his heart. Chapter 551. This person was clearly suppressing a bellyful of anger, but he didn't say anything. It was so annoying to look at. "Just say what you have to say." Arbor tossed her chopsticks and said angrily, "I'm not eating anymore." The 2 royal maids who were accompanying them abruptly glared. They had never seen anyone who dared to be so impudent in front of the crown prince. "Rest if you're not eating." Mo Yin stood up and silently tossed his chopsticks aside. He reached out to grab her small hand. The little stoic was instantly enraged. She wanted to fling his hand away, but failed. Her eyes were brimming with anger. "You're ridiculous." Crown Prince Mo gazed at her silently. The more he was like this, the angrier the little stoic became. She turned around and ran out of the bedchamber. Mo Yin's figure flashed, and he instantly blocked her path. The little fellow ran without thinking and bumped into his arms. "Where are you going? You still want to return to the Qin estate? Are you that reluctant to part with that Omega Kitoku?" Mo Yin instantly flew into a rage. He hugged her and turned her small face to face him. Why did he mention Omega Kitoku? For no reason. Arbor struggled with her small arms and legs, but how could she break free? She angrily punched him. "I'm telling you, the Qin estate has already been surrounded. The houses collapsed, and so many officials' families were injured. A dangerous level 4 zombie also appeared in the estate. Right now, all of them are under observation. Not a single one can come out." The crown prince grabbed her small chin and stared straight into her black and bright eyes. He roared angrily. "We encountered an assassin in their Qin estate, and Mo Jiao's head was also smashed open. Attacking the royal family is unforgivable. We must confiscate their Qin family." "Fine, we'll confiscate it. Why are you yelling at me?" Our dear Xiao Mu was extremely angry and kicked him. His Highness was used to this signature kick, so he didn't mind it at all. However, the surrounding royal maids and eunuchs were all scared witless, and they lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground. "You're not worried?" Mo Yin's expression eased slightly. "What do I have to worry about? You speak eccentrically all day long. If you're angry, just let it out. Don't hold it in." Arbor angrily kicked him a few times, leaving a row of small footprints on his robe. Mo Yin was instantly angered to the point of laughter. Carrying the little thing in her arms, she parted the curtains and walked into the inner room. She coldly said, "All of you leave. Shouldn't I be angry?" He threw her onto the soft brocade on the side of the bed and leaned in close, his breath completely enveloping her. You didn't leave a single word behind and ran away for more than 2 years without saying a word. When we met again, you were already in the Chin estate. That damned Omega Kitoku. Was he even worthy of being her protector? Aye. Arbor immediately withered. The little fellow knew that she was in the wrong, but she still couldn't help but say, "Then don't blame me." Mo Yin laughed angrily. "How am I weird? You're obviously so angry that you can't wait to beat me up, but you still look like you're bathing in the spring breeze. Isn't it uncomfortable to hold it in? Oh, so you're saying that even if I don't hit you, you'll still remember. All right then, let's fight." He suddenly reached out and pressed her down on his long legs. Darling Xiao was immediately stupefied. What? This immoral ghost. Is there anyone who cheats people like you? Seeing his palm fall, Arbor was about to die from anger. Why was she so stupid? Wasn't she asking for a beating? However, in the next second, he flipped her over and hugged her, his warm fingers gently caressing her small face. How could he bear to hit his darling? Chapter 552. You'll be of marriageable age in 3 months, right? He changed the topic too quickly. Darling Xiao couldn't keep up with his pace. Xiaomu gave a muffled "Mhm." Her small face was still puffed up with anger as he held her in his arms. Actually, I'm not angry at you. Mo Yin lifted her face and nuzzled her forehead. I'm angry at myself. I couldn't protect you properly. You don't know how much pain and self-reproach I felt when I saw those withered vines and broken trees on the snowy peak, he murmured in her ear. But all of that is in the past now. I don't want to know anything or think about anything. I just want you to stay by my side. From this moment on, don't leave me again. Arbor actually didn't want to argue with him, but for some reason, she felt a bit angry when she saw his gentle mask earlier. Now that the two of them had a heated argument, this little fella felt more at ease. When she heard him say that, her boundless guilt was aroused, and she timidly looked at him and said, "Is sorry." Speaking of which, she was willful in front of him and was used to acting coquettishly. She really couldn't bear the slightest bit of grievance from him. However, his lukewarm attitude just now made her feel aggrieved and gloomy. Arbor's eyes reddened, and she reflexively wrapped her arms around his neck. She pitifully said, "Mo Yin, I didn't disappear on purpose. It was just that I felt too bad at that time, so I didn't want to think about anything. Murong Sun is dead, Mo Yin. She originally said she would attend my marriageable age ceremony, but she died. She's a big liar." Mo Yin gently patted her back. When he thought of how helpless she was at that time, his heart couldn't help but ache. Sect Master is dead. Ant Master is also dead. The pharaoh you gave me broke, and Big Treasure is also dead. They're all dead, and I'm the only one left. Nonsense. How could you be the only one? No matter what, I will always be by your side. Do you understand? Jojo, you have to trust me more, okay? Arbor couldn't help but nod when he saw his focused and expectant eyes. Mo Yin's lips turned up as he stroked her small head in satisfaction. You don't know this, but when I brought your parents to the capital, I didn't even dare to say anything to them. You only lied to them that you were cultivating in the Holy Water sect. Do you know how much they missed you? But I only know how to harm others. Nonsense. Mo Yin suddenly reached out to cover her small mouth. How can the Holy Water sect's incident be blamed on you? That's because people's hearts aren't what they used to be. Greed causes mischief. It's not your fault. Don't worry. No matter what, we'll get our revenge. Mo Yin hugged her and gently shook her little body. Promise me, baby, don't let your imagination run wild, okay? I'll send you home tomorrow. Are you okay? He cupped her little face and looked at her. Your parents and family all miss you very much. How could anyone reject such an offer? Arbor nodded gloomily. While you're at it, have Royal Father issue a betrothal edict and send it to your home as well. Prince Mo hugged this baby and approached her with a grin. Okay. His gentle and persuasive tone and his picturesque features made a certain little person nod gloomily. She didn't have time to think about it carefully. Then she abruptly widened her eyes. Betrothal? Who? Mo Yin held back his laughter and tapped her little nose before pointing at himself. You and me. Chapter 553. The little stoic's expression abruptly became exuberant. Her small mouth gaped slightly, and she was momentarily stunned. You can't go back on your word. You nodded yourself just now, and you even nodded 3 times in a row. I counted. Mo Yin's eyes darkened slightly, and his lustrous fingers touched her soft lips. He really wanted to kiss her. A turbulent thought surfaced in his heart, but he forcefully suppressed it. Darling is still young. Don't scare her first. It wouldn't be good if he scared her away again. Look, no matter what, we've been together for 7 to 8 years, so we should at least confirm each other's status, right? Prince Mo said as he swayed her small body. Don't be scared, darling. We're just confirming our status, nothing else. He couldn't resist lowering his head and kissing her dazed little face. Soft and sticky, the texture was really good. When you weren't here, I would be filial to my in-laws every 2 to 3 days. They especially like me. Mo Yin suppressed her laughter and said seriously, Don't worry. Your in-laws definitely won't object to this. Stop. Arbor felt that she increasingly couldn't keep up with the Crown Prince's train of thought. You? Didn't you say before that we were friends? That we were friends? The word was still ringing in her ears. But didn't you say you didn't have any friends? Mo Yin looked at her seriously and said solemnly, I thought about it. If we don't have any friends, then so be it. We won't be friends anymore. The title of husband and wife is good. What do you think? What else can I say? You're about to betroth me. Don't be fooled by how he kept asking if it was good. In reality, he had already made up his mind. A certain darling was dumbfounded and couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Mo Yin was laughing uncontrollably on the inside, but she still maintained a serious expression. She reached out to lift the little girl's chin and stroked it. Darling, my suggestion is very good, right? Let's do it like this. Tomorrow, we'll pass down this betrothal decree while we're at it. Okay. Why did she keep feeling like something was off? Arbor blinked and wanted to say something. Prince Mo continued, Don't worry. It's just a matter of settling the marriage before your hairpin ceremony. Nothing else will be affected. Look at you. You're already so old. Men should get married when they're of age. Don't be afraid of getting married. Be good. But is it that simple to issue an edict? Arbor asked blankly. Mo Yin smiled and lowered his head. While she was in a daze, he kissed her again. Don't worry, baby. I can handle it. If his father dared to stop him from marrying a wife that night. Mo Yin went to the imperial study and talked with the great king for more than 2 hours before leaving with the imperial edict. This matter immediately caused the princes and concubines who heard the news to be unable to sit still. They all sent people out to find out what the crown prince and the great king had discussed in secret in the study. Unfortunately, the news was tightly sealed and no one was able to find anything. After the crown prince went to the imperial study to ask for the imperial edict, Arbor walked around the bedchamber without stopping for a moment. He felt that he had been tricked by someone. What did he mean by it was just a simple title and nothing else? Wasn't it just a title given by the country's heir apparent? Crown princess? Wasn't the betrothal a bit too hasty? She was an unknown daughter of the small Qiao family. If she suddenly became the crown princess, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the capital. Arbor reached out to massage her head. She heard the voices of the palace servants. She saw a person dressed in a moon-white casual robe. His features were picturesque as he walked towards her with a smile. In an instant, Arbor felt that all her worries had disappeared. Who cares? Everything will be fine when it comes to it. Today ended. Chapter 554. Early the next morning, when the sky was still just beginning to brighten, a marriage decree was delivered to the Qiao estate, immediately stunning the entire family and even the entire capital. The Qiao family, from the elderly matriarch to the servants, all knelt in front of the main hall to receive the decree. When they heard the edict say, the Qiao estate's eldest miss has a gentle, refined, and virtuous character, and is specifically designated as the crown prince's consort. Some of the maids and servants who didn't know a certain child very well didn't express anything. They just had dumbfounded expressions. But the elderly matriarch couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Who said this? Who exactly was it? Could Xiao Mu, that little girl, be worthy of these 8 words? gentle character, and whatnot. Could you stop joking around? At the end of the imperial decree, it even mentioned Qiao Zhongbong and Wei Ziqin. The great king said that the husband and wife had rendered meritorious service in raising the crown princess and specially promoted Qiao Zhongbong to be the Marquis of Jian. His wife, Madame Ne Wei, was conferred the title of a third-rank noble lady and bestowed a marquis estate, jewelry, gems, brocades, food, and so on. The husband and wife looked at each other in bewilderment, unable to make heads or tails of this. On the contrary, second Uncle Qiao immediately poked his eldest brother and gave him a look to quickly receive the decree. Old Qiao's eldest son and wife hurriedly kowtowed to express their gratitude and respectfully receive the imperial decree. Second Uncle Qiao chuckled as he handed the decree-delivering eunuch 5 zhang of cloth. Very generous. Nowadays, it was more appropriate to give cloth and food than gold, silver, and gems. Now that Raimi production was about to stop, the price of cloth also rose steadily by the day. The Mo kingdom capital was still considered good, and its inventory was still abundant. In some of the other fortifications, the commoners' clothes hadn't been changed for several years and could last another 2 years with some mending. The 5 zhang of cloth that second Uncle Qiao gave could be exchanged for 3 liters of rice, enough for a normal family to live frugally for half a month. Thus, this was considered a generous reward. The decree-delivering eunuch beamed as he accepted it, his attitude toward the Qiao family much better and his words full of flattery. This residence in the Qiao estate had been gifted to them by the crown prince when they first entered the capital. However, when the crown prince was trying to worm his way into being friends with his parents-in-law, he had never revealed his identity to them, so the couple was still in the dark. After receiving the edict, everyone in the Qiao estate hurriedly packed their things and brought their family members, young and old, to move to the Marquis of Jiyuan's estate. The Marquis of Jiyuan's estate was located on Minshun Avenue in the Mo kingdom capital. Just its scale alone was extremely grand, with several courtyards inside. Just the gardens alone were divided into 5 or 6 sizes, with pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The scenery was superb. Everyone naturally left the largest Nanju garden to the crown princess, while the others chose their own courtyards to stay in. The Qiao family had very few people. After the entire family moved in, more than half of the Marquis' estate would be empty. In recent years, old Madame Dowager had not been able to do as she wished. After moving into longevity court, she hurriedly went to rest. Only Wei Ziqin was left to take care of the household matters, such as arranging the servants and counting the gifts bestowed by the emperor. An hour later, the news of the crown princess's betrothal had already spread throughout the entire capital. When Queen Zhao heard that the great king had appointed her precious son to such a baffling family, how could she sit still? She immediately brought along her personal nanny and hurried to the great king's royal study. At this time, the entire Mo kingdom capital had already exploded into a pot of congee. From the princes, dukes, marquis, and ministers to the commoners picking up rubbish, everyone was talking about, did you hear? The great king decreed His Highness the Crown Prince's betrothal. Chapter 555. The crown princess had never seen her in person and had only heard of her name. She had never appeared in front of anyone, but she had already become a hot topic both inside and outside Northern Mo's court. Talisman patrician family Mu Qianqian flew into a rage inside her room and smashed everything that could be smashed into smithereens. When Madame Mu entered and saw the mess on the floor, her brows twitched and her heart ached immensely. The current situation wasn't good, so food had to be exchanged for things that were smashed. The family stockpile of food wasn't enough for her daughter to squander like this. Thus, every item that was smashed was one less item. If this continued, this Miss Mu's boudoir would soon become empty. All right, what's the use of throwing a tantrum? Madame Mu grumpily said, "You're just making a fool of yourself in front of the second and third branches by making a scene here. Who dares to make fun of me?" Mu Qianqian's long, shapely brows shot up, and her hatred was hard to conceal. What Marquis of Jiyuan's estate? I've never heard of it before. I don't know where this little bitch came from, but she stole a man's soul in an instant. She really is a shameless bitch. Yo, look at what Eldest Miss is saying. She is the crown princess that the great king has officially betrothed. It's fine if Eldest Miss says this at home. But if this gets out, there's no doubt that our Moo family isn't strict in our upbringing, teaching a young lady to speak filthy words. It's fine if Eldest Miss is shameless, but don't drag so many unmarried young ladies in the estate down with you. A middle-aged woman in a luxurious gown chuckled as she walked in, followed by a young girl of similar age to Moo Qianqian, who was covering her mouth as she chuckled. When Madame Moo saw this woman, she immediately flared up in anger and bellowed at the maidservants. "Are you all dead? Don't you know how to announce the arrival of the second branch's madam? Hey, eldest sister-in-law, don't randomly blame the servants. We didn't announce her arrival. It's just that the sound of Eldest Miss throwing a tantrum and smashing things was drowned out by the sound of the announcement. Don't say that we, the mother and daughter of the second branch, are rude." Madame Moo looked at her sister-in-law's sarcastic words and was so jealous that her stomach hurt. She waved her hand impatiently and said, All right, Madame Lu, who doesn't know that you came here today to laugh at our first branch? Now that you're done, you can leave. This madam won't be seeing you off." "Hey, look at what sister-in-law is saying. I'm not here to laugh at you." The second branch's madam, Madame Lu, chuckled as she pulled her daughter, Mu Zhilan, over. "I just wanted to tell sister-in-law. Tomorrow, Her Majesty the Queen will hold a banquet and invite the 3 dukes and 5 marquises." "Oh no, my mouth really doesn't know how to talk." Madame Lu giggled and lightly patted her own mouth. "It should be the 6 marquises' residences now. The 3 dukes and 6 marquises' young ladies from the various aristocratic families will all be attending the banquet. Our family's eldest young miss is naturally unwilling to pass on this responsibility, but we can't do anything about eldest young Miss Bad Mood. For fear of ruining the entire banquet, sister-in-law, I volunteer to mention it to the family head." The family had agreed to let our Zhilan attend the banquet in eldest young Mrs. Place tomorrow. "I'm really sorry, eldest sister." Mu Zhilan chuckled softly. All of a sudden, Mu Qianqian couldn't suppress the fury that shot out from the bottom of her heart. A bright yellow talisman flew over and directly smashed towards Mu Zhilan. "Bitch, you're all bitches." Mu Zhilan's eyes narrowed slightly. She wasn't someone to be trifled with either. With a flick of her finger, a talisman also flew out. The 2 talismans collided in midair and split apart. Chapter 556. Arbor didn't know what kind of ruckus the entire Mo kingdom capital was in right now. She slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that it was almost noon. The crown prince was grinning as he propped up his chin and sat by the bed, gazing at her. When their eyes met, Arbor immediately shrunk her head into the brocade quilt wrapped in a cocoon. What was going on? That guy's slightly raised phoenix eyes looked very alluring. Once she accidentally touched them, she felt like her heart skipped a beat. It was very baffling. She shrunk into the quilt and calmly reached out to check her pulse. It was quite normal. Her body was very healthy. Suddenly, the quilt was lifted into the air. The little fellow, who was wrapped in the quilt, hastily poked her head out. "What are you doing? Get up, change clothes, and eat something. We still have to rush back to your maternal home. If we don't leave now, we won't even make it for lunch. In any case, we have to go back and have a reunion dinner." "Reunion dinner again." The little fellow unhappily pursed her lips. "Don't you have to go to the southern study to handle matters today? It's done." The crown prince beamed as he took out a clean and moist handkerchief to wipe the little fellow's face. "How efficient am I? If we finish things early, we can stay at your maternal home for a whole day today." Xiao Yao, who was holding clothes at the side, pursed her lips and smiled. I'll do it myself. Arbor reached out to take the clothes, but the crown prince avoided her hand and insisted on letting her wear them. Today, she changed into a light yellow robe with large sleeves, embellishing the little one with pink and tender skin. She then draped an extremely rare moon-white ice mink overcoat over it. The furry collar framed her ordinary little face until it was moist and rosy. After Xiao Yao finished braiding her hair and pasting on the beaded flowers, the little fellow sat in front of the dressing mirror and took out some medicinal powder to rub on her face. The crown prince raised a brow and looked at her with a grin. This little thing was finally willing to reveal its true appearance. As our dear Xiao Mu fiddled with her small face, she was still unconvinced. "Let me ask you, how did you, Duan Yu, and Situ recognize me at a glance?" Mo Yin said with a smile. "Duan Yu and Situ those two fellows definitely got it right by chance. Of course it's because of you," Prince said as he walked behind her. "Jojo's every frown and smile is engraved in the depths of my heart. Even if I'm blindfolded, I can still see." Mo Yin was stunned. She paused for a moment before saying, "I recognized you." The little fellow turned her head to look at him. That little face without any makeup overlapped with the one in his memory. No, she was even more beautiful than he had imagined her to be when she grew up. Xiao Yao also widened her eyes and said excitedly, "Little miss, you've become prettier." "That's right. That's why I said, how could such a beautiful and adorable young lady be so ordinary when she grew up?" I didn't dare to say anything these past 2 days. She was afraid of touching on Mrs. Sore Spot. She originally thought that a good-looking young lady would become ordinary when she grew up. Arbor looked at her speechlessly. The crown prince couldn't help but laugh, and he reached out to lead the little girl to his side. "Let's go. We'll take a carriage over." "All right, you might not know yet. Your father has been conferred the title of Marquis of Jiyuan. The entire Qiao family has moved to the Marquis of Jiyuan's estate on Minshun Avenue, right next to Minister Song's residence." Chapter 557. Needless to say, those who lived on Minshun Avenue were definitely influential families. The Marquis' estate's neighbors were probably all high officials of the court, so the entire estate's class was immediately raised by quite a bit. The crown prince's carriage left the eastern palace and unimpeded through the northernmost Huabei gate. After passing through Anshuan Avenue, which was located in the central axis, they would arrive at Minshun Avenue after turning a corner. It could be seen that Minshun Avenue's location was extremely good. The carriages of high officials and nobles came and went, and very few commoners dared to set up stalls and cause trouble here. The crown prince was traveling in a low-key manner this time and didn't bring many people with him. There were only 20 royal guardsmen escorted by He Tian. He Tian had already been promoted from a lowly centurion to the deputy commander of the royal guard as an exception. Of course, this was also due to the crown prince's trust. It was said that his father, He Qizheng, would also be promoted this year. As long as nothing strange happened, the position of Minister of Works was basically within his grasp. Just as Arbor was nervously following a certain crown prince back to the Marquis of Jiyuan's estate, a shabby donkey cart appeared at the Mo Kingdom capital's western city gate. It pulled 6 or 7 weary-looking people to the very end of the line to enter the city. A family of 3 followed behind the donkey cart. Their clothes were ragged, and they were so emaciated that they almost didn't look human. Because a level 4 zombie had appeared in the Qin estate, the Mo Kingdom capital was currently under martial law, and the northern and southern city gates were closed. Only the eastern and western city gates allowed entry and exit, but according to the rules, commoners and some peddlers could only go through the western city gate. Thus, the line to enter the city was very long as it was nearing noon. In consideration of the commoners, there was no need to pay any fees to enter and exit the Mo Kingdom capital. However, the situation these 2 days was very special, so the speed of inspection and clearance was extremely slow. The Mo Kingdom capital was Northern Mo's largest city, so the quality of the city guards was extremely high. Nothing unpleasant happened, and although the line was long, it was very orderly. The people on the donkey cart kept craning their necks to look at the entrance of the city gate, their eyes filled with longing. They all had disheveled hair and dirty faces, not much better than the ragged family of 3 behind them. "Ending yo, is what you said true? If I come to the Mo Kingdom capital, will I be able to find Granny and the rest?" The young woman who spoke had a tanned face from being exposed to the sun and wind. Her figure was very thin, and she was holding the hand of a 12-year-old son who was also thin and small. His cheeks were so thin that they were sunken in. Hey, you don't believe me? I'm telling you, Su Jiao, your mother-in-law, and the eldest branch's family are living very well. In the past, they were doing very well in Shiju City. 2 years ago, they moved out of Shiju City without a word. I spent a lot of time and effort before finding out that they came to the Mo Kingdom capital. The old woman who spoke had an envious look in her eyes. She had a protruding chin, revealing her thick black teeth when she opened her mouth. Su Jiao was precisely the daughter-in-law of Old Xiao's third branch. Ever since the day of the zombie outbreak, Old Xiao's third branch's family of 3 had been completely unlucky. Back then, they didn't manage to hitch a ride on the eldest branch's cart and were left behind in the village. As they fled, they almost lost their lives. If it weren't for her family's Qiao Zhongheng erupting with a special ability at the crucial moment, how could the mother and son have escaped the tiger's den? They might have long been fed to a large pile of zombies. Because they left in a hurry, they practically didn't take anything with them. The Qiao family of 3 didn't want to recall their past misery. Chapter 558. Seated on a lazy donkey cart were Granny Nyo and her family from the Wei family village. Many of their large family of more than a dozen people had died in the past few years, and only 7 people, including Granny Nyo, were left. The lazy donkey had also lost a lot of weight, so it was impossible for it to pull 7 people on a long journey. It cursed and fought the entire way, desperately rushing to the Mo Kingdom capital. Speaking of the Qiao family, Granny Nyo had a bellyful of anger. Back in Shiju City, Granny Nyo's family insisted that Xiao Wenwan killed their third son and frequently came to collect debts. In the beginning, the Qiao family would still give them some food and cloth. But after a long time, even Xiao Zhongbong, who had the best temper in the Qiao family, became annoyed with them and instructed the city lord to guard strictly. As long as their family appeared, they would be immediately chased far away. Later on, they simply couldn't approach the Qiao family in Pear Blossom Alley. Suffering from hunger and cold every day, several people in their family starved to death. Your old Qiao's eldest branch couple simply aren't humans. Granny Nyo angrily said, I'm telling you, Su Jiao, you still have to find elderly lady for this matter. As long as elderly lady agrees, we might be able to stay. It's no use finding the eldest branch couple. Those 2 have hearts as hard as iron. Back then, my family's youngest grandson was so sick that he was about to die, but they weren't willing to give him a mouthful of hot soup. That's right. Granny Nyo's eldest daughter-in-law, Madame Ne Bo, tugged Su Jiao's hand and earnestly advised, Look at our 4th branch's family of 3. They all starved to death. It's clear how harsh and ungrateful your old Xiao's eldest branch is. They simply didn't tell us when they moved away from Shiju City back then. Ba, tell us? They deliberately avoided us and directly moved away from Shiju City. Granny Nyo spat and turned her head to the side in an eccentric manner. I'm telling you, Su Jiao, your old Xiao's eldest branch is living well. They definitely have better prospects, so they moved to the Mo Kingdom capital. Otherwise, why do you think they moved here? Isn't that logical? Auntie's words are very reasonable, Su Jiao said with a dark face. Sister-in-law, look at how hungry your Xiaolong is. They're both old Xiao's grandsons. Why should I? Madame Bo continued to pick and winked at the 2nd branch's daughter-in-law. Madame Sunday Madame Sun hurriedly followed up with a few words, but Madame Sun had always been clumsy with words, so she couldn't say much. Upon seeing this, Madame Ne Bo irritably glared at her sister-in-law. She tugged on Su Jiao's hand and persuaded earnestly, Sister-in-law, I'm only telling you this because I think you're my own sister-in-law. Back then, our family was screwed over miserably by your 1st branch. Not only did the 4th branch's family of 3 starve to death, but the 2nd branch's, you can ask my sister-in-law, her 2 daughters also starved to death. At the mention of her 2 daughters who had starved to death, Sun Sure hurriedly wiped away her tears. At that time, there wasn't enough food at home. It must have been enough for the 3 sons of the first branch of the Wei family to eat. She gave birth to 3 daughters, but they didn't get much food. In the end, 2 of them starved to death. Granny Nyo waved her hand and said, "In short, let's try our best to contact your granny first. The Mo Kingdom capital is so big, who knows where to find them." Su Jiao was so angry that her stomach hurt. When she recalled how her family of 3 had suffered for so many years, yet the first branch's people actually ate and drank well, she felt indignant. "Humph, I don't believe that we can't find your old Xiao family, with so many of us." Chapter 559. Not to mention how Su Jiao's party had persistently searched for the Qiao family's whereabouts after entering the city with evil intentions. The Crown Prince's carriage had already entered Minshan Avenue. When they were a dozen meters away from the marquee of Jiyuan's estate, they saw a bunch of half-grown brats crowding around a corner, kicking and punching something. "Young master, is it about time?" This punk actually dared to speak rudely to young master. "He deserves to be beaten to death." "Continue beating." A small boy's clear and crisp voice rang out as he harumphed. "He actually dares to scold me time and time again? Beat him to death for me." "Hee, Xiao-san, I heard that this guy seems to be the youngest son of Taichung Temple's deputy minister. If we beat him to death, will something happen?" "What can happen? I have Big Brother here." The small boy raised his head and harumphed with his hands on his hips. "Let's see if he still dares to oppose me in the academy in the future. I'll beat whoever I want to beat." "Beat him? Use more strength, did you not eat?" "Haha, that's right. We could beat him without fail in the past, let alone now. Now, your dad has been conferred the title of Marquis of Jiyuan by the Great King. You're the only son of a Marquis. Who dares to provoke you?" "Gao Feng, what are you wasting your breath for? Hurry and use more strength. I'm telling you, if you can't cripple him today, don't even think about having an easy time." "Young master, can we do it if he's crippled?" "Why can't we do it? My big brother will take care of everything. Beat him as much as you want. Beat him ruthlessly." The small boy directed his lackeys to beat and kick the boy who had curled up into a ball in the circle. "All right, young master, rest and watch this one exert his strength." Arbor was still in the carriage when he clenched his small fists tightly. The Crown Prince coughed and was just about to say something when he was abruptly glared at by the little one's clear and cold eyes. His heart instantly thumped, and he inwardly cursed. "The big brother he's talking about is you." Arbor's lips curled slightly as he asked coldly. "Jojo, listen to me." Prince cursed his brother-in-law in his heart. Xiao-san is still young. Let's teach him slowly." Arbor didn't want to pay any more attention to him. He lifted the curtain with a swish, and before the carriage came to a stop, he jumped down, frightening the coachman. "What are you doing? Why aren't you stopping yet?" Xiao Mu shouted angrily. The 7 or 8 youths who were beating up the other youth simultaneously stopped and turned around to look. When they saw the young lady in front of them looking at them with her cold eyes, they couldn't help but shiver slightly. Intimidated by her terrifying aura, they all huddled together. Arbor's gaze fell on a 7 or 8-year-old boy in the front row. Draped in a thick deer fur cloak and wearing a brocade robe embroidered with golden thread. The little boy had red lips, white teeth, and bright eyes. His little face was red from the cold wind, and he was very cute. Looking at the lively little person in front of him, Arbor's cold eyes loosened a bit. Who are you? Why are you poking your nose into my business?" The little boy looked at Arbor with an inexplicable fear in his heart. He opened his mouth, but still straightened his neck and scolded. When the Crown Prince heard that this was bad, he hurriedly lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Arbor laugh coldly. "You're so young, yet you don't learn good things. You're acting like a hedonistic son of a rich family. Why aren't you letting him go?" She shouted angrily, and the servant who was pressing down the little boy with a bruised nose and swollen face was so shocked that he retracted his hand and subconsciously trembled. Chapter 560. The little boy was also enraged. He stepped forward and kicked that boy with a bruised nose and a swollen face. Placing both hands on his waist, he roared fearlessly. "Who is he to you? If you want to stand up for him, you have to figure out who I am first." "I'm telling you." In this Mo kingdom capital, no one dares to provoke me. Little tyrant Xiao Sun. The crown prince sweated profusely from the side. Fuck, you already proclaimed yourself as little tyrant. So what else could the crown prince say? The crown prince wished for nothing more than to go up and cover that child's mouth. He face-bombed and called out, Jojo. He was thinking about how to put in a few good words for his little brother-in-law to smooth over this matter. This child really hit the jackpot today. This child was clearly very obedient in front of the elders on normal days. Why was he so unlucky today that Arbor turned back in anger and glared fiercely at the crown prince? The fury in his heart rushed up from the darkest corner at once. He rushed forward in 3 steps, picked up his little brother with one hand, and slapped him twice on the back without any explanation. These 2 slaps weren't light either. Our dear Xiao Sun had never suffered this kind of grievance since he was young, and he started crying with a wah. The 2 henchmen beside him were anxious. They rolled up their sleeves, wanted to pick a fight with Arbor as they cursed. What are you doing? What are you doing? You don't want to live anymore? You even dare to provoke the little sir of our Marquis of Jiyuan's estate? Seeing that things were getting out of hand, the crown prince hurriedly shouted, Stop! Our dear Xiao Sun hadn't seen this lore at first, but when he heard the familiar voice, he turned around and looked like he had seen a relative he hadn't seen in 800 years. He shook his little arms and legs, wailing as he struggled to break free from Arbor's grasp. He raised both hands in Prince Mo's direction and shouted with all his might, Big brother, big brother, big brother, save me, big brother. However, his big brother couldn't save him today either. Not only couldn't he save him, but Big Brother also had a bad feeling. It was very likely that he would be thoroughly implicated by this pig of a brother-in-law. It was over. The crown prince stole a glance at the little fellow's expression. It was really over. The little lass had gotten angry. That stoic face was already completely filled with fury, and her eyes were even more blazing. Come with me. Come with me to someone else's house and apologize. Arbor reprimanded angrily. You want me to apologize to him? Xiao Sun jumped up like an angry little animal. With 2 lines of tears on his face, he shouted angrily, I'm not going. I'm the young master of the Marquis estate. Who does he think he is? His father was just a small government official. I won't apologize to him. The crown prince ran over to cover his brother-in-law's mouth, but it was too late. Xiao Mu had already kicked her younger brother in anger. She was extremely measured in this kick, so it was actually not heavy. It was just that it made our dear Xiao Sun sprawl on the ground. Feeling especially ashamed, he opened his mouth and started bawling loudly. The crown prince hurriedly rushed forward and picked up his brother-in-law. Arbor ignored him. He reached out and pulled the little boy who was being beaten to his side. He patted his dirty little robe and held his little hand. Don't be afraid. You're a good child. Big sister will definitely make that bad child apologize to you. That little boy was also a tough nut to crack. He looked to be about the same age as Xiao Sun, but he didn't utter a word after being beaten to this extent. He didn't even shed a single tear. Xiao Sun stayed in the crown prince's arms. When he heard Arbor call him a bad child, he immediately refused to comply. He cried and yelled, I'm not a bad child. I'm not a bad child. Big brother, she scolded me. Big brother.